Chapter 1. The Drop Rate System. In the coastal region of O'Hara, a colossal ship cleaved through the tumultuous waves, trailing a lengthy white wake behind it. A child, seemingly 6 or 7 years of age, reclined languidly on a bench, while beside him stood a burly man, his physique imposing, adorned with a sycophantic smile that seemed rather peculiar. Yet, the sailors aboard the vessel appeared unfazed by this unusual sight. "Lord Hubert, a band of pirates has appeared ahead. Shall we engage?" Hubert rose from the bench, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his face. "Oh, have we finally encountered new pirates? It has been nearly 3 months since the seas were cleared of such scoundrels. If we do not find any pirates soon, my crew may very well be reduced to eating the wind." The burly man nodded in agreement. "It is all thanks to your unparalleled wisdom and might, Lord Hubert. The pirates are well aware of your presence and dare not approach." The youthful Hubert, standing atop the chair, patted the man's shoulder. He had heard this flattery countless times, yet as a former worker in his past life, he relished the sweet sensation of such praise, never tiring of it. "Very well, order the ship to close in on the pirates, Carter. I shall personally deal with them. It has been too long since I last engaged in combat. My hands are growing rusty." Carter nodded and commanded the sailors, "Attack." Hubert watched with satisfaction as his grand vessel surged forward, slicing through the waters. He had traversed into the world of pirates 7 years ago, and at the tender age of 7, he had managed to carve out his dominion over these seas. This achievement, however, was not solely his own. He lacked the terrifying talents of the likes of Big Mom. He relied on his system. With a mere thought, a system interface materialized before him. Host, Hubert. Level, LV-35. Faction, Bounty Hunter. Equipment, Zoan-type Hungry Wolf Fruit. Ancient Zoan-type Dragon Form. Paramecia-type Big Fruit. 33 slots in the Devil Fruit equipment bar are filled. Backpack, Mythical Zoan-type Human Fruit. Merchant Form A keepable at level 36. Animal-type White Rabbit Fruit. Animal-type Hamster Form. Animal-type Teddy Form. Devil Fruit Fragments X972. System level, LV3837859341000000. Berries note. Upgrading the system level expands the equipment slots, increases drop rates, and enhances the quality of equipment obtained. You have acquired the capability to navigate the seas with strength sufficient to face even the supernovas without fear, however. This is merely the beginning on the vast ocean. The journey ahead is long strive to grow stronger and dominate the seas. This is his system, a mechanism that allows for the acquisition of equipment through defeating monsters, and on fortunate occasions, even obtaining devil fruits. All the devil fruits he possesses were obtained through this method. Otherwise, O'Hara would not have provided him with such an abundance. Moreover, this system possesses a unique feature, the ability to equip devil fruits. Unlike consumption, which grants the powers of a devil fruit, equipping allows for the possession of multiple fruits simultaneously. As the system level increases, the number of devil fruits he can equip also expands. Initially limited to 1, he can now equip 3. Regrettably, once equipped with a devil fruit, he becomes susceptible to the suppressive effects of seawater and sea prism stone. Observing the panel, a faint smile graced Hubert's face. Once this wave of pirates is vanquished, he should ascend to level 36. At that juncture, he would finally be able to wield the long-coveted mythical Zoan, which, with its terrifying enhancements to the human body, might even afford him the capability to flee from an admiral of the navy. Not far from Hubert, a sleek sloop navigated the tumultuous waters, its sails adorned with a black skull flag, a clear emblem of piracy. A rowdy assembly of ruthless pirates aboard the vessel celebrated with a lavish banquet, singing and dancing with abandon. "Lads, we have claimed this sea soon. We shall have an inexhaustible supply of berries. Once we amass sufficient wealth to acquire a fine ship, we shall journey to the Grand Line, and the treasure of the Pirate King shall belong to us." A corpulent man at the center of the revelry, devouring a chicken leg, proclaimed with fervor, evidently the captain of this ship. In the nascent era of piracy, many had taken to the seas in pursuit of one piece, and his words were indeed stirring. Roar. "We shall become the wealthiest pirate crew upon these waters. Long live the captain. The fat fish pirates shall dominate the Grand Line." The surrounding lackeys, already exhilarated by their libations, erupted in joyous abandon at their captain's declarations. Amidst the raucous crowd, a tall, slender man appeared visibly anxious. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forth from the throng and addressed the captain. "Captain, the pirates who previously roamed this sea are far mightier than we. Why have they retreated? There must be some underlying reason. Perhaps we should ascertain the truth before proceeding." His words momentarily dampened the atmosphere. The captain's gaze shifted toward him, irritation creeping into his voice. Is that you, the first mate? Did we not already discuss this? Delaying further will only allow other pirate crews to seize this territory, and then our chance will be lost. Besides, what danger could there possibly be? It's merely an archaeological site. The first mate fidgeted with unease. But Captain, O'Hara is renowned as the wealthiest sea region. The pirates who once dominated this area have withdrawn under mysterious circumstances. Since GOLD, Roger ignited the great pirate era. The seas have been anything but tranquil. We must proceed with caution. O'Hara is famed as a sanctuary for archaeologists in the West Blue, frequented by scholars and merchants of modest strength but considerable wealth. In the eyes of pirates, this locale is a veritable treasure trove. The captain waved dismissively. Do not overthink it. Perhaps they simply earned enough to venture to the Grand Line, as everyone seems to be heading there, drawn by the allure of One Piece. The mention of One Piece. The captain licked his lips, his gaze brimming with avarice. The other pirates echoed his sentiments, for they were all pirates, easily forgetting the perils in the face of potential gain. However, the slender man attempted to interject, but was abruptly cut off by the captain. Enough. I am the captain here. The first mate's throat quivered momentarily before he ultimately retreated, displaying a hint of anxiety. Witnessing his abandonment of persuasion, the portly captain snorted derisively, turned away, and savagely bit into the chicken leg he held, muttering, fearing this and fearing. That what a farce for a pirate. It seems the first mate ought to be replaced. Then, lifting his gaze to the quiet crew, he bellowed, Continue. Continue. The ship soon buzzed with life once again. However, unbeknownst to them, a small figure had appeared at the bow of the vessel. Chapter 2. Phantom Beast Species Equipment. TSK, you pirates certainly feast well. Just in time, as I haven't had dinner yet, saving myself a meal's expense. A youthful voice resonated at the bow of the Fat Fish pirate cruise ship, its volume modest yet piercingly clear to all ears. The raucous pirate crew fell into an unexpected silence. The captain's gaze shifted toward the source of the voice, where a finely dressed child stood at the ship's forefront. Frowning, he inquired, A child? Where did this child come from? Which reckless fool brought him aboard? The pirates exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. The first mate regarded the child, feeling an inexplicable surge of unease within him. The child, naturally, was Hubert, who had arrived alone, leaving his larger vessel anchored not far away. As for why he hadn't sailed directly to stir trouble, he had indeed set his sights on the Fat Fish pirate cruise ship. If he had crashed his vessel into theirs, it would undoubtedly cause damage. A pristine ship and a battered one command vastly different values. Noticing that no one claimed Hubert, the portly captain smirked wickedly. Since no one claims him, I suppose I must toss this unfortunate little brat overboard. He began to stride toward Hubert, his rotund form thudding heavily on the deck, producing a disconcerting thump that raised concerns about the ship's integrity under his weight. The air was thick with intimidation. That moment, Hubert had already considered this ship as his own. He could not abide the portly captain's insolent trampling and declared, Watch your step, fat pig, or you'll damage my ship. What? The surrounding pirates recoiled as if confronted by a dreadful apparition, hastily dispersing away. The captain's previously sinister grin vanished, his face darkening, with veins bulging grotesquely on his plump visage. Anger reddened his complexion, resembling a roasted pig. The lean first mate, initially intent on advising the captain to assess the situation, sighed, discreetly retreating to hide. He understood that in such a state, the captain had lost all reason and would heed no counsel. He had no desire to invite trouble upon himself. I detest being called fat. Boy, regardless of whose spawn you are, today marks your end. The captain's words dripped with barely contained fury. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air. An ordinary child might have burst into tears at the scene. Yet Hubert remained unfazed, instead chuckling softly to himself. With more than 50 individuals on board, the upgrade should be assured. Although we are somewhat impoverished, significantly more so than the previous pirates, relying solely on bounties and the ship for profit. Alas, making money is a formidable challenge. Seeing his indifference, the stout man grew increasingly irate, his expression darkening as he reached out to strike him. The enormous hand sliced through the air, creating a gust of wind. Should it land upon Hubert's head, it would surely crack his young skull. This prompted Hubert to regard him with newfound respect, as he raised his hand to block the blow, remarking, Quite impressive indeed, no wonder you possess such audacity. However, I wonder how much the bounty is worth. Smack. Just as his words faded, the stout man's arm was unexpectedly caught, immobilized. What is this? Yist. He actually blocked it. The pirates stared, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, dumbfounded by the scene unfolding at the bow. That child managed to catch the captain's hand? was it not nearly the size of his own body? Moreover, these crew members were acutely aware of their captain's prowess. Many adversarial pirates had been subdued by a single slap, some even killed on the spot. Thus, they felt emboldened to venture into these waters. Yet, such a formidable hand had been thwarted by a child of no more than 10 years. Could it be that the captain, in a moment of compassion, had held back? Gazing at the furious captain, the crew dismissed this notion. Such a captain could never show mercy to I in a corner. The emaciated first mate quietly observed the scene, his growing unease materializing into a rueful smile. He understood that the captain had indeed met his match. The fat fish pirate crew would likely vanish from the seas. Hubert did not afford the stout man another chance to retaliate. With a twist of his small body, he delivered a swift kick to the man's face. The stout man's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering and casting a chilling atmosphere over the ship. Without granting the remaining pirates any opportunity to react, he struck like lightning, swiftly dispatching all aboard. Given his current strength, dealing with these individuals, whose bounties did not exceed 10 million, was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Even without the fruit, none could stand against him. By the time he had vanquished everyone, merely a few minutes had elapsed. Congratulations, host. Your level has risen to LV 36. May you continue to strive for greatness and soon reach the pinnacle of power, dominating the pirate world. This battle yielded 12 fragments of the devil fruit, 1,200,000 berries. Stretching languidly, Hubert beamed at the system's announcement, momentarily disregarding the filthy blood that stained him as he delved his consciousness into his mind. System, unequip the hungry wolf fruit and equip the illusory bee species of the human fruit, merchant form. This exceptional fruit had long been a coveted treasure of his over the years. He had often yearned for it, even contemplating consuming it directly without equipping it. After all, the allure of the illusory bee species was simply too great. Merely gazing at it without utilizing it was a torment. Yet, he had finally awaited this moment. Today he could at last equip this long-dormant devil fruit resting in his backpack. Initially, Hubert felt a lightness envelop him. As if something had been relinquished, he recognized it as the removal of the hungry wolf fruit. In the next instant, a surge of mysterious power coursed through his body. The level of power surpasses that of the previous hungry wolf fruit, even as flying dragon fruit pales in comparison. Truly, it is worthy of the mythical beast classification. He meticulously attunes himself, striving to fully master the fruit's capabilities. However, before long, Hubert opened his eyes, his small orbs blinking with an odd expression. The enhancement provided by this devil fruit was far less substantial than he had anticipated, yet this ability seemed intriguing, thus not entirely disappointing his expectations. As he pondered, he suddenly twitched his nose, seemingly catching a scent. With a smirk that danced on the edge of amusement, he remarked, "Oh, a mouse has escaped? This is splendid. I can now test my new ability." Chapter 3, A Colleague of Vegapunk. In a shadowed corner, the first mate trembled as Hubert's gaze shifted toward him, sensing impending doom. He had suspected Hubert might be formidable, but he never imagined he would be this powerful. This child was nothing short of a demon. His decisiveness in killing was chilling, devoid of hesitation, and he appeared almost exhilarated post-murder. Now it became clear why the other pirates in this sea had vanished. The culprit stood before him. The unfortunate first mate, though sensing the gravity of the situation, ultimately fell victim to the blunders of his corpulent captain. As Hubert approached, he resolved to emerge from his corner first, his body quaking as he stammered, "I beseech you, spare my life. I shall serve you with utmost devotion until my last breath." A gentle smile graced Hubert's blood-stained face, only intensifying the first mate's tremors. "It seems you are quite the clever individual, aware enough to hide, unlike the other pirates who appear rather foolish." The thin man remained silent, merely quaking in fear. "If you wish for me to spare you, demonstrate your worth first." Hubert, eager to experiment with the abilities of the fruit, refrained from violence. Now that he had finally equipped himself with the trading merchant fruit, he felt considerably lighter, and his thirst for advancement was somewhat quelled. The thin man hesitated, then mustered the courage to say, "I am a scientist. I can be of great use." "A scientist?" Hubert straightened, eyeing the hesitant figure with skepticism. "Oh, a scientist turned pirate in the West Blue? If you're going to concoct a tale, it should at least be credible." With a weary sigh, the man replied, "It is true, I have credentials." He produced a card from his pocket, adorned with his likeness. "Name, Jesse. Affiliation, Technological Research Institute. Field of study, naturalization and the integration of devil fruits with objects." This revelation piqued Hubert's curiosity. Despite his lengthy stay in this world, having been born in O'Hara and encountered many scholars, he had never before met a scientist. The research area appeared quite sophisticated. Yet Jess's current appearance hardly resembled that of a scientist, suggesting he had a story to tell. Share your tale. A scientist researching devil fruits shouldn't find themselves in such a predicament. After a brief pause, Jesse began to recount his harrowing experiences upon the sea. Once, Jesse served as a prominent scientist within a prestigious organization on the Grand Line. However, for reasons unknown, the Navy suddenly assaulted their headquarters, capturing numerous scientists and compelling them to submit to the world government. Yet, a handful managed to escape, and Jesse was among them. Determined not to bow to the Navy nor embrace the life of a pirate, Jesse traversed the treacherous waters, ultimately fleeing the Grand Line and finding refuge in the West Blue. He initially believed that his concealment in the West Blue would ensure his safety, but the small town he sought shelter in was decimated by the fat fish pirate crew for failing to pay the requisite protection fees. In a moment of desperation, he revealed his identity as a scientist, which spared him from certain demise. The corpulent captain, coveting his research, appointed him as the first mate. Nonetheless, his position was rather precarious, as no pirate regarded his counsel with any measure of respect. Thus, he now finds himself in the hands of Hubert. After listening to Jesse's tale, Hubert's expression grew peculiar, as if a memory had resurfaced. He inquired, "Are you familiar with Vegapunk?" Jesse, who had previously appeared despondent, was suddenly transformed. He rushed forward, grasping Hubert's shoulders with fervor. "Do you know President Vegapunk? How is he faring now? Has he managed to escape?" Hubert gently swatted Jesse's hand away from himself, nearly bursting into laughter. After listening to Jesse's tale, he speculated that it might be related to Vegapunk. Given that the original narrative had mentioned Vegapunk being captured by the Navy for discovering the blueprint of life, subsequently becoming the Navy's chief scientist. Furthermore, within Jesse's research focus lies a technique involving the amalgamation of devil fruits with objects, which aligns perfectly with the abilities that the Straw Hat crew would later encounter. To his astonishment, Jesse turned out to be a colleague of Vegapunk. He had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Being a colleague of Vegapunk is akin to possessing a gem, is it not? Just look at Caesar, who developed artificial devil fruits. Observing Jesse's concerned expression, Hubert couldn't help but chuckle. The reason for Jesse's current predicament was Vegapunk's discovery of the blueprint of life, while Vegapunk himself was thriving within the Navy. Yet here was Jesse, now a pirate in the West Blue, still preoccupied with Vegapunk's well-being. How utterly ridiculous. Hubert displayed a gentle smile and remarked, "Of course I know him. I have been friends with Vegapunk for quite some time. He is doing well, so you needn't worry about him. However, he is currently engaged in a secret experiment, and I am unaware of his whereabouts. Since you are a colleague of Vegapunk, I shall refrain from any hostile actions toward you. Yet, I cannot simply let you depart without concern for your safety, especially given the recent unrest at sea. Therefore, I propose that you join my fleet and become part of my crew, where I can ensure your protection." "A fleet?" Jesse gazed at Hubert's smiling face, somewhat taken aback. Yet he recalled Hubert's formidable strength, which made it less surprising. "I appreciate your offer, but I believe I can manage on my own. Many pirates have been heading toward the Grand Line recently, and I should be able to safeguard myself. It would be quite unlikely for me to encounter a crew as formidable as the Fish pirates again, would it? Nevertheless, I am grateful for the information regarding Chairman Vegapunk. Is that your intention to leave?" "Absolutely not." Hubert's expression darkened, and he inquired, "Are you suggesting that you refuse to accord me the respect I deserve? Disregarding my authority in these waters could lead to dire consequences." Jesse, sensing the ominous tone, was reminded of the true nature of the child before him, a veritable demon, and faltered momentarily. Observing Jesse's hesitation, Hubert continued, "If your reluctance stems solely from a desire to avoid joining the pirates, you need not worry. I am no wretched pirate. I am a bounty hunter." Deep down, Jesse indeed felt a strong aversion to the idea of rejoining the pirate ranks, having endured enough of that life previously. Yet, he was apprehensive about stepping from one perilous situation into another. Upon hearing Hubert's words, he began to waver in his resolve. Hubert seized the opportunity and remarked, "After the dissolution of your research institute, your experimental environment must be quite inadequate, wouldn't you agree? You are delving into the study of devil fruits. Yet this modest West Sea offers scant resources for such research." This was indeed true, ever since the institute disbanded. Jesse had not encountered a facility as well-equipped and liberating as his former workplace. "Should you join us and sincerely contribute to our experiments, I shall provide you with the finest conditions for your work. Rest assured, I will certainly supply you with devil fruits," he continued, with a sudden impulse. Hubert retrieved the white rabbit fruit from his system, feigning its emergence from his pocket, and extended it towards Jesse. This combination of threat and allure was difficult for Jesse to resist. Gazing into Hubert's earnest eyes, he sighed deeply and accepted the white rabbit fruit. I look forward to your guidance, Captain. Chapter 4. Nico Robin. A pact was forged, and the effects of the merchant fruit were realized, resulting in the acquisition of Jesse, the fleeing scientist, as the first subordinate. Jesse vowed to exert his utmost efforts in conducting experiments for the host, while the host was obliged to provide him with an optimal experimental environment. Upon activating the subordinate module, a reward of 10 million system experience was granted. Note: acquiring a subordinate randomly yields rewards, with stronger subordinates offering greater chances of valuable outcomes. The reward for acquiring Jesse was the natural type, cloud fruit. The merchant fruit was the mythical beast type that Hubert had just equipped, enabling him to engage and trade with others. The items exchanged could encompass anything. Hubert mused that perhaps it should be the Satan fruit rather than the merchant fruit. After all, in myth and legend, Satan traded souls, a notion that resonated with the effects of the merchant fruit. Hubert was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this merchant's fruit would unlock a new mode for him, and to his astonishment, it even yielded a Logia-type fruit. Throughout the years, he had never encountered a Logia devil fruit, which made this bounty all the more gratifying. With this thought in mind, his gaze towards Jesse became increasingly approving. However, Jesse, sensing the glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, couldn't help but shiver. Surely, this fellow wasn't concocting some nefarious scheme, was he? Having grasped the system's rewards, Zhang Jinhua unleashed a piercing arrow that summoned Carter and the others from afar, facilitating introductions between Jesse and the crew aboard the ship. Lord Hubert, where has the captain of this pirate cruise head gone? Carter suddenly inquired, as he was inspecting the spoils. Hubert was taken aback. The captain? Had his head been completely shattered? Well, I am not entirely certain, but such matters should not pose any significant issue, should they? Jesse interjected. That is not necessarily the case. Those wretched Navy men are notorious for their stubbornness. Without a head, we may well miss out on the bounty. We have been long-standing acquaintances with the Navy. Surely they would not be so unreasonable, especially considering we possess all evidence apart from the head. Indeed, that is a valid point, yet it seems we may have to engage in some negotiations with them. That will indeed be a burden for you. Hubert felt a twinge of guilt. He had been so focused on leveling up that he had struck with excessive force. Had he known to be gentler, he would have. Upon hearing his encouragement, Carter immediately straightened up and replied earnestly, What are you saying? It is my utmost honor to serve Lord Hubert. Hubert nodded thoughtfully, his reliability in action complemented by his pleasing manner of speech, which is precisely why Carter serves as his first mate. However, his prowess is slightly lacking. Reflecting on this, Hubert felt an urge to enhance Carter's abilities, with the most direct means being the devil fruit. One wonders if he might even establish a bounty hunter crew comprised entirely of devil fruit users. Such a faction seems to be absent from the vast seas. Should he succeed, he would indeed be a pioneer. Shaking these thoughts from his mind, he acknowledged that now was not the time for such endeavors. Their current power in the West Sea was already formidable enough. Strengthening further might give rise to unnecessary complications. It would be wiser to wait until they reach the Grand Line, and besides, assembling such a crew would be a monumental task. It remains uncertain how long it would take to gather a sufficient number of devil fruits. Once the spoils were collected, Hubert leaped lightly to the bow of the ship. Brothers, after such a long wait, we finally feast. Tomorrow, when the bounty is exchanged, we shall distribute the spoils as per our usual custom. Ho ho ho. With Lord Hubert, there will be meat to eat. We've dealt with a wretched band of pirates once more. All hail Lord Hubert. The crew of Hobart predominantly congregated for the allure of bounty, while others, driven by vendettas against pirates yet lacking the means for vengeance, chose to align themselves with him. For them, every annihilation of a band of pirates was a rapturous celebration. Hubert was also quite pleased with their demeanor, slightly raising his head as he reveled in the praise of the crowd. After a brief moment, he gestured for silence, and the throng instantly fell quiet. When I arrived, this wretched band of pirates was in the midst of revelry, and since no one had yet dined this evening, I declare that the celebration shall commence right here. Let the festivities begin. Roars of excitement erupted aboard the ship once more. Despite the traces of blood, the enthusiasm for the feast remained undiminished. Joyful sounds echoed across the vast ocean, while the setting sun cast a final glow of twilight, and the moonlight gradually enveloped the waters. Hubert gently pushed open the creaking door of his humble abode and couldn't help but smile at the sight of a pair of purple little shoes hanging on the shoe rack. Silently, he approached his room, concealing his presence, and peered through the crack of the door. The light within still glowed warmly, revealing a small figure seated on his bed. Engrossed in a book, clutching his pillow tightly, while their legs swung playfully in the air, Hubert rose on tiptoe and approached her from behind, enveloping her in an embrace. "Ah!" The figure taken by surprise gasped, only to calm down upon realizing it was him. "Hubert, you startled me again. What prompted you, Sister Robin, to venture into my room?" The young girl seated on the bed was none other than Nico Robin from the original work, a childhood companion of Hubert. As they had grown up together, Hubert's parents passed away early, and he began to live independently at the tender age of 3. Similarly, Robin was abandoned by her parents at an early age, and she finds a sense of kinship in their shared plight. At least, that is how Robin perceives it. When other children shunned Robin, viewing her as a monster due to her peculiar abilities with the fruit of flowers, Hubert was the only one willing to play with her. Now, in Robin's heart, Hubert has perhaps become the closest person to her. This companionship has alleviated some of the loneliness that characterized her in the original narrative, and her disposition has blossomed considerably. Hubert also cherished this childhood bond, for after all, it was Nico Robin. Who could resist such charm? In truth, compared to the youthful Nico Robin, Hubert found her mother, Olvia, to possess a more captivating allure. Alas, the disparity in their ages rendered such musings impractical. Robin broke free from Hubert's embrace and playfully tapped his head with the book in her hand. "Why are you so late returning again? It's perilous for a child like you to wander about at night." Hubert cradled his head, feigning great discomfort, and retorted, "But Robin, did you not come rushing to my home in the dead of night? Is it not more perilous for a young woman to visit a young man's abode at such an hour? That is entirely different. What makes it so?" Robin found herself at a loss for words, sulking in silence. Her adorable demeanor elicited a hearty laugh from Hubert, who said, "Oh, come now, Robin, have you forgotten? I aspire to be a bounty hunter. My prowess is formidable. Those nefarious individuals are no match for me." Noticing that Robin was ignoring him, Hubert remained unperturbed and shifted the conversation. "Is there something specific that brings you here today, or do you simply miss me?" "Who misses you?" Robin replied, still a bit irked. "Have you forgotten? Today is your birthday." Hubert was taken aback. He had indeed forgotten, after all. He had merely traversed into this world and did not place much significance on the birthday of this life. However, if memory serves him correctly, Robin's birthday seems to fall shortly after his own, does it not? Hubert furrowed his brow in contemplation, as the 5th chapter of the impending demon-hunting decree drew near. Today marked the 7th birthday of Hubert's current body. Robin, being slightly over a year older, was nearing her 9th year. If Hubert's memory served him correctly, the demon-hunting decree had annihilated O'Hara when Robin turned 8. This meant that the Navy would arrive soon, and he would inevitably face the wrath of the world government's decree. Licking his lips, Hubert murmured to himself, "After such a lengthy preparation, is it finally upon us?" Curiously, Robin leaned in closer and asked, "What are you talking about, Hubert? What have you been preparing for?" "Nothing," Hubert replied, ruffling Robin's hair. "Since today is my birthday, did you prepare a gift for me, Robin?" Robin, accustomed to Hubert's peculiar behavior over the years, did not dwell on it. She had come to understand that Hubert was unlike other children. Although merely 7, he exuded the aura of an adult, having cared for her like an older brother despite being younger. Drawing out a beautiful watch from her pocket, Robin proudly declared, "Of course, this was awarded to me by my professor a few months ago for my excellent performance. I've heard it is quite valuable, and I saved it to present to you as a birthday gift. What do you think? Do you like it?" "Of course I do." Hubert accepted the watch without hesitation. "I adore everything you give me, Robin." Upon hearing this, Robin's cheeks flushed with a hint of color, and though she said nothing, her joy was palpable. "By the way, Robin, how are you faring at the Tree of All-Knowing?" "Quite well. Everyone has been very kind to me. Today, Dr. Kloba arranged an examination for me. If I pass, in a few days, I will be a scholar." "A scholar? That sounds splendid. My ship is in need of a scholar. Would you care to join?" "Absolutely. Once you become captain, I will come aboard as your crew member." "I'll hold you to that. By the way, are those little brats still speaking ill of you? Should I deal with them again? After the last time you taught them a lesson, they have ceased. Now, when they see me, they avoid me as if I were a devil." Hubert jested with Robin, but suddenly paused. Upon hearing Robin's call, he regained his composure and began to ponder. Robin was surprisingly close to becoming a scholar, even quicker than he had anticipated. It seemed that the issuance of the demon-slaying decree was imminent. However, with that particular matter at hand, Hubert felt a renewed sense of confidence. After a brief conversation with Hubert, Robin soon found himself lying in bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Observing Robin, who had been conversing only moments before, now fast asleep, Hubert couldn't help but shake his head, gently covering Robin with a blanket before retiring to his own rest. The following morning, Hubert awoke and noticed that Robin was still asleep. He quietly rose from the bed and made his way to the kitchen, where he began to prepare breakfast. Hubert has consistently retained the habits of his previous life, beginning each day with a bowl of noodles for breakfast. Regrettably, it seems that few in this world share such a custom, as breakfast establishments offer no noodles at all. Thus, he resorted to preparing them himself. Soon, he had crafted 2 bowls of fragrant noodles, and he ventured into his room to rouse the slumbering Robin. Mindful that noodles do not retain their appeal for long when left unattended. After their morning repast, Hubert accompanied Robin to the Tree of Knowledge before making his way to the secluded woods of O'Hara Island. With a sudden shudder, he transformed. In the blink of an eye, a pair of magnificent, fleshy wings sprouted from his back, and with a gentle flap, he soared into the sky. This was the manifestation of his Zoan-type ancient form, the dragon. His flight was swift, and before long, he arrived at his ship. The crew was already accustomed to such spectacles, and Carter approached, cradling a chest. "Lord Hubert, you have finally arrived. This morning, I converted all the pirates into bounties, and I have sold the ship as well. In total, we have amassed 7,200,000 berries, all accounted for here for your review." Hubert nodded thoughtfully, taking the box in hand. "So, how did it go? Did that corpulent fellow give you any trouble?" "It's merely a trifling matter. I've settled it with them," came the reply. "You've worked hard," Hubert acknowledged. "Not at all. It is my duty to serve Lord Hubert," he responded modestly. As Hubert examined the contents of the box, his heart stirred upon seeing the berry within. His system level had been just over 16 million berries short of an upgrade, but yesterday he had opened a new module that added 10 million directly. With this additional sum, he could achieve the upgrade. The benefits of a system-level enhancement were substantial, providing him with an extra slot for a devil fruit, perfectly allowing him to equip the cloud fruit he had obtained the previous day. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose not to succumb to the tempting prospect. He had long established a rule of sharing the profits equally. He could not be the first to violate this principle. Money could always be earned again, but gathering a cohesive group was a far more arduous task once trust was broken. He withdrew over 2 million from the box, following the usual practice. "I shall take 30%, reserve 10% for logistics, and the remainder will be distributed among our brothers. By the way, Carter, you have worked particularly hard this time. Take an additional 5%. Though Carter spoke lightly, Hubert was acutely aware of how formidable the Navy had been. Exchanging a headless corpse for a bounty was a mere figment of fantasy. No, Lord Hubert, you flatter me. I have endured no hardship. It was you who dealt with those pirates. You deserve the greater share. Enough. Your contributions are evident to all. If I say you shall have it, then you shall," Hubert declared with an undeniable authority, compelling Carter to acquiesce. "What of the investigation I assigned you? Have you gathered any information regarding Nico Alvia?" "There is news. It appears she has been captured by the Navy and is currently imprisoned," Carter informed. "Is that so?" Hubert's voice remained utterly calm, as he had anticipated this outcome. "Have you observed any giants in the nearby waters recently?" "Giants? You mean those legendary beings towering as high as mountains, capable of flattening entire forests when they lie down?" "I have never encountered one." This too aligned with Hubert's expectations. Robin would not become a scholar for several more days, and Jaguar D. Saul would only arrive at O'Hara after her ascension to that status. Thus, Saul was likely still adrift. "Keep an eye out. Should any news of giants arise, alert me immediately." With that casual command, Hubert gestured for Carter to take his leave. Yet, Carter remained rooted, hesitating as if he had more to say. "What is it? Speak if you have something to say." At this, Carter finally spoke. "Lord Hubert, are you aware of Jesse's background?" "Yes, what of it?" Hubert tilted his head in curiosity. "Today, a brother discovered Jesse's bounty notice, 24 million berry. We have never encountered such a multitude of bounty hunters before." At this juncture, Carter hesitated, seemingly uncertain whether to proceed. "Is there an issue?" Hubert did not perceive any, considering the researchers emerging from the beige punk laboratory, as the bounty was hardly surprising. After all, the value they could generate was beyond what Bailey could measure. Some of the crew believed that a pirate should not be allowed to join them and suggested exchanging Jesse for the bounty. Chapter 6 Side Quest. Silence. Since Carter uttered that phrase, Hubert had remained silent, standing still, while Carter refrained from speaking, and the surroundings grew eerily quiet. After a considerable pause, Hubert finally spoke. Do you feel the same? Certainly not. Carter hurriedly replied. Your decision, Lord Hubert, is my command. I am wholly obedient to your orders. Who else shares the sentiment? This time, Hubert did not indulge in flattery, but instead posed a direct inquiry. After a moment's hesitation, Carter responded, It is Bill and his group. Upon hearing this, Hubert immediately discerned the identity of those involved. His crew comprised a considerable number of individuals, and naturally, there existed factions among them. Bill was the leader of one of the larger factions. Most members of this faction bore deep grievances against pirates, which compelled them to become bounty hunters. Their prowess might not outshine others, yet they possessed an indomitable spirit, rendering them formidable adversaries at their level. Bill, in particular, was a standout. He fought with reckless abandon, each confrontation with pirates akin to facing a sworn enemy. Moreover, his strength was quite formidable. Apart from Hubert, none aboard could truly match him. Very well, I understand. After another moment of silence, Hubert gestured for Carter to depart. Wait. Just as Carter turned to distribute the Bailey, Hubert called him back. Carter, you have performed admirably. Carter was somewhat perplexed but replied, It is merely my duty. I wish to formally appoint you as the first mate. What are your thoughts on this? Until this point, while Hubert had always regarded Carter as his first mate, he had never officially declared it. Let's leave it be. I fear my abilities may not command respect. And this arrangement suffices for now, Carter modestly declined. You need not worry about your strength. I shall devise a way for you. Hubert patted Carter on the shoulder and remarked with a smile, Just tell me if you are willing. If not, I shall have to seek others. I am willing. Carter ultimately succumbed to the lure of the first mate, his scarred visage breaking into an unsettling grin that left Hubert feeling somewhat nauseated. He retrieved a devil fruit from his pocket and presented it to Carter. Consume this devil fruit swiftly, and then harness its powers. Tonight, I will formally announce your promotion to first mate. From this moment on, you must never betray me and serve me faithfully. Carter, engrossed in the sight of the devil fruit Hubert offered, stared wide-eyed and stammered. Is this truly the legendary devil fruit worth at least 100 million berries? It is said that consuming it grants one the power of a demon, transforming one into a formidable force upon the seas. Is it really for me? Upon seeing Hubert nod, Carter, overwhelmed with excitement, clutched his leg and wept. Lord Hubert, you are too generous. I shall dedicate myself to serving you with utmost loyalty until my last breath. Observing the burly man at his feet with a hint of disdain, Hubert kicked him aside and said, Enough of the theatrics. Focus on absorbing your new powers before nightfall. You may be required to take action. Yes. I shall do so immediately, Carter exclaimed, filled with exuberance, akin to Zhu Beiji delighting in a ginseng fruit. He swallowed the devil fruit in one gulp, thus avoiding unnecessary torment. With the box of berries in hand, he dashed away. The transaction was complete, the merchant fruit's effects took hold, and he gained a loyal sycophant in Carter. Having subdued Carter, he also acquired 2 fragments of the devil fruit. Hubert gazed at his retreating figure, shook his head, and opened Jesse's door. Jesse's room, meticulously arranged by Hubert, was considerably larger than the others, designed specifically for the convenience of his experiments. Within, Jesse was diligently conducting his experiments, with an array of simple apparatus neatly laid out on the table, all of which belonged to him. Although Hubert promised to prepare a suitable experimental environment for him, his current capabilities are indeed limited, and arrangements will have to wait. The only item Hubert provided on the table appears to be the devil fruit that Jesse is intently observing. Have there been any results from the research? Noticing that Jesse was still lost in his own thoughts, Hubert felt compelled to interrupt. Jesse seemed startled, his body jolting slightly. Upon realizing it was Hubert, he exhaled in relief. Results cannot possibly come so swiftly. It is still too early. Indeed, if the nature of the devil fruit were so easily comprehensible, it would not be deemed a devil fruit. Hubert closed the door and approached Jesse's side. Yes, I have dedicated half my life to studying the devil fruit, yet I have only scratched the surface. Each time I delve into this research, I ponder, is this truly a product of nature? Upon hearing Hubert's words, Jesse couldn't help but reflect. This question had also occupied Hubert's mind. He had long been convinced that the devil fruit could not possibly be a natural formation. Perhaps, akin to the legendary Naruto, it is a creation of a divine tree. However, this notion felt exceedingly distant to him, even if such a divine tree existed. His current strength would be wholly inadequate to entertain the thought. How have you fared aboard the ship? Have you been getting along harmoniously with the others? Getting along. Since the banquet concluded yesterday, I have been engrossed in studying the devil fruit and have not conversed with anyone else. Has something occurred? Hubert secretly scoffed. While others were contemplating selling you, you remained here steadfastly conducting experiments. Truly remarkable. No, I was merely inquiring. However, it is insufficient to focus solely on experiments. One must also engage in dialogue with others, as it can occasionally spark inspiration. Understood. Hubert discerned Jesse's lack of enthusiasm, but chose not to press the matter further. After all, Jesse was an employee, and his diligence, albeit minimal, bore no detriment to Hubert. Which employer does not appreciate a worker who willingly puts in extra hours without remuneration? Did you achieve any advancements regarding the natural system during your tenure at the Vegapunk laboratory? Jesse shook his head, offering a wry smile. No, my research had already reached the concluding phase, and once I escaped the confines of the laboratory, I never encountered the natural-type devil fruit again, let alone conduct experiments with it. I fear I may never complete the remaining pieces of that research puzzle in this lifetime. Oh. Hubert's curiosity piqued as he recalled the details on Jesse's work identification. Have you discovered a method for naturalization? Does that imply anyone could replicate the effects of the natural type? Not at all, Jesse awkwardly refuted. It was merely a direction that emerged during the research on naturalization. Oh. Hubert's interest waned considerably. It turned out to be a mere tangent. What direction did it lead to? Inflicting harm on the body during naturalization. Chapter 7. Methods to restrain the natural system. What did you say? Hubert nearly thought he had misheard. Inflicting harm upon a Logia-type body? Wasn't that something only Haki could accomplish? In the original narrative of his past life, there existed no other means to inflict damage upon a natural element, did there? Observing Hubert's excitement, Jesse appeared somewhat bewildered and quietly remarked, Is there something amiss? No, not at all. You performed splendidly. Exceedingly well. Hubert adjusted his demeanor, quickly regaining his composure, yet the joy that bubbled within him could not be concealed, evident in the upward curl of his lips. Since his arrival in this world, he had diligently studied the art of Haki, only to discover that, in the absence of a system, his innate talent was merely mediocre, yielding little progress over the years. This stagnation might also be attributed to his youth or the lack of a mentor's guidance. After all, the methods he employed for cultivating Haki were solely those mentioned in the original text, but who could ascertain if there were nuances unexpressed within its pages? In any case, he found himself utterly perplexed regarding Haki, particularly disadvantaged when confronting adversaries who wielded the elemental powers of the natural fruit. Before long, he would be confronted with the world government's decree to eliminate demons, and unless the narrative veered off course, this would herald the arrival of the most formidable natural fruit users in existence. The future marine admirals, Akainu with his magma fruit and Aokiji with his ice fruit, loomed ahead. Originally, he had lamented his lack of means to counter the natural fruit, but Jesse's research appeared as a timely boon, perfectly poised to remedy his shortcomings. If a natural fruit were available now, how long would it take to yield results from your research? Very soon. My prior investigations are nearing completion, Jesse replied. And how soon is very soon? Perhaps within 10 days? He pondered before responding. I'll grant you 5 days. Will that suffice? With a concerted effort, it should be manageable. Jesse said, then suddenly realized, why do you inquire? You don't truly possess a natural fruit, do you? Hubert nodded with a smile, retrieving the cloud fruit from his backpack. At that moment, he felt a sudden gratitude towards Jesse's former hefty captain. Were it not for him, he would not have gained such a capable ally in Jesse. This was the natural-type devil fruit, the cloud fruit, and from this day forth, I expect you to study it. Within 5 days, I must see results. Jesse exclaimed in astonishment. Are you truly giving this to me? Aren't you afraid I might consume it and flee? He never anticipated encountering a force possessing a devil fruit in this corner of the West Sea. Nor did he expect Hubert to entrust him with such a treasure for research. Even in the Grand Line, he had never witnessed such generosity. Bestowing a priceless natural-type devil fruit to someone he had only known for a day felt like a dream come true. Hubert shook his head and chuckled. This is not a gift for you. It is merely for your research. If you wish to attempt to consume it and escape using its powers, you may certainly try." As he uttered the final sentence, Hubert's tone inadvertently turned frigid. Jesse, gazing into his narrowed eyes and recalling the horrific scene of his comrade's slaughter from the previous day, couldn't help but shiver. He quickly replied, "Rest assured, I have no intention of acting foolishly. I am simply surprised that you, Captain, would entrust me with a natural-type devil fruit for my study. I truly do not know how to repay you." "Ha ha ha, what is there to repay?" Hubert responded. "Wasn't this an agreement we made long ago? As long as you exert yourself in your research, I shall endeavor to provide you with the finest experimental conditions." Hubert laughed heartily as he placed the cloud fruit on the table and turned to exit the laboratory. "I shall not disturb your experiments. Please submit your findings to me at your earliest convenience." Once the young Hubert stepped out of the door, Jesse gazed silently at the cloud fruit on the table. And after a long pause, he let out a deep sigh. "Rest assured, Captain, I shall endeavor to yield results with utmost haste." Emerging from Jesse's laboratory, Hubert felt the refreshing sea breeze against his face, and he perceived that the sky had transformed into a deeper shade of blue. Even the monotonous sea seemed to acquire a newfound allure. After a while, he called out to a nearby bounty hunter who was polishing a knife. "My good man, Daika, is there something you require?" The individual set aside his task and jogged over. "You are Daika, are you not? Henceforth, you shall be responsible for Jesse's meals. Please ensure to prepare a portion for him during mealtimes. Additionally, keep a vigilant watch at his door and do not permit any unauthorized individuals to disturb him." Daika hesitated, his expression betraying uncertainty, and inquired, "My Lord Hubert, I am reluctant to undertake this duty. Might you assign it to another?" "Oh, and why is that?" Hubert replied, somewhat taken aback by Daika's unexpected refusal, for he had always regarded Daika as obedient. "I do not wish to tend to a pirate," Daika stated, pausing momentarily before summoning his courage to continue. "My Lord Hubert, I believe your decision to bring Jesse aboard our vessel is misguided. We ought to hand him over to the Navy in exchange for the bounty. I have heard that Jesse is worth over 20 million. Hubert furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who told you all this?" Daika, with his head down, stammered and could not articulate a coherent response. "It was Bill, wasn't it?" Daika paused, startled, and hurriedly insisted, "No, these are all my own thoughts." Observing his demeanor, Hubert felt reassured. He had not anticipated the extent of discontent among the crew regarding his decision to shelter Jesse. Truly, they were a short-sighted bunch. "Well, I understand now. Since you are unwilling, let it be. You may return to your duties. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Hubert." Subsequently, Hubert sought out another crew member, instructing him to take good care of Jesse. This one was discerning and did not linger with unnecessary words, readily agreeing to the task. Once everything was settled, Hubert ascended into the air, soaring toward the sea. With the impending demon-slaying edict approaching, he needed to utilize the remaining time to enhance his strength. And the swiftest method he could conceive was to elevate his system level. Having claimed the bounty from Jesse's pirate crew, coupled with the amassed berry, he was now merely 3 million berries short of an upgrade. However, the pirates in this maritime region had mostly been eradicated by him, and to quickly acquire berry, he would have to venture into other waters to hunt down more pirates. Bringing Jesse and his crew along would undoubtedly slow him down, not to mention the division of any bounty earned. Thus, he resolved to venture out alone to hunt. After all, it was not his first time. Time seemed to pass swiftly over the vast ocean, with nothing but the endless expanse to behold. Aside from the sun above, there were no points of reference. In what seemed like an instant, the sky darkened, and the ships upon the water illuminated their lights, casting a glow over a small area of the sea. While Hubert had yet to return. Chapter 8. Lord Hubert strategizes. "Bill, what are you planning to do?" "What do you mean, what am I planning?" "I intend to capture that damned pirate. I refuse to share a ship with a pirate." Bill forcefully shoved aside the burly man guarding Jesse's door, attempting to storm into Jesse's laboratory. Yet, the burly man quickly regained his footing and seized one of Bill's arms from behind. However, Bill's physique was exceptionally robust. The man's grip felt akin to a child trying to engage an adult in play. "I cannot allow you to enter. Lord Hubert specifically instructed that no one is to disturb Jesse without his permission." Bill turned around, towering over the burly man, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol. "Kuka, are you truly willing to oppose me in order to protect a pirate?" Kuka, under Bill's piercing gaze, took a half step back but did not relinquish his hold. "I am not acting to protect the pirate. I am simply obeying Lord Hubert's orders. Lord Hubert? Just a fortunate child who consumed a devil fruit. And you truly follow his commands? Bill let out a derisive snort and forcefully shoved Cucco aside. Even if that little brat Hubert stood here today, I would still take that damned pirate inside to exchange for the bounty. Cucca's expression shifted dramatically as he replied, "You're drunk." Drunk? I am far from it. I am quite sober. Bill retorted. What does that little brat understand? What right does he have to harbor a pirate? We are bounty hunters. If word of this gets out, we would surely become a laughingstock. Ask Dika and the others if I'm wrong. If we allow a pirate to join us, what will become of our status as bounty hunters? Cucca scanned the surroundings and noticed that the group following Bill wore flushed expressions, displaying their agreement. Even several onlookers nodded in response. This realization caused Cucca's heart to sink, and he bitterly laughed to himself. Had he known, he would never have taken on this task. Now he found himself in a predicament from which he could not escape. At the very least, if you intend to exchange Jesse for a bounty, shouldn't we wait for Lord Hubert to return and discuss it with him? Wait for him to return? Why should I? I do not wish to remain on the same ship as a pirate for even a moment longer. Do you think that little brat Hubert would punish me for the sake of a pirate? Bill grew impatient and, with a forceful shove, sent Cucca crashing against a crate, knocking him unconscious. Ignoring Cucca's fate, Bill and his band of brothers made their way to push open the laboratory door. At that moment, a hand blocked his path. Bill squinted, coldly stating, "Isn't this that little brat's lackey, Carter? What? Do you wish to stop me as well?" The newcomer was indeed Carter, who had been in the cabin absorbing the newly acquired powers. Initially indifferent to the commotion outside, he could not tolerate the insults directed at Lord Hubert. He promptly ended his training and stepped out of the room. "Leave this place at once, Bill. This is not where you belong." Bill dismissed Carter's warning, confident in his superior strength. When sober, he might have shown some deference, knowing Carter was one of Hubert's trusted subordinates, but intoxicated, he scoffed. "Oh, you arrogant lackey. What authority do you think you possess to command me? Do you truly believe yourself to be the first mate? Let me tell you, you are merely a dog kept by that little brat Hubert." With that, Bill seized Carter's arm, attempting to throw him aside, but Carter remained steadfast, unyielding. Carter, I see your strength has increased significantly. No wonder you dare to confront me." As he spoke, he began to exert his strength, his muscles tensing instantly, causing his clothing to bulge ominously, creating a rather fearsome appearance. He struck Carter in the abdomen. Although Carter had gained power from consuming a Zoan-type devil fruit, this newfound strength was ultimately not his own, and he wielded it clumsily. Coupled with Bill's formidable prowess, he was sent flying by a single blow. However, Carter quickly regained his composure, stabilizing himself mid-air and landing firmly on the ground, his eyes calmly fixed on Bill as if to convey, "Is that all you've got?" Bill, who had initially believed he had subdued Carter, was suddenly filled with a mix of embarrassment and rage upon witnessing this. Stumbling forward, fueled by alcohol, he lunged at Carter like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, pinning him to the ground and raising his fist to strike. Carter, caught off guard, took several blows. Feeling dizzy and disoriented, he feared that if the assault continued, he might sustain serious injuries. Hastily, he raised his hands to block the strikes, issuing one final warning. "Bill, you need to stop now. Take your crew and retreat while you still have the chance. Otherwise, do not blame me for not affording you any opportunities." A sinister grin spread across Bill's face. "Opportunities? Do I need you to grant me a chance? Who do you think you are? The first mate?" With that, he delivered another punch to Carter's blocking arm. Beneath the impact, Carter could only sigh in resignation. Creak. In the next moment, accompanied by a chilling crunch, Carter, transformed into his werewolf form, sank his teeth into Bill's head. Hubert bestowed upon Bill the devil fruit known as the Hungry Wolf, which he had only recently eliminated. This particular devil fruit is considered a rare gem among the ordinary Zoan types, significantly enhancing one's strength. Upon transformation, Carter's power surged immensely, and given Bill's utter lack of preparedness, it is entirely understandable that he was vanquished in a single strike. The onlookers surrounding the scene were rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events, standing frozen in disbelief. The inebriated companions brought by Bill were jolted into sobriety. Caught in a state of indecision, neither able to flee nor remain, they could only silently lament their predicament. Drinking leads to misfortune. Carter slowly rose from the ground, gasping for breath. Had it not been for the devil fruit bestowed upon him by Hubert, he would have found himself in grave danger. Suddenly, A thought struck Carter. He recalled Hubert's words earlier that day, urging him to familiarize himself with the power, as he might be required to take action that evening. Was it possible that all of this had been meticulously orchestrated by Lord Hubert? Carter shuddered at the realization. Indeed, Lord Hubert is akin to a deity. His strategic prowess is unparalleled, leaving no detail overlooked. Truly remarkable. With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze towards the decapitated corpse of Bill. Blood gushed from his neck, staining a large portion of the deck crimson, and his body seemed to convulse involuntarily. Beside him lay his severed head, bloodied and wide-eyed, devoid of the earlier bravado. Carter silently admonished himself, vowing never to entertain any thoughts of rebellion against Lord Hubert. He resolved to fully embrace gratitude towards Lord Hubert, heed his commands, and follow his lead, lest he meet the same fate as Bill. Chapter 9. The Kingdom of Flowers. Meanwhile, after departing from the ship, Hubert soared through the skies for quite some time before finally alighting upon solid ground. The vastness of the ocean was daunting. If he were to search for the pirate crew alone, amassing 3 million berry would be an indefinite endeavor. At that moment, the sun hung high in the sky, yet its warmth was scant. Having flown for the better part of the morning, Hubert felt a tinge of fatigue. He descended to the earth, retracted his wings, wiped the beads of perspiration from his brow, and gazed towards the land from the shore. The Kingdom of Flowers. How long it has been since his last visit. His objective was none other than the renowned Kingdom of Flowers in the West Sea. Long ago, he had begun to explore the West Sea, encountering various factions, with the Kingdom of Flowers being one of the closer powers to O'Hara. Thus, he decided to investigate whether any pirate factions were present here that he could assist in eradicating. Such endeavors often yielded greater rewards than acting independently, as, in addition to the bounties from the Navy, he could also receive compensations from the state. It was, indeed, a mutually beneficial arrangement. In truth, the most formidable pirate faction within the Kingdom of Flowers was the 8 Treasure Water Army, which also concealed a treasure of glacial riches. Should he acquire these funds, he might ascend 2 levels within his system. However, he harbored no intentions of confronting the 8 Treasure Water Army, for he had previously sought trouble with them during his inaugural visit to the Kingdom of Flowers, shortly after he had obtained the dragon fruit, which had significantly amplified his power, leading him to feel somewhat invincible. Furthermore, in the original narrative, the 8 Treasure Water Army did not appear particularly formidable, prompting him to consider an all-out assault. Yet, he encountered Green Pepper. At that time, Green Pepper's head had already been flattened by Carp, presenting as a robust bald man, reminiscent of a classic character from a certain anime. The dragon, transformed by Hubert, exuded an air of confidence, disregarding him completely as it charged towards the Green Pepper with unwavering determination. Moments later, it returned at an astonishing speed, too swift to comprehend. Its might was overwhelming, leaving Hubert no opportunity to react before it unleashed a flurry of blows, reducing him back to his original form, that of a child. Only then did it cease its onslaught. This encounter served as a revelation for Hubert, instilling in him a newfound humility. Every time he beheld the Green Pepper, he couldn't help but reminisce about the formidable bald giant. Upon realizing that Hubert was merely a child, the Green Pepper extended an invitation for him to join the 8 Treasure Water Army. However, Hubert politely declined, and the Green Pepper, understanding the situation, did not press further, allowing him to depart. Perhaps he deemed it unseemly to strike a child. From that day forth, the two forged an unlikely friendship, transcending age differences and becoming steadfast companions. Hubert conducted a thorough investigation and discovered the terrifying reality of possessing a bounty of 500 million before the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Throughout the West Sea, he had only heard of one individual, Green Pepper, whose physical prowess was astonishingly formidable. Even without the use of his signature spear, he was not someone to be easily trifled with. It is no wonder that Garp felt the need to undergo rigorous training to have any hope of defeating him. Hubert firmly believed that had it not been for the ravages of age and a decline in physical strength, the original Luffy would have undoubtedly struggled to triumph over Green Pepper with such ease. Hubert swiftly entered the town, observing the bustling streets filled with individuals clad in suits, their waistbands bulging with illicit gains. He couldn't help but marvel at the prevalence of organized crime in this region. Even the Flower Kingdom, under the watchful eyes of the 8 Treasure Navy, was not immune to such influences. It was perplexing how O'Hara managed to remain untouched by such nefarious elements. After a brief stroll, Hubert found himself within a tavern, Seeking information, the most reliable source for news was undoubtedly this establishment. Moreover, after a morning of travel, he was somewhat famished and hoped to procure a bite to eat. Upon entering, he caught the attention of several patrons, particularly due to his youth and the absence of a guardian. However, Hubert paid them no mind and made his way directly to the bar, tossing a few coins onto the counter. "Barkeep, I would like something to eat and a glass of whiskey, please." The tavern owner, engrossed in flirtation with a striking young woman, cast a glance at Hubert and remarked, "Little one, this is no place for you. Run along home and let your mother prepare your meals." Laughter erupted from the surrounding patrons at this exchange. "Run home and let your mother nurse you. If you can't finish your drink, come find Uncle. He'll help you with that." "Ah, Fort, you remain as crude as ever, yet I do find it amusing," said another inebriated soul, eyeing the coins in Hubert's hand. Listening to the mockery, Hubert sighed. He had endured such ridicule countless times, yet his age was an undeniable disadvantage. Nonetheless, the remarks had crossed a line, leaving him quite displeased. He glanced at Fort and his companions, who had been the loudest in their derision. Then, his gaze fell upon the wanted posters affixed to the tavern's announcement board. From his experience, such individuals were likely pirates. Only scoundrels would speak in such a manner. Indeed, their faces were depicted on the posters, although the bounties offered were woefully inadequate. Hubert had no intention of engaging with such lowly criminals. They were hardly worth his effort, as he believed only those with bounties in the millions warranted his attention. However, having been provoked directly, he felt compelled to act. He was not one to turn the other cheek. Ripping a wanted poster from the wall, he approached Fort's table, slamming the notice down with authority. The laughter ceased abruptly as the group turned to face the child who barely reached the height of the table. "Is this you?" Hubert pointed at the likeness on the poster. "What's this, little brat? Are you here to collect the bounty on us?" Hubert nodded earnestly, yet his small face bore little menace. Instead, it appeared rather endearing. "Do you see this, old Fort? I am going to catch you," he exclaimed. "Ha ha, what a little hero you are. How about this? Have your mother come to keep me company for an evening, and I shall let you catch me. Old Fort, you rascal, always dragging women into everything." Ha ha. The commotion drew the attention of the proprietor, who ceased his flirtations with the beautiful woman and issued a warning. "Enough, Fort. Do not cause a ruckus in the tavern. Understand whose territory this is. And you, little brat, it is time for you to go home. You are not welcome here." TCH, Fort immediately lost interest in teasing Hubert and retorted, "Fine, I will grant you this favor. Now, be off, you little brat." Hubert remained silent, a radiant smile gracing his face. In the next instant, he struck with the swiftness of lightning, incapacitating everyone at the table. The tavern fell into an immediate hush, enveloped in an eerie silence that lingered for a moment. Hubert returned to the bar, lightly tapping the table to rouse the dazed proprietor. "Have you had your fill of staring? Bring me something to eat, and add a bottle of whiskey. I'm absolutely famished after a morning of exertion without a morsel." Chapter 10. The 8 Treasure Water Army. The tavern owner, finally coming to his senses, gazed at Hubert, who appeared utterly unperturbed, swallowing hard. Who are you? Are you a monster?" Observing the proprietor's flustered demeanor, Hubert shook his head, unwilling to entertain such a foolish inquiry. What was this? His aunt had vanquished giants at the tender age of 5. These people were simply naive. "Hurry with the food. I am quite hungry. Take those fellows over there as payment. Consider it my tab." The owner seemed to disregard Hubert's words, panic-stricken as he exclaimed, "Even if you are a monster, you cannot act here. Do you know whose territory this is?" Smack. Hubert, growing increasingly impatient, struck the counter with his palm, leaving a faint imprint on the wooden surface. "I instructed you to serve the food promptly. Do you not comprehend?" The proprietor, startled by Hubert's demeanor, felt the sharp retort rise to his lips but swallowed it back. Nodding obediently, he hurried to the back to prepare Hubert's meal, simultaneously sending a silent plea for assistance. Many patrons within the bar sensed the tension and swiftly made their exit, while others, reveling in the drama, remained, their excitement only intensifying. With no interruptions, the owner soon returned with a large chicken leg. The culinary offerings of this pirate world were indeed extravagant. The leg resembled that of a giant. Yet the chicken itself appeared to be of ordinary size, an enigma of culinary prowess. Could it be that the pirate realm possessed both advanced technology and extraordinary skills? Starving and unconcerned with such curiosities, Hubert devoured the food voraciously. After a few bites, thirst struck him, prompting him to inquire, "Did I not order whiskey as well? Where is it?" Minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol. Hubert found himself somewhat perplexed by this line of thinking. Did the boss truly grasp the current situation? Casting a glance at his boss, who wore an earnest expression, Hubert chose not to press the matter further. Very well, then. Please bring me a glass of water. Only then did the boss nod and pour a glass of water, extending it to him. Hubert took a sip from his cup. Since his arrival in this world, he had frequently hosted banquets, and his crew never treated him as a child, often indulging in libations. Thus, he could be considered an aficionado of spirits. Perhaps not as severe as Zoran, but not far behind either. At this moment, the inability to partake in alcohol was somewhat displeasing. Who dared to cause a commotion? Just as Hubert was sipping his water, several robust men suddenly burst through the door, each possessing a unique and peculiar appearance, each with their own distinct form of ugliness. Hubert cast a bemused glance at the tavern owner, fully aware that this was a person summoned by him, yet he chose to remain silent. From the proprietor's perspective, his actions were not without justification. Unbeknownst to the owner, Hubert's gaze instilled a sense of trepidation, causing his heart to leap to his throat, while he feigned nonchalance. He subtly retreated backwards. The newcomers approached the bar, only to behold a child gnawing on a chicken leg, which appeared disproportionately large in his small hands, obscuring much of his face and rendering it impossible to discern the features behind it. The sight struck the newcomers as peculiar, yet they refrained from further inquiry. Directing their attention to the tavern owner, inquiring, "Didn't you say there was a disturbance? Where is it?" The owner, at a loss for words, timidly gestured towards Hubert, indicating him as the source of the commotion. However, he evidently overestimated the intellect of his visitors. "Is something amiss with your eyes? Why do you keep squinting?" One of them pressed. The owner, exasperated, covered his forehead and helplessly pointed at Hubert, saying, "It's him causing the trouble." At that moment, Hubert had just set down the chicken leg, intending to take a sip of water, allowing everyone to see his entire visage. "Ha ha ha, surely you jest, owner. You summoned us for this little brat?" A young man guffawed, only to quickly sense that something was amiss. "Why is it so quiet? Is no one else laughing? Is the humor so elevated? This is rather embarrassing." As he surveyed the room, he noticed the others who had arrived with him were gazing at the child with rapt excitement. "Lord Hubert, is that you?" Hubert took a sip of water, glancing at the individuals before him, who seemed somewhat familiar. "I am Hubert. You must be from the 8 Treasure Water Army, correct? You look a bit familiar." "Indeed. We are from the 8 Treasure Water Army. It is truly an honor that you remember us, Lord Hubert. It has been so long since you last visited. Lord Green Pepper has missed you dearly. You must pay him a visit this time." "Let me finish my meal first. I am quite hungry," Hubert replied with a nod. "Very well." This exchange left the nearby proprietor and the young man perplexed, yet they grasped the essence of it. This young lad seemed to know Lord Green Pepper of the 8 Treasure Water Army. How peculiar. The child appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old. Could it be that he was acquainted with Green Pepper at the tender age of 4 or 5? This bewilderment was not limited to the two individuals, but was shared by the onlookers who lingered to witness the scene. Green Pepper's influence in this nation was immense, a legendary figure known to nearly every household. Yet, this young child was purportedly a friend of Green Pepper. A group of bewildered individuals exchanged glances, their gazes converging upon Hubert. Despite being the center of attention, Hubert remained unfazed, enjoying his lunch. Once he finished and noticed everyone staring at him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and addressed the members of the 8 Treasure Water Army. "Ahem, have you all eaten? Would you care for something?" We have. They responded, taken aback by the inquiry. Hubert was accustomed to their astonishment. Years ago, he often sparred with Green Pepper, who refrained from using his full strength, essentially serving as a target for Hubert. This scene quickly became known and spread rapidly within the 8 Treasure Water Army. "Have you heard? There's a child who matches Lord Green Pepper in combat. I had no idea. Moreover, it's not merely an equal match. Lord Green Pepper was being bested." "Is that really so? Am I lying? I witnessed it firsthand. The child's name is Hubert. He is rumored to be Lord Green Pepper's illegitimate son, potentially inheriting the 8 Treasure Water Army in the future." Thus, the rumors proliferated, and Hubert's reputation within the 8 Treasure Water Army grew exponentially. Eventually, nearly everyone in the 8 Treasure Water Army recognized him, respectfully addressing him as Lord Hubert. As for the young man who had been unaware, it was likely due to his recent induction into the 8 Treasure Water Army. In truth, Hubert had long been aware that this tavern was an establishment of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Otherwise, he would have caused quite a ruckus. With this thought, A wry smile crept onto Hubert's face. He had not intended to trouble the 8 treasure water army, but given the circumstances that had drawn them in, he might as well take advantage of it. Contemplating this, he turned to the members of the 8 treasure water army and inquired, "Do you know of any pirate factions in the vicinity?" Chapter 11. Mira. The expressions of the newcomers stiffened when it comes to pirate crews. They are the most formidable band of marauders in the Flower Kingdom, though this subject is seldom broached in everyday discourse. Hubert soon realized he had misspoken and quickly added, "I meant those pirate crews that threaten the interests of the Flower Country. I can assist in their eradication, and the higher the bounty, the better." The expressions of the others returned to normal, and the leader chuckled as he inquired, "Indeed, there are many, especially following Roger's execution not long ago. More and more pirate crews have emerged, with many seeking to challenge Lord Greenpepper. Some, having been defeated, harbor resentment and have begun wreaking havoc around the Flower Country. We are utterly overwhelmed. It would be most fortuitous if Lord Hubert were to take action." "Haha, splendid. Then do assist me in locating the troublesome pirate crews nearby," Hubert exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by the seemingly promising situation. Perhaps today he could resolve the issue of his rank. No? Wouldn't Lord Hubert like to return and check on Lord Greenpepper? He has been quite eager to see you. Perhaps another time. My schedule is rather tight at the moment. Very well, I shall contact headquarters immediately to ascertain the situation nearby, and I will escort you there. Hubert nodded, patiently awaiting his contact while glancing at the boss, who was utterly astonished by the series of events. With a smile, he inquired, "May I have a glass of wine now?" The boss instinctively reached for the bottle but halted midway, hesitatingly stating, "Children should not drink alcohol." Hubert was somewhat taken aback, not expecting this fellow to be so persistent. As he pondered, a clever idea struck him. Why not treat each of these brothers from the 8 Treasures Navy to a drink? You should call them over. After all, they deserve some remuneration for their efforts. Lest no one assist you in the future. The members of the 8 Treasures Navy waved their hands in refusal, insisting, "No need, we are all family. Helping out is merely part of our duty. This is our work. Take it. I insist," he urged, just as the few hesitated. The proprietor seemed to find merit in Hubert's words. Without waiting for their consent, he produced cups and promptly filled them, lifting one in toast. "No worries, brothers. You've worked hard. It's only fitting to enjoy a drink. In the future, if any of you wish for more, it's on the house." Saying this, the owner downed his drink in one go. Having poured the drinks, further refusal would be overly dramatic. Faced with the enthusiastic proprietor, the members of the 8 Treasures Navy exchanged glances, expressing their gratitude. "We appreciate it." They reached out to accept the drinks, but another pair of small hands was swifter. With a hearty gulp, Hubert exclaimed, "This wine is delightful." The 8 Treasures Navy responded, while the owner admonished, "Children ought not to drink." The ruckus this time was caused by the notorious pirate Mira, who had a bounty of 7 million. Just days prior, he had acquiesced after being defeated. Yet here he was, stirring trouble once again. Truly, one cannot discern a person's heart by their visage. The lead brother guided the way while explaining the situation to Hubert. Hubert, seated behind him, smiled contentedly. 7 million? That's rather impressive. Who would have thought that the land of flowers is now so rife with pirates? Each commanding a bounty of 7 million? I must make time to conduct a thorough purge in the future. We would be most grateful, came the response. If Lord Hubert intervenes, our task will undoubtedly be much easier. Observing the lively conversation between the two ahead, a young man trailing behind could not restrain himself from questioning his companion. Are we truly going to confront Mira? That is a pirate with a bounty of 7 million. After all, even Lord Greenpepper required 2 moves to subdue him. Can our strength suffice? His companion scoffed. Oh, come now, Haven T, I told you. Lord Hubert's abilities are on par with Lord Greenpepper's. With him present, we need not lift a finger. Yet, the young man cast a glance at the seemingly younger than his brother Hubert, hesitating to voice his doubts. He truly found it hard to fathom how a child of 6 or 7 could possess any combat prowess. Moreover, Hubert's earlier deception involving the liquor only deepened his skepticism, prompting an internal debate on whether to request reinforcements from headquarters. They perceived his confusion but felt no inclination to elaborate. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would scarcely believe that a child could be so formidable. After a relentless half-hour of running, they finally arrived at their destination, a munitions shop. Inside, chaos reigned. Gunfire mingling with anguished cries, a truly chilling spectacle. The walls of the shop bore several gaping holes, and the door lay in ruins. The members of the 8 Treasure Water Army frowned, Sensing that the situation was dire, Hubert paid no heed to their thoughts and strode directly into the shop. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by the imposing silhouette of a towering figure, seemingly 4 or 5 meters tall, nearly brushing against the ceiling. Clad in full battle regalia, an array of machine guns and cannons adorned his person, alongside an assortment of blades and other melee weapons. He wore nothing but a pair of shorts, his robust muscles unapologetically on display. The gunfire that Hubert and the others heard emanated from his position, as his weapons unleashed a torrent of fire towards the counter. Yet, the counter remained remarkably sturdy. Despite enduring such a fierce assault, it appeared capable of withstanding the onslaught for a while longer. Was it just an illusion? Or did he seem larger than before? Behind Hubert, the 8 Treasure Water army regarded Mira with a mix of astonishment and unease. Yet their trepidation subsided upon seeing Hubert leading the way. Only the young man expressed a hint of anxiety, questioning, "Is this truly all right?" "Have no fear, for he is none other than Lord Hubert." As he spoke, Hubert had already approached Mira from behind, calling out loudly, "Are you the notorious Mira with a bounty of 7 million? Mira turned around, but saw no one. Hubert was exceedingly diminutive for his stature, akin to a dwarf beneath the feet of a giant. "What are you staring at?" He fumed, feeling a surge of indignation. His smallness had always been a source of discomfort, but this blatant disregard for his presence pushed him to the brink. He resolved to harness his abilities. Grow. In an instant, his form began to swell dramatically, shattering the ceiling above him. He ascended to over 20 meters, towering above even the tallest edifices before finally halting. Lowering his gaze, he witnessed the entire roof of the armory collapse under the weight of his transformation, revealing the scene within. The members of the 8 Treasure Water army and the figure concealed behind the counter appeared as minuscule as ants. Even Mira, standing at 5 meters tall, barely reached his knee. At that moment, Mira gazed up in astonishment, her firearm falling silent in her hand. Chapter 12. What kind of creature are you? Mira inquired loudly. Hubert did not respond. He had utilized his superhuman fruit, augmenting his physique significantly. Concurrently, his strength surged, surpassing even the enhancements provided by the dragon fruit. Moreover, this size was far from his ultimate limit. He lifted his foot, aiming it squarely at Mira, and brought it down with a tremendous force. With such a colossal form, the impact was monumental, akin to a mountain descending upon its prey. Not only Mira, but even the members of the 8 Treasure Navy standing nearby dared not remain stationary, hastily retreating to avoid the ensuing shockwave. With a resounding crash, the ground fractured beneath him, leaving a massive footprint as the earth trembled slightly. "TSK, have you managed to evade? Your reflexes are commendable. No wonder you carry a bounty of 7 million, Hubert mused. At his feet, Mira lay sprawled on the ground, eyes wide as he watched the serpentine cracks in the earth extend beneath him. He gasped for breath, perspiration beading on his forehead. What a farce. Had he been a moment slower, he would have undoubtedly been crushed. It was a hair's breadth from disaster. Such an attack would certainly be fatal. What manner of being is this? Is he truly a member of the legendary giant race? This uncertainty lingered not only in Mira's mind, but also among the 8 Treasure Navy, who shared similar thoughts. Is this truly the might of Lord Hubert? No wonder you hold him in such high regard. The young man's speech involuntarily infused with reverence, a title he had not previously bestowed upon Hubert. His gaze was filled with admiration, even more fervent than that of his comrades, imbued with a glimmer of aspiration. The members of the 8 Treasure Navy swallowed hard. Hadn't Lord Hubert previously lacked such a technique? He had grown stronger than ever. Even the formidable green pepper might not stand a chance against him now. In the midst of their conversation, Hubert lifted his foot once more. This time, Mira, now on the ground, could not react in time. A frenzied expression crossed his face as he realized his predicament. His weapon sprang to readiness, and he shouted defiantly at the descending foot, "I'll take you on. What of your giant stature? Can you withstand my cannon fire? Today, I shall slay a giant." As he spoke, the full force was unleashed. Machine guns, rifles, and sniper rifles roared, unleashing tongues of fire, with spent shells clattering incessantly to the ground. A myriad of blades and polearms were hurled forth, glinting ominously. It must be acknowledged that the 7 million bounty reflects a degree of prowess, yet it is regrettable that he has chosen a misguided path. True strength is born of physical prowess and indomitable spirit. Relying on external forces offers little room for advancement. A classic example is Enel, who possesses the so-called strongest natural devil fruit. Despite wielding such formidable power, He was ultimately bested by Luffy 2 years prior. A barrage of attacks rained down upon Hubert's feet, yet not even a scratch marred his skin. Although he had yet to master the Conqueror's haki, his training significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities, coupled with the fruit's enhancement of his physical constitution. Thus, the assaults from conventional weaponry were entirely repelled. Boom. Hubert's foot ultimately descended, leaving another imprint beside the previous one. This time, Mira could not evade his advance. However, Hubert still felt a lingering frustration. He pivoted his foot on the ground once more before retracting it, relinquishing his power. Now returned to his diminutive form. Hubert stood within the very footprint he had just created, which was scarcely larger than a toe. The pirate world possesses a peculiar phenomenon. Although he had just transformed to a giant stature, his clothing remained impeccably intact. This was truly remarkable. Hubert surmised that this might be a fundamental law of the pirate realm, which he termed the privacy protection mechanism. Under this mechanism, as long as one does not deliberately intend to damage their attire, no matter the transformation, one's garments will retain their original appearance upon reverting, thus safeguarding one's privacy. Returning to the matter at hand, Mira now lay lifeless in the pit, astonishingly unscathed despite the circumstances. Her body had become somewhat contorted from Hubert's final pivot, and blood seeped forth, gradually filling the vast footprint. A collective gasp escaped the 8 treasure water pirates upon witnessing Mira's dire state. Though they were pirates, such an exaggerated demise still sent shivers down their spines, infusing their glances toward Hubert with an added layer of trepidation. Only one young man remained fervent, eagerly approaching. "Lord Hubert, are you all right? Are you injured?" No," Hubert replied. Hubert found it rather peculiar. Throughout their journey, he had noticed that this young man named Simon had consistently held him in low regard. Yet, all of a sudden, he was exhibiting such eagerness to please. Simon slapped himself across the face, realizing that indeed, Lord Hubert was so formidable that a mere Mira could hardly inflict any harm upon him. Hubert cast a sidelong glance, wondering how this fellow had transformed into a sycophant akin to Carter, albeit in a rather commendable manner. "Is there anything you require of me, my lord? I assure you I shall execute it splendidly. Please, do assist me in replacing this individual with Bailey." After a brief pause, he surveyed the dilapidated armory around him and added, "Withdraw 2 million from within to compensate this establishment. It's truly regrettable that my assistance has resulted in such disarray." "Oh, not at all. Were it not for your aid, who knows what state my shop would be in now." At that moment, someone emerged from behind the counter. It was a striking woman clad in alluring leather attire, adorned with a butterfly tattoo on her chest, 2 guns tucked at her waist, and her arms seemingly injured, stained with blood. She exuded an air reminiscent of a femme fatale. "Feline, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be in the capital? This is exceedingly perilous. If anything were to happen to you, the Flower Kingdom would surely be in uproar." Before Hubert could voice his thoughts, the leader of the 8 treasure water army interjected. Feline tossed her hair and approached them. "I merely happened to be inspecting the situation here and stumbled upon this lunatic. What a stroke of misfortune. Were it not for this little rascal, I might have found myself in jeopardy." She stepped closer to Hubert, delicately pinching his face, which caused him to furrow his brow involuntarily. Truth be told, the woman before him was undeniably enchanting. Being subjected to her playful advances felt almost agreeable, and he would certainly welcome any further developments. Yet, his current physique was far too diminutive to engage in any meaningful reciprocation, leaving him in a state of frustration. "Be honest, who are you calling little rascal? Ha ha ha, are you not one?" Hubert discreetly lowered his head and had to concede that Freya possessed a modicum of truth. Chapter 13. "You deserve to be the first mate." Freya gazed at his expression and erupted into a fit of laughter. After a while, she ceased and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude for saving me. Allow me to treat you to dinner this evening." "No, I have matters to attend to," Hubert replied without hesitation. He still needed to return to the ship to address some issues. Bill and the others had harbored grievances for too long, and it was imperative to resolve them swiftly, lest they escalate into chaos. A moment's inattention could lead to betrayal. At this juncture, a young man leaned in and remarked, "Lord Hubert, concerning Mira's disturbances in the Flower Kingdom, one can request a bonus from His Majesty in addition to the bounty." "Oh, how long will that take?" Hubert inquired. "It is rather late now, but if it is for you, the review should be expedited. It is estimated to be ready around mealtime." "That long? Never mind, I am pressed for time." "Very well." The young man nodded. At this moment, it was only around 4 o'clock, meaning dinner would still be 2 or 3 hours away. If it were merely an hour, Hubert could manage to wait. By then, he could swiftly return to O'Hara and likely catch dinner just in time. However, waiting 2 or 3 hours was too excessive. His plan was to resolve the issues with Bill during dinner. By the way, what kind of reward would the king offer for someone like Mira? The young man was at a loss for words. He was still a novice. However, the other members of the 8 Treasure Navy were aware. A pirate of such formidable strength would likely be rewarded with 5 to 10 million berries. Hubert inhaled sharply, astonished by the immense wealth of the king of the Flower Kingdom. He had initially presumed the sum to be merely in the hundreds of thousands. Yet it astonishingly began at 5 million. With Mira's bounty standing at 7 million, this was equivalent to a doubling in value. This money was simply too significant to forego. He pretentiously retrieved the phone bug from his pocket. Has the matter been resolved? That means I am no longer needed. Correct? Very well, understood. After placing the phone bug back into his pocket, Hubert lifted his gaze. I am no longer in a hurry. The situation over there has been settled, so kindly assist me in applying for the reward. The members of the 8 Treasure Naval Force remarked. You didn't even manage to connect the call properly, did you? Hubert cast a glance towards Flynn and remarked. By the way, you were just inviting me to dine, weren't you? I accept. Flynn chuckled. Hee. What an amusing little fellow you are. I will arrange it right away. After indulging in a hearty meal, Hubert, under the gentle glow of the moonlight, embarked on his journey home. Amidst the silvery beams, a colossal dragon silhouette soared past, vanishing into the night sky like a shooting star. When it reappeared, he found himself upon his ship. As he alighted onto the deck, he immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere aboard. A group of individuals stood in hushed silence, each engrossed in their own tasks, with no one stepping forward to greet him. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, and all eyes were fixated towards Jesse's laboratory. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Hubert's mind. Could something have gone awry? Goodness, had trouble arisen so swiftly? Had he known, he would have refrained from coveting that 10 million. Indeed, the king of the Flower Kingdom, for reasons unknown, perhaps to forge an alliance, had bestowed upon him a sum of 10 million, surpassing even the bounty set by Mira. In total, his recent venture had yielded him 17 million. As for the 2 million he had intended for Freya, he did not insist on it, knowing well that she was affluent and likely indifferent to such a sum. Hubert strode directly towards Jesse's laboratory and rapped on the door. After a moment of silence with no response, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Jesse was a crucial element in his scheme, and any mishap could significantly derail his subsequent plans. He steeled himself with a grim resolve. If anything were to go awry, regardless of the consequences, that scoundrel Bill would have to pay with his life. No troublemaker would escape unscathed. He vowed to make those instigators wish for death, yet find no solace in life. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he forcefully pushed open the door. Hello? Hubert was momentarily taken aback, wondering why Jesse was still calmly conducting experiments. The loud commotion prompted Jesse to glance up, setting aside his work to inquire. Is something the matter, Captain? It's nothing. Why didn't you answer when I knocked? Were you knocking just now? Observing the bewildered expression on Jesse's face, Hubert quickly realized that his colleague was so engrossed in his research that he hadn't heard. You must not have heard me. Has anything happened today? Seeing that Jesse was unharmed, Hubert felt a sense of relief and began to engage in casual conversation. I'm not sure. I've been focused on my research and haven't been paying attention to anything else. How is your research progressing? Are you nearing completion? Not yet, but the pace is swifter than I anticipated. I estimate that I might achieve results by tomorrow, and if I work through the night, I could have outcomes by tonight. That is indeed good news, but make sure to take care of your health. Moderation is key. By the way, have you had dinner? Jesse gestured toward a nearby plate. I've already eaten. A young man brought it to me. Hubert nodded slightly. It must be Kuka whom he had arranged. It appeared that no significant issues had arisen aboard the vessel. After bidding farewell, he exited Jesse's laboratory and knocked on Carter's door. Carter promptly opened it. Lord Hubert, I had thought you would not return tonight. It is indeed a dereliction of duty not to have welcomed you on the deck. Hubert chose to disregard the flattery and inquired, Has something occurred aboard the ship? I observe that the crew appears rather unsettled. Carter's countenance immediately fell, his gaze evasive. What has transpired? Hubert pressed once more. Bill is dead, Carter replied, and proceeded to recount the events that had unfolded. As he listened, Hubert instinctively stroked his chin, contemplating the implications of the situation. Carter, feeling somewhat apprehensive, murmured, "I apologize, Lord Hubert, for making a decision without consulting you." Hubert regained his composure and extended his hand. Carter, understanding the unspoken cue, crouched down. Hubert gently patted Carter's shoulder. "It's all right. The situation was urgent, leaving you little time for contemplation. Moreover, you handled the matter admirably. That scoundrel Bill dared to cause a ruckus aboard the ship. His demise would be for the best. I have also resolved to appoint you as the first mate. In my absence, you must possess the ability to make independent judgments. You have executed this task commendably." Hubert's initial plan was for Carter to showcase his capabilities to establish authority, subsequently attributing the power of the devil fruit to Jesse. He intended to inform others that those who perform well would have the opportunity to partake in the devil fruit. With this mixture of coercion and incentive, he believed the resistance to Jesse would diminish significantly. The current circumstances seemed to surpass his expectations. Not only did he avoid the role of the villain, but he also elevated Carter's standing. Now, by promoting Carter to first mate, he was confident that the majority would acquiesce. With this thought, Hubert chuckled softly and patted Carter's shoulder once more. "You have done well. You deserve to be the first mate." Chapter 14. The Traitor upon exiting Carter's quarters. Hubert promptly summoned the entire crew, announcing Carter's promotion to first mate. As he had envisioned, the proceedings unfolded smoothly, with no objections raised. Those who might have disagreed were intimidated into silence by Carter's overwhelming defeat of Bill. Hubert then informed everyone that Carter had acquired his strength through the artificial devil fruit developed by Jesse, promising that anyone who performed admirably in the future would also be rewarded with a devil fruit and elevated to a leadership position. Opportunities were limited. It would be first come, first served. This proclamation sent ripples through the crew. Everyone had witnessed Carter's prowess. Once merely regarded as exceptional aboard the ship, he had now vanquished the strongest, Bill, with a single blow. The thrill of such a power surge ignited a fervor among many, their eyes glistening with ambition. Pragmatists began to ponder whether they should emulate Carter, ingratiating themselves with Hubert in hopes that one day such flattery might lead to a taste of the devil fruit and a promotion to leadership. Remarkably, this strategy might indeed prove effective for Hubert. After assuaging the crew's concerns, Hubert returned to his home in O'Hara. Entering the bedroom, he found Robin peacefully asleep on his bed, her delicate downy hair swaying gently with the rhythm of her breath, presenting an irresistibly charming sight. Hubert furrowed his brow. Although Robin shared a close bond with him, it was unusual for Robin to come over to his home to spend the night. This occurrence could either indicate that Robin had something to discuss, or perhaps he was missing him. However, having seen each other just yesterday, the latter possibility seemed unlikely. Thus, it must be that Robin had something important to convey. Hubert lifted his hand, intending to rouse her from slumber, but after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from doing so. Instead, he tucked the blanket around Robin a little more snugly, gently caressed her head, and succumbed to sleep himself. The hour had grown late, and since Robin was already asleep, he resolved to address matters on the morrow. The following morning, Hubert felt a slight tickle in his nose, prompting an unexpected sneeze. Achoo! Still in a haze of drowsiness, he blinked his eyes open to find a pair of large eyes gazing back at him. "Robin, are you already awake?" he inquired. Robin nodded. "I came to find you yesterday, but you never returned. I was so weary that I decided to sleep first. Where did you go last night?" Returning home so late, Hubert bypassed her question and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Let me venture a guess. Is it regarding your scholarly examination?" Robin, slightly taken aback, responded, "How did you know?" Hubert remained composed, yet internally he felt a surge of excitement. Robin exclaimed, "I scored full marks on my exam that day. I am now a scholar, and yesterday my professor held a celebratory banquet in my honor. Indeed, it is remarkable. At merely 8 years of age, Robin has attained the status of a scholar, perhaps the first in all of history." Hubert, while offering praise, let out a long sigh, realizing that time was far more pressing than he had anticipated. The very day after Robin ascended to the status of scholar marked the date when O'Hara was obliterated by the demon-slaying order. How could this doctor possibly grade papers with such swiftness? Is it even feasible to comprehend the material? Each character ought to be meticulously examined, and it would be prudent to extend the grading period by several days. Yet, Hubert understood that even if he were to request the doctor to take additional time, it would not thwart the impending naval invasion. Upon hearing Hubert's commendations, Robin appeared quite pleased, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons, though he seemed to recall some disheartening matter. However, the The doctors did reprimand me quite sternly. What is the matter? Is not your elevation to scholar a cause for celebration? Why were you scolded? Hubert was aware of the underlying reasons, but feigned ignorance. I disclosed my research on ancient texts to them, and they were astonished, insisting that I cease my studies, even though they are engaged in similar research themselves. Rest assured and focus on your studies. Your pursuit of knowledge is not for their approval. Simply excel in your own endeavors. Just then, as the two conversed, the telephone bug within the room suddenly rang. A sudden jolt coursed through Hubert's heart. What could it be? He instructed Robin to prepare breakfast while he answered the phone. Lord Hubert, it's the Navy, a multitude of them. They've taken Jessie. The ship can scarcely hold out any longer. It was Carter's voice, frantic and breathless, amidst the cacophony of gunfire and cannon blasts. After uttering those words, the call abruptly ended, the last sound echoing a chilling scream. Hubert straightened his posture, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Why would the Navy target his vessel? His ship was renowned as a bounty hunter's vessel in the western seas, not a pirate ship. Even if it were a pirate ship, the Navy would not necessarily pursue it, so why had they set their sights on him? The only plausible explanation was that news of Jessie's presence aboard had been leaked. The only individuals privy to Jessie's whereabouts were his crew and the former members of Jessie's pirate crew. However, since Jessie's original pirate crew had already been apprehended, the possibility of a leak seemed improbable. The only conclusion remained. There was a traitor among his crew. In a moment of contemplation, Hubert found himself engulfed in doubt, suspecting numerous individuals. Among them, the most likely candidates were, of course, Bill and his entourage. Yet, he could not pinpoint a specific culprit. It seemed as though everyone bore some suspicion, while simultaneously, no one did. However, time was of the essence, and glancing at the figure in the kitchen, diligently preparing a meal for him, Hubert murmured, "It appears this meal shall not come to fruition, once this matter is resolved. I shall insist you prepare another to make amends." With that, he departed without a backward glance. His initial plan was to escort Robin back to his ship, ensuring her safety. Yet, it seemed this intention was now impractical, compelling him to temporarily leave Robin in O'Hara's care. He now had to rescue Jessie, and swiftly, for without means to restrain a Logia user, he would be left vulnerable to assaults. As for Robin's safety, Hubert had no particularly effective strategies, only hoping it would unfold as it did in the original tale. A dragon soared over the bustling morning of O'Hara, its speed rendering it an indistinct shadow to onlookers. In the kitchen, Robin, well-versed in her culinary skills, swiftly prepared 2 bowls of fragrant, visually appealing noodles. Aware of Hubert's fondness for noodles in the morning, she often made them. Over time, her noodles had become quite delectable, perhaps even surpassing those he prepared himself. And she had developed a habit of enjoying a bowl each morning. Notably, this incarnation of Robin enjoyed a far better life than in the original narrative, as Hubert had been anonymously sending financial support to Robin's aunt and her family under the guise of aiding Robin. Initially, her aunt's family had contemplated misappropriating the funds, but after a warning from Hubert, they became considerably more compliant. "Hubert, have you finished your call? Breakfast is ready," Robin called out, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of noodles, steam rising to gently warm her cheeks. Not hearing a response, a sense of foreboding crept into her mind. She placed the bowl on the living room table and opened the bedroom door, only to find it utterly vacant. Chapter 15. The Six Styles. The once tranquil sea was now ablaze with activity. Warships encircled the central vessel, leaving it with no escape. Shells were launched with chilling indifference, crashing into the ship with a resounding roar. The once sturdy vessel began to groan under the assault of such formidable warships, seemingly unable to endure for much longer. Above one of the warships, several individuals clad in suits stood apart from the naval officers, their demeanor incongruous with the rest. "These fools are taking their sweet time," one remarked. "It must be due to the presence of a devil fruit user aboard. Who would have thought we'd encounter such an ability in this remote locale? TCH. He is merely a fortunate individual, no threat at all. Any one of us could dispatch him with ease. Let us not speak too boldly," another cautioned. "Lord Spandam has commanded us to oversee the fleet's assault, for it is precisely that ability user we fear. Do not underestimate the prowess of a devil fruit user." In the midst of conversation, another cannonball struck the ship's side. This assault was catastrophic, as the vessel exhibited a tendency to split in two. On board, the wolf-like Carter shielded himself from a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, blood seeping from his wounds. Upon witnessing the fissures in the ship's hull, he could not help but grimace. This was the vessel of Lord Hobart. Should it be destroyed, how could he possibly face Lord Hobart again? What hope would he have of retaining his position as first mate? Someone, come mend the breach. I shall withstand the cannon fire until Lord Hobart arrives, he bellowed, swiftly rising from the deck to block another projectile. However, upon glancing back, he found no one coming to repair the ship. Scanning his surroundings, he noted that nearly everyone was battered and bruised. Only a few remained standing, and he was likely the sole one with any fighting spirit left. A wave of despair washed over Carter as he recognized the ship was beyond salvation, and his gaze shifted towards the warship. His wolfish visage twisted with fury. Damn the Navy! What gives them the right to strike at us, the bounty hunters? With a fierce roar, he leapt onto a nearby warship. Oh, how audacious to attack a warship! You possess quite the spirit, remarked a man in a suit, somewhat astonished. Stott, did you not deem him feeble? Perhaps you should test that theory? The man named Stott grinned menacingly. That suits me just fine. I am eager to see just how formidable a power user can be. As he spoke, his form vanished, only to reappear before Carter in an instant. Carter regarded the suddenly materialized adversary with caution. You are not part of the Navy? You need not concern yourself with such trivialities, little wolf pup. Chafe. In the next moment, Stott vanished, reappearing behind Carter. The wolf's eyes barely caught a glimpse of a shadow before he was sent flying. So swift. Carter's mind surged with tumult. The speed of this individual rendered him incapable of predicting his next move. Chafe. Once more, Stott disappeared, and in his astonishment, Carter was struck again, tumbling several times across the deck of the warship. Though he appeared relatively unscathed, he mused, it's merely a devil fruit. Indeed, it possesses considerable resilience. However, if it remains this way, it will serve as my target. Chafe, chafe, chafe. The relentless barrage left Carter in disarray. He could only rely on his robust physique to endure Stott's onslaught. The original ship, once protected by him, had now been utterly obliterated, cleaved into two halves, and was gradually sinking. Yet, he lacked the energy to concern himself with that. Stott's attacks demanded his full attention. He could only observe Stott's tactics in the midst of the beating, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. However, he was acutely aware that such an opportunity would be fleeting. He had but one chance to strike decisively. Boom, boom, boom. Stott truly regarded him as nothing more than a punching bag, each strike a manifestation of his pent-up frustration. Is this all a capable individual can muster? Hardly impressive. It's a shame you consumed the devil fruit. What a waste on a worthless being who can accomplish nothing. Even with such power, you merely become resilient, fitting the role of a mere punching bag. Carter bore the taunts in silence, sensing that Stott was not fully earnest in his assault, and that there was a deep-seated resentment regarding Carter's consumption of the devil fruit. The wolf howled. At last, as Stott launched his next attack, Carter could endure no longer and sank his teeth into the air behind him. In the next instant, Stott's swift movement coincided perfectly with his action. Success! Carter felt an exhilarating rush as he finally discerned the peculiar rhythm of Stott's elusive techniques, though he dared not confirm it without further analysis. This strike was fraught with peril. Failure would mean the end of his opportunity. Fortunately, he succeeded, his wolf's fangs sinking into Stott's shoulder. He had tested the potency of his fangs before. Even a shard of iron could be pierced. At this moment, with sufficient force, half of Stott's body would be within his grasp. This is the price you pay for underestimating me, Carter roared, biting down. Clang. The anticipated scene did not unfold as envisioned. Carter's teeth met Stott's shoulder, only to feel a jarring pain in his jaws, as if he had bitten into solid iron, threatening to shatter a few teeth. Stott's expression darkened as he spat out two words, iron block, on another vessel. Several others who had been observing their battle erupted in laughter. What's the matter, Stott? Outmaneuvered by a mere cub. It seems your training has been insufficient. They chuckled. You'd best step up your game. I refuse to be on a team with such a novice. Stott cast them a sidelong glance, already aware of their reactions upon witnessing Carter's bite. Gritting his teeth, he declared, You little wolf cub have successfully enraged me. Allow me to reveal how foolish a decision that was. Carter's pupils constricted. An instinct born of the wild warned him that Stott had become even more formidable. He could not fathom why his attack had been rendered ineffective against Stott, especially when it had the power to pierce steel. Before he could ponder further, Stott's assault was upon him. Finger gun. Swoosh. The fingers pierced through flesh, emitting a repugnant sound, marking Carter's first significant blow since the onset of battle. He collapsed heavily, blood oozing from the wound. Glancing back, he noticed that the barrel which had once stood behind him now bore a gaping hole. Stott's attack had directly penetrated his body. Faced with Stott's grim visage, despair enveloped him. The prospect of victory seemed utterly bleak. The blinding speed that rendered him unable to perceive, the impenetrable defense, and the direct assault that pierced through his very being. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Even Lord Hubert, were he to arrive, would likely not stand a chance, for after all, Lord Hubert was merely a child who had consumed a devil fruit. Regret now gnawed at him. He should never have informed Lord Hubert. Though Hubert had saved his life, should he perish due to his own blunder? He could hardly fathom facing the inferno in the afterlife. In his final moments, he turned to gaze upon the ship entrusted to him by Lord Hubert. Suddenly, his focus sharpened. Chapter 16. The iron block awaits death. Before his eyes loomed a colossal dragon, suspended above the vessel that was sinking into the sea. Its formidable claws gripped the sides of the ship, defiantly hauling it back from the depths. The surrounding warships took note, relentlessly bombarding the dragon with cannon fire. Iron projectiles struck against its scales, igniting sparks, yet the creature seemed impervious to harm. Lord Hubert? Carter mumbled, recognizing this form of Hubert, his heart a tumult of emotions. Turning around, he realized that Stott, who had been so close moments ago, had vanished, joining other suited men in the distance. On another warship, Stott and his fellow CP9 agents regarded the dragon, now transformed by Hubert, with grave expressions. The realization dawned upon them that another individual possessed the power of a devil fruit. Damn, what kind of absurd luck had these scoundrels encountered? Discovering two devil fruit users aboard a single vessel. Stott cursed vehemently, yet he dismissed the threat, muttering, "Such worthless beings relying solely on their powers are but ants. Do not underestimate him. From the looks of it, this is not an ordinary devil fruit. Perhaps we have misjudged. They did not fortuitously acquire these powers. Rather, they must have been developed through the research of that scientist taken by Spandang." At this moment, Hubert had completely hoisted the ship out of the water. With a mighty flap of his wings, he soared above a naval vessel, subsequently depositing the ship directly onto the deck. The sudden weight caused the warship to lurch significantly, yet it ultimately steadied itself amidst the tumult. This unexpected maneuver drew frowns from the members of CP9. Although the ship had stabilized, it was laden with numerous naval personnel, many of whom appeared to have succumbed to the crushing force. Their mission was to oversee the naval operation aimed at subduing Carter and his associates. But the casualties among the Navy marked a significant blunder in their undertaking. Act swiftly. He must not be allowed to wreak further havoc. With a decisive command, several figures vanished from the ship, reappearing around Hubert. Swiftly, Stott initiated the assault, launching a powerful punch aimed squarely at the dragon's head. Hubert was certainly not Carter. He provided no opportunity for his attack to connect. With a swift and decisive bite, he struck. Stott, suspended in midair, was taken aback by Hubert's astonishing speed. With no avenue for evasion, he was compelled to summon a block of iron. The sound of grinding echoed ominously as Stott's body was viciously severed in half. Blood erupted violently, staining the ocean's surface crimson. From a distance, Carter, who was observing the scene, gasped in horror. How could his defenses, which were impervious to mere harm, prove so feeble before Lord Hubert? The strength of Lord Hubert surpasses even his own expectations. Such power, one might wonder, could it possibly be greater than that of the pirate king who was executed over a year ago? It is unclear what Carter might think. But CP9 was equally astonished upon witnessing Stott's dire predicament. Although they often jest amongst themselves, Stott was renowned for his formidable prowess within their ranks, particularly his mastery over iron-like strength, which none could rival. Yet, beneath the formidable fangs of the dragon before them, he was effortlessly severed as if he were mere tofu. This was far removed from the previous inept cub lacking martial prowess. This was undeniably a true powerhouse, one that could stand among the elite of the Grand Line. After dispatching Stott, Hubert expelled the remnants of his prey from his maw, unfurling his wings to materialize before another member of CP9. The agent could only perceive a colossal shadow eclipsing the sun, and then his consciousness faded. No, regardless of your identity, you would do well to reconsider. Creek. We are CP9, directly under the world government. You cannot lay a hand on us. Creek. We were mistaken. Please, hold your hand. We can negotiate. Creek. No matter their pleas. The inevitable conclusion was Hubert's razor-sharp fangs. Countless projectiles struck his form during his flight, yet none inflicted the slightest injury. As Hubert's formidable physique wreaked havoc upon the warships while pursuing CP-9, a mere touch from the dragon's body would rend the vessels asunder, as if they were mere parchment. Ultimately, only the ship designated for launching and the one occupied by Carter remained intact. The last of CP-9, in a state of panic, scurried about the ship, desperately seeking refuge. Yet, it proved futile, as Hubert soared directly toward him. "Do not slay me. I am willing to do anything. I am CP-9. Eliminating me would spell considerable trouble." The gusts generated by the dragon's wings enveloped him, carrying the unmistakable scent of blood, his comrade's blood, and perhaps soon, his own. In despair, he shut his eyes. How pitiable it was. He had never anticipated this current iteration of CP-9 to be so feeble. Awaiting his demise, he was taken aback when, instead of the dragon's fangs, he heard a youthful voice. Confused, he slowly opened his eyes. A child? Staring at the standing Hubert before him. He found himself in a state of bewilderment. Hubert extended his small hand and patted him on the shoulder. A sharp crack resonated. He was suddenly engulfed by a wave of excruciating pain, severing the connection with his arm. How could he not recognize the child before him? Are you the dragon from just moments ago?" Hubert nodded thoughtfully and said, "Now I shall pose a question, and you will answer without hesitation. A moment's delay could lead to your demise, understood?" The CP-9 agents, filled with trepidation, nodded vigorously. "Why did you choose to attack my vessel?" Hubert inquired. "Because we discovered a companion of Vegapunk aboard your ship, and the world government is currently exerting significant efforts to apprehend them." "How did you ascertain that Jesse was on my ship? Was there a traitor among us?" "Indeed, there was a betrayal committed by a young man named Daika." "Daika?" Hubert responded with surprise. Daika was a rather obedient lad on his ship. He had once contemplated entrusting Daika with Jesse's care, only to be declined. It was utterly unexpected that he would betray his own. Hubert could not help but sigh. Reflecting on the truth that one can know a person's face but not their heart, he resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. Henceforth, he determined to bind all his crew members with merchant fruit contracts, ensuring that betrayal would be an impossibility and preventing such occurrences from arising again. After a moment's contemplation, Hubert inquired, "Where is Daika now?" "He departed with Spandam," came the response. Pausing, fearing Hubert might be unfamiliar with Spandam, he added, "He is our CP-9 commander." "Was Jesse taken as well?" "Yes." "And where have they gone?" "To O'Hara?" "No, they have all been sent to the Navy branch in the West Sea." The CP-9 agent, genuinely intimidated by Hubert, answered his questions without reservation. He then produced a nautical chart detailing the locations of all naval bases, not just in the West Sea, but encompassing all 4 seas and the Grand Line as well. Upon receiving the chart, Hubert did not hesitate. He swiftly ended the agent's life. Watching as the incredulity etched on the man's face marked his final moments, Hubert remained unmoved. Chapter 17, Navy Branch. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to LV38. We hope you continue to strive for excellence and reach the pinnacle of power in the pirate world. The battle yielded a bounty of 27 million berries, 49 devil fruit shards, a beginner's manual for armament hockey, 40 shards of beginner armament hockey, 33 shards of beginner observation hockey. And animal type, turtle fruit in alligator tortoise form, animal type, bird fruit in seagull form, and a paramecia type mimic fruit. As the battle concluded, Hubert examined his spoils. This encounter had proven to be the most lucrative he had ever faced, given that it was a naval fleet dispatched from the Navy headquarters. The bounty alone amounted to nearly 30 million, and he had acquired 3 devil fruits. But what intrigued him most was the unforeseen acquisition of hockey. Although it was not a direct gain, this was unprecedented. It led him to ponder the system's level configuration. An increase in level augments the drop rate and the quality of the items obtained. Could it be that his elevated system level had unlocked the hockey segment? Yet, why was there no Conqueror's hockey? Was the drop rate too low, or was his level insufficient? Or perhaps Conqueror's hockey was simply unattainable? These questions necessitated further experimentation. But for now, his priority was to rescue Jesse. Hubert glanced at Carter, who was in a state of stupor, and inquired, "How are you, Carter? Can you still move?" Carter promptly rose from the ground and respectfully saluted. "Reporting to you, Lord Hubert, I am quite well." Observing the blood still gushing from the wound on Carter's abdomen, Hubert chose not to comment further, yet he etched the image into his mind. "Since you can still stand, I would appreciate it if you could assist the brothers over there and check on the casualties. I must go rescue Jesse. He is a crucial part of my plan." Hubert felt a tinge of regret, but this was the only course of action available. Although Carter was gravely injured, the formidable regenerative capabilities bestowed by his Zoan-type devil fruit should suffice to stabilize him. Carter smiled. Rest assured, Lord Hubert, I will ensure the task is completed. However, the smile was somewhat twisted at the corners due to the pain from his wound, which caused Hubert a pang of discomfort. When I return, I shall elevate your abilities. With that, he turned away, no longer casting a glance at Carter, and once again transformed into the form of a flying dragon, soaring directly into the sky. Throughout his flight, Hubert harbored hopes of encountering the fleet transporting Jesse, yet fortune did not favor him as he had imagined. Apart from the seabirds he had frightened away, he encountered no other living beings along the way. After a lengthy flight, he finally arrived at the naval base. At that moment, the naval base was bustling with activity, appearing to function as usual. A sense of foreboding welled up within Hubert as he transformed into his human form and strode directly towards the naval base. Hey kid, you can't go in there. A guard intercepted him at the entrance, for this was a stronghold where numerous naval personnel congregated, and security measures were indeed quite stringent. Hubert paused, calming his thoughts, and revealed a smile. Brother, may I inquire if a fleet has arrived earlier? A fleet? What fleet? What nonsense are you babbling about, child? Hurry back home. Hubert's expression darkened. They had not arrived? Where could they have gone? The naval guard attempted to expel him, but Hubert swiftly incapacitated him with a single strike. He then proceeded directly into the branch office, where the commotion immediately drew the attention of those nearby, their screams echoing through the air. The other naval officers responsible for security within the branch soon congregated in groups, rushing towards the source of the disturbance. As Hubert made his way through, no one seemed to notice him, a mere child, allowing him to reach the heart of the branch without much resistance. He opened the office of the branch admiral. Inside sat a stout old man, his hair and beard completely white, draped in the Navy's justice cloak, with the insignia of a vice admiral emblazoned on his shoulder. He was engrossed in examining documents on the desk, not bothering to raise his head as he inquired in a calm tone, "What is the commotion outside? Can you not handle it?" This vice admiral certainly displayed remarkable composure. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards Hubert at the door, his eyes narrowing instinctively. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind as he pondered the identity of this individual. The Western Sea had been rife with unusual activity lately, with all manner of strange beings emerging. Despite the fact that the figure before him appeared to be merely a child, he dared not underestimate him. After all, it was no ordinary child who could so easily infiltrate his office. There were many ways to conceal one's age upon these vast waters. "May I inquire as to who you are, sir?" Hobart approached the chair before the rear admiral and seated himself, acutely aware of the pressing time. If matters could be resolved through negotiation, he was keen to avoid the use of force. Though this individual held only a subordinate rank, he was nonetheless a rear admiral. Should he become entangled in conversation, the Navy outside would surge in, and he would find himself in a predicament. "Rear Admiral, please relax. I have not come here to cause trouble. You may not know my name, but my subordinates frequently engage with your ranks." "Oh, and who might your subordinates be?" "Bounty hunters, Carter." "Ah, which fellow might that be?" "Over the years, they have indeed assisted us in dealing with numerous pirates." A look of astonishment crossed the rear admiral's face. Hubert coldly replied, "Yet your navy seized my crew and damaged my vessel." The admiral remained impassive, stating, "Our navy has always upheld justice. Regardless of your past actions, we treat all transgressions equally. It seems your subordinates must have committed some wrongdoing. Otherwise, we would not have taken action." Hubert chuckled softly and remarked, "I am aware that it is not the hand of the general at play here. Otherwise, one could not engage in such calm discourse with you. There is no need for you to be so apprehensive. I have come here simply to inquire, where has Jesse gone? I am afraid I cannot divulge that information. It is a matter of naval confidentiality." Hubert furrowed his brow and spoke in a threatening tone. "This matter has nothing to do with you, General. My presence in your office is known to no one. You can confide in me, and I assure you, I will not disclose it. Once the storm passes, you will still be the leader of this branch. You are already advanced in age, so you may as well enjoy your retirement without being burdened by the actions of others." The general seemed contemplative. "You know more than I had anticipated. How did you acquire such knowledge?" Though he posed the question, he had already resigned himself to the notion that Hubert must have connections within the Navy. "This is no longer something for you to ponder, General. So, what say you to my proposal?" The general stretched lazily, rubbing his temples in distress. This world belongs to you young people. I, an old relic, have become outdated. Suddenly, the old admiral's tone shifted. Yet, the seeds of the new era still require the guardianship of us old-timers. Youngster, I am a representative of the righteous navy. With that, he sprang up, his massive fist hurtling towards the seated Hubert. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Assassin! Quick, someone! There is one among us in the navy. Relay this matter to headquarters at once." A look of regret crossed Hubert's face. The negotiations had failed. It was imperative to resolve the matter swiftly. Though it was not a significant issue, he extended his hand to thwart the old general's fist. Despite the proximity, Hubert remained vigilant, carefully observing the old general's movements, denying him any opportunity for a surprise attack. Moreover, this old general was merely a mid-ranking officer within the branch, and his actions were distinctly visible to Hubert, who easily blocked them. However, in the next moment, an unexpected twist occurred. The hand that Hubert had securely grasped transformed into a puddle of mud, ensnaring Hubert's hand instead. At this moment, Hobart felt an overwhelming urge to curse. A branch of the organization has a user of a nature-type devil fruit? What a calamity this is. Indeed. Trouble has truly arisen. Let us rewind to a short while ago. While escorting Jesse back to the branch, Spandam received a call from the 5 elders. Should we act swiftly? He inquired. Understood. However, I must first escort this unexpected acquisition back to the branch. I have captured Jesse, the chief scientist from the Vegapunk laboratory in the West Sea. The 5 elders maintained their composure, though their tone betrayed a hint of astonishment. That is indeed a remarkable catch, Spandam. You have performed admirably. However, upon your return to the branch, you must hasten back to O'Hara. Sakazuki and the others are awaiting your initiation of the extermination order. Understood. I will. Before he could finish his sentence, an uproar erupted outside. Spandam was about to admonish them for their ruckus when a naval officer burst through the door. Sir Spandam, we have a situation. What is all this commotion? Everyone, calm down. That scientist, Jesse, has escaped. What? Spandam exclaimed in shock. Did I not instruct you to keep a close watch on them? What were you doing? Glaring at his stammering subordinate, Spandam's expression darkened. Just moments ago, he had been boasting to the 5 elders, and now Jesse had fled? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he spoke into the transponder snail. 5 elders, I must attend to this matter. The 5 elders, having heard the commotion, replied coolly, regardless of the situations. Do not delay the matters concerning O'Hara. Remember, that is our utmost priority. Understood, his subordinate replied. After hanging up, Spandam stepped out of the room. The scene outside was shrouded in a thick mist, drastically reducing visibility. The naval officers were brandishing their weapons, swinging at the air. What on earth is happening? Spandam asked the suited man stationed at the door. Before the suited man could respond, a massive cloud coalesced into a humanoid form and lunged at Spandam. A voice echoed from within the mist. You despicable navy. Capturing Vegapunk was not enough. You must seek total annihilation? Today, I shall collect interest for the scientist you have taken. Observing the cloud-like figure, Spandam inquired, Are you that scientist? He seemed unfazed by the impending attack. Clang. Just as the cloud revealed its humanoid shape, the suited man sprang into action, drawing a long sword from his waist. A glint of cold light flashed as he cleaved the cloud figure in two. Yet, no blood spilled from the severed form. The fallen have slowly rejoined. Standing upright once more, Spandam's expression soured. A nature-type devil fruit? How could he possess such a thing? He should have searched him thoroughly beforehand. After capturing Jesse, they felt no threat and thus did not search him, unaware that he concealed a devil fruit, the rarest of the natural type. Spandam felt a pang of regret deep within. Fortunately, he had brought along the strongest member of CP9, Morley. Otherwise, he might have perished in this insignificant place known as the West Sea. Jesse, now standing, cast a wary glance at Morley, who wielded a sword. Realizing that with him present, he could not contend with Spandam, and thus decided to withdraw. He arrived at the doorway of another room and transformed into a cloud, slipping through the crack. Inside, a boy huddled in the corner, muttering, I truly did not mean to, Lord Hobart. I thought they would leave after taking Jesse, not bothering with me. This individual was none other than the informant, Daika. With a flick of his hand, Jesse enveloped Daika in the cloud, then soared out of the window with him. What is this? Daika flailed in midair, attempting to break free from the binding, but it was futile. He was no match for someone like Morley. Against a natural-type fruit, he was utterly helpless. Morley discerned Daika's escape route and intended to pursue, yet Spandam pulled him back. On one hand, he feared that without Morley, he would be left unprotected, vulnerable to a potential counterattack. On the other hand, he clearly remembered the five elders' orders, prioritizing the matters concerning O'Hara. His ability to win the favor of the five elders largely stemmed from his understanding of priorities, knowing when to act and when to refrain. Ultimately, Jesse was merely a secondary gain from the main mission, and he must be abandoned. There was no room for delay in the primary objective. Spandane gazed at the disheveled warship, his lips twitching. Although the losses were minimal, being thwarted by someone he deemed as mere fodder left him quite displeased. Change to another warship and head straight for O'Hara. Yes, Lord Spandane. After escaping from the warship with Daika, Jesse aimlessly drifted across the sea, uncertain of where to go. Daika, nestled in his arms, inquired, "Are you the scientist?" Jesse remained silent, fully aware that this was the very individual whose betrayal had led to his capture. Seeing Jesse's silence as acquiescence, Daika earnestly pleaded, "It is all my fault. I should not have informed on you. I truly did not know the Navy would act against Mr. Carter and the others." "What did you say? The Navy has taken action against Carter and the others?" Jesse exclaimed, taken aback, as he had been secretly abducted by CP9 and was unaware of subsequent events. "Please, Mr. Jesse, you are so formidable. I implore you to rescue Lord Carter and the others. They placed such unwavering trust in you that Daika suddenly had a revelation, as if seizing a lifeline, and implored Jesse earnestly." Jesse hesitated for a moment. He had originally intended to seek out Hubert, yet now he found himself uncertain of where to search. Thus, he decided to return and await Hubert's arrival. With this thought in mind, he soared towards O'Hara alongside Daika. Chapter 19. The beginning of the O'Hara incident, the Navy branch. A colossal dragon, towering 1,000 meters, loomed over the island, rendering the once mighty, all seemingly insignificant in its presence. Beneath its claws lay the aged admiral, crushed under the immense weight, akin to an ant being subdued. The admiral, battered and bruised, exhibited a vacant stare, his consciousness appearing to wane. "Admiral, can you now reveal where Jesse and the others have gone?" Shaking his head to regain some clarity, the admiral gazed up at the dragon that obscured the sky, a bitter smile creeping across his lips. He had anticipated Hubert's strength, but had never imagined that he would be so thoroughly dominated by one who possessed the powers of nature. It is important to note that his own prowess was more than sufficient to attain the rank of Rear Admiral in the headquarters. However, Hubert was not as at ease as he seemed. The natural forces proved to be far more troublesome than he had anticipated. For this not particularly formidable old general, he had to rely on the other naval officers within the naval branch as a means of intimidation to secure victory, and even then, it consumed a considerable amount of time. If he were to encounter Red Dog, he could not fathom the outcome. Nevertheless, it seemed unlikely that Red Dog would hesitate due to the lives of other sailors. Contemplating this, he instinctively tightened his grip on the dragon's claw. "What have you considered?" He laughed heartily, the pain in his body eliciting a robust chuckle from the old general. "Are you not already aware of the outcome?" A shadow of despair crossed Hubert's face as he exerted himself once more, sending the Vice Admiral to the realm beyond. The battle yielded spoils, fragments of the Devil Fruit, 21, 9 million berries, fragments of armament hockey, 23, and observation hockey, 18. In addition to vanquishing the Vice Admiral, he had also dispatched numerous Navy personnel, garnering a commendable bounty. However, under the current circumstances, these gains held little significance. Surrounding him were a multitude of approaching Navy soldiers. Yet he found himself bereft of time to linger. With a powerful flap of his wings, a tremendous gust of wind engulfed the frail island, forcing the Navy to grasp onto anything stable to maintain their footing. As the wind subsided, the colossal dragon had vanished from their sight. They were left with a mixture of fury at Hubert's audacity to arrive and depart at will, yet also a quiet sense of relief. Against such a monstrous foe, they harbored no hope of triumph. Vice Admiral, the remaining Navy personnel surged towards the lifeless body of their fallen leader. In the air, Hubert continued to wield the powers of the giant fruit, his immense form enhancing his speed. At such a breakneck pace, he swiftly arrived beside O'Hara, where Carter was located. Only then did he retract his ability, descending onto the deck of the captured Navy fleet. "Lord Hubert." Carter approached him immediately, his face etched with fatigue. Hubert gazed at his hastily bandaged wound, relieved to find that the blood had ceased to flow. However, he still expressed his concern, inquiring, "Are you truly all right?" "No, I have already formed a scab, thanks to the demon fruit you bestowed upon me. Without it, I would have perished long ago." It was your own determination that brought you this far, Hubert replied, shaking his head. By the way, what are the casualties? As the topic shifted, the atmosphere grew considerably somber. Carter, with a tone heavy with sorrow, responded, there are 43 fatalities and 12 others are critically injured and near death. The remainder have also sustained injuries. Hubert sighed, having anticipated this outcome, yet hearing it still brought him a twinge of sorrow. After all, it was his own dominion that he had nurtured for so long, and now it felt as if he had been thrust back to square one. He reassured Carter. Fear not, Carter, I shall avenge them. I have discovered that the traitor is that scoundrel, Daika. When I capture him, I will ensure he kneels before our fallen brothers and repents. Carter, somewhat perplexed, inquired, but Daika has already been apprehended, has he not? What? Hubert exclaimed, astonished. When did this occur? Now it was Carter's turn to be bewildered. Did you not rescue Jesse and have him bring Daika back as well? Jesse has returned? What are you talking about? I never encountered Jesse or any of them, Hubert replied, growing increasingly bewildered. At that moment, a cabin door swung open, and a figure rushed out. Quickly, quickly. The emergency capsules have been developed. Distribute them at once. After taking a couple of steps, the figure halted, throat constricting, unable to utter a word. Hubert observed his countenance darkening, while Daika averted his gaze, at a loss for words. Hubert said little, for he had other matters to attend to. He bypassed Decker and entered the cabin from which Decker had just emerged. Captain, you've arrived. Upon seeing Hubert, Jesse, who was tidying up the equipment, was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of delight. Hubert nodded slightly and inquired, how did you manage to escape? I consumed that cursed fruit, Jesse replied with a hint of remorse. Hubert furrowed his brow and sighed. It's all right. You have performed admirably. He had intended to keep this solitary natural-type devil fruit as a trump card, only to discover it had already been expended. However, had it not been used, Jesse would likely not have escaped. So who can truly say whether it is a blessing or a curse? What of your research? At what stage have you progressed? I toiled throughout the night and have finally produced some promising news. Hubert let out a slight sigh of relief. Quickly, present your findings to me. Noticing Hubert's seriousness, Jesse refrained from further inquiries and produced 3 vials from within his cloak, each containing a crystalline liquid. As the liquid swirled, a shimmering golden-purple powder danced within, lending an ethereal quality reminiscent of the tears of a demon. With a hint of pride in his voice, Jesse declared, this is the culmination of my research, which I have named Tears of Angels. Upon ingestion, it can inflict direct damage to natural entities, with each vial providing effects lasting approximately 15 minutes. However, we have yet to conduct live trials, and any potential side effects remain unknown. Hubert took the tear of the angel and remarked, you are truly an extraordinary scientist. Captain, you flatter me, came the humble reply. Suddenly, a faint sound of cannon fire echoed from afar, followed by the thunderous roar of explosions. Although it seemed to originate from a considerable distance, the reverberations still conveyed an earth-shattering intensity. Hubert emerged from the cabin and gazed towards the distant horizon of Ohala. Although the distance rendered everything indistinct, he perceived a faint shadow of smoke. Has it begun? Hubert felt a sense of helplessness. He had exerted himself to the utmost speed. Yet he had been delayed for far too long by the old admiral at the naval branch. After pondering for a moment, he instructed Carter, have the brothers take the emergency medicine and prepare to depart at a moment's notice. He then stepped into Jesse's cabin. Jesse, you are coming with me to Ohala. I require your strength. Chapter 20. The demon-slaying order. What are you intending, world government? Is it merely sufficient to kill us? Why do you also have to lay hands on the all-knowing tree? The scholars of Ohala furiously questioned Spandane as they gazed upon the burning, all-knowing tree. Spandane glanced back, responding nonchalantly, how would I know? Perhaps it's the fire caused by the recent explosion? What nonsense. Do you have any idea how invaluable the literature within is? Spandane's indifferent tone drew ire from the scholars, who were eager to take action, their fists clenched in anticipation. Observing the scholars on the verge of revolt, the CP9 members raised their weapons and warned, do not move. Spandane, maintaining his composure, coolly stated, lower your weapons, all government personnel retreat. At his command, the world government personnel began to hastily make their way toward the shore. The already incapacitated Dr. Kuroha struggled to utter, quick, save the books. The scholars hastily sprang into action. Bring water. Evacuate the books. What on earth is happening? Spandane did not impede them, but looked at the fallen Alvia, instructing, take that woman away. There are further details that require her interrogation. As Olivia was dragged away, she cast a distant, bewildered glance at Robin and silently urged, "Robin, you must escape safely. You cannot die." Robin, unable to perceive her expression, gazed tearfully toward the direction of the town. She had just visited Hubert's residence and found no one there. "Hurry, Robin." The frantic urging of the scholars mixed with the deafening roar of cannon fire drove her to the brink of despair as she instinctively shouted, "Hubert, where are you? Come save me. I have become a scholar. Weren't you going to let me join your ship? As captain, you must protect me. Where on earth have you gone?" Everyone present turned pale at her words, and the doctor quickly intervened. "Do not speak, Robin." Maury questioned, "Is this little child truly a scholar? I have no idea, but it would be unwise to kill her without clarity. Remember her appearance. Do not let her escape this island." Boom, boom, boom. Just as they were astonished by Robin's words, a series of cannonballs rained down upon them. One of the shells landed perilously close to Spandane, knocking him to the ground. As he struggled to rise, his head still buzzing, he wondered, what is wrong with these people? We are still on the island. Do they intend to kill us? As the last echoes of his voice faded, another shell landed nearby. "Hurry, retreat." This time, Spandam dared not voice his complaints, commanding his subordinates. CP9 pointed at Olivia lying on the ground and asked, "What about her?" "Forget her. At this moment, let her be. If we stay here, we will all perish." With that, Spandam dashed towards the shore with utmost urgency. "Our lives are the priority. Everyone, retreat to the ship." Just as Spandam departed, the scholars rushed towards the tree of knowledge to extinguish the flames. Through the smoke emerged a towering figure. "Sarone?" Both Robin and Olivia exclaimed in unison. The fallen doctor stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. The newcomer was none other than the former Marine Vice Admiral who had aided Olivia's escape from prison, the giant. "Hardwell D. Sarone." Upon spotting Robin and Olivia, Sarone urged, "Hurry. The Navy fleet has arrived. We must board the escape vessel at once." Olivia pushed Robin forward, saying, "Sarone, please take care of Robin and ensure she leaves." At that moment, Robin had yet to recognize Olivia's true identity, perceiving her merely as a friend of the doctor, and protested, "No, I must wait for Hubert. He is still on the island." "Robin, as a scholar of O'Hara, you must understand that history belongs to humanity. It will illuminate your future. However, if the legacy of the past cannot be passed on to the next generation, it will vanish, even if O'Hara is destroyed. We must ensure that seeds like you endure." Olivia gently caressed Robin's face, sighing inwardly. She longed to reveal her identity and escape alongside Robin, filling the void of maternal love within her. Yet, she understood that she was a scholar. She had to remain. Perhaps, not recognizing each other was a favorable outcome. Robin gazed at Olivia's face, feeling a flicker of familiarity. Yet in this life, she did not suffer from the same dearth of affection as in her past. In her previous life, deprived of maternal love, she often reminisced about her mother, which allowed her to recognize Olivia immediately. In this life, that void had been filled by Hubert, rendering her memories of Olivia more nebulous. Seeing that Robin was still unresponsive, Sarone stated, "I do not know who Hubert is, but the people on the island are currently heading towards the evacuation ships. If Hubert is on the island, he will surely follow." Finally, Robin ceased her struggles and looked at Sarone, saying, "I will go with you." Sarone breathed a sigh of relief, gently taking Robin by the hand and turning to Olivia. He asked, "Is this truly how it must be?" From Olivia's earlier words, he understood her choice. "This place needs me." Olivia's gentle voice carried an unwavering strength. Her gaze toward Robin filled with nostalgia. She thought to herself, "You have yet to call me mother." With that, she turned away and joined the fray to extinguish the flames. Salong, bearing Robin, sprinted toward the shore, exclaiming, "Robin, take pride. Your mother is remarkable. And Ohala is truly great. One day, the history of this island will be yours to inherit." A shiver coursed through Robin as realization dawned upon him. "My mother? Who is my mother? Is it that lady I just saw?" Salong, sensing his misstep, chose silence. "Tell me, who is my mother?" At that moment, a cannonball struck Salong, who instinctively shielded Robin. "Salong!" Robin gasped. As the smoke cleared, Salong's furious visage emerged. "What are you doing? What if Robin gets hurt?" He set Robin down, shouting as he advanced toward the battleship, clasping its bow and, with a mighty effort, began to wield it. To oppose me is not so easily forgiven. Under his protection, Robin dashed toward the lifeboat, but upon reaching it, he was met with disdain from those aboard. "Isn't that the monster? He must be the child of the demon Olivia." We cannot allow him on the boat. What nonsense! He is merely a child. As the passengers argued, Robin's tender heart plunged once more into despair. His eyes scanned the faces aboard, searching for something, as he helplessly murmured, "Hubert? Where are you, Hubert?" Chapter 21. The Tactics of Desperation. Quick, quick. Water. Be careful. These are treasures of humanity. Help me, or they'll fall. Within the blazing all-knowing tree, countless scholars pressed forward, desperately salvaging books. Yet, the volumes were far too many. Even the essence of humanity's knowledge could not be carried away by these few scholars in such a short time. And even if they managed to transport the books outside, what difference would it make? Outside, they were still under the barrage of cannon fire, the inferno having engulfed the entire island. This was the might of the naval headquarters. The world government had long desired this, intending to set an example. The dying doctor murmured in his last moments, "There is a lake below. Let us throw the books into the lake. Have you lost your mind? The contents will be ruined. At this point, we must preserve whatever we can." Just as the scholars were embroiled in their dilemma, one of them suddenly pointed excitedly at the exterior of the all-knowing tree and exclaimed, "It's raining. It's raining." Even the heavens do not wish for humanity as treasures to be lost. In the blink of an eye, the originally gentle drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, miraculously rescuing O'Hara from the engulfing flames that had previously unleashed unbearable wails. On the distant sea, Sakazuki gazed at the ominous clouds enveloping O'Hara, his expression darkening. This situation could only be the work of a divine entity or some nefarious individual. Given Sakazuki's fiery temperament, he would not tolerate any disruptions before him. Continue the assault. He commanded the surrounding navy, before swiftly ascending into the sky like a streak of crimson light. In the heavens, Jesse was startled by Sakazuki's sudden approach. He had just been brought aloft by Hubert to summon rain over O'Hara, but he had not anticipated such a predicament. While Sakazuki could not discern any physical form amidst the clouds, he was certain that a person, likely a user of a natural-type devil fruit, was present. Just as he prepared to force Jesse out of hiding, he suddenly heard a commotion below. Upon looking back, he realized the Navy fleet had been severely ravaged by a colossal dragon. The dragon's movements were astonishingly swift. Within mere moments, it had obliterated 3 Navy ships, prompting the remaining vessels to hastily redirect their cannons towards the beast. However, the cannonballs proved to be woefully inadequate against the dragon, barely grazing its scales and failing to breach its hide. A diversionary tactic? Sakazuki's countenance darkened as he cast another glance at the cloud that Jesse had transformed into. "Very well, I shall remember you. You will pay dearly for your actions." Jesse, inwardly grimacing, recognized this as Hubert's scheme. The intent was to restrain Sakazuki momentarily while Hubert seized the opportunity to destroy the Navy ships, thereby minimizing the damage to O'Hara. The plan was sound. Yet the individual before him was the strongest adversary he had ever encountered. Though no blows had been exchanged, merely being in his presence instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat, leaving no room for defiance. Jesse sensed that even in his natural form, this man possessed the capability to end his life. Fortunately, Hubert's timely intervention spared him from facing such a formidable foe. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently become a pawn in this dangerous game. "Damn pirates! Cease at once." Sakazuki's thunderous roar echoed down from the skies, reverberating for an extended duration. Hubert feigned ignorance, and with a sweep of his wings, another warship was obliterated. Yet, as he was about to soar towards the next vessel, a colossal red hand reached out, intent on seizing him directly within its grasp. Hubert sensed the imminent danger and, with a deft flap of his wings, evaded the grasp of his assailant. In a swift motion, he clawed at a vial of enchanting potion and consumed its contents. An invigorating surge of power coursed through his entire being, leaving him no time to fully comprehend the sensation before he lunged at Sakazuki's form, sinking his teeth into flesh. Sakazuki did not flinch. His body transformed seamlessly into molten lava, bracing against the onslaught. With a sharp snap, Hubert's fangs sank deeply into Sakazuki's shoulder, causing a spray of magma mixed with blood to erupt. Simultaneously, Hubert retreated with great haste. How excruciatingly hot! Hubert exhaled deeply, his mouth charred from the searing magma. Even his teeth melted away. Fortunately, the resilience of his Zoan fruit was remarkable. The burnt flesh began to regenerate at a visibly rapid pace, and new teeth sprouted forth. Meanwhile, Sakazuki grimaced, clutching his shoulder, where a series of deep bite marks marred his skin. his brow furrowed in confusion, despite not witnessing any traces of haki. How could Hubert inflict harm upon his Logia form? This defied all logic. Upon Sakazuki's arrival, the surrounding Navy personnel were invigorated, as if infused with adrenaline. Admiral Sakazuki, you have finally arrived. Thank you, Admiral Sakazuki. I thought I was doomed. Only you can subdue that vile dragon, Admiral Sakazuki. Sakazuki snapped back. Fools. Continue the assault. How can so many be intimidated by a single ability user? This is a disgrace to headquarters. Then, as if noticing something, he pointed towards a ship fleeing in the distance. Sink it. I shall not permit a single vessel to escape. Hubert observed as Sakazuki, seemingly indifferent to his presence, meticulously took command of the Navy. A sense of dissatisfaction stirred within him, yet he found himself at an impasse. Although the tears of an angel bestowed upon him by Jesse granted him the ability to strike at Sakazuki, the searing heat of the magma rendered his attacks a double-edged sword, inflicting as much harm upon himself as upon his adversary. It became evident to him that, in terms of physical prowess, he was nearly on par with Sakazuki, bolstered as he was by numerous Zoan-type devil fruits. However, the mere presence of a single magma fruit had dramatically widened the chasm between their strengths. Despite possessing a plethora of devil fruits, he remained utterly powerless against Sakazuki. Such was the overwhelming might of a top-tier devil fruit. What a predicament it was. If only he too could wield a supreme devil fruit, he mused, acknowledging that he could not remain passive, especially given that Jesse's tears of an angel were limited to only 3. He realized that time was of the essence if he wished to inflict any damage upon Sakazuki. With a powerful flap of his wings, he launched himself into an immediate assault against Sakazuki. Hubert's injuries had nearly healed, yet without the enhancement of a Zoan-type devil fruit, Sakazuki's wounds remained. As long as he could exploit this advantage to continuously wear down Sakazuki, victory would undoubtedly be his. Although this reliance on a tactical approach filled Hubert with a sense of shame, the prospect of triumph outweighed his concerns. Sakazuki, observing the approaching dragon, displayed a serious expression, eager to discover the means by which Hubert could inflict harm upon him. Chapter 22, Equipment Unveiled. Hubert, relying on his superior speed over Sakazuki, consistently adhered to a hit-and-run strategy, depleting Sakazuki's stamina. However, given Sakazuki's extensive experience dealing with various pirates along the Grand Line, his combat prowess far surpassed that of Hubert, who had only been bullying weaker opponents in the West Blue. As Hubert soared above him once more, Sakazuki erupted in response, unleashing magma akin to a volcanic eruption, leaving a grievous wound on Hubert's dragon form. Under the duress of his injuries, Hubert's speed diminished significantly. After 2 more tentative assaults, he ultimately abandoned his war of attrition. Breathless, he halted at a considerable distance from Sakazuki, his body marred by numerous burn marks, though they were swiftly healing. Yet, the terrifying gash on his chest would not mend in the short term, and neglecting it could pose a life-threatening risk. Sakazuki, too, was not unscathed. He bore a mix of bloodstains, his own and predominantly Hubert's. Having adopted a more cautious approach, he rarely allowed Hubert to land an attack. When he did, his Busashoka haki provided formidable defense, seldom penetrated. Thus, Hubert's strategy had culminated in utter failure, leaving him in a dire state. With a furrowed brow, Sakazuki, in a victorious posture, still found himself perplexed by the nature of Hubert's attacks and how they managed to breach his defenses. Could it be the ability of a mythical Zoan? This was the only possibility Sakazuki could conceive. Yet such a power was unprecedented and perhaps heralded yet another new mythical Zoan. He realized he must remain vigilant against Hubert's capabilities. Contemplating this, Sakazuki's gaze towards Hubert grew significantly more wary. His years of experience on the Grand Line had acquainted him with many seemingly invincible abilities, some of which, regardless of their strength, could lead to unexpected downfall. Hubert's gaze fluctuated between uncertainty and determination. Given his strength, confronting the future admiral of the Navy was indeed a daunting challenge. Moreover, the effects of his second vial of angel's tears would soon wane, and once it was exhausted, he would be incapable of inflicting any harm on Sakazuki. More critically, Hubert was acutely aware that he was not facing Sakazuki alone. Another formidable adversary, Kazan, one of the future admirals, was lurking nearby. Should time stretch on, it would undoubtedly work against him. However, at present, he found himself unable to contend with Sakazuki's might. Any reckless move could cost him dearly. After a brief standoff, Hubert suddenly retreated. Recognizing that his current capabilities were insufficient, he resolved to enhance his strength. He expanded. As he activated his ability, the form of the flying dragon swelled against the wind, transforming instantaneously into a colossal dragon measuring hundreds of meters in length. His previous hesitance to utilize the giant fruit was due to the risk of becoming an easy target before Sakazuki. Now, liberated from the notion of entanglement with Sakazuki, he no longer feared being seized by the opportunity. Sakazuki observed Hubert's transformation with narrowed eyes. Indeed, was he a mythical beast type? Yet, what purpose did his enlargement serve? Regardless, it mattered not. Today, he would slay this pirate in the West Sea. Hubert let out a disdainful snort, marking the first instance since the inception of the station that he addressed Sakazuki. You incessantly speak of pirates, but what name do you bear, dog? Today, I shall not only embrace O'Hara, but I demand that you personally escort me away. With that, he disregarded Sakazuki entirely and charged directly towards the warship behind him. The Navy personnel, witnessing the colossal dragon descending upon them like a mountain, were seized by an overwhelming terror. Such a size could scarcely be rivaled even by sea kings. Could it? It was over. They had believed they had evaded disaster, only to find themselves ensnared once more. I am destined to be an admiral. How could I possibly perish here? Regardless of the Navy's desperate struggles, the dragon ultimately collided with the warship. Under its immense form, Hubert crushed the vessel as if it were a mere cockroach, leaving no room for doubt. The warship was reduced to splintered fragments, scattered like leaves in the wind. The majority of the Navy was transformed into a gruesome paste, with only a fortunate few surviving, clinging to the remnants of wooden debris floating upon the water's surface. Hobart paid them no heed and turned his attention to the next warship. What do you intend to do? Behind him, Sakazuki unleashed an enraged roar. He had encountered numerous pirates before, yet most formidable pirates possessed a sense of honor, disdaining the notion of preying upon the innocent. It was indeed rare to encounter a pirate as powerful yet despicable as Hobart, who displayed no semblance of remorse, only a chilling demeanor. Sakazuki, their deaths rest upon your shoulders. It is your flawed leadership that has led to their demise. You must atone for their loss. As Hobart wreaked havoc, he sought to undermine Sakazuki's resolve with his taunts. However, Sakazuki, destined to become the future fleet admiral, had a heart as steadfast as granite. No matter how grandiose Hobart's words were, they could not sway his convictions. Despicable pirate, you have harmed the Navy. I shall ensure you pay for your transgressions. Sakazuki suddenly had an epiphany, shouting to the naval fleet ahead. Give it your all to hold him back. Even if it costs you your lives, it matters not. Just delay him for a moment, so that I may seize him. You all sacrifice yourselves for justice, and I shall eradicate evil to avenge you. Hubert secretly marveled at the decisiveness of the Red Dog. If Sakazuki had been as hesitant as that old general from the West Sea branch, perhaps Hubert might have attempted a counterattack, but the opportunity was swiftly denied to him. The naval forces in front, upon hearing Sakazuki's voice, launched their assault. Gunfire, sword strikes, and sheer physicality, all the sailors exerted themselves to restrain Hubert. Yet, they failed to delay him even for a second. Their attempts were futile. Not only were they incapable of breaching his defenses, even if they had succeeded, the wounds inflicted upon the colossal dragon's hundreds of meters of body would have been negligible. Despair settled among the sailors. They simply could not fathom how their diminutive forms could possibly hold back a mountain like Hubert. In the wake of Hubert's relentless onslaught, the warships were swiftly decimated. The sea was littered with splintered wood and dismembered limbs, the waters stained crimson. Sakazuki's expression darkened ominously, his body trembling with rage. The navy cloak emblazoned with the insignia of justice billowed around him, stirred by the pressure of his fury, emitting a hissing sound. Are you now prepared to face the wrath I am about to unleash? Hubert's expression became significantly more relaxed. The minor wounds on his dragon body had now healed completely. Although the gash on his abdomen had yet to mend, it had stopped bleeding and was, for the time being, not a cause for concern. He relinquished the abilities granted by the great fruit, returning to the normal size of a flying dragon. His countenance grew grave, for the outcome of this endeavor hinged upon this very moment. Should he fail to uncover something of value, he could find himself in peril. System. Assess the spoils from this battle. Chapter 23. Counterattack. The spoils of this battle included 34 million Bailey, 79 shards of devil fruit, 55 shards of observation hockey, beginner level, 31 shards of armament hockey, beginner level, the animal type tiger fruit, the superhuman type explosion fruit, and the superhuman type heat fruit. The system utilized the armament hockey training manual, beginner level, to synthesize the initial level of observation haki. Typically, 100 shards could be exchanged for their corresponding items within the system. Previously, Hubert possessed 51 shards of beginner-level observation haki. And with the acquisition of an additional 55 shards, he could now directly synthesize observation haki. However, he currently held only 95 shards of armament haki, leaving him just 5 shards short of awakening that power. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, as he still had the armament haki training manual, which would enable him to cultivate Conqueror's haki independently, ensuring that even in the absence of further shards, he could still progress. As the synthesis of observation haki occurred, he felt as if an additional sense had emerged, complementing his existing 5 senses. The world appeared to sharpen in clarity. This sensation was elusive and intangible, yet he could perceive it distinctly. It bore a resemblance to the spiritual awareness often depicted in fantasy novels. Hubert believed that had he awakened the observation haki sooner, he would undoubtedly have thwarted Sakazuki's ambush. However, in comparison to the awakening of observation haki, a recently reported treasure proved to be even more advantageous, the Mera Nomi, a fruit that allows its user to manipulate their body temperature at will. In the original tale, its possessor, Donachino, was affectionately dubbed the Balloon of Fire by Luffy, for he fell into magma as though plunging into a swimming pool, completely unharmed. For Hubert, this fruit was the ultimate weapon against Sakazuki, far superior to observation haki. As he gazed at the wrathful Sakazuki in the distance, a subtle smile graced Hubert's lips as he began to stack his enhancements, equipping the dragon fruit, merchant fruit, giant fruit, and finally, the Mera Nomi. In the blink of an eye, Hubert transformed once more into an immense dragon, larger than before, perhaps 1,500 meters in length, which was the pinnacle of his current capabilities. His once dark blue skin now shimmered with hints of red, reminiscent of a red dragon's spirit. He could not help but muse that if he were the protagonist of a certain novel, he would effortlessly acquire the dragon fruit without such arduous effort. Sakazuki, observing Hubert's increased size, scoffed disdainfully. Has the pirate brat exhausted his tricks? Prepare to face my wrath. Hubert cracked a faint smile, uttering, your fury? Merely the lament of a red dog. If it were Kazan facing him, things might prove more challenging. However, he was up against Sakazuki. With the powers of the magma fruit at his disposal, Hubert found himself in a position of dominance over Sakazuki. The duration of the second vial of Angel's Tears had come to an end. Without hesitation, Hubert employed his dragon claws to seize the third vial of Angel's Tears, shattering the bottle with a single bite. The ethereal liquid cascaded forth from the broken vessel, fully absorbed by Hubert. With a thunderous roar, a dragon's cry reverberated through the air as Hubert dove toward Sakazuki. Their physical prowess had been relatively equal, yet, after harnessing the powers of the magma fruit, Hubert's abilities had received a significant enhancement, rendering Sakazuki no longer a rival. Enraged, Sakazuki believed he had deciphered Hubert's tactics and unleashed a colossal punch. His hands transformed into molten magma, aimed directly at Hubert. Hubert deftly evaded the strike. Yet, Sakazuki's onslaught was relentless. When one blow missed, another followed, descending upon him with the ferocity of a tempest. Hubert swayed like a delicate blade of grass in the wind, perpetually on the brink of being uprooted. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern that these assaults rarely found their mark, as they were deftly evaded. Sakazuki's mind was engulfed in uncertainty. How had this individual's demeanor shifted so dramatically? Previously, he had been meticulously executing stealthy ambushes, but now he charged forward with reckless abandon. Moreover, the frequency of his dodges suggested a mastery of observation haki that could only be acquired through rigorous training. However, if he possessed such an ability, why had he fallen prey to Sakazuki's ambush previously? A sudden thought struck Sakazuki, a chilling possibility. Could it be that through their encounters, this opponent had gained insight into observation haki? The mere contemplation of this notion filled Sakazuki with a sense of revulsion, akin to having ingested something vile. Is there anything more repugnant than aiding one's adversary in their growth during battle? Hubert suddenly sensed an intensification in the assaults before him, feeling perplexed by Sakazuki's unexpected surge in strength. Moreover, it appeared that Sakazuki's gaze was tinged with a hint of fury. What could possibly be troubling him? However, this slight enhancement posed little threat to Hubert. In terms of mastery over observation haki, he still lagged behind Sakazuki. Yet, in the realm of physical prowess, Hubert's skills surpassed Sakazuki's significantly. Even if his sensory perception was somewhat delayed, his speed could compensate for it. At last, amidst Sakazuki's wrath, Hubert found himself at his side. Realizing that fleeing was futile against the mountain-like dragon, Sakazuki chose to transform into a vast pool of magma. Drawing from recent experience, he recognized that the dragon lacked armament haki and would not withstand the searing heat of his magma, while it could inflict some damage upon his natural form. The harm was rather limited, lacking the potency of armament haki. Bang, bang, bang. The tempestuous onslaught of Hubert descended upon Sakazuki, leaving him utterly defenseless. Contrary to his expectations, the scene of Hubert fleeing in flames did not materialize. Instead, his magma seared the dragon's flesh. The dragon's entire being glowed crimson, seemingly luxuriating in a hot spring, devoid of any expression of pain. How is this possible? Poor Sakazuki, ensnared by Hubert's rhythm due to his empirical mindset, found himself bereft of any means to retaliate, compelled only to voice his anger. Hubert couldn't help but erupt into hearty laughter upon witnessing Sakazuki's wretched state. Having endured humiliation at the hands of Sakazuki in the West Sea, he felt a profound relief now that the tables had turned. I told you, your fury is as laughable as the whimper of a puppy. Ah, you pirate brat, I will see you dead. Sakazuki struggled, attempting to extricate himself from Hubert's cadence. Yet, having finally seized the rhythm, Hubert was not about to allow Sakazuki to escape so easily. Regardless of Sakazuki's tactics, Hubert maintained an iron grip over him. Minutes slipped by, and Sakazuki's body was a tapestry of wounds, blood seeping through his naval uniform. His navy hat had long vanished, his hair disheveled, with Hubert having mercilessly pulled out tufts, leaving patches of bare scalp. His eyes rolled back as blood trickled from his orifices. It must be said that while the strength of those in the pirate world is formidable, their physical resilience is remarkable. After enduring such a lengthy beating from Hubert, he appeared ragged but had suffered no fundamental harm. This was, of course, partly due to Sakazuki's use of haki for defense. Hubert, having ceased his assault, was not deterred by a lack of desire to continue, but rather by the waning effects of the Angel's Tear, leaving him devoid of offensive capabilities from his natural abilities. However, he was certainly too astute to reveal this weakness. Gazing down at the fallen Sakazuki, he spat a glob of dragon's saliva onto his face and remarked nonchalantly, "Hey, stop pretending, get up. I have no intention of killing you." Sakazuki felt the sticky substance on his face, utterly repulsed, and with great effort, he rose, his eyes burning with an ocean of hatred. "What do you want?" he asked, enunciating each word deliberately, unable to believe that Hubert would genuinely spare his life. "I wish to speak with the Gorosei." Chapter 24, Resolving the Demon Slaughter Order. Sakazuki's gaze sharpened. "What do you wish to discuss with the Gorosei?" Hubert remarked casually. "This matter does not concern you. All you need to do is connect the call for me." Sakazuki pondered for a moment, having come to the realization that, at present, he was not a match for the formidable dragon before him. Had Hubert not ceased his actions earlier, he might have met his end. In his current state, should Hubert persist, escape would be futile, and he would have no choice but to comply and assist in contacting the five elders. After all, this was not an endeavor that contravened justice, he reassured himself internally. Subsequently, he dialed the number for the five elders. "Sakazuki, is that you? How are things on your end? Have you cleared everything out?" Sakazuki found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to such an inquiry. Hubert stepped forward, grasping the transponder snail, and with a smile remarked, "Is this the five elders?" Upon hearing his voice, the five elders seemed momentarily taken aback. And after a brief pause, one of them inquired, "Who are you?" "I am merely an ordinary bounty hunter," he replied. The expression of the five elders soured at the mention of bounty hunters. To them, such individuals were merely a group of unscrupulous beings willing to do anything for a handful of berries. In their eyes, bounty hunters ranked even lower than pirates, as they lacked any formidable strength. Thus, they pondered why the transponder snail belonging to Akainu was in the possession of this bounty hunter. "You must be quite perplexed as to how the transponder snail ended up in my hands," Hubert continued, seemingly aware of their confusion. "It was, of course, taken from Akainu's little lapdog." On the ground, Akainu's fists clenched tightly upon hearing this exchange. The five elders fell into a heavy silence, unable to refute the claim. They were all too familiar with Akainu's capabilities and found it hard to believe that he could be bested by an obscure individual, let alone a mere bounty hunter. As for how the transponder snail came into Hubert's possession, there could be numerous explanations. Perhaps it was lost, or perhaps it was stolen. It seemed that their skepticism regarding this matter was palpable. Hubert was aware that they would not believe him. He turned to Sakazuki and said playfully, "Come on, little pup. Bark a couple of times to prove it. Do not take it too far." Sakazuki could not help but shout. Hubert chuckled playfully, remarking that he was merely jesting. Noticing Sakazuki's ire, he refrained from further provocation, aware that without the tears of an angel, he would be at a significant disadvantage in a confrontation. However, it was now evident that he had indeed wrested victory from Sakazuki's grasp, was it not? The elders of the sea fell into silence, their minds struggling to assimilate this information, as if caught in a whirlwind of disbelief. Had Sakazuki truly been defeated by a mere bounty hunter? Since when did bounty hunters possess such formidable prowess? After a brief pause, a voice emerged from the other end of the phone worm. "What is the purpose of your call?" This was indeed a commendable attitude for negotiations. I had just shared so much, yet not a word had been uttered in response, leaving me in an awkward position. Hubert exhaled in relief, fearing that the elders would abruptly terminate the call, rendering his elaborate plans utterly futile. "I require you to withdraw from O'Hara and cease sending individuals to eliminate them. That is out of the question," the elders swiftly countered. Hubert had foreseen this and calmly remarked, "You intend to eliminate them. Aside from setting an example, it is merely a fear of the century-long void in history being revealed. The outcome of this exemplary punishment is already sufficient. While you dread the disclosure of history, I possess far more knowledge than they do." Humph. The five elders show no inclination to relent. A subtle smile graced Hobart's lips as he inquired, "Are you familiar with Joy Boy?" On the other end of the line, the five elders' expressions shifted dramatically. "So it is decided. You may send individuals to monitor the scholars on the island. I assure you, I will not disclose any information. And when the time is right, I shall act. However, in exchange, you must acknowledge my status as a bounty hunter and grant me the authority to command the Navy, excluding the admirals." After an exchange of words, Hobart and the five elders reached an agreement. A notification echoed in his mind. The effects of the merchant fruit were activated, and the transaction was completed. Hubert let out a sigh. A mere verbal agreement was, of course, not worthy of trust. Fortunately, he possessed that bug-like devil fruit, rendering him unafraid of the five elders defaulting on their promises. Turning to glance at Sakazuki, whose expression grew increasingly grim with each passing moment of their conversation, he suddenly addressed the transponder snail. "By the way, given Sakazuki's strength, he should soon be promoted to admiral. I wonder if this incident will have any repercussions." Contemplating this matter, the five elders felt a pang of discomfort. Sakazuki had always been rather arrogant within the Navy. Yet it was surprising that a simple task in the West Sea could lead to such a debacle. If Sakazuki could have simply eliminated the individual in question, why would they have to engage in tedious negotiations once more? What had initially seemed like a foregone conclusion for the next admiral now appeared to be up for reconsideration. Hubert, oblivious to the intentions of the five elders, gazed at Sakazuki, who was glaring at him intently, and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. "This is what you get for your recent ambush." Hubert cast a glance at the gash on his chest, still feeling a twinge of indignation. He continued, "If Sakazuki ever rises to the rank of admiral, he surely deserves a title. I believe Red Dog would be quite fitting. You might want to consider it." "You." Sakazuki's veins bulged, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Hubert chuckled and hung up the phone. Turning to Sakazuki, he remarked, "What is the matter? Do you wish to strike me? Did you not hear the five elders just now? The Navy under a general's command is at my beck and call. You are, after all, half my subordinate now." Sakazuki had indeed heard, or else he would have thrown a punch by now. "Then kindly see me off," he replied. "Do you remember? I mentioned not only preserving O'Hara, but also having you personally escort me out." Breathing heavily through his nose, accompanied by the searing heat of magma, Sakazuki emitted a hissing sound in the air. Gazing at Hubert's smiling face, he felt an overwhelming urge to tear it apart. Yet he ultimately snorted coldly and turned away. His speed was so swift that Hubert barely had time to react. Had he fought with such swiftness, he would surely have borne more wounds. Watching Sakazuki's retreating figure, Hubert called out, "You're departing, are you? If you don't wish to serve me, at least strive to become a general first. However, given this situation, I wonder if you'll still attain that rank." Sakazuki nearly stumbled in midair, his speed increasing further. Once Sakazuki had left, Hubert retrieved a transponder snail and dialed. "Is this Carter? You all should find an island and seek a doctor for treatment. As for O'Hara, there is no need for you to come. There likely aren't any available doctors here. I will send Jesse to find you. The warship can continue to be used, You need not fear detection. After giving his instructions, he felt a sense of ease as he flew towards O'Hara. For years, he had been under constant tension, preparing for the demon-slaying order. And now he had finally weathered this storm, reaping rewards beyond his expectations, all thanks to his own intellect and strength. Chapter 25. After the battle, the Tree of Knowledge stood as the scholars observed the scene outside with puzzled expressions. They had come to realize that this was no divine phenomenon. After all, heavy rain could be explained, but as the downpour intensified, the once frequent cannon fire ceased. Such a feat was beyond any deity's capability. Nevertheless, they felt content as long as they could protect the Tree of Knowledge. As they contemplated, a distant dark spot began to magnify, ultimately transforming into the shape of a dragon. The scholars' hearts raced. Was this a colossal dragon? Did the Navy refrain from attacking in order to send a philosophical dragon to annihilate them? Perhaps this would ensure the preservation of the tomes within the Tree of Knowledge. The scholars discussed among themselves, already resigned to their fate. Orvia stepped forward, gazing at Hubert, who hovered in the air, and inquired, "Are you the Navy sent to eliminate us?" At that moment, Orvia bore numerous bloodstains. She had been injured by CP9 earlier and was merely holding on. Her face, marred with soot and streaks of white, still revealed her beauty. Hubert cast a glance around and remarked coolly, "Is this truly the manner in which you greet your savior?" "Savior?" The scholars responded with a hint of confusion. Hubert declared, "I have successfully repelled the invading Navy and reached an accord with the 5 elders to safeguard O'Hara. However, henceforth, all scholars shall reside solely in O'Hara. In the future, the Navy will come to monitor your activities. Do you have any objections?" A gust of wind, infused with the earthy fragrance following the rain, swept through, leaving a moment of silence among the gathered. After a while, Alvia finally inquired, "You truly drove the Navy away? Is that the truth?" The dragon exhaled a plume of warm breath, retorting, "Do I have any reason to deceive you? We have no objections, none at all." A scholar hastily responded. At that moment, they had no standing to voice any dissent. Merely surviving was a commendable outcome. Hubert merely inquired casually. Recognizing that even if they had reservations, it would not concern him, they were free to address their grievances with the elders. "Very well, since there are no objections. Let this matter be settled. Henceforth, I advise you to refrain from delving into such subjects, as the government has long prohibited them. Is it not courting disaster? Had it not been for my intervention, none of you would have survived." Many scholars nodded in agreement, their hearts laden with trepidation. Olivia could not contain her retort. History is a collective treasure of humanity, and the world government lacks the authority to impose such prohibitions. Hubert shook his head, neither affirming nor denying her words. "If you wish to conduct research, you must possess the requisite strength. The meager capabilities you currently have are scarcely sufficient to warrant consideration by the Navy. To pursue such endeavors under these circumstances is tantamount to courting disaster." Gazing at Alvia's resolute countenance, he remarked nonchalantly, "I merely offer a friendly warning. Your actions are of no concern to me. After rescuing you, my connection with O'Hara will have reached its conclusion. Should the Navy come knocking once more, do not expect my assistance. I can only hope that by then, you will have amassed enough strength to withstand their artillery." Alvia, unwavering, met the gaze of the dragon with steadfast determination, clearly conveying her stance. The dragon's claw reached out towards Alvia. Although Alvia's gaze was tinged with fear, she stood her ground, refusing to retreat even a step. "Please, great dragon." It was not intentional. "Alvia is merely stubborn. Spare her, and we shall speak with her." Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the dragon's claw extended before Alvia and opened to reveal a capsule within. "You are Alvia, are you not? You are gravely injured. This is a first aid capsule. Consume it quickly." Alvia, along with the scholars, stood in stunned silence. Was the dragon truly offering medicine? With a dazed expression, Alvia accepted the capsule, her fingers brushing against the dragon's coarse skin, sending a shiver through her. Moments ago, her heart had raced with anxiety. Clutching the capsule, she hesitated for but a moment before suddenly turning and fleeing towards the Tree of Knowledge. Hubert unfurled his wings to impede her. "Where are you heading? Quickly take the medicine. Otherwise, allowing the blood to flow further could lead to dire consequences. I can seek medical attention at the hospital later. For now, Dr. Kuroha is in greater need of this medicine." The doctor she referred to was indeed Dr. Kuroha, who, despite lacking strength, possessed an abundance of secrets and was ordered to be executed by the 5 Elder Stars. After being shot multiple times, he had fallen to the ground. Yet in his previous state of near death, he had still implored the scholars to come to his aid. Hubert shook his head, gazing into Olivia's eyes, and said, "No need. I saw him when I arrived. He is already gone." The doctor and Robin shared a close bond, likely the most intimate relationship on the island aside from that of Hubert. If it were within his power, Hubert would have undoubtedly saved him. Yet, alas, he had already departed. What? Upon hearing the tragic news, although somewhat prepared, Olivia collapsed onto the ground. She kept murmuring to herself, "It is all my fault. I brought disaster upon Ohala." Hubert gazed at the blood still seeping through her garments, a wave of concern washing over him. "Do not dwell on it. You must consume the capsule without delay," he urged. Yet, Olivia remained in a daze, her spirit seemingly lost. Hubert, feeling helpless, transformed back into his human form. However, desiring to keep his identity concealed, he employed the powers of the imitation fruit, morphing into a dashing man of approximately 30 years. He approached Olivia with purposeful strides, snatched the capsule from her hand, and forcefully placed it into her mouth. "Just take it without hesitation," he insisted, irritated by her reluctance. Olivia was taken aback. She had never anticipated that the magnificent dragon would suddenly become a human, and a rather handsome one at that. Shortly after swallowing the capsule, Olivia began to feel a soothing relief from her injuries. The wounds that had been oozing blood quickly ceased their bleeding, and her pallid complexion was soon graced with a touch of color. Hubert observed the results and subtly nodded. The capsule that Jesse had urgently developed proved to be far more effective than he had anticipated. It was no surprise, given the caliber of individuals from the Vegapunk laboratory. As Hubert gazed at her with keen interest, Olivia felt a sense of invasion, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Hubert discerned her discomfort and, with a swift transformation, morphed into a majestic dragon. Lowering his body, he offered his powerful neck as a means of support for Olivia. "What are you doing?" Olivia exclaimed, her injuries still fresh, and, in her agitation, she nearly coughed up blood. "I shall take you for healing," he replied. And in an instant, the dragon soared into the sky. Olivia had never experienced such a spectacle, though Hubert believed they were flying steadily and slowly. She felt the wind whip past her ears, enveloped by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. It seemed as though she might plummet at any moment, and she clutched the dragon's neck tightly. With her eyes closed, she cried out, "Where are you taking me? The scholars still need me. The hospital on the island is likely devoid of doctors. Your injuries are severe and require urgent attention. I too sustained grave wounds during the battle with the Navy and must be treated as well," he assured her. Chapter 26. Thunder and Fire. Once Hubert departed, the scholars exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they erupted into tears of joy. "We survived." Although they were all prepared for sacrifice, the sheer relief of being alive filled them with elation. Who among them wished for death? After weeping for a while, they gradually calmed and began to restore order. As they cleaned up, conversation sparked. "I believe I have seen that dragon before. I recall glimpsing its shadow by the shore and thought it was merely an illusion. Is that our island's guardian spirit?" "Perhaps it is," they pondered. Hubert ascended into the air with Olivia, and at last, they found some semblance of stability. Olivia, no longer gripped by fear, propped herself up slightly. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she grasped the dragon's neck and shook it. "My daughter, Robin, remains on the island." "How is Robin?" "I must go find her." Hubert remained steadfast and calmly stated, "Robin is now safe. Your current condition is perilous. I shall take you for treatment first, and once you are settled, we can seek her out. Perhaps she will return on her own by then." Upon hearing Hubert's words, Olivia let out a sigh of relief. Sensing the familiarity in his tone, she curiously inquired, "Who exactly are you? I feel as though you are quite acquainted with Ohala." "I am merely a bounty hunter, having spent some time in Ohala. I consider this chapter of my life closed, and after this departure, I may not return to Ohala again." "Oh," was her response, yet this answer did little to satiate Olivia's curiosity. Nevertheless, she chose not to press further and shifted the topic, asking, "Where are we headed now?" "To the land of flowers." Olivia pondered for a moment, seemingly trying to recall the name in her mind. Suddenly, Hubert's dragon form trembled, quickly steadying itself. Olivia hurriedly grasped his neck. "What are you doing?" Hubert did not respond to her. He merely gazed at the scene upon the sea, murmuring, "Interesting." Olivia followed his gaze and beheld the dramatic transformation of the waters off the coast of Ohala. One half of the sea had been rendered into a crystalline, transparent state, while the other half was cloaked in magma. On the surface, Two figures clad in naval justice cloaks stood in opposition, an aura of dread colliding between them. The clash of cold and heat, ice and fire, generated a torrent of air currents, propelling Hubert moments before. The scene shifts back to a short while ago. Escaping from Hubert, Sakazuki made his way to the opposite end of Ohala, where Kazan resided. Upon arrival, he found Kazan seated upon a large rock, contemplating the essence of life, while the icy pathway formed by blocks of ice stretched far across the sea. Puzzled, Sakazuki questioned him, yet received no reply. Instead, he sensed Kazan's gaze upon him was decidedly displeased. He then turned to the remaining Marines for information. Upon inquiry, Sakazuki's temper flared. "So, I was over there battling that damn bounty hunter, nearly losing my life, and you're here doing nothing to assist, and you even let one escape?" His anger, already simmering, erupted as he confronted Kazan. Seeing the civilian evacuation vessels being ordered to be sunk by Sakazuki filled Kazan with a seething fury. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the world government's orders, he would have acted long ago. Now, with Sakazuki initiating the confrontation, it suited him perfectly. The two were like dry tinder and a spark, ready to ignite. Thus, the scene witnessed by Hubert came to be. Olivia inquired with curiosity, "Who are they?" Hubert cast a fleeting glance at her, fixating on the two naval admirals leading the demon-hunting mission. "What?" Olivia gazed at the two men below, her eyes instantly ablaze with hatred. Yet, aware of the current circumstances that forbade her from causing any trouble, she muttered bitterly, "It would be for the best if both of them perished." Hubert shook his head, elucidating that it was that scoundrel with the ice who had set Robin free. Otherwise, Robin would have been in peril. Olivia was momentarily taken aback, yet she adapted to such revelations with remarkable swiftness. After all, it was through the assistance of the former Admiral Cerrone that she had managed to escape from prison and return to O'Hara. With a fierce determination, she added, "It would be best if that crimson fiend met his end at his hands." Hubert shrugged, reluctant to utter a word. In truth, he harbored similar sentiments within. In the original narrative, their confrontation decades hence culminated in Sakazuki breaking Kazan's leg. Yet now, their battle had been thrust forward by several decades. And Sakazuki had once again been bested, not in his prime. It remains uncertain what the outcome will be. Ideally, they would both suffer grievously, rendering them incapable of further conflict, thereby paving the way for Luffy's uncle, Kazuru, to ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral. What a scene that would be! Hubert could hardly fathom it. Nonetheless, the forthcoming battle at Marineford promised to be most intriguing. Hubert was not in the best condition, his flying speed significantly diminished, and he arrived at the Kingdom of Flowers only by nightfall. This time, he did not conceal his arrival, heading straight to the capital of the Kingdom of Flowers. Accompanied by Alvia, he made his way to the hospital. At this moment, Alvia was in a dire state, her entire body burning with fever, her delicate face flushed. Her consciousness was clouded, and the wounds that had previously stopped bleeding began to seep once more. After all, it was merely an emergency capsule. While it could provide immediate relief, it was not a viable solution for the long term. Hubert could no longer afford to delay, which is why he flew directly here. Otherwise, he typically preferred to maintain a low profile. Upon entering the hospital, a vigilant crowd swiftly surrounded him, each individual brandishing a weapon. This is characteristic of the West Sea, a region dominated by organized crime, where everyone is equipped for self-defense. Even the doctors are no exception. "What is your intention?" one courageous doctor inquired. Hubert transformed into a figure who embraced the unconscious Olivia. "Is this not evident? Healing. Merely healing?" "Indeed." The doctors breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their respective duties. The physician who had just questioned him approached with a smile. "Please, allow me to attend to the patient this time. We must act swiftly. Her condition is not favorable and has lingered for too long." "Very well. I shall arrange for surgery immediately. Ensure the finest physician is assigned. Let it be Dr. Cruz from your hospital. By the way, I too am injured. Summon a nurse to tend to my wounds." "Cruz? We do not have a doctor by that name in our hospital. Perhaps you are referring to Director Cruz? He is currently not present. Today he is attending to the injuries of the brothers from the 8 Treasure Water Army. The pirates have caused quite a stir recently, resulting in significant casualties." Upon hearing the name Cruz, the doctor appeared momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained composure. Hubert felt a tinge of regret. Cruz, his trusted physician after sustaining injuries during his battle with the Green Pepper, was quite skilled in his craft. However, with the pirates causing such a ruckus, he sighed. Since Cruz was unavailable, he resolved to summon the competent doctors from your hospital without delay. Chapter 27. A visit from the Green Pepper. The news of Hubert's arrival at the hospital swiftly reached the ears of the 8 Treasure Water Army. After all, that iconic flying dragon was indeed conspicuous, stirring quite a commotion throughout the city. Qingjiao personally led a group to pay him a visit. Who are you? Is this not Hubert? Qingjiao inquired with curiosity, observing the middle-aged man under the care of the nurse. Hubert gazed at the bald, muscular man with a hint of exasperation, prompting the nurse to step outside. Until now, he had always appeared as a child, with women regarding him as such. Now, having finally acquired the ability of the mimic fruit and transformed into adulthood, he was in the midst of flirtation with the young nurse when unexpectedly interrupted by the imposing figure. The nurse was taken aback upon recognizing the man as a friend of the esteemed Green Pepper, a member of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Initially harboring a slight affection for the handsome Hubert, her admiration only deepened at this revelation. As she reached the doorway, she glanced back, casting a flirtatious glance his way. Hubert smiled softly at her, secretly lamenting that although he appeared as an adult, his essence remained that of a 7-year-old child. Otherwise, he might have been able to engage in a night shift at the hospital. His flirtation with the young nurse merely fulfilled a desire for equal and light-hearted conversation. If it came to actions, it would likely be limited to a fleeting indulgence. Once the nurse departed and closed the door, Hubert dispelled his fruit mimicry ability, reverting to his true form, that of a small child. Lord Hubert, a young man following behind Green Pepper suddenly lunged towards him. Simon, what brings you here? With a swift slap, Hubert sent the approaching individual reeling in confusion, questioning him with curiosity. Green Pepper burst into laughter, revealing that this fellow had heard of Hubert's presence and implored him to bring him along. This young man was none other than Simon, a recent recruit of Hubert's from the 8 Treasure Navy. Initially indifferent towards Hubert, his admiration blossomed after witnessing Hubert effortlessly defeat the notorious pirate Mira, whose bounty amounted to 7 million. Simon had since become an ardent admirer, rivaling even Carter in his sycophancy, and Hubert regarded him as a promising young talent. Dizzy from the sudden encounter, Simon spun around a few times, shaking his head as he observed the bandages wrapped around Hubert's chest. Rather than being deterred by the slap, he indignantly exclaimed, "My Lord Hubert, how did you sustain such injuries? Who did this? I would risk my life to avenge you." "Enough. I am already injured. And your current abilities are insufficient for the task," Hubert replied with disdain. "Ah, indeed," Simon conceded, sheepishly rubbing his head before resolutely thumping his chest. "Rest assured, I shall strive to grow stronger and one day avenge you." As he spoke, Green Pepper clasped Simon's head and pulled him back. "All right, Simon. Reaching that level won't be easy. Relying solely on your current training regimen won't suffice." Simon sprang to his feet, brimming with determination. "Then I shall increase my training intensity from this moment onward, striving to be of assistance to you, my Lord Hubert." Observing Simon's fervor, Green Pepper shook his head in exasperation. This fellow lacked even the self-respect to maintain proper discipline. With that thought, he set Simon aside and turned to Hubert, inquiring, "I recall you possess the dragon fruit of the Zoan type. How is it that you can still transform? I heard from Simon and the others that you recently exhibited the ability to grow larger." Hubert had already devised a strategy, artfully stating, "I am, in fact, a mythical beast type of Zoan fruit user, and these are merely the capabilities granted by my fruit." "Oh, is that so? A mythical beast type, how remarkable," came the response. "You never showcased such abilities during our previous battles. At that time, I had yet to awaken these powers. They manifested alongside the growth of my strength." Hubert provided a brief explanation while subtly laying a trap, indicating that he could attribute the use of other fruits to this newfound awakening. The abilities of mythical beast fruits are diverse and extraordinary. What is wrong with having multiple special effects? Qingjiao, undeterred by skepticism, inquired with genuine curiosity, "Given your formidable prowess, is there anyone in the West Sea capable of injuring you? You are unaware of such a significant event?" Hubert expressed surprise. For the incident involving Ohala was no trivial matter, and he had completely eradicated the West Sea branch. How could Qingjiao not have received this news? After a moment of contemplation, Hubert realized there were 2 reasons for this lack of information. Firstly, the conveyance of information in the pirate world was relatively sluggish. Morgans had yet to establish a robust news network that reached this region. Secondly, with the Demon Slayer order having been repelled, the prestige of the world government had been somewhat tarnished, likely leading to a suppression of the incident. With this in mind, He offered a brief elucidation to Qingjiao. I was injured by the Navy. The Navy? Qingjiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Did you not claim you only wished to be a bounty hunter? How could you come into conflict with the Navy? Is it possible that a certain admiral stationed in the West Sea was involved? Hubert, reclining on his bed, shrugged his shoulders in resignation, stating, I had no choice. It was the Navy that initiated the confrontation. He refrained from revealing the identity of his assailant. As Qingjiao paced the room, his bald head shone brilliantly in thought. Suddenly, he halted, slamming his fist onto the caretaker's desk. This is unacceptable. You are my friend. An attack by the Navy on you is an assault on me as well. Tell me who did it, and I shall seek vengeance on your behalf. Observing Qingjiao's gallant demeanor, Hubert felt a slight twinge of gratitude. It's all right. I will handle my own revenge without involving you. Despite repeated inquiries from Qingjiao, Hubert's resolute demeanor left no room for further discussion. After a while, Qingjiao rubbed his hands together and proposed, now that you've engaged with the Navy, you might as well consider yourself a pirate. Would you like to join our 8 treasure water army? Witnessing the hulking figure of Qingjiao rubbing his hands together in an unsavory manner, Hubert could hardly bear to look. Simon, standing nearby, eagerly approached, his expression filled with anticipation as he gazed at Hubert. Perhaps not. I have already negotiated terms with the world government. Henceforth, I shall remain a bounty hunter, and they will not place a bounty on my head. Is that so? The expressions of Qingjiao and Simon fell slightly. What is with those expressions? Am I to be met with sorrow simply because I am not being hunted? Hubert felt somewhat speechless. Qingjiao had indeed never given up on trying to recruit him. Unfortunately, his ambitions lay elsewhere. Even if he were to become a pirate, it would be in the Grand Line. What future could he possibly have in the West Sea? The pinnacle of the 4 seas was merely the level of the 8 treasure navy, and there was little hope of rising any higher. Hubert was now nearly capable of taking on the 8 treasure navy single-handedly. His aspirations were at least to reach the caliber of Roger, wasn't he it? After exchanging a few more words, Qingjiao took his leave. Simon, unrelenting, attempted to remain, but was swiftly dismissed by Hubert. He wished to engage in deep conversations with the nurse, not to have a third wheel present. Once Qingjiao departed, he immediately utilized his abilities, transforming back to his appearance from over 30 years ago. However, after waiting for a while without the nurse's arrival, he was instead greeted by an unexpected visitor. Chapter 28, The King's Scheme. Flynn? Hubert gazed at the enchanting woman clad in sheer black stockings who entered, somewhat perplexed. What brings you here? The visitor was Flynn, the owner of the weapon shop whom Hubert had rescued previously. He had even attended the banquet she hosted. Flynn closed the door and stared at the handsome middle-aged man on the bed, momentarily taken aback. Is that you, Hubert? Hubert nodded slightly, reverting to his youthful state. Floryn gazed at him in a daze and inquired, Did you transform into that? Now feeling somewhat bewildered, she recalled that during Hubert's childhood form, she had never regarded him as a man and had, in fact, engaged in quite a few indiscreet actions. The thought that Hubert might be an adult transformed into a child left her feeling quite embarrassed, to the point where she felt as if her toes were about to dig into the floor in distress. How could she possibly face him after this? Perhaps it would be best to simply turn and walk away. After all, how could a mere child possess such formidable strength? Hubert discerned her fanciful musings and rolled his eyes. Naturally, it would come to that. I am not quite so aged yet. Oh, truly? Freya, who had been preparing to depart, suddenly halted. Indeed, you may inquire with Green Pepper and the others. Freya exhaled deeply, placing her trust in Hubert's words, a smile illuminating her face as she rushed towards him. She embraced Hubert's head, exclaiming, You little rascal, you nearly frightened me. Hubert felt suffocated, struggling to push her away. When he thrust his palm forward, he was met with a soft sensation that sent a jolt through him. Pretending to struggle, he clumsily took advantage of the moment. Finally sensing the inappropriateness of the situation, Freya released her hold on Hubert, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Hubert felt a deep sense of disappointment. Yet he maintained a facade of indignation as he exclaimed, What are you doing? I am injured, nearly suffocated. Observing Hubert's agitated demeanor, Flynn surmised that he likely did not act with malice, for what does a child truly comprehend? After gathering her thoughts, Flynn finally spoke. Did you come here this time solely for the purpose of seeking treatment? Hubert tilted his head, pondering, Is that so? What is it? After a moment of contemplation, Freya replied earnestly, I hope you can assist the Flower Kingdom in dealing with the invading pirates. Hubert was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman would seek his aid in combating the pirates. Surely, The 8 Treasure Navy was already addressing the matter, he mused. Though he refrained from voicing this thought. Freya sighed and took a seat beside Hubert's sickbed. The pirates have banded together and are exceedingly cautious. As if they have informants within the 8 Treasure Navy. Their efforts have yielded little success, and some have even sustained injuries. Each time Qingjiao attempts to strike, they swiftly evade capture. Your speed far surpasses that of Qingjiao. If you were to intervene, I am certain the situation could be resolved, Freya continued, hesitating momentarily as she surveyed their surroundings. She lowered her voice and added, moreover, with your capabilities, successfully addressing this pirate crisis might earn you the king's favor. In such a case, you could establish your own faction within the Flower Kingdom, becoming his trusted aide. The king could bestow upon you an official title, making you the youngest general. Hubert beamed as he gazed at the loquacious Flynn, his countenance reflecting an appropriate fervor. Could he truly ascend to the rank of a general? Very well, once my injuries have healed, I shall spring into action. However, I find myself in need of financial support. Fear not. His Majesty the King shall not neglect you. Flynn, taken aback by the unexpected smoothness of the conversation, was filled with joy. After engaging in further delightful discourse with Hubert, he finally took his leave. Hubert gazed at her graceful silhouette as she departed, lost in contemplation. It was astonishing that Feline had sought his assistance in dealing with pirates. Her motives seemed quite transparent. He had not anticipated that the woman he had casually rescued was of royal lineage, suggesting a position of considerable stature, perhaps even that of a princess. Furthermore, her words were intriguing, urging him to establish a faction in the Flower Kingdom. The realm was already dominated by the 8 Treasure Navy, led by Qingjiao, leaving the other naval forces merely as mere adornments. Was it possible that the king perceived the 8 Treasure Navy as a formidable force and sought to cultivate a counterbalance? Reflecting on it, the generous reward he received from the king after defeating Mira was of the highest caliber. Had the king considered recruiting him from that point onward? Indeed, he played his cards well. However, the king would ultimately be disappointed, as Hubert held this quaint flower kingdom in disdain. Despite his low regard for the place, he acknowledged the tangible benefits it offered. Thus, he resolved to forge connections, feigning compliance, in order to amass a fortune before venturing into the Grand Line. Hubert was deep in thought, pondering whether Flynn, aware of his current musings, might return to devour him. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a piercing scream shattered his reverie. He lifted his gaze in confusion, only to find the young nurse at the door, her mouth covered and her eyes wide with shock. Lowering his eyes, he realized he was still in the form of a child, having become so engrossed in his thoughts that he forgot to revert to adulthood. No, please let me explain. He raised his hand in an attempt to retain her. But the nurse had already fled. It was over. Hubert gazed skyward in silence, lamenting the fleeting acquaintance with the young nurse. However, he did not dwell on his sorrow. For she was merely a nurse after all. He could easily find another. The prospect of meeting one meant he could meet another. Suddenly struck by a thought, he smacked his forehead in realization. Goodness, he hoped the young nurse Wunti spread word of their encounter throughout the hospital. As fate would have it, she did just that, sharing her observations upon her departure. Consequently, the nurses who came to tend to him thereafter regarded him with peculiar glances, and he found himself unable to forge new connections. After all, a person capable of altering their appearance instilled a profound sense of insecurity. Who could ascertain their true visage? What if he were to encounter a visage marred by unsightly blemishes? This left Hubert with tears of regret. Meanwhile, Olivia's surgery proceeded with remarkable success. However, her injuries, primarily stemming from blunt force trauma, necessitated a period of recuperation. Hubert's injuries are not something that will heal quickly. Sakazuki, fierce as ever, is likely to take 2 to 3 months to fully recover. After being tense for so long, he has finally resolved the demon-slaying order and deserves to indulge himself. However, he finds himself in the hospital, where the nurses avoid him, treating him like a monster. Unable to endure such scrutiny, he decides to discharge himself early, seeking to vent his frustrations on pirates while also earning some berries. His condition has stabilized, and he can recuperate anywhere, although his combat abilities may be affected. Even a diminished strength cannot be trifled with by the pirates of the West Sea. Hubert has also inquired with Carter and found an island near O'Hara for his recovery. And he has already been in contact with Jesse. Thanks to Jesse's assistance, the remaining crew has suffered no casualties and is on the mend, though full recovery is anticipated to take another 2 to 3 months. Hubert advised them to recuperate properly, Upon his return to the ship, each individual would reward Bailey. Chapter 29. Collaboration Host. Hubert Level. LV-42 Faction. Bounty Hunter Equipment. Ancient Zoan-type Devil Fruit. Dragon Form. Paramecia Type. Big Fruit. Mythical Zoan Type. Merchant Form. Paramecia Type. Simulation Fruit. Devil Fruit Equipment slot is full at 44. Armament Hockey Basic Cultivation Manual. Unawakened. 95100. Observation Hockey Basic Level 1. Backpack. Zoan Type. White Rabbit Fruit. Zoan Type. Hamster Fruit. Zoan Type. Teddy Fruit. Bird Fruit. Seagull Form. Zoan Type. Tiger Fruit. Paramecia Type. Explosion Fruit. Paramecia Type. Heat Fruit. Paramecia Type. Flower Fruit. Devil Fruit Fragments. 1135. Observation Hockey Basic Fragments. 6. System Level. LV4. 8200W 1 billion. Note: upgrading system levels can expand the preparation slots, increase drop rates, and enhance equipment quality. You have acquired the strength of a formidable being upon the sea. Your physical prowess has surpassed that of Sakazuki during the same period. You harbor no fear even when confronted by candidates for admiral. However, your mastery of hockey has merely commenced. The devil fruit is ultimately an external force. Hockey is the essence. The road ahead remains long and arduous. Strive to grow stronger and conquer the seas. Before Hubert was discharged, he sought out some information, and in just a few short days, his strength underwent a remarkable transformation. It is truly astonishing to realize that engaging in combat is indeed the swiftest path to enhancement. For someone like him, who possesses a systematic advantage, this holds particularly true. Over the past few days, including the rewards from the system, he has amassed a fortune of 100 million berries, a sum that would have taken him several years to accumulate previously. Furthermore, he has acquired numerous devil fruits, including several extraordinarily powerful ones. Among these, the heat fruit poses a significant threat to Sakazuki, while the mimic fruit finally grants him the opportunity to don a disguise. Hubert placed great significance on the Hana no Mi, a fruit akin to that of Robin's. During a playful conversation with her one fateful night, he inadvertently forged a contract, thus binding Robin to his service. This encounter also unveiled the existence of the Hana no Mi. The power of this fruit is formidable. Yet its most profound implication lies in the revelation that the system can indeed produce identical devil fruits with similar effects. Traditionally, fruit users in this world are singular in their abilities, but now the system has shattered this long-standing rule. This implies that he may potentially acquire other fruits in the future, such as the Magu no Mi, Hai no Mi, Goro no Mi, or even the Nico fruit. He yearns to witness the astonished expression on Sakazuki's face when he encounters him wielding the Magu no Mi. Aside from the Hana no Mi, his greatest gain has been the mastery of hockey. He has now officially embarked on the path of hockey cultivation. However, the manual for the observation hockey has yet to be released, leaving him unable to practice independently. He can only utilize fragments to progress, requiring 100 fragments to elevate his level. After reviewing his level, Hubert adjusted his demeanor, completed his discharge procedures, and departed. The doctor urged him to remain longer, citing that his injuries were not yet healed. Yet, upon witnessing the doctor's feigned concern, Hubert felt no inclination to linger. He merely instructed the nurses to care for Alvia diligently and cautioned them against disclosing any details of his situation. The nurses, intimidated by Hubert's fierce countenance, hurriedly acquiesced. Upon exiting the hospital, Hubert pondered briefly before heading towards the palace. Initially, he intended to visit the 8 Treasures Navy. But since he aspired to extract more benefits from the king, it was essential to maintain closer ties with him. Upon Hubert's arrival at the palace, the king was in the midst of his meal. Hubert stepped inside and was met with an unexpected sight. Qingjiao? Hubert? The two exchanged glances, simultaneously calling out each other's names. Qingjiao, who had been dining, rose from his seat. Hubert, are you not recuperating in the hospital? Hubert shrugged and remarked, it is but a minor injury. I'd rust away if I stayed in the hospital. So, what brings you to the palace? Just as Hubert was about to speak, he was interrupted by the king seated at the head of the table. It is I who invited Hubert here. I have yet to properly express my gratitude for his valiant rescue of Freya during our last encounter. With that, the king cast a meaningful glance towards Freya seated nearby. Understanding the cue, Freya promptly rose, feigning a gesture of trepidation as she placed her hand upon her chest. Indeed, had it not been for Mr. Hubert, I might have met my untimely end. I must extend my heartfelt thanks. She called out, quickly, someone, arrange a proper seat for Mr. Hubert. Is that so? The green pepper seated nearby resumed his place, a bald head gleaming under the light's radiance. Hubert squinted slightly, a playful smile gracing his lips. After taking his seat, he remained silent, observing the exchange between Qingjiao and the king. Occasionally, he exchanged knowing glances with Frey. At this point, he was almost certain that Frey was indeed the daughter of the king of the Flower Kingdom. However, he couldn't quite comprehend why the ruler of the Flower Kingdom bore such peculiar traits akin to those of the 8 treasure navy, yet had a daughter as stunning as Frey. Was it a case of genetic mutation? Or perhaps she was not his biological offspring? Qingjiao appeared to have a close relationship with the king, their conversation mostly revolving around mundane matters. During their discourse, Hubert caught mention of old Kai, the future 13th leader of the 8 treasure navy, the man who had inexplicably married Baby 5. Gradually, their conversation shifted towards official matters. Qingjiao, the pirates have been rampant in the Flower Kingdom lately. I have received numerous reports from the populace, the king remarked with a sigh. We at the 8 treasure navy have done our utmost, Qingjiao replied, but they are exceedingly cunning. We have lost many brothers, yet our efforts seem fruitless. The king clearly found this response unsatisfactory, taking a hearty gulp of his drink. If this continues, the economic losses will be minor compared to the panic among the people. With each passing day, they will feel increasingly insecure in the Flower Kingdom, doubting our ability to protect them. Qingjiao forced a smile. We will resolve this swiftly. They are no match for me. Given the right opportunity, I can handle them alone. At this point, the king felt he could say little more, his dissatisfaction with Qingjiao growing. To possess the nation's strongest military force yet remain at the mercy of pirates was utterly disgraceful. The atmosphere grew tense, punctuated only by Hubert's unperturbed chewing. Once he finished his beef, Hubert seized the moment to inquire, is the pirate situation still severe in the Flower Kingdom? Would you like my assistance? I happen to have some free time. You? Qingjiao turned to the young Hubert, his eyes lighting up. If you were to intervene, it might indeed be quite manageable. The king had been contemplating how to broach the subject of enlisting Hubert's help, knowing that his request would carry weight. To his surprise, Hubert was so accommodating. The king regarded him with newfound appreciation. Strong, young, and intelligent. Was this not the perfect candidate to cultivate as a trusted confidant? With this in mind, the king raised his glass with a smile. I too believe it is feasible. With your prowess, Hubert, dispatching those pirates would be a trivial task. Moreover, your agility surpasses that of Qingjiao. You could swiftly arrive at the scene as soon as they make a move. As the evening wore on and the wine flowed, Qingjiao prepared to take his leave. Hubert had intended to leave, yet he was retained by the inebriated king, who insisted upon an all-night discourse, claiming an instant rapport. Subsequently, the king turned to Florin and instructed, please see off Green Pepper. At that moment, Green Pepper was somewhat intoxicated as well, but he declined, saying, there is no need for you to trouble yourself, Princess Florin. I can depart on my own. With that, Green Pepper swayed slightly as he rose from his seat and ambled towards the door. Florin, chuckling, supported him, saying, oh, what trouble is this? I too could use some fresh air. It has become rather tedious to sit here drinking with you. At that moment, Hubert was struck with astonishment. What? A princess? Wasn't Florin a princess? To think that Florin was, in fact, the king's wife. Hubert gazed intently at the king for a moment, reflecting to himself, how fortunate it is to possess wealth. Yet, upon learning that Flynn is a married woman, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of excitement. What could possibly be the reason for this? Hubert hastily shook his head, for he had no desire to be a traitor. Little did the king know that the 7-year-old Hubert was pondering such thoughts. Had he been aware, he might have reconsidered the prospect of reappointing Hubert. I hear your injury was inflicted by the Navy? Indeed, it was a formidable naval officer, one who may very well ascend to the rank of admiral in the future. The king, without a hint of skepticism, inquired, is it that fellow named Sakazuki? Hubert lifted his head, somewhat taken aback. Oh, has the intelligence reached here already? I presumed the Navy would have concealed this matter. The king replied with pride, this news did not originate from the Navy. It comes from the intelligence network of our Flower Kingdom. Our intelligence system spans the entire West Sea, and nothing escapes my vigilance. Once you ascend to the position of general in the Flower Kingdom, all of this will be at your disposal. Hubert listened to the king's enticing words, inwardly scoffing at their implications. The intelligence from a few days prior, now revealed as a mere pretext for claiming dominance over the West Sea. Furthermore, even if it were indeed true, what difference would it make? A formidable pirate could easily reduce the Flower Kingdom to ashes along the Grand Line. Nevertheless, Hubert maintained a visage of longing, seemingly lost in an imaginative reverie of future possibilities, murmuring to himself, "Truly impressive." The king, pleased with this display, remarked, "It was you who dispatched that old admiral from the naval branch in the West Sea, was it not?" Hubert shyly scratched his head and nodded. Nothing escapes the king's keen gaze. "Ha ha." The king erupted into laughter, his breath laced with the scent of alcohol, which made Hubert feel queasy. He couldn't help but think of the unfortunate friend, that alluring femme fatale. If it weren't for the necessity of extracting his resources, Hubert would have likely walked away long ago. Suddenly, he inquired, "Sakazuki is still engaged in combat with Akiji, isn't he?" The king shook his head in response, "No longer. Their battle has concluded." What was the outcome? Hubert transformed into a curious child in an instant. Sakazuki emerged victorious. His opponent suffered a broken leg, the king remarked, his tone tinged with astonishment. It is said that their clash lasted 3 days and nights, altering the very landscape around them, a display of miraculous strength. According to whispers, this feat has compelled the world government to recognize Sakazuki's prowess, and it seems he may soon be promoted to the rank of admiral. Hubert, is Kazan truly so incompetent? He managed to defeat Sakazuki himself, yet he still cannot prevail? Now, not only has he failed to prevent Sakazuki's promotion, but he has inadvertently accelerated the process. In the original work, Sakazuki did not ascend to the rank of admiral so swiftly. Hubert sighed. Perhaps this is simply fate. The king, noticing his lack of enthusiasm, comforted him, saying, "Take heart, Hubert. At your age, escaping from Sakazaki is already a remarkable feat. He will never be your equal in the future." All right. Hubert was in a state of bewilderment. What was going on? Had he not just bested Sakazuki? How had the narrative shifted to him fleeing? Observing the king's comforting gaze only deepened his frustration as he explained, "I have indeed triumphed over Sakazuki." Well, think as you will. You are merely 7 or 8 years old, while Sakazuki is already in his 20s. By that measure, you have left him far behind, the king replied. With a sigh, Hubert chose to say no more. He realized that this was likely a deliberate message circulated by the world government to preserve its own dignity. After all, Sakazuki was poised to become an admiral. Being defeated by an obscure bounty hunter would not bode well for their reputation. With that thought, Hubert ceased his explanations. The king of the flower country gazed at Hubert with increasing admiration. Such strength at such a young age could indeed lead him to become a formidable figure, perhaps even a fleet admiral. It was imperative to cultivate a relationship. After a moment's contemplation, the king suddenly remarked, "I have heard you are currently in need of berries." Hubert's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Recently, life at home had become exceedingly difficult. My homeland, O'Hara, had been ravaged by a naval attack and now lay in ruins. To rebuild O'Hara, I require a substantial sum of berry. The king sighed, recognizing the loyalty of this young man. "Since you are willing to assist us in eradicating the pirates, I shall not forget your efforts. Here's a check for 100 million berry to tide you over." With that, the king produced a check from his pocket and handed it to Hubert, clearly having prepared for this moment in advance. Hubert, with a grateful expression, repeatedly expressed his thanks upon receiving the check. This was not mere pretense, it was genuine appreciation. After enduring countless hardships to earn 100 million Bailey, to receive such a generous gift from the king of the Flower Kingdom was indeed remarkable. This truly exemplified the notion of a wealthy patron. With a solid financial foundation, their subsequent conversation transformed into a delightful exchange. Hubert employed the tricks of the working class from his previous life, responding to the king's words with such enthusiasm that it brought considerable delight to the monarch. It seemed as though they were on the verge of becoming sworn brothers. Upon exiting the palace, Hubert was guided by Flynn to the accommodations prepared for him by the king. It was a grand courtyard, resplendently adorned, with a magnificent golden statue standing at the entrance. Its composition uncertain, whether it was gilded or crafted entirely from gold. In any case, Hubert felt confident that, given the king's immense wealth, it was likely solid gold. Hubert's favorite feature is undoubtedly the grand circular bed within, boasting an impressive radius of 3 meters and exuding remarkable elasticity. Hubert leapt eagerly into the air, his youthful form bouncing a few times upon landing. "Little one, your injuries have yet to heal. Do be cautious not to aggravate them," Flynn remarked, observing the spirited Hubert. Hubert lay on the bed, reluctant to move. He suddenly thought that perhaps lying here for a few months to rest would not be such a bad idea. After all, there was no urgent need to chase after pirates. Noticing that Hubert was unresponsive, Flynn chuckled. It's quite rare to see you like this, Hubert. Are you afraid to sleep alone at night? Would you like me to stay and keep you company? A wave of emotion surged through Hubert, who soon recalled that Flynn was the king's queen. It was likely she regarded him as a mere child. If he were to take advantage of this situation, how would he differ from Tazizuel? With a heavy sigh, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "No need for that. You may leave. I shall rest well and spend my days capturing pirates." Chapter 31. The soul transaction. The morning sun cast its rays upon the earth, yet offered little warmth. A layer of frost settled on the leaves, infusing the air with a hint of crispness. Hubert pushed open the door, gazing at the golden statue in the distance, adorned with a veil of dew, shimmering brilliantly in the morning light. He could not help but marvel once more at the opulence of the wealthy lifestyle. Behind him, Flynn emerged as well, assisting him in closing the door. Do not misunderstand. Flynn had not spent the night here. She had come this morning to rouse Hubert. "Lead the way," he urged. "That wretched fellow disturbed my slumber. Let us resolve this swiftly, so I may return to my rest." Flynn playfully pinched his cheek, admonishing him that children should not indulge in slothful sleep, but rather engage in more vigorous activity. At this moment, Hubert had taken on the appearance of an adult, firmly retaliating against the taunt. "Who are you calling a child?" After a brief scuffle, Hubert transformed into a magnificent dragon and soared towards the location indicated by Flynn. Upon arrival, he found the pirates still wreaking havoc. Due to his earlier delay, a squad of the 8 Treasure Navy had already begun to address the situation. Hubert pondered for a moment, deciding to observe from the shadows rather than intervene. It appeared that the 8 Treasures Navy had secured victory, and seizing the accolades for himself would be rather ungracious. This individual seemed to have grown even stronger than when he had challenged the esteemed Green Pepper. Fortunately, Lord Scrin had arrived. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dangerously. One of the 8 Treasures Navy members glanced at a robust man in his 20s. With a powerful charge, the burly man sent a pirate flying, crashing through 2 walls in the process. Simultaneously, Scrin cautioned, "Do not be complacent. These pirates have been unusually audacious lately, and we must exercise caution." "Lord Scrin, you are an officer. Surely these pirates cannot pose a threat," remarked one of the 8 Treasures Navy members dismissively as he witnessed the pirate lying motionless on the ground, raising his rifle and firing in that direction. Clang, clang, clang. A barrage of bullets was deftly deflected in midair. A figure wielding a sword emerged before several members of the 8 Treasures Navy. "Who goes there?" Scrin, who had remained vigilant, was already poised for battle at the first sign of the newcomer. As he recognized the figure, his eyes narrowed. Was this the swordsman who had nearly injured the esteemed Green Pepper? He had left that day professing admiration, yet now resorted to such despicable tactics to instigate conflict. The swordsman offered no reply, coldly asserting, "I have grown stronger. Soon, I shall bring the head of that Green Pepper." "Ha ha." Scrin laughed. "I truly misjudged you. You are indeed shameless." The swordsman snorted disdainfully, sweeping his long sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy. It was evident that he had grasped the essence of iron cutting and mastered the art of soaring strikes. Hubert, observing the confrontation from a distance, was taken aback. Realizing that the 8 Treasures Navy could not withstand the onslaught, he rushed forward in haste. The fiercely advancing swordsman perceived a dark shadow looming over him, leaving him no time to react. Inwardly he roared, "A sneak attack." In the next moment, the swordsman was struck down, losing consciousness. The atmosphere seemed to still. "Are you Lord Hubert?" After a brief pause, the members of the 8 Treasures Navy recognized Hubert's identity. The dragon transformed by Hubert assumed a humanoid form and nodded gently. "Lord Hubert, what brings you here?" Siglin exhaled in relief, having steeled himself for a desperate battle. For the prowess of that swordsman was no trivial matter. Observing the fallen swordsman, Siglin felt a twinge of astonishment. This swordsman had engaged in a considerable struggle with Lord Green Pepper, yet was effortlessly vanquished by Hubert in an instant. Although there was an element of surprise in the attack, it seemed that Hubert had surpassed even Green Pepper in strength. Hubert raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I have been entrusted by the king to assist in addressing the recent troubles caused by the pirates of the Flower Kingdom. Upon my arrival, I chanced upon your situation and decided to lend a helping hand." "Indeed," replied a member of the 8 Treasures Navy, panting with a hint of trepidation. "Lord Hubert's prowess has truly grown formidable. Thank goodness for Lord Hubert's presence. Otherwise, we would have found ourselves in peril." Hubert was basking in the flattery, his face beaming with delight. "Oh, it's nothing, merely a few tricks," he modestly remarked. After a wave of praise, Hubert instructed the 8 treasure water army to clean up the aftermath, while he led the swordsman to a secluded corner. A few sharp slaps landed on the swordsman's face, jolting him awake from his daze. He felt a swelling on his cheek. "Are you from the Pirate Alliance?" Hubert inquired upon noticing the swordsman had regained consciousness. The swordsman, gazing at the 7-year-old before him, felt as though he were still dreaming, reaching out to grasp Hubert. In response, Hubert delivered another stinging slap, ensuring he was fully alert. "I am asking you a question. Who sent you?" The swordsman remained tight-lipped, his gaze fixed intently on Hubert. The indignity of being humiliated by a mere child sent a wave of anger coursing through him. A man may be slain, but he must not be dishonored. Seeing his silence, Hubert threatened, "If you do not speak, you shall meet your end." With that, an aura of menace enveloped the swordsman. He sensed the already frigid air grow even more chilling, as if death loomed just around the corner. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back, rendering him motionless. This child possesses remarkable strength. After a moment, unable to endure the pressure any longer, he shouted, "As a swordsman, I shall not be cowed by the threat of death." "Then why do your legs tremble? Oh, and why are your trousers damp?" The swordsman, his expression one of defiance in the face of death, felt a twinge of embarrassment at Hubert's bemusement. Stealthily, he glanced down. "You tricked me. I did not urinate," he retorted angrily, only to meet Hubert's playful smirk. Hubert discerned that the swordsman before him was evidently constrained by some external force, rendering him either unwilling or unable to divulge the identity of his benefactor. Otherwise, given this individual's propensity, he would have revealed it long ago. Thus, a different approach was necessitated. Hubert gazed at the furious swordsman and inquired, "Since you are unwilling to divulge who orchestrated your actions from behind the scenes, I shall not press you further. Allow me to present you with 2 choices. First, you may meet your demise at my hands, and your bounty shall be claimed. Second," before Hubert could finish his sentence, the swordsman erupted with fervent cries. "As a swordsman, do you not disregard the value of life and death?" Hubert jested. "To live is to afford myself the opportunity to pursue a higher realm." The swordsman retorted. Hubert shrugged. "Very well, let me present to you your second option. I shall grant you a reprieve, but in return, you must surrender your soul." "Surrender my soul?" "Indeed, your soul shall belong to me, and henceforth, all that you are will be mine. You will become my most loyal servant. Do you agree?" The swordsman gazed at the earnest expression on the child's face, momentarily bewildered. Has this child succumbed to youthful delusions? Is this not tantamount to letting oneself off the hook? "Do you agree? If not, I shall resort to the first option," Hubert urged, noticing the boy's silence. I agree, as long as you spare me. I shall offer you my soul." Chapter 32. The soul servant. The transaction was successful, and the first soul servant subordinate was acquired, rewarded with a critical hit and a treasure chest. Hubert's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a generous reward, discovering a treasure chest. Though he had never acquired a treasure chest before, he was aware of a means to obtain one. Upon collecting 1,000 fragments of the devil fruit, one would be granted a devil fruit treasure chest. Thus, he had refrained from utilizing his fragments, saving them to amass 10,000 for a tenfold draw. Yet now, a treasure chest had appeared before him, an unexpected delight. It is worth noting that after years of accumulation, he had only managed to gather a single fragment for a devil fruit chest. May I take my leave now?" Just as Hubert was basking in his joy, the swordsman on the ground interrupted him with a sense of urgency. The swordsman was feeling rather unwell. Upon agreeing to Hubert's request, he sensed that he had lost something vital, leaving him feeling utterly hollow, as if his very soul had dissipated. Hubert's train of thought was interrupted, leaving him somewhat displeased. He coldly remarked, "Who said you could leave? What? Did you not just say to let me go?" The swordsman widened his eyes in astonishment. "I spoke of granting you a chance for survival, not of releasing you." Hubert beckoned to Screen, instructing him to transform this individual into a bounty, leaving the interrogation to their discretion. Screen, elated, lifted the severely injured swordsman from the ground and bowed to Hubert, assuring him that the bounty would be delivered. With that, he took the swordsman away, who continued to shout in protest, but Hubert had lost interest in further discourse. He had attained what he desired. Once Screen departed, Hubert initially intended to indulge in a brief slumber, yet the recent discovery of a treasure chest had stirred his excitement, rendering sleep elusive. Thus, he resolved to seek a place to exchange his 1 million check for Bailey. Hubert exhibited remarkable efficiency while withdrawing funds from the bank. likely due to prior arrangements made by the king. Upon entering the establishment, he was promptly attended to and escorted to the back, where he swiftly retrieved Bailey. As Hubert emerged from the bank, a substantial box in hand, he bore an air of newfound confidence. Upon reaching a narrow alley, he prepared to deposit Bailey into the system when a figure clad in black unexpectedly materialized at the alley's entrance. Hubert regarded the burly man, who bore the unmistakable appearance of a gang member, his brow furrowing as he tightened his grip on the box. Was the gang intending to seize Bailey? The moment the gang member appeared, he strode directly towards Hubert, positioning himself before him, his mouth opening as if to utter something. Hubert did not afford him an opportunity. With a single punch, he obliterated the dark organization. Utilizing the powers of the heat fruit, he heated his blood, which evaporated into the air. Hubert nonchalantly exited the alley, having already integrated the Bailey into the system. Upon leaving the alley, he made his way towards the hospital. In the ward, Olivia was idly gazing out the window, observing a few birds frolicking. One fledgling, struggling with its flight, tumbled to the ground. An adult bird, witnessing the incident, hurried to its side, chirping as if expressing concern, yet also seemingly chiding. At this sight, Olivia murmured to herself. She realized she had seldom shown Robin such affection. Without a mother, Robin must have endured considerable hardship. Once her injuries healed, she resolved to seek out Robin and compensate for the maternal love she had failed to provide. Although she yearned to explore the lost chapters of her past, she surmised that her current circumstances would prevent her from leaving O'Hara anytime soon. Moreover, the death of the doctor had profoundly affected her. She did not wish for anyone else to perish due to her actions. A creaking sound interrupted her thoughts as the door swung open. She looked up to see a handsome man enter. "Lord Hubert, you've arrived," Olivia remarked. Over the past few days, she had learned Hubert's name. It sounded somewhat familiar, yet she could not quite place it, especially considering that when she left O'Hara, Hubert was merely a toddler. "There is no need to call me Lord," Hubert replied, taking a seat beside her and placing the fruit he held upon the table. "It must be rather dull in this ward." Olivia sighed. "It's not too bad. I've managed to come to terms with certain matters." Hubert produced 2 books from his pocket with a flourish, feigning a semblance of regret. "I had intended to offer you these books to pass the time, but it seems you no longer require them." Olivia paused for a moment. Her cheeks flushed, and then replied, "Since you've gone to the trouble of bringing them, I might as well take a look." Hubert chuckled softly, placing the book upon the table, and remarked, "Knowing your fondness for history, I thought you might appreciate this chronicle of the Flower Kingdom, though I cannot ascertain your genuine interest." Olivia, somewhat taken aback, responded, "Of course, I am most grateful." "Lord Hubert, I have asked you to refrain from calling me Lord," Hubert replied with a hint of indifference. "What is it that you claim to have comprehended?" "I once harbored an overly self-assured mindset, believing that my origins from O'Hara would shield me from scrutiny, and that the pursuit of history was a pursuit free from the constraints of humanity. It was only after witnessing the demise of the doctor that I realized our naivety. Moving forward, I aspire to return to O'Hara, to seek out Robin, and to accompany her through her formative years as I embrace the remainder of my life. Perhaps in time, the world government will ease its grip, and there will undoubtedly be those who will inherit our resolve, revealing the obscured century of history to the world." Hubert scoffed. "It seems you have yet to grasp the situation." Olivia furrowed her brow. "What do you mean? Am I mistaken in what I said?" Hubert coldly remarked. "Do you still harbor the illusion that the world government will lift the blockade? It has been 800 years. Do you see any indication from the world government that they intend to do so? As for what lies ahead, who can predict?" Olivia felt a twinge of uncertainty. Hubert laughed heartily, continuing for quite some time before finally ceasing. "Well, even if the world government were to lift the blockade in several centuries, do you truly believe there will be individuals willing to expend countless hours and energy to delve into these seemingly trivial matters?" "This is not trivial at all," Olivia retorted, a hint of anger in her voice. After a brief pause, she added, "History is a treasure of humanity. There will undoubtedly be those who would sacrifice their lives for it. As for what the future holds, who can say for certain?" Hubert echoed Olivia's words back to her verbatim. Olivia's face flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless. The room fell silent. After a while, Hubert spoke again. "So, do you understand now?" "Understand what?" Olivia replied, her gaze lowered, her silvery hair cascading down to obscure her lovely features, her mood somewhat despondent. "The fault does not lie with you. Do you believe me when I say I am currently investigating that blank century? As for the world government, I am utterly powerless." Hmm? Olivia raised her head, a look of confusion crossing her face. Hubert lamented with a sense of frustration. The truth is, your capabilities are simply too feeble. It is precisely this weakness that allows the world government to manipulate you at will, leaving you utterly powerless. In such circumstances, attempting to explore that which the world government has forbidden is akin to courting death. Strength? Olivia plunged into deep thought. Indeed, if one were to surpass the world government in power, could they truly dictate what you may study? Surpassing the world government? Is that even feasible? Why not? In the future, I alone shall be capable of vanquishing them. Hubert pondered these thoughts in silence, concealing his true feelings. I merely offered a metaphor. In any case, with sufficient strength, what is there that one cannot accomplish? Why do you share this with me? Olivia sensed a hint of disquiet in Hubert and gazed into his eyes with concern. I am fine. Let us discuss this once you have recovered, Hubert replied, rising from the bed and closing the window. The weather in the land of flowers is rather cold, and given your injuries, please take care of yourself. Chapter 33. Undercover. Upon exiting Olivia's room, Hubert was intercepted by a nurse from the hospital. This surprised him. It seemed these nurses regarded him as some sort of specter. Daring to confront him, the young nurse wore a somewhat stiff expression, yet endeavored to smile. The rumors surrounding Hubert had become increasingly outrageous in recent days, claiming he was a demon who preyed upon young girls. Had it not been for the director's insistence that she attend to him, she would have preferred to avoid the encounter altogether. Lord Hubert, someone is here to see you at the hospital. Oh, who is it? Hubert inquired, bemused. His acquaintances, including Qingjiao, were aware of his discharge. Who could possibly seek him out at this moment? It is Simon from the 8 Treasure Water Army. He left when he found you were not here, but his expression was rather somber. It seems he might have urgent matters to discuss with you. Simon, Hubert realized. That young admirer did frequently seek him out, and he had not informed him of his discharge. Nevertheless, it was unlikely that Simon would have anything of pressing urgency. As Hubert fell into contemplation, the nurse seized the opportunity to interject. By the way, Lord Hubert, your medical expenses have yet to be settled, as well as those for Miss Olivia. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to address this now. Ah, so this was the primary motive, Hubert mused. No wonder she was so apprehensive yet still approached him. Money was the incentive. However, he was unperturbed at this moment, having just withdrawn 100 million Bailey from the bank. He felt quite confident. I have time now, let us settle it. How much is it? Upon hearing this, the nurse's face broke into a genuine smile. As per your request, we employed the most advanced medical techniques and the finest medications, even prioritizing your treatment. Just tell me the amount, Hubert replied, growing impatient. Was he incapable of affording a mere sum? The total comes to 970,000 Bailey. How much? Hubert's voice rose an octave. He had only just secured 100 million from the king, and now they demanded a tenth of it? Absolutely not. The nurse attempted to repeat the price, but Hubert promptly interrupted her. I just remembered that the king summoned me for an urgent matter. You may discuss the medical fees with him later. I must take my leave. Upon concluding his words, he hastily departed from the hospital, leaving behind the flustered nurse amidst the winds. Once outside, Hubert vehemently condemned the hospital's exorbitant pricing, accusing them of attempting to exploit him as a gullible fool, feeling a sense of ennui thereafter. He pondered for a moment and proceeded to a foot massage parlor, intending to unwind. He had already surmised that there was an undercover agent among the 8 Treasure Water Army, and unless this infiltrator was unmasked, it was highly unlikely he would acquire any useful leads. At present, he had set the bait and could only await the fish to take the hook. In the 8 Treasure Water Army, a figure sat upon a chair, incessantly spinning a coin in his hand, revealing his evident agitation. With a sudden motion, he crushed the coin and cast it aside in frustration. This wretched individual, who had promised to send Skrin to capture some pirates for merit, was now resorting to underhanded tactics. Indeed, pirates were not to be trusted. Fortunately, that fellow Hubert had taken action. He then inquired into the darkness. Did you remind Hubert to tread carefully in this murky water as I instructed? A voice emerged from the shadows. We have already dispatched our chief enforcer to alert him, but there has been no news as of yet. It seems the situation is dire. Damn it, Hubert is no saint either. The figure bellowed in fury. In the midst of battle, one does not harm the messenger. How shameless. He surely seeks to seize this opportunity to win the king's favor, becoming a formidable adversary in the future. Taking a moment to compose himself, the figure coldly remarked, has the swordsman who attacked Skrin been returned? Yes. He has arrived and is awaiting interrogation. Dispose of him, the figure commanded. We cannot be certain of what he knows. It is prudent to err on the side of caution. Silence enveloped the darkness once more, as if no one had ever been present. The figure resumed his seat, and unbeknownst to him, another coin appeared in his hand, spinning nimbly. What had initially been a well-laid plan had now been disrupted by the unforeseen variable that was Hubert. Ah, the frustration. The adult form of Hubert reclined upon the bed, emitting a contented sigh as he relished the ministrations of the technician. It must be said, the renowned foot massage city of the Flower Kingdom truly excels in the art of massage. He had long yearned for such an experience, yet had been hindered by the lack of a transformative means, for these establishments did not cater to children. Now, endowed with the powers of the mimic fruit, he could finally indulge in the pleasures he had so desired. Just as he was savoring the exquisite sensations, the ringing of a phone abruptly interrupted his bliss. Hubert casually picked up the phone book, establishing a connection. "What are you doing, Hubert?" The voice of the king resonated through the device, tinged with irritation. "Well, Your Majesty, I am indulging in a massage. I must say, the massage techniques of our Flower Kingdom are truly remarkable. It is exceedingly comfortable. I believe we could cultivate this industry further. It could flourish upon the seas, becoming a pillar industry for our Flower Kingdom." As Hubert continued his massage, he spoke, nearly causing the young masseur to stumble in astonishment at his words. "Is that so? I too perceive great potential in this. I have yet to witness a massage technique within our Flower Kingdom that surpasses those in the West Sea." The king's voice carried a hint of pride, yet it soon shifted to a more agitated tone. "But wait, was I not the one instructing you to address the pirate issue? Why are you indulging in a massage?" Perhaps it was due to the substantial deposit of 100 million berries made yesterday, for the king spoke with newfound assertiveness. "Have I not already resolved the matter? I have dispatched the personnel from the 8 Treasure Navy to interrogate that pirate. Once we obtain the results, I shall take action." The king, now irate, retorted, "Did I not mention that the 8 Treasure Navy has an infiltrator? Why would you still send them there, now that you have captured the pirate? He perished in the confines of the 8 Treasure Navy's prison." "Oh, when did this transpire?" Hubert opened his eyes, signaling for the masseur to depart. He felt a twinge of surprise. Although he anticipated that the fish would take the bait, this was rather swift. Had the swordsman met his end before Hubert even completed his massage? How alarming. It just happened. "Hubert, if you find yourself apprehending a pirate and wish to avoid interrogating him personally, you may bring him to the palace. We have professionals who can handle it. No more sending them to the 8 Treasure Navy." The king seemed to consider Hubert's youth and began to lecture him earnestly. "All right, I understand. I shall proceed to investigate immediately and see if there are any fruitful outcomes." Hubert hung up the phone, rinsed off the essential oil from his skin, donned his clothing, and let out a weary sigh. The discomfort of abruptly halting midway was truly unsettling. He resolved to return later for a thorough massage to make up for the unfinished business. Chapter 34. Soul-searching within the confines of the 8 Treasure Water Army's prison. A group led by Qing Jiao gathered around a lifeless body, their expressions grim. "Pike, what on earth happened? Were you not tasked with keeping an eye on him? After much effort in capturing a pivotal figure, he has now perished due to your negligence. Surely, you are not an undercover agent? I have sensed something amiss with you for quite some time." Pike, standing beside the corpse, listened to the accusations, his face ashen. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, appearing utterly disoriented. "It's not my fault. I merely went to the restroom, and when I returned, he was dead. I am not an undercover agent." Qing Jiao, observing his demeanor, showed no mercy. He instructed his subordinate, "Arrest him at once." The subordinate complied, reaching out to seize Pike. Terrified, Pike recoiled, shouting, "I am truly not an undercover agent. Lord Qing Jiao, you must believe me, regardless of whether or not you are an undercover agent. The fact remains that a prisoner died while you were on duty, and you must face the consequences." The subordinate's expression darkened. "Are you certain you wish to resist?" Pike froze in place, paralyzed by fear, and had no choice but to surrender. What commotion is this? Just as Pike was about to be apprehended, a voice emerged from the crowd. Qing Jiao, upon hearing the voice, was taken aback, his expression awkward as he turned toward the source. It was Hubert. Hubert approached and surveyed the chaotic scene, remarking, "I have heard from His Majesty the King that the swordsman I captured has perished." The atmosphere instantly fell into silence, as the 8 Treasure Navy exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to respond. Finally, it was Green Pepper who spoke up, confirming, "Indeed, the swordsman has died, and we are currently addressing the situation." He continued, "It seems you are intent on apprehending this guard. However, I believe it is unnecessary. If he were the one who acted, he would not be foolishly awaiting capture here. Upon hearing Hubert's words, Peak nodded fervently in agreement. Green Pepper hesitated momentarily, then conceded. Since you say so, Hubert, let's leave it at that. Peak, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with joy and cast a grateful glance at Hubert. Hubert chuckled. That's more like it. There's no need to put an innocent person in a difficult position. By the way, I have been sent by the king to investigate the matter concerning that pirate, so I would appreciate it if you could step aside for a moment. Huh? Must we also step aside? Green Pepper inquired, somewhat astonished. Hubert nodded helplessly. The king suggested that there was likely an undercover agent within the 8 treasure navy, prompting him to conduct a private investigation. Qingjiao's expression darkened upon hearing this, despite his own suspicions about an infiltrator. The idea of allowing an outsider to investigate was somewhat difficult for him to accept. Ultimately, Qingjiao led his men out of the prison cell. Just as they emerged, a burly man standing beside him expressed his discontent. Qingjiao, this lad is truly overstepping, constantly invoking the king's name. He is using the king to pressure us. Enough of that, Sakazuki. Our objective remains to deal with the pirates, Qingjiao interrupted. Sakazuki sneered, all for the sake of handling pirates? I beg to differ. The moment he arrived, he contacted the king, which raises my suspicions about his intentions. The king has long harbored caution towards us, had it not been for your presence. Qingjiao, the 8 treasure navy might have been disbanded by now. He likely aims to support a faction that can counterbalance us. And Hubert appears to align perfectly with his ambitions. Pike, who had exited alongside Qingjiao, whispered, I believe Lord Hubert is not that kind of person. Sakazuki, might you be overthinking this? Silence. Sakazuki retorted mercilessly, your matter is far from resolved. Pike, taken aback, fell silent. Qingjiao frowned, saying, enough, Sakazuki. Pike's situation has passed. And he is correct. Hubert is not that sort of individual. How can you say that? Knowing we are dealing with pirates, he still insists on intruding. I suspect he is seizing this opportunity for ulterior motives. With such formidable strength, he could very well be the mastermind behind the pirates, Sakazuki replied coldly. Qingjiao took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on Sakazuki for a moment, who stubbornly met his stare. After a while, Qingjiao finally spoke, you do not understand. Hubert's stage has never been the Flower Kingdom, nor even this small place in the West Sea. His arena encompasses the entire ocean, though he has never articulated it. I know he is aware of the path that lies ahead of him. Inside the prison cell, Hubert stood beside the corpse, surveying his surroundings and confirming the absence of others before commencing his abilities. A spectral silhouette emerged from the body of the swordsman, gradually taking on the form of the swordsman himself. He gazed at his hands in bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend the current situation. Am I not dead? A faint smile graced Hubert's lips, and without indulging in unnecessary discourse, he seized the essence of the soul before him. This was the contingency he had meticulously orchestrated. After the merchant had exchanged the fruit of trade for the swordsman's soul, it had irrevocably become his own. Even the Grim Reaper could not lay claim to it. In death, the soul lingered within the vessel, awaiting Hubert's return for reclamation. Now that Hubert had arrived, he extracted the soul and commenced the process of soul searching, first probing for any memories of the puppeteer lurking in the shadows. As anticipated, the memories of the mastermind were shrouded in obscurity, concealed beneath a veil of mist. Hubert has essentially confirmed his status as a user of the Devil Fruit's powers. Although this outcome had been anticipated, Hubert still felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, who would wish to exert unnecessary effort if they could achieve their goals effortlessly? Subsequently, he began to delve into the final memories of the swordsman. Hubert sought to uncover the identity of the swordsman's killer. A visage of an unfamiliar middle-aged man materialized in his mind, clad in sunglasses and dressed akin to a member of an underworld syndicate. Yet, when he struck, his fists unleashed a tremor reminiscent of the Whitebeard's quake fruit. This was a technique Hubert recognized. Ba Chong Quan of the 8 treasure navy, a skill accessible only to the elite of the elite. Indeed, it was a member of the 8 treasure navy. Hubert's expression revealed a sense of understanding. With this newfound clue, continuing the investigation would become significantly easier. Contemplating this, he released his grip, and the soul of the swordsman fell to the ground, as if it possessed a physical form. It landed right beside its own lifeless body, and upon witnessing the blood seeping from the corpse, it was taken aback. The soul trembled, seemingly becoming more ethereal. Gazing at Hubert in terror, it exclaimed, "You are that boy? What have you done to me?" Hubert smiled gently. "Have you forgotten? You and I struck a bargain. Your soul now belongs to me. No, no, no. The swordsman's soul writhed in disarray, desperately attempting to distance itself from Hubert, yet an unseen force rendered him immobile. This cannot be true. How could there truly be a soul? Are you a demon? You are a demon. Hubert found his frenzied demeanor rather dull, after all. It was far less engaging than a massage. Thus, he resolutely decided to obliterate his soul. Chapter 35. The Arrival of Carter. It had been over half a month since Hubert emerged from his cell. Following his release, he meticulously sketched the man who had slain the swordsman and presented it to the king for investigation. Regrettably, there had been little progress in the past weeks, as the individual had concealed himself quite adeptly. Hubert emerged from the royal quarters, invigorated, as a striking woman gently closed the door behind him. This individual had been specifically assigned by the king to provide him with massages of exceptional quality, leaving Hubert in a blissful stupor each time. Additionally, she took on the roles of laundry and cooking, akin to a devoted caretaker, leading Hubert to feel as though he was on the brink of becoming utterly dependent. Perhaps due to Hubert's previous display of prowess, there had been a notable absence of pirate disturbances over the past fortnight. With only a few challengers attempting to confront Green Pepper, who effortlessly dispatched them, resulting in a remarkable tranquility. As he stepped outside, a figure clad in the attire of the 8 Treasures Navy approached him. "Lord Hubert, you have arrived." It was Simon, who greeted him with enthusiasm. "Did you forget, my lord? Yesterday, you mentioned that your subordinates would be arriving today, and you promised I could welcome them." "Very well, proceed as you wish," Hubert replied. Today marked the arrival of Carter and his companions, whose injuries had significantly healed with Jesse's assistance, and they had come to the Flower Kingdom to rest. As they reached the shoreline, Carter and the others were already at the port. "Lord Hubert." Before Hubert could catch a glimpse, Carter had already called out from a distance. Approaching and observing Carter seated upon the warship, Simon's expression bore an unusual quality. Carter leaped down from the vessel, landing gracefully and stirring up a cloud of dust. In the next instant, he stood beside Hubert. "My Lord Hubert, it has been a few days, and you seem to have become quite dashing," Carter remarked. A smile graced Hubert's face upon hearing Carter's compliment. At that moment, he was utilizing his original form. Typically, this body received praises predominantly of the endearing sort. However, the last thing he wished to hear was being called adorable, as that term incessantly reminded him of his youth. In contrast, the word dashing resonated well, bringing him a sense of comfort. Indeed, Carter's flattery was deftly executed, striking a chord within him. Hubert contemplated extending his hand, as Carter descended to pat him on the shoulder. "It has been several days since we last met, and I have truly missed you, Carter. Your absence these past days has rendered me somewhat disoriented. To be cherished by an esteemed individual such as yourself is indeed an honor." At that moment, Simon, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Is this indeed Lord Hubert's subordinate?" It was only then that Carter noticed the presence of another individual beside Hubert, expressing his surprise. "And who might this be?" "Oh, this is Simon, a crew member of the 8 Treasure Navy. Carter, do take a moment to get acquainted." The two exchanged glances and nodded in acknowledgement. Simon remarked, "Truly, no wonder he is Lord Hubert's subordinate. He is indeed remarkable." Upon hearing this, Carter furrowed his brow. It seemed that while Simon's words appeared to be a compliment directed at him, they subtly served to extol Lord Hubert's merits instead. Quite clever indeed. "Lord Hubert cannot possibly be deceived, can he? Ha ha ha, quite ordinary indeed." Hubert chuckled and addressed Carter. "Are the brothers all right? Should we pay another visit to the hospital?" "You needn't worry about the expenses. I'll cover it for you. After all, the hospital is already in significant debt. A little more won't matter." "As surely the king will settle it, won't he?" Carter declined, saying, "No need for that. Dr. Jesse is remarkably skilled. We have all been treated successfully. Those who are not fully recovered can rest on the ship." "Jesse," Hubert remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "that fellow is truly talented. If it weren't for his research, the last incident in Ohala might have posed a real threat." "What? Lord Hubert, you are so formidable, and there was danger even in the West Sea?" Simon exclaimed in astonishment. Hubert cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked lightly, "I still have a long way to go." As he spoke, a considerable number of individuals disembarked from the vessel, standing orderly before Hubert. Observing the well-recovered group, Hubert expressed his satisfaction and, after surveying the surroundings, suddenly inquired, "Oh, where's Jesse?" Carter promptly elucidated. Jesse mentioned that since everyone had disembarked, someone had to keep an eye on the ship. He happened to be engaged in research, so he took it upon himself to watch over it. Hubert, well aware of Jesse's disposition, chose not to elaborate further, merely shrugging in resignation. Very well. I truly cannot comprehend what is so intriguing about those instruments. Since Jesse is preoccupied with the ship, we shall leave them to their devices. The massages in the Land of Flowers are unparalleled. Knowing of your impending arrival, I made arrangements in advance. Allow me to show you. Ha ha. I am quite eager to experience the massage that Lord Hubert so highly praises. My anticipation knows no bounds. After spending these past few days in the hospital, I am utterly fatigued and could use a proper relaxation. Lord Hubert has indeed considered everything thoroughly. The bounty hunters, upon hearing his words, eagerly rubbed their hands together in anticipation. Hubert, accompanied by the group, made his way towards the Land of Flowers, engaging in playful banter. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Indeed, I have awakened a new ability that allows me to transform into another form. In the Land of Flowers, I shall consistently assume that guise. So do refrain from inadvertently revealing it. The onlookers watched Hubert's transformation with little astonishment. He had already astonished them on numerous occasions. Thus, the group marched majestically into the capital of the Land of Flowers. The sight of dozens of strong men walking down the street was indeed imposing. Yet such figures were not uncommon in the West Sea, a region where the underworld thrived. Hubert arrived at the entrance of the footbath city, where he was soon greeted by a welcoming party. After all, he was a distinguished guest personally entrusted by the king. Lord Hubert, we have everything prepared for your arrival, the elegantly dressed greeter said with a subservient air. Hubert, feeling a sense of familiarity, curiously inquired, "And who might you be? You do not appear to be part of the reception." The greeter, lowering his head, replied, "I am Bader, an officer of the Black Dragon Society. This footbath establishment is one of our ventures." "Is that so?" Hubert mused, studying the man before him, increasingly convinced that he had encountered him before. Noticing Hubert's unwavering gaze, Bader asked, "Is there something you require, Lord Hubert?" Hubert still could not recall where he had encountered this individual before, so he shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Do you offer any services besides massages?" What services?" Bader replied, his expression one of confusion. "Do not feign ignorance. It is precisely what you are imagining. I never required such services before, but with my brothers visiting, I must make arrangements," Hubert clarified. Bader appeared even more bewildered. "What services are you referring to? I genuinely have no idea." As he spoke, he handed over a list, stating, "All our services are outlined here. Perhaps you could take a look and see what you desire?" Hubert gazed at him for a while, observing that he truly did not appear to be feigning madness. Before letting out a long sigh, "No wonder the massage techniques of your country, Flower Kingdom, are so exceptional, yet fail to achieve greater prominence. There are reasons behind it." Chapter 36. The Counterattack of the Hidden Manipulator. Hubert ultimately did not manage to secure the clock service. However, he was not overly disheartened, as it was not his loss, and he currently found himself unable to accomplish much. He had initially intended for Carter and the others to enjoy a well-deserved respite, but it seemed that only a massage would suffice for relaxation. Lying side by side with Carter on the bed, they indulged in the ministrations of the therapist behind them. Hubert had arranged for them to share a room specifically to discuss certain matters. This time I was too careless. I never anticipated that you would be attacked by the Navy, resulting in the loss of so many brothers. It is not your fault. Had we followed your plan, we would have been safe. No one expected that such a fine young man would betray us. People can be impulsive at times. He regretted it later, did he not?" Hubert felt a pang of melancholy. "Did you take care of him as I instructed?" "He has been dealt with. It serves as a warning to the others." At that moment, the therapist unexpectedly applied pressure, eliciting a comfortable groan from Hubert, and he ceased speaking. The young man they referred to was, of course, Dika. Initially, Dika had been unwilling to harbor Jesse, the pirate, aboard the ship and had reported him to the Navy in hopes that they would apprehend Jesse. However, the Navy did not act as he had anticipated. Not only did they capture Jesse, but they also launched an assault on Hubert's vessel, resulting in considerable casualties. Although Dika later realized his error and expressed remorse, Hubert nonetheless ordered Carter to execute him in front of everyone, thereby reinforcing Carter's authority. Though Carter's reputation was already quite formidable. After a prolonged silence, Hubert spoke again. "One must pay the price for their misdeeds." "Indeed," Carter replied in agreement. "Even if you had not made that decision, I would have suggested it." Hubert nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "So many brothers have perished. We cannot simply let their sacrifices go in vain, for they all have families." Carter quickly responded, I have already compensated them. Each brother has received a death benefit of 1 million Bailey. Hubert expressed some surprise. Where did you acquire such funds? Carter rubbed his head and replied, It comes from my previous savings in Bailey, along with some inherited assets. After all, it is only fitting for me, as the first mate, to provide for the families of our fallen comrades. Hubert, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them and gazed intently at Carter for a moment before saying, You have done well. It is my duty, Carter replied. Since you, sir, place your trust in me, I shall certainly strive to meet your expectations. At this moment, Hubert felt a genuine sense of sentimentality. He had indeed found an excellent first mate. It was one thing to bask in flattery during calm times, but now, sacrificing personal interests for the sake of duty truly astonished Hubert. This was no trifling sum. Tens of millions, a figure that surely exceeded the typical earnings aboard a ship. It seemed he had emptied his family's coffers. With these matters settled, Hubert ceased his musings and began to plan for the future. Foremost among his considerations was the necessity of avoiding the use of naval warships. Although the Navy had not expressed any objections, they were bounty hunters after all. Sailing a warship would send pirates fleeing at the first sight, jeopardizing their profits. Yet, as he was preparing to venture into the Grand Line, he required a formidable vessel. A standard ship would likely prove inadequate for the rigors ahead. If memory served correctly, at this juncture, Roger's shipwright was still alive. Perhaps he could seek his assistance in securing a ship, and by the time they reached Water 7, he might persuade him to lend a hand. Furthermore, there was the matter of assembling a competent crew. Positions such as navigator and cook needed to be filled. His excursions at sea were meant for both adventure and leisure. He had no desire to shoulder every burden alone. This was precisely why he had gathered Carter and the others. The battle at O'Hara had claimed numerous lives aboard their vessel, leaving many positions vacant. The most pressing need was to find a reliable navigator. As an ordinary sailor would struggle against the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line, a sudden gust or hailstorm could render their journey treacherous. What he sought was a seamless sailing experience. The most dependable navigators were undoubtedly the meteorologists from Skypea. He would need to seize any opportunity to recruit a few. Next on his agenda were the combat personnel aboard the ship. Currently, the crew's strength was lacking. They could bully the denizens of the East Blue. But upon entering the Grand Line, even Carter, the strongest aside from Hubert, would seem like a mere fledgling. It was imperative to recruit formidable allies. He had no desire to emulate Trafalgar Law, whose entire crew relied solely on the captain's prowess. As for the cook, the current one sufficed. As Hubert was not particularly finicky about food, they also had a doctor on board, and Jesse's medical skills appeared commendable, surpassing those of most physicians. As for musicians and other specialists, he had no clear leads at present. Sighing, he acknowledged the weight of the responsibilities ahead. Hobart sighed. The complexities of organizing power were indeed troublesome. Nevertheless, the thought of venturing out to sea alone, like Hawkeye, was equally unbearable to him. After a brief moment of contemplation, noon approached, and Hobart, accompanied by a group of companions, made his way to a restaurant, eager to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Just then, the shrill sound of Carter's phone interrupted the atmosphere. Upon answering, a breathless voice belonging to Jesse emerged from the other end. Carter, do you have time to come over? It's urgent. What has happened? Hobart inquired, taking the phone from Carter. I was attacked. As they gazed upon the shattered vessels strewn across the sea, a testament to the fierce battle that had unfolded, disbelief washed over them. Who would dare to strike here? It was as if they held no regard for the might of the 8 treasure navy. Simon, visibly incensed, turned to Hobart and declared, Lord Hobart, I shall ensure that those responsible are apprehended. Hubert's expression was somewhat grim as he disregarded him and turned to Jesse. How are you? He inquired. I'm fine, Jesse replied. Once they realized I was of the nature element, the assailants simply departed. Hubert nodded, not overly concerned for Jesse's safety, given that he belonged to the nature faction. What troubled him was that barely half a day had passed since his departure, and already his ship had been attacked. This was an overt provocation. He surveyed the surroundings, eventually squatting down at a particular spot and sweeping his hand across the ground. Instantly, his fingers were dusted with a crystalline powder. Did you catch a glimpse of the assailant? He inquired. No. Jesse pondered momentarily. The person's face was obscured by the powder. I couldn't see it clearly. It was the pirate leader. In that instant, Hubert realized who had attacked Jesse. He was the mastermind behind the notorious incident involving the pirates from the Land of Flowers, which Hubert had encountered during his soul-searching. Previously, Hubert had wandered alone in the land of flowers, with only a slight acquaintance in the form of Olivia from the hospital, though their bond was not particularly close. Furthermore, the hospital was located in the capital, not far from the royal palace, making it difficult for the mastermind to act. Now, just a day after Carter and the others had arrived in the land of flowers, they had already faced an assault. Is this your retaliation? Hubert murmured to himself. Chapter 37. New clues. Despite the gravity of the situation, it was time to eat. With the ship destroyed and Jesse's laboratory gone, there was no need for him to oversee the vessel any longer. Hubert accompanied him to the land of flowers. The restaurant they had just reserved was still prepared for their arrival, and the group indulged in a hearty feast. After several rounds of drinks, Hubert let out a satisfied belch, reclining comfortably in his chair. Observing his subordinates engaging in playful antics, he felt a long-lost sense of delight. It had been ages since he had shared drinks with anyone. Gatherings with the king often felt somewhat strained. Suddenly, Hubert's expression turned serious as he approached one of his subordinates from behind, feeling around the collar. Noticing a small amount of powder in his hand, he furrowed his brow. This was of the same composition as the powder he had discovered by the seaside. How had it ended up on his subordinate's collar? Had the wind blown it there? Or was it a warning from the mastermind? Perhaps the mastermind was nearby, inadvertently leaving behind a clue? My lord Hubert, is something amiss? One of his inebriated subordinates inquired. Noticing his change in demeanor, Hubert patted him on the shoulder and raised a glass, proclaiming, "Nothing much, my brother. We have all worked hard this time. Let me toast to you." His subordinates, taken aback, quickly lifted their glasses to clink with Hubert's. Upon exiting the tavern, Hubert accompanied everyone to the hotel. Although the house provided for him by the king was quite spacious, accommodating so many proved somewhat challenging. Once everyone was settled, he strolled alone down the street, enjoying the evening breeze. As night fell, the streets fell silent. After all, the underworld thrived in the darkness, and ordinary folk preferred to keep their distance. A few young ruffians, noticing him meandering drunkenly on the street, dressed reasonably well, mistook him for an easy target. They exchanged glances and moved in closer. Hubert cast a fleeting glance at the group, dismissing them with indifference. Should they choose to act, he would relish the opportunity to extract gold coins from them. Recently, he had been subsisting on his past glories. Despite his substantial wealth, the lack of fresh income had left him feeling quite uncomfortable. As fate would have it, the group encircled him as he had anticipated. "Ah, it seems our young friend is faring quite well," remarked a young ruffian. "Indeed, brother. If you are enjoying such lavish sustenance, why not spare us a bit? We wouldn't ask for much. Just a few million berries will suffice." They chuckled, their demeanor light-hearted, yet threatening. Hubert cast a glance around, realizing that his escape routes had been effectively blocked by several individuals. A smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Just as he was about to take action, he was abruptly halted. "What are you doing?" A rugged voice boomed from outside Hubert's line of sight. A burly man pushed through the encircling crowd and stood before Hubert. "Bait!" Hubert exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the man as the one who had attended to him at the foot massage establishment earlier. "Master Bait." Several members of the local gang saluted in unison upon seeing him. "What is the meaning of this? Do you even know who this is?" "This is Mr. Hubert, specially summoned by His Majesty to deal with the troublesome pirates." Bait reprimanded the delinquents, then turned to Hubert, inquiring, "Mr. Hubert, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine," Hubert replied. Hubert shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret for not having caused a few of them to spill gold coins. At that moment, the small gangsters were utterly dumbfounded. A specialist in dealing with pirates? They were well aware of how troublesome that band of pirates could be. Even a single member among them would rank as one of the top fighters in their Black Dragon society. How formidable must this individual, who dealt specifically with pirates, be? The gangsters were filled with trepidation, remaining frozen in place, too fearful to utter a word. Enough, enough. After offering their apologies to Mr. Hubert, they should take their leave. Bader, having grasped the thoughts of these individuals, was also drenched in cold sweat. Should these ruffians provoke Hubert's ire? It would be an effortless task for him to annihilate the Black Dragon gang. "Lord Hubert, we did not recognize the mountain before us and were unaware of your esteemed identity. Please do not hold our misdeeds against us." The gangsters hastily apologized. Hubert waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to leave. Observing that Hubert bore no signs of anger, Bait wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "I sincerely apologize. My subordinates lack discernment." "Very well, I understand." Hubert did not press Bait further. After all, it was the Black Society, and such behavior seemed rather commonplace. Noticing the scent of alcohol lingering around Hubert, Bate inquired, "Have you been drinking, Lord Hubert?" To which Hubert replied, "Indeed." Bate then suggested, "Shall we go to my residence for some sobering tea? I happen to have some on hand." Hubert initially intended to decline, for after all, Bate was a grown man. And what could possibly be captivating about his home? However, after a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced, reasoning that further exploration might lead to yet another crowd encircling them. Bate, somewhat awkwardly, offered a faint smile and began to lead Hubert towards his residence. Bate's abode was undeniably opulent, being that he was a high-ranking official in the esteemed realm of flowers. The house was a villa, exquisitely adorned, with numerous items that exuded considerable value. The array of amenities was comprehensive. Had this been a previous life, it would likely have been appraised in the hundreds of millions. Hubert staggered over to the armchair and settled into it, prompting Bite to rush off to prepare a restorative tea for him. As soon as Bite departed, Hubert immediately rose to his feet and began to rummage through his home in search of something. At first glance, Hubert found Beat remarkably familiar, yet he could not quite place him. His visit to Beat's residence was solely to search for any potential clues. Beat promptly approached with a pot of detoxifying tea. Hobart was discovered without any embarrassment, for he had already found what he sought. It was far simpler than he had imagined. "Mr. Hobart, are you looking for something?" Bido assumed that Hobart was inebriated and placed a sobering tea on the table, intending to move Hobart to the bed. Hubert released Bite's hand and pointed at the photograph on the cabinet, inquiring, "Is this your picture?" Bite gazed at the image, a smile gracing his face. "Indeed. I was just a mere child back then." "And who is this?" Hubert asked, gesturing towards the individual standing beside Bite in the photograph. "Ah, that is my brother." Bite replied, a hint of detachment in his tone. "Is he at home now?" "No, he has been taken away for quite some time." Bite paused momentarily before continuing. "It was he who introduced me to the dark underworld. Otherwise, I would not have embarked on this path. My original aspiration was to serve in the Navy." It was evident that Bite harbored a certain bitterness regarding his involvement in the underworld. "Ha ha ha. Well, that too is a form of life experience. At least you are doing well now. Who can predict what the future holds?" Hubert slightly inclined his head towards him and then inquired, "Do you know who took your brother away?" Bader shook his head, stating that he had heard it was a significant figure from the 8 Treasure Navy. After he departed, he never returned, and it is quite possible that he has perished. Hubert's lips curled into a knowing smile as he remarked, "He must be living quite well." Bader's brother was indeed the one who had dispatched the sword master within the confines of the prison. Chapter 38, Masquerade Nami. Without having consumed the hangover remedy, Hubert departed, leaving Bite utterly perplexed. Upon arriving at the 8 Treasure Navy, Hubert made no disturbance, silently slipping into the green pepper house. Suddenly, as he entered, a massive fist surged towards him from the shadows. In the dim light, a bald head shimmered ominously. With a swift motion, Hubert firmly intercepted the oncoming blow. "It's me," he called out, halting Green Pepper's ensuing actions. Upon recognizing his voice, Green Pepper ceased his aggression and inquired softly, "Ah, it's you, Hubert. What brings you here at such a late hour? You are aware of the recent activities of the King's Guard, aren't you?" "Of course," replied Green Pepper. "It seems they are searching for someone, and they even conducted a search at our 8 Treasure Navy, but the specifics are shrouded in mystery." Hubert held his head high and produced a portrait, affirming that they were indeed in search of someone. He wondered if this individual was known to the other. Hubert held a certain level of trust in Green Pepper, having shared several years of camaraderie. Moreover, in the original narrative, decades later, Green Pepper ventured forth from retirement to assist the king in investigating arms issues, making it implausible for him to turn a blind eye to the ravaging of Flower Country by pirates. Most importantly, it was unlikely that Green Pepper's intellect could conceive such convoluted schemes. After scrutinizing the portrait for some time, Green Pepper shook his head and replied, "I do not know him. I have never seen him before." Hubert, with a hint of foreboding, remarked, "So this is the one who killed the swordsman in prison." "What?" Qing Jiao exclaimed, slamming his hands on the table and rising abruptly. Hubert quickly restrained him, placing a finger to his lips. "Don't be too loud. Keep your voice down." Suppressing his anger, Qing Jiao sat back down. "Is it truly him? And now we have a lead. How dare he act on our territory of the 8 Treasure Water Army? I will personally eliminate him." "I have traced him to the 8 Treasure Water Army," Hubert stated. Qing Jiao's expression shifted from shock to firm disbelief. "Impossible. I have never encountered this person." You may not recognize everyone from the 8 Treasure Water Army. And when I say he is one of yours, it does not necessarily mean he is a regular soldier. He might not have been officially registered. Listening to Hubert, Qing Jiao felt overwhelmed. What do you mean? Didn't you say he was one of the 8 Treasure Water Army? How can he not be registered? He was secretly recruited into the 8 Treasure Water Army and should have remained unregistered. Then how do you know he belongs to the 8 Treasure Water Army? I discovered that he was taken away by a high-ranking official of the 8 Treasure Water Army 7 years ago, and I witnessed him employing the 8-burst fist. Qing Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. Hubert continued, the 8-punch fist is a closely guarded secret of your 8 Treasures Navy. Only a select few possess this skill. It wouldn't be difficult to investigate who brought back individuals 7 years ago and uncover the mastermind behind it. Green Pepper fell silent. And in that fleeting moment, several figures flashed through his mind. Just as Hubert had stated, those proficient in the 8-punch fist were few and far between, making it relatively easy to trace. Observing that Green Pepper had grasped his meaning, Hubert added, I have a plan that can divert the attention of the individuals operating behind the scenes while simultaneously investigating the secrets surrounding the pirates entangling the Flower Kingdom. However, your cooperation is essential. The following day, the 8 Treasures Navy arose early to commence their training. Under the immense pressure posed by the pirates, the intensity of their training had significantly increased. Sweat poured onto the ground, and the air was thick with the vitality of youth mingled with the scent of perspiration. Is this truly the 8 Treasures Navy? They appear rather unimpressive, leaving much to be desired. While the 8 Treasures Navy trained, an incongruous voice suddenly echoed across the training ground. The soldiers turned to see a voluptuous woman standing at the entrance of the training field. Her fiery orange hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a flimsy garment that did little to conceal her striking physique. A skull tattoo adorned her left arm, signaling her identity as a pirate. She regarded the 8 Treasures Navy with palpable disdain. Any individual familiar with the world of One Piece would instantly recognize this woman as Nami. Of course, this was not the real Nami, as she had yet to be born at this time. This was an illusion conjured by Hubert using the mimic fruit. Initially intending to transform into a man, he reconsidered, realizing that his ability to shapeshift had already been revealed. To allay any suspicions, he deemed it necessary to adopt a form vastly different from his own, and thus chose to embody Nami. The surrounding members of the 8 Treasures Navy, having grown numb to the taunts from the Navy challenging Green Pepper over the past month, displayed no particular reaction to the mockery. Instead, they found themselves increasingly intrigued by Hubert's Nami-like appearance, their eyes filled with curiosity. What are you staring at? Continue your training. The instructor of the 8 Treasures Navy scolded the onlookers. Really, instructor, you're watching too. Someone boldly pointed out. The instructor, chagrined, pointed a finger at the outspoken soldier and retorted, you will do extra training. Run 100 laps. Please, no? Hubert felt somewhat awkward under the gaze of others and bellowed, I have heard that your captain, Green Pepper, is worth 500 million berries. I am eager to witness his strength. Bring him forth to meet his demise. Ha ha ha, yet another little one wishes to challenge me? I hope you possess some skill. I would prefer not to see you fall at the slightest provocation. Green Pepper's voice resonated from the lounge within the training ground, and soon after, his figure swiftly emerged onto the training field. However, he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. What is happening? Is this woman truly Hubert? It cannot be. It must be a coincidence that this woman has come to provoke me. As Green Pepper pondered this, he noticed Hubert casting a glance in his direction. Green Pepper thought, indeed, this woman before me is truly Hubert. The transformation from a child to a woman has rendered her quite fiery. As Hubert witnessed the Green Pepper's readiness, he swiftly made his move. You, who can only boast, have long since seen your heyday. Allow me to demonstrate the might of a new era. The Green Pepper's face flushed crimson, as he sensed that Hubert's words bore an undertone of sincerity, rather than mere theatrics. The two exchanged a powerful blow, with the Green Pepper staggering back several steps, while Hubert was propelled far away. The pressure generated by their clash spread outward, stirring the leaves upon the ground. Hubert silently marveled at the prowess of Green Pepper's martial arts. Although he had not exerted his full strength, it was evident that Green Pepper had also held back. Such capability surpassed that of Sakazuki, not accounting for the powers of their respective fruits. Yet, this very scene left the surrounding members of the 8 Treasure Navy astounded. This woman could actually withstand the might of Lord Green Pepper's fist. Among the usual challengers, Only a select few could demonstrate such raw strength. And it was astonishing to witness a woman achieve this feat. Hubert feigned a solemn expression, recognizing the formidable strength before him, truly deserving of the 500 million bounty. He realized it was time to employ his true power, the flower fruit. Chapter 39. The emergence of the hidden hand. With Hubert's exclamation, numerous arms materialized from thin air, unfurling like petals. Countless fists rained down upon the training ground with the ferocity of a tempest. The others present were utterly unprepared for Hubert's sudden ambush, resulting in chaos as they were thrown into disarray. Damn it, this woman lacks any sense of martial ethics. She dares to challenge Lord Greenpepper and then attacks us. Hubert paid no heed to the furious outcries of the naval forces. The 8 treasure navy should be grateful that he refrained from exerting too much force. Otherwise, the ground would now be drenched in blood. However, the punches Hubert directed at Greenpepper were delivered with considerable intensity, possessing a raw power that could rival that of Sakazuki. Greenpepper, surrounded by these blows, maintained his composure, possessing an abundance of combat experience. He was taken aback by Hubert's diverse techniques, yet he swiftly adapted, with a series of agile maneuvers. He evaded what he could and retaliated against the strikes he could not avoid. As Hubert's initial wave of assault subsided, Greenpepper flashed a grin. "Is it over, little girl? Now it's my turn." With that, Greenpepper's figure flickered and appeared before Hubert, his massive fist hurtling towards Hubert's slender frame. Hubert shielded himself with both hands while simultaneously summoning fists from the flower fruit to launch a surprise attack on the back of Greenpepper. Bang, bang, bang. Greenpepper delivered a solid punch to Hubert, while simultaneously being struck repeatedly by the fists conjured by the flower fruit. Hubert's body was propelled outward, tumbling several times upon the ground. Cough, cough, cough. After rolling a few times, Hubert steadied himself and raised his gaze towards Greenpepper. The latter, having been struck, felt neither pain nor discomfort, for her physical constitution was remarkably robust. Truly formidable, this woman might very well be the strongest challenger thus far. However, it must be noted that she was still being toyed with by Greenpepper. That being said, it was indeed astonishing. She was so youthful, and perhaps in the future, she could even surpass Greenpepper. How outrageous. What are you saying? Greenpepper is the strongest. Meanwhile, the onlooking 8 treasure water army had retreated to a safe distance, wary of Hubert launching another area attack, which would surely spell trouble. Hubert wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling slightly exhilarated. He looked at Qingjiao and remarked, "The old fellow's body is still quite robust, but that is where it ends. Soon, you shall witness the might of a new era." Qingjiao erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Let me see what abilities you possess, young rascal." The two engaged in combat from morning until afternoon, their fervor escalating with each exchange. Hubert exerted nearly all his physical prowess, nearly resorting to the use of haki. Qingjiao was in a similar predicament, on the verge of unleashing genuine flames of fury. Thankfully, Hubert remembered his true purpose. After yet another clash, he gasped for air, his chest heaving. Sweat cascaded down like a waterfall, giving the impression that he had exhausted all his strength. Noticing Qingjiao advancing again, he quickly interjected, "No more. No more. You are indeed the formidable pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries. I am no match for you." At this moment, Qingjiao too felt fatigue, reflecting on Hubert's remarkable progress and strength. In the past, he could easily dominate Hubert, but now, even in a contest of physical skill, he found himself struggling for an advantage. Moreover, Hubert possessed the power of a devil fruit, rendering him a foe beyond Qingjiao's capabilities. He recognized that Hubert's exhausted demeanor was likely a fade, as Hubert must still have reserves, being a Zoan-type devil fruit user renowned for their endurance. After catching his breath, Qingjiao mused, "Age has caught up with me. My stamina has waned. If it were my younger days, I could have bested you without breaking a sweat. This era belongs to the youth." "Ha ha ha, not at all. Senior, your strength is truly formidable," Hubert humbly replied. "Ha ha ha, I always said Lord Qingji was the strongest. Remarkable. Such power is indeed monstrous." The onlookers from the 8 treasure marine regarded this as mere modesty following Qingjiao's victory. However, Hubert recognized the sincerity behind Qingjiao's sentiments. At over 50 years old, he had long departed from his prime, with his stamina diminishing by the day. Even without exertion, the hard-won strength he had cultivated was slipping away from him. Eventually, he found himself unable to contend even with Luffy's second gear. Hubert had not personally experienced such feelings, yet he understood the discomfort. It was akin to watching the hard-earned berries he had accumulated dissipate each day, as if they were being squandered. Every time he spent money, Hubert wished he could acquire things without cost, ideally with the vendor even compensating him further. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Hubert bid farewell to Qingjiao. Upon leaving the training ground, he feigned exhaustion, found a modest inn, and collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained of energy. The room was dim, with no lights on and the curtains drawn, creating a somber atmosphere. Yet within this darkness, a glimmer of light began to emerge, gradually illuminating the space with a shimmering powder. A figure materialized at Hubert's bedside. Hubert opened his eyes, alert and cautious. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Do not be alarmed. Do not be alarmed," the visitor responded, shrouded in a cloud of powder that obscured their true identity. This was indeed the mastermind that Hubert had been relentlessly seeking. Today, his purpose in orchestrating Nami's challenge against Green Pepper was to draw out this very individual. Hubert sprang from his bed, adopting a combative stance. "If you do not clarify your intentions, I shall demonstrate the might of a pirate." The newcomer raised his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating his lack of hostility. "Relax, I too am a pirate. You may call me Arthur." As he spoke, he revealed a tattoo on his back, a skull emblem, the insignia of a pirate. Hubert appeared to exhale in relief, his tension noticeably dissipating. "You too are a pirate? What brings you barging into my chamber?" he inquired, a hint of warning lacing his tone. "Unless you provide a satisfactory explanation, do not expect me to be courteous. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my organization." "Not interested," Hubert replied without a moment's hesitation, though such was his true intention. He was acutely aware of the art of subtlety, recognizing the necessity of not appearing overly eager. Arthur, clearly anticipating his refusal, remarked, "You went to confront Green Pepper today. Did you not? And you failed. Are you here to mock me?" Hubert's face instantly registered his annoyance. "Not at all. I observed your battle. Your prowess is formidable. One of the finest among women. You nearly bested Green Pepper. If you were to join my organization, I could assist you in becoming even stronger." Hubert, lacking enthusiasm, remarked, "I have no interest. After spending so long at sea, I have never heard of anyone being able to assist others in becoming stronger. You might as well try to deceive some inexperienced newcomers, but don't come to me." Arthur's laughter was somewhat peculiar. "I assure you, this is no deception." Chapter 40. To Hubert's listening to Arthur's cackling laughter, Hubert shivered involuntarily. That sound felt exceedingly distasteful. Hubert, suppressing his revulsion, remarked, "Oh, if that isn't a deception, can you truly aid me in becoming stronger?" "Of course," Arthur replied, as he extended his hand and, seemingly out of nowhere, seized a mouse. "Watch closely. I shall demonstrate my power." No sooner had he spoken than a myriad of shimmering particles surged into the mouse's body. The creature began to radiate with vibrant hues, resembling a toy. As the brilliance gradually faded, the mouse's form astonishingly expanded, and its flesh became taut and muscular, reminiscent of a transformation from Jerry to his more robust cousin. Upon Arthur releasing his grip, the mouse darted away, astonishingly crashing through the wall in its haste to escape. Hubert stood there, utterly bewildered. How astonishing that the effects were so immediate. No wonder the brothers of the 8 Treasure Navy had previously remarked that the pirates seemed to have grown stronger. It was indeed this principle at work. Furthermore, if Hubert's intuition served him correctly, this powder was under Arthur's control. Should it enter one's body, it would undoubtedly enhance strength, yet simultaneously pose a threat from Arthur. This elucidates why those who had previously challenged the Green Pepper and failed, once so carefree, turned to instigate trouble thereafter. As long as they succumbed to the temptation of enhanced power and allowed Arthur's powder to infiltrate their system, they would be compelled to obey his commands. Observing Hubert's stunned expression, Arthur assumed she was intrigued and seized the moment, saying, "So, do you now believe me? Your original strength is not far from that of the Green Pepper. With my assistance to bolster your power, you will soon return to vanquish him. It must be distressing to have been defeated by that old fool. Such an antiquated figure deserves to be eliminated forthwith. Even if you cannot prevail alone, I am willing to collaborate with you. Together, we shall ensure his inevitable demise." Hubert feigned hesitation for a moment before stating, "I can join you. But as for seeking revenge, I have been thoroughly defeated by him, and I have no desire to eliminate him." He let out a sigh and continued, "Moreover, I require rest." "Indeed," Arthur replied with a smile, "after fighting for so long, you certainly need to recuperate. Allow me to enhance your strength. Once you are stronger, your recovery will be considerably expedited." "Very well, Hubert agreed without a moment's pause. Once Hubert's strength was augmented, Arthur's demeanor transformed into one of arrogance. Ha ha. Since you have chosen to ally with me, let me escort you to the base of the Flower Kingdom. After escaping from the Grand Line, you are the most formidable individual I have subdued. Once you have sufficiently recuperated, the likelihood of my plan's success will increase significantly. With that, Arthur emitted a lascivious chuckle and murmured, "Moreover, your physique is quite exceptional." Hubert jolted, feigning ignorance to the words behind him, and coldly replied, "I never stated that I would necessarily cooperate with your plan. Hee, we shall see when the time comes." Arthur chose not to engage in a dispute. In his eyes, Hubert had already become his possession. He opened the window, and at that moment, the bustling sounds of lunchtime filled the air. Yet, Arthur remained unfazed. He released a cloud of powder and then grasped Hubert's hand, leaping out. Upon their descent, they did not plummet. Amidst the powder, Hubert discerned what appeared to be a pair of wings fluttering, a truly ethereal sight. Below them, the throngs of people remained oblivious to this extraordinary phenomenon. Hubert gazed pensively at the surrounding powder. No wonder so many pirates had silently joined Arthur's ranks. It seemed this powder played an indispensable role. Enveloped by the powder, Hubert could not discern the scenery around him, and he was unaware of the direction in which Arthur was leading him. He only knew that they had not traveled far, for Arthur had not flown for long. Upon landing, Arthur retracted the powder, allowing Hubert to perceive the entirety of his surroundings. It resembled a cavern, yet it was not shrouded in darkness. A mysterious source of light illuminated the cave with a gentle radiance, while the walls were adorned with symbols that Hubert could not comprehend. However, as Robin's childhood companion, and having spent considerable time in Ohala, he recognized that these were ancient characters. Surrounding them were a few individuals. Over the past few days, Hubert had conducted extensive research and realized that those before him were notorious figures who had previously challenged the formidable Green Pepper and boasted high bounties in the realm of piracy. It appeared that this place was accessible only to the elite. Hubert observed with curiosity for a moment and pointed to the inscriptions on the wall, asking, "What are these?" Arthur did not respond to his inquiry, coldly retorting, "Do not ask what you should not." Hubert felt a twinge of boredom. This fellow had not exhibited such an attitude before. After the powder entered his system, he quickly turned his back, revealing a rather unpleasant disposition. Nevertheless, Hubert refrained from taking action, for Arthur was now entirely within his grasp, a means to acquire further information. Arthur gestured towards an unoccupied bed in the corner, saying, "You may rest there. I grant you 3 days to recuperate and familiarize yourself with your abilities. After 3 days, we shall proceed with the plan. You will play a pivotal role in my scheme." With that, and without allowing Hubert a chance to retort, Arthur vanished from sight. Hubert shrugged helplessly, wishing to inquire further about the plans. As he turned his head, he was met with the unwavering gaze of a group of pirates. "TSK, TSK, TSK, newcomers yet again. And what a beauty she is. It appears that Arthur holds you in high regard, even offering you his own bed. Ha ha, I must admit, a beauty like you would certainly catch my eye as well." The pirates had been observing from the outset, and the moment Arthur departed, they erupted in teasing banter. Hubert gazed at them and chuckled. "Do you know what Arthur's plan is?" "Ha! We are merely dogs raised by Arthur. How could we possibly be privy to his intentions? All we need to understand is to follow his commands." A hint of melancholy tinged the pirate's tone. Hubert realized that these individuals were under control and preferred not to inquire further, opting instead to conduct his own investigation. Thus, he made his way to the passage that Arthur had just vacated, shrouded in a fine powder. Tentatively, he reached out to touch it, causing the powder to swirl violently. This prompted him to step back hastily, sensing the powder within him stirring restlessly. A pirate observing his actions remarked, "It seems that Arthur has yet to train you. My dear, unless he personally allows you to leave, there is no way you could escape. Here, you are but a pet in his domain." "I have no intention of leaving," Hubert replied with a smile, retreating into the cave to study the inscriptions on the walls. The pirates found his demeanor peculiar. Having heard Arthur's words, they expected him to be formidable, yet he appeared so composed, which hardly conformed to the traits of a strong individual. Meanwhile, in Orvia's hospital room, a visitor arrived, another Hubert. Chapter 41. Orvia's discharge. In the original narrative, the Hana Nomi was consumed by Robin, leading many seamen to lament its waste, arguing that had it been in Garp's possession, it would have been an invincible force. However, Hubert discovered a different truth upon its utilization. The Hana Nomi demanded an immense expenditure of energy, necessitating the allocation of focus to control each limb conjured by the fruit. This required not only instinct for combat, but also an exceptionally high level of intellectual capacity. Hubert did not believe that the formidable Captain Carp could effectively harness the potential of this fruit. Moreover, the process of developing such a fruit is exceedingly demanding. Particularly when it comes to the paramecia-type fruits, achieving mastery is a formidable challenge. Had Carp devoted his efforts to the development of the devil fruit, he might not have attained his current prowess in martial arts. Under the influence of the original work, Hubert effortlessly developed certain abilities, such as the doppelganger technique previously employed by Robin. Robin predominantly utilized this skill to escape peril, serving as a form of substitution. However, Hubert believed it could be transformed into a tool for his doppelganger to assist him with various tasks. The body that Arthur took away was, in fact, his doppelganger, which allowed him to confidently permit Arthur's powder to enter his own body. The effects of the devil fruit are notoriously unpredictable, and he dared not take such risks with his own flesh. As Hubert entered his hospital room, Olivia set down the book she had been reading and inquired, "What brings you here? Did you not visit just yesterday? Is it not permissible to miss you?" Hubert casually replied. Olivia's face flushed with warmth, and she murmured, "What are you saying?" In recent days, Hubert had frequently visited her, bringing along numerous books, which filled her with delight. Additionally, recalling how Hubert had rescued O'Hara and noting his handsome appearance, she found herself developing an undeniable fondness for him. Yet, she refrained from acting on these feelings, as her future plans revolved around spending her remaining days with her daughter, with no place for romance in her heart. Hubert did not engage in excessive flirtation. Although he had found this woman captivating long ago, he was merely 7 years old now, rendered incapable of taking any action. He retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it before Olivia. Hubert inquired, "Do you know what is written on this?" Noting that Hubert sought her counsel, Olivia felt a twinge of disappointment, but she quickly rallied her spirits and began to examine the note he had brought. The paper was densely inscribed with characters, penned by Hubert through his avatar's vision. As Olivia scrutinized the text, her expression grew increasingly serious, yet her excitement mounted. "Where did this come from?" she exclaimed, releasing the paper and fervently grasping Hubert's hand. Hubert shook his head and said, "You need not concern yourself with the source." Olivia's spirits immediately fell considerably as she replied, "Is this truly your purpose for coming to the Land of Flowers?" "Oh." Hubert listened to Olivia's words with a hint of curiosity, as if the text contained information regarding Arthur's purpose in the Land of Flowers. He urged, "What does it say?" "I do not know," she replied. "You do not know?" Hubert was taken aback. "Do you think me a fool?" Observing the look in Hubert's eyes, Olivia responded, "I truly do not know. The characters on this note are not very clear, and some parts are beyond my ability to translate. It would be best to investigate in person. Is that so?" Hubert gazed at Olivia with skepticism. After all, he had seen the same thing through his avatar. How could there be any discrepancies? Could it be that the distance from the avatar had affected the signal? Olivia's gaze faltered slightly, yet she maintained, "It is the truth. However, that location is somewhat perilous, and your injury is yet to heal." Hubert sensed that Olivia might be fabricating her words, yet he chose not to expose her. He was well aware of her dedication to historical research. Denying her the opportunity to explore would likely leave her restless for a lifetime. Moreover, having spent so long in the hospital, she deserved a chance to venture out, and he believed he could ensure her safety. Realizing Hubert had relented, Olivia quickly interjected, "It is fine. I am nearly recovered. Besides, my companions and I have encountered numerous dangers while exploring historical texts in the past." "Very well then. I shall assist you in arranging your discharge. Let us proceed to that location at once." Hubert nodded in agreement and stepped out of the ward to finalize Olivia's discharge procedures at the hospital reception. Perhaps Olivia was feeling stifled. Or perhaps she was simply eager for the written words that awaited her. She emerged from the ward, observing Hubert as he completed the necessary paperwork before departing without delay. The nurse attending to their discharge could only gaze at their retreating figures, her face a canvas of melancholy. The medical expenses for Hubert and his companion have yet to be settled. Although Hubert suggested they seek assistance from the king, the hospital is, after all, the king's own establishment. What difference would it make to approach the king? Would he truly provide aid? After a lapse of more than half a month, Olivia finally found herself once again atop Hubert's form. Hubert had initially suggested a leisurely stroll, as there was no rush, and it would allow Olivia to saunter through the Land of Flowers. After all, do women not revel in shopping? Having endured the ordeal in O'Hara and spent an extended period in the hospital, A period of restful respite was indeed warranted. However, Olivia was anything but an ordinary woman. She compelled Hubert to transform into a dragon and soar through the skies, for her eagerness to behold those inscriptions was palpable. Although he and his companions had drifted upon the sea for an extensive duration in search of historical information, their capabilities were severely limited, and they often found themselves engaged in a battle of wits against the weather, resulting in a rather dismal experience. The clue Hubert had uncovered now far surpassed any thrill she had previously encountered. The rush of air rushed past his ears as Hubert's speed reached remarkable heights. Despite Arthur's powder obscuring his doppelganger senses, rendering the path ahead invisible, he could still sense the doppelganger's location and navigate directly to it. In truth, if you wished to see it, you could have simply conveyed that to me. There was no need to fabricate excuses to deceive me. Suddenly, Hubert's voice reached Olivia's ears, and she was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a twinge of embarrassment thereafter. So, she had indeed been discovered. Hubert, noticing her silence, continued, "I am aware of your profound desire to closely engage with those ancient texts, for they are, after all, the culmination of your lifelong pursuit. Speak openly, and I shall take you to see them." Olivia softly replied, tightening her embrace around Hubert's neck with a newfound intensity. Hubert also sensed the increasing intensity from Olivia, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, Olivia, positioned upon his back, could not discern this expression, even if she could. The form of the dragon would conceal any semblance of emotion. "Perhaps now you could share with me the essence of those words?" Olivia fell into a moment of silence, seemingly gathering her thoughts. After a while, she spoke. "Do you recall the 2 books you first presented to me?" Hubert reflected momentarily and inquired, "Is it about the history of the Flower Kingdom?" "Indeed, the history of the Flower Kingdom harbors a tale of a lost treasure, which may very well serve as a clue to the treasure's whereabouts." Chapter 42. Into the cave. Historical records indicate that the Flower Kingdom once endured a period of dire poverty. With parched earth and desolation as far as the eye could see, life was exceedingly harsh for its inhabitants, including the king, who lived in utter simplicity. In a bid to alter this dismal fate, the king dispatched Sta, the mightiest warrior of the Flower Kingdom, to seek divine assistance overseas. Sta, accompanied by the last 300 brave souls of the kingdom, left their homeland, enduring countless hardships while steadfastly remembering their mission. Ultimately, perhaps it was their unwavering determination that moved the divine, as they were indeed granted strength, which they carried back to their homeland. By this time, however, only Sta remained of the original 300 warriors. The surviving Sta wielded the divine power to transform the barren wasteland of the Flower Kingdom into a verdant sanctuary, suitable for habitation. Gradually, the kingdom's might grew, establishing itself as a formidable force in the surrounding regions. Sta earned the reverence of all who dwelled in the Flower Kingdom. He later founded a naval force, which would serve as the precursor to the renowned 8 Treasure Navy. Yet, as the Flower Kingdom flourished, Sta mysteriously vanished, taking the divine power with him, leaving no trace behind. Legend has it that he concealed the divine power within a treasure, awaiting a worthy soul to uncover it in the future. The text that Hubert now beheld was indeed a clue to this treasure. Listening to Olivia recount this historical narrative, Hubert licked his lips. Divine beings? Do they truly exist? If he were on Earth, he would undoubtedly dismiss their existence, for even if they did, a single nuclear bomb would render gods and demons alike powerless. However, in the world of pirates, such notions were far less certain. At this moment, Hubert leaned more towards the belief that this might be a manifestation of a devil fruit-esque power. Lost in contemplation, Hubert followed the sensation of his doppelganger, arriving at a location not far from the town, nestled within a mountainous forest. Hubert descended and soon discovered the entrance. The entrance appeared relatively new, suggesting it had been unearthed not long ago. At that moment, the entire entryway was enveloped in a swirling haze of powder, which danced as if imbued with life. Olivia gazed at the mesmerizing, iridescent powder, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch it. However, she was swiftly pulled back by Hubert. Hubert gazed at her with a look of confusion, then picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it towards the cave entrance. As it approached the threshold, the previously tranquil powder suddenly transformed into a tempest, shattering the stone into a fine dust that dispersed into the air. The fist-sized rock was reduced to a cloud of stone powder. "Ah!" Olivia exclaimed in belated realization. She then cast a grateful glance at Hubert, recognizing that had he not pulled her back in time, Her fate might have mirrored that of the stone. Thank you. Hubert shook his head and replied, There is no need for thanks. It is my duty to ensure your safety now that I have brought you out. From this moment on, I shall be your dedicated bodyguard. Olivia, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, I appreciate your assistance. Hubert approached the entrance and unleashed a powerful punch at the powder. The powder, caught off guard by the assault, was dispersed before it could react. Nearby, Olivia silently marveled at Hubert's strength. After all, this was a substance capable of disintegrating stone. Yet in Hubert's hands, it barely sustained a scratch. Inside the room, numerous pirates were already on high alert, each vigilantly watching the doorway. Only one among them remained unfazed, Hubert's clone. Observing the clone lying motionless on the bed, one pirate could not help but scold. Can't you see the enemy approaching? What are you doing, you foolish woman? Are you paralyzed with fear? The clone, however, remained indifferent. Olivia, witnessing the aggressive demeanor of the pirates, instinctively prepared for battle. Her extensive encounters with pirates during her time at sea had not been few. Yet, upon seeing Hubert standing resolutely before her and recalling his earlier words, Olivia relaxed her stance and took refuge behind him. Watching Hubert maintain his composure in the face of the pirates, a faint smile graced her lips. Let the slaughter commence. Hubert refrained from taking action, merely uttering a few words with a hint of detachment. In the next moment, his previously motionless doppelganger sprang into action, swiftly dispatching the individual who had dared to reprimand him. What do you intend to do, you mad woman? You have fallen victim to Arthur's powder. Have you truly contemplated the consequences? Cursed be it. Did Arthur not conduct a thorough background check before allowing anyone in? An undercover agent has infiltrated our midst. Regardless of the pirates' attempts at persuasion, Hubert's doppelganger showed no mercy. In a matter of moments, he sent the pirates to their demise. Just then, a gentle breeze wafted into the cave, stirring the scattered powder once more. Hubert sensed something amiss and swiftly pulled Olivia into his embrace. Stumbling slightly as she was drawn in, Olivia steadied herself, only to find a figure shrouded in powder before her. It was none other than Arthur. Hubert had long anticipated his arrival, and his reaction was timely. In Hubert's perspective, Arthur's powder bore a remarkable similarity to his own floral fruits, both capable of remote sensing. The powder at the entrance not only restricted entry and exit but also served as a warning. Should anyone attempt to breach it, Arthur would instantly sense the disturbance and respond accordingly. You truly astonish me, Arthur remarked, gazing toward Hubert's doppelganger without launching an attack. I never expected you to be an undercover agent. Yet, do you genuinely believe you were oblivious to the fact that my powder could snuff out your life at any moment? Olivia observed the enigmatic Arthur leaning closer to Hubert, then glanced at the doppelganger in the distance. Like Arthur, she had come to regard the doppelganger as an undercover agent, and a sense of frustration welled within her. This undercover agent was not only exceptionally powerful, having dispatched numerous formidable pirates in a short span, but also possessed striking beauty. The doppelganger's towering figure, akin to that of a basketball player, left Olivia, who had a more modest physique, feeling a profound sense of inadequacy. To be fair, Olivia's own attributes were not insignificant, having given rise to a figure akin to Robin's. However, when compared to the doppelganger, meticulously crafted to mirror Nami's physique, she felt somewhat overshadowed. Who is this woman? Or rather, what is this woman's connection to Hubert? This thought surfaced in Olivia's mind. Not only she, but Arthur too harbored this question. The doppelganger remained impassive in the face of Arthur's threat. Although Arthur was shrouded in mist, Hubert could discern the discomfort etched on his face. I offer you a chance, Arthur proposed. Join me in dealing with this scoundrel Hubert, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, a mere thought from me could send you to accompany the recently deceased pirates. Arthur endeavored to win her over. Despite the doppelganger having eliminated all other pirates, this only underscored her worth. She alone was more valuable than all the remaining pirates combined. If he could secure her allegiance, Arthur's plans might still hold promise. Listening to Arthur's overture, the doppelganger curled her lips into a sardonic smile and uttered her first words since the beginning. You may try. Chapter 43. The Encounter of Death? What? Arthur asked, unease creeping into his voice as he observed the doppelganger smirk at Hubert's lips. The doppelganger coldly replied, Did you not claim you could eliminate me in an instant? You may try. Do you truly believe I jest? Arthur retorted, anger simmering within him as he unhesitatingly unleashed his powers. He had come to realize that this attempt at seduction would likely fail. As he activated his ability, the surrounding powder erupted violently, and in the next moment, The doppelganger exploded into countless petals, scattering across the air. Witnessing the flurry of flowers, Arthur's expression stiffened, and soon turned grim. Very well, very well. He repeatedly exclaimed good, his gaze fixed on Hubert's ashen face. He had not anticipated that her abilities could yield such an effect. No wonder you had her serve as an undercover agent. Truly a comprehensive strategy. Hubert chuckled. So, what is it that you desire now? A desperate gamble or a cowardly retreat, never to return to the land of flowers? Arthur's voice was dark as he replied. Do you truly believe victory is assured? Allow me to test the depths of your confidence. With that, Arthur soared towards the cave's entrance, a cloud of powder beginning to disperse around him. Hubert also stepped outside, as none wished to disturb the sanctity of the cavern. Upon emerging, they found themselves enveloped by a thick veil of powder, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The enchanting yet ominous dust resembled the celestial dome of the underworld, instilling a sense of dread. Arthur, having just exited the cave, concealed himself within the swirling powder. At this moment, Hubert had transformed into a dragon, bearing Alvia upon his back. With a powerful flap of his wings, he stirred up a tempest, attempting to disperse the dust. However, his efforts proved largely futile. As soon as some of the particles were scattered, new ones emerged in their place. He could only manage to maintain a dust-free radius of about 1 meter, beyond which he was unable to exert control. Feel the might of my power, refuse of the West Sea, came Arthur's triumphant voice from amidst the swirling dust. Upon hearing the voice, Hubert immediately dashed towards its source. He reached his maximum speed, yet still came up empty-handed. Ha ha ha, are you already anxious? Arthur's voice echoed from the opposite side, his pace equally swift. It became evident to Hubert that relying solely on speed would not suffice. Recognizing this, Hubert composed himself, keeping his wings in motion to prevent the dust from drawing near, hovering in the air. With no option to take the initiative, he resolved to wait for Arthur to make the first move, utilizing his observation hockey to seize the opportune moment. He knew that once Arthur launched an attack, a flaw would inevitably be exposed. True to this belief, Arthur soon initiated his assault. A glimmer of cold light suddenly appeared, piercing directly towards Hubert's head. Hubert hastily evaded, yet the glimmer of the sword still left a crimson mark upon his body. At last, he beheld Arthur in his entirety, his visage obscured by a mask, wielding a sharp spear. It was this very spear that had inflicted his wound, and now the tip still dripped with fresh blood. Behind Hubert, Alvia, only now realizing his injury, gasped, Are you all right? Hubert shook his head, his expression somewhat grim. Astonishingly, his observation hockey failed to perceive Arthur's impending assault. This was utterly terrifying. It was not merely a case of his observation hockey being overwhelmed. Rather, he was completely oblivious to it. To Hubert's knowledge, such an ability seemed to be possessed by only one individual, Shanks, the red-haired emperor. Shanks' unparalleled conqueror's hockey had awakened a new power within him, the ability to nullify observation hockey. Undoubtedly, possessing such a skill would make it exceedingly easy to eliminate Hubert. After a moment of calm reflection, Hubert realized something was amiss. If Arthur truly wielded this power, why would he be so hesitant in dealing with a mere flower kingdom? With the capacity of nullifying observation hockey, wouldn't he be able to traverse the seas with impunity? His reaction was indeed swift. From within the dust, Arthur's voice emerged, sounding as though he were praising a child. Hubert coldly remarked, Are you the wielder of the moth fruit? Did you truly discern that? Arthur replied with a haughty air, Indeed, I am the user of the moth fruit, a mythical zoan type. One wonders if you, a native of the West Sea, comprehend what a mythical zoan is. Arthur's condescending tone elicited a faint amusement from Hubert, who had anticipated Arthur's mythical zoan abilities. He then inquired, How is it that you can disregard my observation hockey while attacking me? Observation hockey? What is that? Arthur queried, perplexed. Hubert, are you so superior that you are unaware of observation hockey? It appears that his method of suppressing it is certainly not akin to Shanks' observation kill. It must be something unprecedented in the original narrative. It is highly probable that it stems from a devil fruit ability. This thought sparked a memory for Hubert. In his previous life, he had encountered a scientific article stating that bats emit ultrasonic waves to locate moths during their nocturnal hunts. In turn, moths have evolved countermeasures to evade bat predation. It is quite possible that Arthur's ability to disregard observation hockey is based on this principle. What a divine skill indeed. The situation seems to have become increasingly enigmatic. If Hubert were alone, he could certainly endure against Arthur. as he believed he could discern the pattern of Arthur's attacks and retaliate. However, he was currently accompanied by Alvia. Without the enhancement of observation haki during battle, he could not guarantee Alvia's safety. At this juncture, Hubert began to contemplate retreat. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended skyward. Yet, Arthur was not so easily thwarted and, upon discerning Hubert's intentions, directly launched an assault towards Alvia. Fortunately, Hubert reacted swiftly, evading just in time, and the spear embedded itself in his back, sparing Alvia from harm. What happened? Weren't you just brimming with confidence? Why do you appear to be fleeing so quickly? Arthur mocked. This is troublesome. Hubert realized he was in a precarious position, although he should be faster than Arthur, as evidenced by his recent evasion. The risk of being struck by Arthur during his retreat loomed large. If he failed to evade even once, Alvia would not withstand a single blow. Alvia, aware of the dire situation, expressed her remorse. I apologize, Hubert. It was my insistence to accompany you. Perhaps you should leave first and not worry about me. Hubert returned to the ground and gently remarked, Ha. It was I who promised to bring you here, so what fault is there on your part? Did we not discuss this on the way? I am now your dedicated bodyguard. How could I abandon you and flee? Olivia felt a stir of emotion and, without uttering a word, drew closer to Hubert. Meanwhile, Arthur found himself in a rather precarious situation. Hubert's prowess surpassed all others, and if circumstances allowed, he would have preferred to let Hubert depart. However, from his perspective, there lay a lurking external aid beyond the powder, Hubert's doppelganger. He feared that should Hubert emerge from the powder, he would unite with his counterpart to eliminate him. Chapter 44. Counterattack. Since escape from the powder was not an option, Hubert found himself at an impasse and resorted to threats. I have already informed Qingjiao, and he will arrive shortly. Are you certain you wish to prolong the standoff? Arthur had initially contemplated retreat, yet upon hearing Hubert's words, he felt a surge of indignation. It was akin to feeling the urge to tidy up one's home, only to have one's mother suddenly insist that you do the chores. In an instant, one might think, let those who wish to clean do so. I refuse to partake, Arthur remarked. I may not have much leverage over you, but the time it takes for Qingjiao to arrive is sufficient for me to dispose of you and that woman. Hubert felt a sense of helplessness, as this was precisely what he had feared. The Orville on his back seemed to tremble with a hint of fear upon hearing his words. Although Orville had just urged Hubert to abandon her and flee, resigning herself to the inevitability of death, who can truly relinquish the fear of mortality when faced with it? After all, isn't there a famous scene in the original work where one passionately exclaims, "Tell me you want to live"? Hubert sensed the trembling of Olivia and consoled her, saying, "Do not be afraid. I shall protect you." With that, he shook his body, allowing Olivia to slide down from his back to the ground. Hubert then lowered himself, using his wings to shield Olivia. In the air, Arthur observed this scene and mocked. How ludicrous. Do you truly believe you can safeguard any woman in this manner? Standing still and presenting yourself as a target. Do you think you can endure for long? Hubert remained unresponsive, maintaining his stance. Seeing that he appeared truly immobile, Arthur charged directly towards him. With a swift thrust of his spear, he aimed for the heart. Clang! The spear met Hubert's skin, producing a sound reminiscent of metal colliding. Astonishingly, the sharp spear failed to pierce the skin at all. What on earth is this? Arthur inquired, filled with bewilderment. Hubert scoffed. Didn't you claim I was a native of the West Sea? How is it that you fail to recognize haki? What he referred to was indeed the armament haki. It had been a fortnight since his battle with Akainu, and with the aid of the armament haki training manual, he had successfully mastered this formidable skill. He had also discerned the side effects of the Angel's Tear researched by Jesse. Using it would complicate his practice of armament haki. Throughout these 2 weeks, he dedicated equal time to training both his armament haki and observation haki. While his observation haki had already reached level 2, his armament haki lingered just above level 1, making its advancement painfully sluggish in comparison. This low level of armament haki could not envelop his entire body, and Arthur's ability, akin to observation kill, prevented Hubert from anticipating his attacks and applying armament haki to the targeted areas in advance. Therefore, Hubert chose to cover only critical areas with armament haki, leaving the rest to fate. Armament haki? Arthur paused momentarily, then murmured, could it be that technique? In a fit of rage, he shouted, no. How could a wretched native possess such a powerful technique? It must be a lie. Although in the original narrative armament haki seemed commonplace, in the early stages of the Grand Line, few could wield it effectively, and even those who could rarely shared their knowledge. Luffy, for instance. only learned hockey under Rayleigh's guidance, having never even heard of its existence prior. Of course, many believed that Oda had yet to finalize the concept of hockey at that time. Arthur furiously thrust his spear at Hubert in relentless succession. The piercing sounds echoed as Hubert endured several strikes, leaving his body riddled with wounds. Ha ha ha, I knew you, native. Couldn't he possibly wield such a powerful technique? It seems you can only protect one area. A native is still a native. You merely stumbled upon the training method. Ha ha. Realizing his attacks were effective, Arthur erupted into maniacal laughter, continuing his onslaught. Meanwhile, with Hubert no longer fanning the dust away, the surrounding particles began to encroach upon him, violently eroding his flesh. The all-encompassing pain made Hubert gasp sharply. His head was shielded by his wings, but Alvia, noticing his pallor, expressed her concern. Are you okay? Is something wrong? No. I'm fine. Hubert gritted his teeth against the pain. Though Alvia, being shielded, could not see the external turmoil, she could sense Hubert's suffering. In a soft whisper, she lamented, "It's all my fault for insisting on coming out, and O'Hara as well. It's all happening now." At this moment, Hubert's mind was preoccupied with the external chaos, rendering him oblivious to her voice. Even if he had heard it, he would have been unable to respond. Outside, Arthur continued his raucous taunts. Huh, will you merely retreat like a turtle? Just a moment ago, you, the fortunate native, seemed quite proud. Damn native. How much longer can you endure? Let us see whether the green pepper arrives first, or if you, the lucky native, succumb first. Each of his statements was laced with the term native, clearly reflecting Arthur's overwhelming sense of superiority. Since learning of Hubert's mastery of the armament hockey, Arthur seemed to have suffered some form of psychological setback, leading to a frenzy of unrestrained assaults upon Hubert. The rough dragon hide was nearly shredded, with deep gashes appearing at regular intervals, inflicted by Arthur's spear. Hubert was beginning to falter, blood flowed incessantly, and his head spun. His efforts to shield Alvia's wings were growing feeble. Damn native, perish. Arthur's onslaught returned once more. This time, Hubert, who had been on the receiving end of the blows, suddenly surged with unexpected vigor. He snapped his jaws toward the void, and in a startling twist, Arthur's form collided directly with his open maw. The chilling sound of crunching echoed, as Hubert's teeth, stained with blood, gazed regretfully at the swirling dust. Had he truly escaped? How did you know I would strike there? Arthur's voice emerged from the powder, infused with incredulity. Was it so difficult? Hubert replied nonchalantly. I was not merely enduring your blows. Your attacks are remarkably easy to decipher. I had already grasped your strategy. Had it not been for the intent to lower your guard, I would have struck long ago. Now that the green pepper has arrived, my strikes, while not lethal, will undoubtedly impede your speed. You missed your opportunity to flee. Now, escape shall prove challenging. Blood continued to drip from Hubert, and his wings hung limply, presenting a picture of a warrior at the end of his strength. Yet, even in this state, Arthur hesitated to advance. He had been effectively cowed by Hubert. Chapter 45. The arrival of the green pepper. Alvia observed from the sidelines. The skin on the back of Hubert had been entirely worn away by the powder, revealing only blood and flesh. The dragon gasped for breath, seemingly on the verge of collapsing, yet displaying no hint of fear. Shielding her beneath him, his gaze sparkled with determination, contemplating how to counterattack during Arthur's next assault. Arthur, suspended in the air, remained silent for a moment, hesitant to make a move, and ultimately retreated into the distance. Damn natives, just wait. With the power of the divine bestowed upon me, I shall ensure your demise. Hubert stood motionless, unable to intervene. Although he intended for Arthur to remain, he was acutely aware of his own frail condition, feeling a profound sense of inadequacy. The surrounding dust gradually dissipated, and the sky returned to its normal state, as if no turmoil had ever occurred. Upon witnessing Arthur's departure, Hubert cautiously surveyed his surroundings, only exhaling in relief when he finally spotted Qingjiao's figure. Overcome by exhaustion, he collapsed to the ground, his dragon form reverting to that of a human, lying amidst a pool of blood. Olivia was taken aback and hurried over, embracing Hubert's frail body. While his dragon form appeared formidable, his human guise revealed injuries that were truly harrowing. His entire back was devoid of unscathed flesh, with veins and even bones visible beneath the surface, presenting a dire picture of a life hanging by a thread. As Olivia gazed upon his grievous state, tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. How could this happen? Am I a harbinger of calamity? Why? Hubert gently touched her face and softly said, It's nothing. Merely minor injuries. Arthur was ultimately bitten by me, and his wounds are more severe than mine. He lacks the armor of hockey to protect his vital points. Olivia assumed Hubert was comforting her and remained silent, simply sobbing against him. Qingjiao hurried to the scene, his concern evident upon seeing Hubert's condition. However, unlike Olivia, he was aware of Hubert's extraordinary regenerative abilities. Though the wounds appeared alarming, they were not life-threatening, merely a troubling amount of blood loss. He urged the doctors behind him to hasten their arrival. Upon receiving Hubert's distress call, he had rushed over without delay, leaving the other members of the 8 Treasures Water Army behind. You truly can't sit still, can you? If you uncover any clues, you should have summoned me. Why venture out alone? You just left the hospital half a month ago, and now it seems you must return. Qingjiao gently pulled Olivia away from Hubert, asserting that given the current circumstances, it was best to wait for professionals to arrive and refrain from touching him. Olivia awkwardly wiped her tears and asked, "Is Hubert going to be all right?" "He'll be fine. Though his injuries look severe, they are not serious. You needn't worry too much," Qingjiao reassured her. Hubert comforted Olivia once more, then inquired, "Did you see anyone fly away when you arrived?" "No," Qingjiao replied after a moment's reflection, shaking his head. "What about a pile of powder?" "No." Hubert nodded slightly, falling into silence as he patiently awaited the arrival of the physician. It wasn't long before a throng of the 8 Treasure Water Army approached with great fervor. As they beheld the fallen Hubert, a figure emerged from the crowd and swiftly embraced him before he could fully comprehend the situation. "My Lord Hubert, are you unscathed?" The blood from Hubert instantly stained the approaching figure's clothing, yet he remained oblivious to it. It was Simon, his devoted admirer, who, seemingly startled by Hubert's dire condition, wore a pallid expression. Simon descended from Hubert's side, his face etched with concern as he called out behind him, Doctor, hurry. Lord Hubert's injuries are severe." An elderly man swiftly approached, clutching a first aid kit. Upon assessing Hubert's wounds, the doctor's brow furrowed in apprehension, sensing the complexity of the situation. "What an unusual injury you have," he remarked, observing the extensive coverage on Hubert's back. It resembled burns, yet the symptoms did not align with typical burn injuries. Meanwhile, Olivia, anxiously observing the doctor's troubled demeanor, felt a jolt of alarm. Although both the green pepper and Hubert insisted it was a minor injury, she placed greater faith in the physician's expertise. With bated breath, she inquired, "How is it, doctor? Is there a risk to his life?" The doctor replied, "For an ordinary person, such wounds would likely be fatal. However, in Hubert's case, the injuries are not as grave. He may require a transfusion due to excessive blood loss. Nonetheless, this wound is peculiar. In all my years as a physician, I have never encountered such an injury." Hubert offered no explanation. Arthur's attack was indeed rather novel. Upon hearing this, Olivia finally relaxed her mind, secretly mocking herself for being so clueless and worrying for no reason. As she observed the doctor beginning to bandage, Olivia remarked, "If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask. I bear an undeniable responsibility for Hubert's condition." The doctor nodded and replied, "Then lend me a hand. Those nurses are taking too long. Let us tend to the wound first. You know how to bandage, correct?" "Yes. Though I may not be particularly skilled," she said, recalling her meager first aid knowledge from her time at sea. "That will suffice. I shall prepare some medicine for him." Olivia seemed to recall something and added, "By the way, if my blood matches, I am willing to donate." The doctor chuckled softly, "No need. I have treated this fellow since his childhood, and there are plenty of compatible blood options available." "Childhood?" Olivia inquired. "Did Hubert grow up in the Flower Kingdom?" Just as the doctor was about to elaborate, he caught Hubert's warning gaze, deciding it was best to let him share that story. He then proceeded with Hubert's treatment. Watching Hubert receive medical attention, Green Pepper asked, "I just heard the sounds of your fight from over there. He couldn't have fled too far, could he?" Hubert replied with a faint nod. "I will go after him immediately. How dare he cause chaos in the Flower Kingdom? I shall turn him into a pulp." "No." Hubert interjected, "His abilities are quite formidable. You may not be able to defeat him, and he is exceedingly fast. It is better to wait until I recover before devising a plan." Observing Hubert's injuries, Green Pepper recognized the extraordinary nature of Arthur and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. "Very well, we shall wait for your recovery. However, I must trouble you further with matters concerning our Flower Kingdom." "Ha. I am not working for free. The king has already compensated me. One does not take payment without rendering assistance," Hubert replied nonchalantly. "By the way, Have you made any progress in investigating the undercover agent? A flicker of unease crossed Green Pepper's face as he responded, not yet. Chapter 46. Recruiting allies less than a month after his discharge. Hubert found himself back in the hospital. The young nurse's demeanor was decidedly grim, had it not been for the presence of Sir Green Pepper. She would have preferred not to attend to Hubert at all. Fortunately, this time Hubert did not require the young nurse's assistance, as Olivia remained by his side to care for him. After Hubert arrived at the hospital, he was quickly administered a blood transfusion and immediately fell into a deep slumber. Having lost a significant amount of blood, he felt an overwhelming dizziness, and were it not for his sheer willpower, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. Olivia remained by his side, leaning against him, and as she observed Hubert's improving condition, she felt a profound sense of relief wash over her. Gazing at his handsome face while he rested, her mind wandered back to the tumultuous events of recent days. Her reckless decision to investigate ancient texts had led to a pursuit by the world government, bringing calamity not only upon herself, but also upon her homeland, O'Hara. She had heard whispers of the Buster Call, and when she learned of its impending doom for O'Hara, despair gripped her heart. The subsequent events confirmed her worst fears. The malevolent world government sought to annihilate all, sparing not even the Tree of Knowledge. O'Hara was engulfed in flames, taking with it the world's most comprehensive historical records. In that moment, she had contemplated sharing O'Hara's fate, not only for the sake of the invaluable tomes within the Tree of Knowledge, but also as atonement for the misfortune she had brought. She felt paralyzed, fearing that if she fled, she would forever be haunted by guilt. Yet, at that critical juncture, Hubert appeared. He not only rescued her, but also drove away the Navy, safeguarding all of O'Hara. Subsequently, he brought her to the Flower Kingdom to recuperate, only for her to recklessly plunge into danger once more. Again, Hubert stepped forward. He could have easily turned away, yet he chose to remain, erecting a protective fortress around her with his own battered body. Within that enclosed space, enveloped by wings, she experienced a long-forgotten sense of security. Gently reaching out to caress Hubert's face, Olivia whispered, "Why are you so good to me?" As these thoughts crossed her mind, she felt a pang of guilt towards Hubert and added, "I promise I will never act recklessly again. It's not your fault." Suddenly, Hubert, still in a state of unconsciousness on the bed, stirred and spoke. "Oh." Olivia was startled, quickly withdrawing her hand. "You're awake." Hubert slowly opened his eyes. After a period of recuperation following the blood transfusion, he felt considerably better. He was roused from his slumber by the presence of Olivia, who had been leaning over him. Startled, Olivia hurriedly stood up, eager to fetch him a glass of water, but in her haste, she fumbled and dropped the cup, shattering it on the floor. In that moment, she resembled a child caught in the act of mischief, appearing utterly flustered. Observing Olivia's intent to pick up the broken pieces with her hands, Hubert reassured her, "There is no need to clean it up. The nurse will handle it shortly." But what if Olivia hesitated? "There is nothing amiss with that," Hubert replied, patting the bed to beckon her back. "Let those little nurses find some work to do. It will be just fine." With that, Olivia acquiesced and settled back onto the bed. Hubert squirmed a bit, attempting to sit up, but at that moment, he was swathed like a mummy, making any movement exceedingly difficult unless he were to shatter the bandages entirely. He didn't mind, as it would provide the perfect opportunity for the nurse to attend to his bandaging once more. However, such intentions would be too overt, rendering him somewhat petty in his desires. His heart, after all, was quite magnanimous. With a sigh, Hubert lamented the inability to offer the nurse a bit more work. Olivia, unaware of the reason behind his sigh, assumed he was unwell and promptly inquired, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Hubert could hardly reveal his innermost thoughts. He casually remarked, "No, I merely feel fatigued. I've told you countless times that it's none of your concern. It was my decision to let you go. Why do you still lament about it?" Olivia bowed her head, remaining silent. Hubert remarked, "I understand your desire to delve into the history of this world. There is no fault in that. Do you recall what I mentioned to you earlier? What? The flaw of Ohala lies not in the examination of historical texts, but rather in its inherent weakness." Hubert paused momentarily before continuing. "It is precisely due to your insufficient strength that your quest for the true essence of history is fraught with obstacles. So, would you be willing to join my ship?" "Huh." Olivia looked up in astonishment, meeting Hubert's intense gaze fixed upon her. "Why?" Hubert remarked, "I require a scholar, one who shares your insatiable curiosity for history. I possess the strength to safeguard you, liberating you from the fear of the world government's censorship of historical texts, and clearing the thorns that obstruct your path. Olivia's gaze was fixed intently upon Hubert, who remained resolute, and thus they held each other's stare in a tense stalemate. At this moment, Hubert found himself in a state of exasperation. His initial plan was to allow Robin aboard the ship, but upon his arrival in the Flower Kingdom, the 5 elders had contacted him. "Hello, Hubert, do you recall our agreement? All scholars must remain in O'Hara, under our control." "I understand. What is it?" Hubert inquired. The 5 elders seemed to be suppressing their fury, yet one of them managed to maintain composure as he asked, "Could you explain why you have taken that woman, Olvia?" "Huh, isn't Olvia a civilian? When did she become a scholar?" Hubert asserted this with conviction, oblivious to the fact that those unaware might genuinely believe Olvia was merely a commoner. "Commoner, my foot," one irascible elder exclaimed. "She is not only a scholar but also an escaped scholar from prison. By all rights, she should be recaptured." Hubert chuckled and remarked, "The individual you mentioned. She perished shortly after her escape from the naval prison. Accompanying me is her sister, also named Olivia. Do not take me for a fool. If you provoke that old man further." He seemed to be cut off by another person. The voice on the other end of the line fell silent for a moment, as if a discussion amongst several individuals ensued. Eventually, an elder spoke. "This shall be an exception. We permit Olivia to leave O'Hara, but let it be known, this is a singular allowance. Our patience has its limits. You must also remember our agreement and fulfill your obligations." "What are you talking about?" "I mentioned that I am with the scholar Olivia's sister, the commoner Olivia," Hubert replied, his tone laced with confusion. Beep, beep, beep. The individual on the other end seemed to be taken aback and abruptly ended the call. Thus, it transpired that Olivia became the sole scholar permitted by the 5 elder stars to board his vessel. Hubert was reluctant to escalate the situation, so the matter of Robin boarding the ship had to be postponed. They could wait until the 5 elders were no longer paying attention before bringing her on board. Chapter 47. The Navi wife. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and Olivia appeared somewhat conflicted. To her, it felt as though she was a harbinger of misfortune, perpetually bringing calamity. She feared that if she remained on the ship, history might repeat itself. Moreover, her original plan was to seek out Robin and raise her in a stable environment. If she were to embark on Hubert's vessel, she was uncertain how long it would be before she could return. What would become of Robin then? Hubert observed her in silence for a considerable time, then spoke. "You are worried about Robin, aren't you? In due course, I shall go and bring her aboard the ship. However, at present, the world government is keeping a close watch on us, making it unwise for me to seek her out." Olivia remained somewhat hesitant, yet her gaze towards Hubert shimmered with a glimmer of hope. With a determined tug, Hubert tore the bandage from his hand, causing fresh blood to flow from the scabbed wound once more. In the midst of Olivia's astonished gaze, he abruptly pulled her into his embrace and whispered into her ear, "What is it? Do you truly not wish to be with me?" Although Olivia had previously rested upon Hubert during his unconscious state, this moment was entirely different. She found herself forcibly enveloped in his arms. A peculiar sensation stirred within her heart, a sense of inexplicable solace that she had never before experienced. Even Robin's father, a mere scholar, had never imparted such a feeling of security to her. Her mind momentarily faltered, leaving her at a loss for words as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Hubert cradled Olivia in his arms, feeling a sense of peculiarity. This Olivia, despite being a married woman, retained an air of innocence, reminiscent of a young maiden. He had anticipated a woman of sophistication, yet it seemed that Robin, her husband, was lacking in that regard. One could only wonder if their evenings were spent poring over historical texts rather than enjoying each other's company. The two lay in silence for a while, the only sound being the rhythmic cadence of their breathing. Suddenly, Olivia exclaimed, "Ah, you are bleeding." It was only when the blood from Hubert's arm seeped through his clothing and onto her that she sprang up from his embrace, flustered and eager to tend to his wound. Hubert gazed at Olivia with a gentle expression. "What is the matter?" Olivia searched for the bandages without lifting her head. "Come with me." "All right." This time, Olivia did not decline. Hubert's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, "Go fetch a nurse for the bandaging. It is no trouble for you. By the way, it would be best if it were the one from the hall." This time, Hubert's injuries healed in just a few days, and he, accompanied by Olvia and Jesse, arrived at the 8 Treasures Water Army base. Olvia had initially hoped he would rest for a couple more days, but his impatience had grown unbearable. Time was of the essence, as Arthur had been injured by him and his strength had diminished. Hubert believed that Arthur's recovery would undoubtedly be slower than his own. If he were to delay his recuperation further, allowing Arthur to heal, the situation would become considerably more complicated. Meanwhile, within the accounts of the 8 Treasures Water Army, Sakasi glared furiously at Qingjiao. Qingjiao, you witnessed it firsthand that day. Hubert spoke of the king incessantly, clearly trying to leverage the king's authority over you. I have long suspected his ulterior motives, and now he no longer conceals them. Have you given it any thought these past few days? Qingjiao shut his eyes, ignoring Sakasi's words. Qingjiao, what are your thoughts? Are you truly willing to wait until that little brat Hubert earns the king's trust to overshadow us? Sakasi's frustration only mounted at Qingjiao's demeanor. Finally, Qingjiao spoke. Sakasi, I have already stated that this is not your concern. I am well aware of Hubert's situation. What do you know? You are merely raising a tiger to bring harm upon yourself. Enough, Sakasi. I am the leader here, Qingjiao retorted loudly. Focus on your own responsibilities. Just as Sakasi was about to respond, the door to the room swung open, revealing the king. The king's arrival silenced Sakasi, who merely scoffed. You will regret this. Qingjiao disregarded him and, somewhat perplexed, addressed the king. My lord, what brings you here? The king, observing Sakasi's furious expression, inquired. I came to check on your progress regarding the pirate situation. There has been some advancement, but it will take time, replied Qingjiao. I see, the king responded, falling silent and humming a little tune. This unexpected behavior left both Qingjiao and Sakasi feeling somewhat disconcerted. Although the king had never explicitly stated it, they could sense his dissatisfaction with their sluggish actions. Today, however, his mood seemed quite buoyant. My lord, this visit is due to Sakasi's report, he stated. I received word from Hubert that he intends to resolve the pirate threat today. Sakasi exclaimed, What? This is impossible. How could that brat uncover anything? What do you mean by brat? Mr. Sakasi, please mind your words. Hubert is a guest I have specifically invited. On this occasion, the king, unusually, did not extend any courtesy to Sakasi, reprimanding him instead. Firstly, with the pirates on the verge of being eliminated, it was only natural for Hubert to ascend as the king's trusted confidant, thus rendering him less reliant on the 8 Treasure Navy. Secondly, Hubert was indeed a reliable individual in his dealings. Upon hearing someone slander him, he instinctively felt compelled to refute, particularly when it came to members of the 8 Treasure Navy. After such a long time with the 8 Treasure Navy, not a single clue had been uncovered. Not long after his discharge, Hubert directly sought out the lair of the pirates, where he successfully dealt with several formidable foes. At this moment, he proclaimed his intent to eliminate the mastermind behind it all, truly embodying the spirit of a heroic youth. However, his expenditures were rather swift. The last encounter with those pirates had cost him 300 million berries, excluding the bounty. Should he confront the mastermind, it might well require a sum of 500 million berries. Nonetheless, this investment seems justified, for winning Hubert's allegiance is worth any price. Before long, Hubert arrived. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of 3 individuals seated awkwardly within. Your Majesty, I apologize for the delay. I was held up on my way here, he said. The king rose from his seat, laughing heartily. Not at all. I was eager to arrive early. I could hardly contain my anticipation. This pirate incident has become a source of great concern for me. Hubert replied with a faint smile, rest assured. Your heart's ailment shall be alleviated this time. Ha ha ha, your efficiency is truly commendable, Hubert. With the pirates dealt with, a generous reward awaits. Green Pepper inquired curiously. Have you found any clues regarding the mastermind, Hubert? Only Sakasi scoffed disdainfully. What arrogance! Observing Sakasi's envious demeanor, Hubert cast him a sidelong glance and turned to Green Pepper, asking, Green Pepper, you have uncovered the identity of the infiltrator I tasked you with, have you not? He is, after all, the chief architect behind the rampant piracy. Green Pepper remained silent, offering no response. Meanwhile, Sakasi, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in concern and questioned loudly, What infiltrator? Are you attempting to slander our 8 Treasures Navy? You treacherous scoundrel. Chapter 48. Suicide. Are you trying to tarnish the reputation of the 8 Treasures Navy, you malicious fiend? Hearing Sakasi's accusation, Hubert retorted coldly, If there is any slander, you should be the most aware, Mr. Sakasi. What do you mean? Are you accusing me? The king, sensing the tension, instinctively distanced himself from Sakasi and moved closer to Hubert. The truth of whether this is slander will soon be revealed. Hubert smiled as he beckoned those behind him to step forward. Alvia, Jesse, and Simon entered in succession. Simon held a stack of documents, which he handed to the king. The king accepted them and began to peruse their contents. Sakazuki, growing anxious, attempted to seize the papers while exclaiming, "I must see what fabricated evidence you have presented." Simon stepped in front of him, stating, "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to destroy the evidence?" With a grim expression, Sakazuki replied coldly, "You are one of the 8 treasures navy. Are you truly willing to obstruct me for the sake of an outsider?" Hubert chuckled. Remarking that Simon was indifferent to whether one was part of the 8 treasure navy, he acted solely in pursuit of his own sense of justice. The evidence in question was also gathered with my assistance. You treacherous scoundrel, aiding Hubert in fabricating evidence. Sakazuki lunged forward, intent on seizing Simon. Hubert observed the fervent expression on his face and couldn't help but shake his head. How could someone with such a fragile state of mind engage in these matters? It was perplexing. Was this not tantamount to an admission of guilt? Indeed, the king had ceased to peruse the documents in his hands. Directing a piercing gaze towards Green Pepper, the previously silent Green Pepper finally spoke. "Enough, Sakazuki. Is this not humiliating enough?" Upon hearing Green Pepper's words, Sakazuki halted, his face a mask of disbelief as he gazed at Green Pepper. "You two do not believe me? It is not a matter of disbelief." Green Pepper must have unearthed some truths by now, yet out of loyalty, he refrains from speaking, the king surmised astutely. All eyes turned towards Green Pepper. While Hubert silently admired the king's acumen, he was indeed far more astute than Sakazuki. Understanding that the king had discerned the truth, Sakazuki lowered his head in resignation. "You had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation." The king's voice boomed, laden with the intensity of a volcano on the brink of eruption. The rampant piracy in the Flower Kingdom had wreaked havoc, resulting in countless civilian casualties and shattered families. A significant amount of resources had been squandered, particularly in the reconstruction of buildings ravaged by pirate attacks. While this may not heavily impact the king, the erosion of public trust was a far graver concern. The prolonged inability to address the piracy had fostered discontent among the populace, leading many to perceive him as an ineffectual ruler, with numerous citizens opting to flee to neighboring realms. If this persisted, even if the piracy was quelled, the people would still regard him as an inadequate king. "There is little to explain," Sakazuki replied coldly. Yet the king harbored his own suspicions. Sakazuki likely believed that the king was wary of the 8 treasure navy, seeking to exploit the pirate situation to undermine him, thus eroding the king's support and rendering him entirely dependent on the 8 treasure navy. In such a scenario, the 8 treasure navy would effectively become the sovereign of the Flower Kingdom, dictating terms as they pleased. They might even abandon the power struggle altogether and usurp the throne directly. As this realization dawned on him, the king felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, a sense of trepidation enveloping him. Had it not been for Hubert's intervention, Sakazuki might have succeeded in his machinations. He spoke gravely, "Green Pepper, you must provide me with an explanation. Your 8 treasure navy owes me an explanation." Green Pepper sighed deeply. When Hubert had tasked him with investigating the infiltrator, he swiftly uncovered certain details, for there were only a handful of individuals capable of the 8-fist technique. However, he was reluctant to delve deeper. Sakazuki was his brother from childhood, and he truly did not wish to witness their paths diverge. Consequently, in recent days, he had paid little heed to Sakazuki's words, wishing only to silence his voice. Yet it is true that he is reluctant to take action, although he wishes to retreat into his shell. It appears that such a luxury is no longer feasible. "I shall handle this," Qingjiu declared. "Handle it? In what manner will you do so?" "I desire more than just a fleeting statement. This matter has truly crossed the king's threshold." Qingjiao, aware of his own culpability, murmured, "I shall revoke his position," condemning him to spend the remainder of his days in the prison of the 8 treasure navy. Imprisonment alone? What I seek is his demise. Moreover, the 8 treasure navy must provide an explanation regarding this matter. The king bellowed in fury. Hubert stood aside, clicking his tongue, and remarked, "Your Majesty, let us be merciful. After all, he is a childhood friend of the Green Pepper. Imprisoning him for a lifetime is already a considerable punishment for his transgressions." Hubert did not anticipate that the king would act so decisively. Although the mistakes made by Sakazuki were grave enough to warrant death, it was evident that Qingjiao sought to protect him. Was it not a blatant provocation to slay Sakazuki? Did the king truly possess such audacity? Could it possibly be due to his own influence? Hubert suddenly recalled this matter. Could it be that he felt emboldened to sever ties with the 8 treasure navy because he was contemplating joining the Flower Kingdom? Yet, he did not genuinely desire to align himself with the Flower Kingdom. With this thought, Hubert felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Although he harbored little fondness for the king, the monarch had, after all, bestowed upon him a considerable amount of berry. Thus, it seemed prudent to advise him. Your Majesty, perhaps we should first address the puppeteer behind the scenes, while Sakazuki remains in confinement. Let us delay, and once he departs from the Flower Kingdom, the king should regain his clarity of thought. By that time, Sakazuki ought to survive. However, the king, unyielding in his stance, pressed further. Qingjiao, have you not yet made up your mind? Are you truly willing to shield an undercover agent? Hubert, very well, you are impressive. I hope that even after my departure, you remain so. Sakazuki, confronted by the relentless inquiries of the king, glanced at the distressed green pepper beside him, his expression darkening. He too sensed the gravity of the situation. The 8 treasure navy was on the brink of a complete rupture with the king due to his blunder. Such an occurrence had never transpired in the annals of the Flower Kingdom. He would be branded a traitor. Perhaps the 8 treasure navy would face annihilation because of him. A bitter smile crept onto his lips as he made his resolution, casting one last glance at Green Pepper. It seemed as though he had a multitude of words to convey, yet only uttered, "Green Pepper, take care of the 8 treasure navy." Green Pepper sensed something amiss. But it was too late. Sakazuki drew a sharp blade from his person and plunged it fiercely into his chest. Blood gushed forth. And as he beheld Green Pepper rushing towards him, he managed to smile and addressed the king. I am dead now. I trust you are satisfied? Chapter 49. Arthur? Simon. Sakazuki's body collapsed, blood pouring from his chest. Hubert swiftly dodged, avoiding the spray. Meanwhile, the king was drenched in blood, casting a cold gaze upon the lifeless body of Sakazuki on the ground. Yet, he refrained from uttering another word. Addressing Qingjiao, he stated, let us consider this matter settled. Qingjiao approached, cradling his longtime friend in his arms. He understood that Sakazuki's actions were misguided, yet they were driven by a desire to secure a better existence for the 8 treasures navy. Thus, despite having uncovered the clues long ago, he had chosen to remain silent, never intending to apprehend him. Previously, Qingjiao had acted like a timid turtle, reluctant to see his longtime brother fall at his hands. However, he did not intervene when Hubert initiated the investigation, feeling he had no grounds to do so. As the king's voice reached his ears, he felt a surge of distaste and weariness. Lifting Sakazuki's lifeless body, he spoke softly, I bear responsibility for the events that transpired. Henceforth, I shall retreat into seclusion and will no longer interfere with the operations of the 8 treasures navy. The king displayed no visible emotion, nor did he attempt to dissuade him, simply nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Understood. I hope your forthcoming life in seclusion brings you comfort. Hubert stood by, utterly astonished. Goodness, how ruthless was this king? Suddenly, he recalled that in the original tale, the green pepper also chose to live in seclusion. Perhaps this event was intertwined with that narrative. It was merely his arrival that hastened the unfolding of events. The green pepper summoned someone to attend to the body of Sakazuki, then turned to Hubert and said, Didn't you uncover information regarding the mastermind? It is time to take action. I too must now enjoy a well-deserved rest. Sensing the detachment in the green pepper's tone, Hubert offered a wry smile. Very well, once this matter is resolved, everyone will surely feel a sense of relief. The escalation of events to this point is indeed the fault of the true puppeteer. My lord Hubert, have you truly discovered the mastermind? That is quite remarkable. It has only been a matter of days, Simon interjected, his expression somewhat peculiar as he stepped forward to offer his praise. Hubert stretched his body, casting a glance at Jesse to signal him to safeguard Alvia. Initially, he had not intended to bring Alvia along, but upon reflection, he realized that leaving her in another location could lead to unforeseen troubles, making it a decision fraught with risk. Thus, he opted to bring her along. And in the process, he also included Jesse, who possessed the powers of a nature-type devil fruit. With Jesse's abilities, he was confident that Alvia would remain unharmed. Without the need to divert his attention to protect Alvia, he could easily confront Arthur. Green Pepper observed Hubert's demeanor and positioned himself beside the king. Although he harbored little fondness for the king at that moment, his instinct to protect kicked in when faced with danger. It was a habit forged over many years. In the original tale, after Green Pepper had chosen seclusion, the king had summoned him back to action, and he had obliged. All eyes were on Hubert, eagerly awaiting the revelation of the mastermind behind the events. Hubert surveyed his surroundings before finally fixing his gaze upon Simon, his tone dripping with sarcasm. How does it feel to gather evidence of your collusion with Sakazuki, Simon? Is it particularly effortless? Simon's pupils contracted as he chuckled nervously. My Lord Hubert. What are you saying? I don't quite comprehend. Green Pepper, turning his attention to Simon, inquired. So, you are the mastermind behind it all? Certainly not. How could I possibly be the mastermind? I have always been a loyal member of the 8 Treasurewater Army. You must be mistaken, my Lord Hubert. Simon hastily gestured dismissively. There's no need for pretense, Hubert scoffed coldly. I have long perceived your duplicity. Your flaws are far too numerous. What flaws? My Lord Hubert. You were truly mistaken. Simon attempted to deflect, but upon noticing the surrounding silence and the watchful eyes fixed upon him, he faltered. He sought to explain further. Yet Hubert denied him the opportunity, swiftly transforming into a dragon and lunging at him. In a flash, Simon evaded, reappearing at a distance, his body exuding a cascade of crystalline powder. Is it truly you? Green Pepper shouted in fury, launching a punch in his direction. Simon's form morphed into that of a moth, revealing a row of deep bite marks on his chest, remnants of Hubert's previous assault. He countered Green Pepper's strike, attempting to use the momentum to flee. However, Green Pepper's wrathful blow was far from easy to withstand. He was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth, and the air was soon saturated with the metallic scent of blood. Yet, he managed to blend into the powder, vanishing from sight. Thinking to escape using the powder again? It would not be so simple. Hubert let out a cold laugh. Dragon wings bloom. With a resounding shout, the flower fruit enabled his wings to sprout from various locations, all commencing to flap energetically. Allow me to showcase the technique I have meticulously prepared for you. Cyclone of the Mad Dragon. The flapping wings stirred up a tempestuous wind pressure as torrents of hurricanes swept forth. The central dust appeared as delicate blossoms caught in the wind, teetering precariously, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the hurricane. During his previous battle with Simon, Hubert had observed the dust and attempted to disperse it with a mere flap of his wing, but at that time, a single wing had proven insufficient to yield significant results. Thus, he refrained from employing such tactics again. However, upon further reflection, he realized that although the effect had been minimal, it was not entirely without merit. If the quantity were sufficiently abundant, it could indeed catalyze a qualitative transformation. After some research, he deemed this method feasible and began to practice it during his recuperation. Now, upon its execution, the results were remarkable, effectively scattering Simon's dust into disarray. Simon, witnessing the multitude of wings ascending, sensed that something was amiss. Isn't that the ability of that woman? How could you wield it? I see now. You must be masquerading as her, you monster. Hubert let out a scoff. Do you not disdain the West Sea? Do you look down upon me, this native? How is it that you now find yourself in such a predicament? Simon clenched his teeth. How could he still dare to underestimate Hubert? This was a creature unlike any he had encountered, even in the Grand Line. He firmly believed that with Hubert's prowess, he would surely carve out a place for himself even there. The powder was continuously being dispersed, and Simon rapidly generated more, yet this was hardly a sustainable solution. The rate of creation was far outpaced by that of dissipation. Gazing at Hubert in his dragon form, Simon steeled himself and soared toward the king. At that moment, Alvia was obscured by the clouds conjured by Jesse. He had no desire to confront the most troublesome of nature-type devil fruit users, so he resolved to ambush Green Pepper instead. Green Pepper possessed little more than raw strength, which, in Alvia's eyes, was hardly remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he materialized beside Green Pepper, reaching out to seize him as a captive. Ever vigilant, Green Pepper anticipated Simon's appearance and struck out with a punch the moment he materialized, landing a blow squarely on Simon's head. A black fist. Simon's heart raced at the sight of the incoming fist. He knew he could not withstand it. Twisting his body to evade the strike, barely escaping a grievous injury. A smile crept across Hubert's lips. Indeed, Simon's injuries had rendered this endeavor considerably easier. Chapter 50. The Fugitive from the City? During their previous encounter, Simon's ambush against Hubert had afforded him little opportunity to retaliate, at least not with immediate response. Now, however, Green Pepper was able to swiftly counter Simon's surprise attack, forcing him to retreat. This was clearly not due to Green Pepper's superiority over Hubert, but rather because Simon's wounds from their last confrontation had yet to heal. His speed was severely hampered, and his reactions were similarly constrained. Engaging in battle while still nursing injuries would only exacerbate the condition of his wounds. Simon was acutely aware of his predicament, hesitating to strike again amidst the fog. From within the powdery haze, Simon's voice emerged, dark and foreboding. I never anticipated there to be so many monsters in the West Sea. Why do individuals like you choose to remain here? Hubert laughed heartily. Is it a requirement for the strong to dwell solely on the Grand Line? Take heed. The West Sea is not to be underestimated. No, nowhere should be dismissed lightly. Do not presume that having played a supporting role on a grander stage grants you the right to lead on a lesser one. Consider this in your next life. Hubert spoke as he silently intensified the power in his wings. The force of the wind immediately surged. Simon found himself in an increasingly precarious situation. He attempted to break free using the powder, but each escape was thwarted by Hubert's wings. Ultimately, he ceased his attempts to flee altogether, drawing all the powder toward his body, which was consumed by the powder from the sky, leaving not a trace behind. Hubert chuckled lightly. What? Have you resigned yourself to fate? Simon stared intently at Hubert and inquired, How on earth did you discover my secret? Hubert replied, Did I not mention it before? Your flaws are simply too numerous. He continued, Do you recall that time when Carter and the others had just arrived at the West Sea? I mentioned encountering danger in Ohala, and you uttered a particular phrase. Simon furrowed his brow and asked, What did I say? Hubert responded, You remarked that someone as formidable as I could hardly face peril in the West Sea. How could a mere underling from the Flower Kingdom possibly view matters from the perspective of the West Sea? This clearly contradicts your established persona. A look of incredulity crossed Simon's face as he retorted, You can ascertain my role as the mastermind based solely on that? How utterly hasty. Hubert replied, Of course. I have not confirmed anything. Hubert remarked, It is merely a suspicion. However, numerous details have since illuminated your involvement. For instance, during our bathing session that day, you inadvertently left behind some powder. The only individuals present were my crew members, all hailing from Ohala, rendering it impossible for anyone else to be the hidden mastermind. Subsequently, I collected the powder and had Jesse conduct a series of experiments, which indeed indicated that your affinity for the substance was the highest. The clouds surrounding Alvia transformed into humanoid shapes, nodding in the direction of Hubert. Hubert continued, Of course. The final confirmation of whether you were the mastermind behind the scenes or merely a participant in that fateful battle lies in the events that transpired thereafter. On that day, after your hasty retreat, Qingjiao found no trace of you. At that moment, I surmised that you must have concealed yourself within Qingjiao's ranks. Otherwise, given your injuries, you would not have been able to flee far. As I anticipated, the very first moment you returned, you rushed towards me, embracing me tightly. You must have intended to mask the blood on your hands with the blood on my own. Yet, it was precisely this action that unraveled your disguise. I possessed the ability of observation haki, which allowed me to react with a speed that you could not have anticipated, a feat achievable solely by your devil fruit powers. Simon's countenance grew increasingly somber, realizing that his meticulously crafted facade had been so effortlessly uncovered. What Hubert did not mention was that his dragon fruit ability granted him a remarkably keen sense of smell. In fact, he had long detected the unusual scent emanating from Simon. To his astonishment, after all the effort he had expended to escape from Impelled Down and reach the West Sea, he found himself quickly ensnared once more. Simon gazed upward, seemingly resigned to his fate. Nevertheless, his words succeeded in capturing Hubert's attention. Oh, you claim to have escaped from Impelled Down? If memory serves me correctly, no one has ever managed to do so. Simon's expression sharpened. You are aware of Impelled Down? Hubert shrugged and remarked, That is undoubtedly the most formidable prison upon these vast seas, housing the most ruthless criminals. How could I possibly be unaware of it? I find myself utterly envious of the bounties placed upon those pirates within. Simon fixed his gaze upon Hubert for a moment, seemingly attempting to peer into his very soul. After a brief pause, he replied, The criminals contained within Impelled Down are not easily apprehended. They are pirates capable of stirring tempests upon the ocean. After contemplating for a moment, Simon suddenly broke into a smile and said, However, if anyone could truly regard them as mere walking bounties, it might just be you. Hubert was momentarily taken aback and remarked, I must admit, I find you somewhat more agreeable now. While Carter's flattery certainly brought him comfort, the heartfelt praise from an adversary was far more gratifying. You still haven't answered my question. Surely no one has ever escaped from Impelled Down, correct? Simon scoffed. That's merely the Navy's public declaration. Numerous pirates have managed to slip away. Oh, pray tell. Hubert licked his lips, intrigued by this revelation that was absent from the original narrative. Simon continued, The prison's security is said to be exceedingly stringent, but that is only true for those under scrutiny. The facility is so vast that there simply isn't enough manpower to monitor everyone. For individuals like us, lacking formidable strength, there is almost no oversight at all. The conditions within the prison are so dire that many simply perish without the need for supervision. Hubert was aware of this. In the original work, Luffy nearly succumbed to the dire conditions of the prison. Simon continued, yet among those overlooked individuals, some not only managed to survive but also discover loopholes within the prison, enabling their escape. Are you one of those individuals? Simon shook his head and replied. In the prison, those with abilities are at the very bottom, shackled by sea prism stone handcuffs, rendered powerless and unable to do anything. Then how did you manage to escape? Hubert also understood that when he was equipped with the devil fruit, he was utterly powerless against seawater. Even his formidable physical prowess could not alter that fact. His curiosity regarding how Simon managed to escape grew increasingly intense. A nostalgic expression crossed Simon's face as he recounted, I encountered an extraordinary individual within. Despite being under the intense scrutiny of the Navy, he moved with absolute freedom. He took notice of me and assisted in freeing me from the sea prism stone handcuffs, enabling my escape. Who is that person? Hubert inquired. Your mother. Simon suddenly erupted, his demeanor shifting from resignation to fury as he launched himself toward Green Pepper. Naturally, Green Pepper was determined to thwart his escape, positioning himself in Simon's path. Get lost, Simon bellowed, and the previously vanished powder reappeared in a sudden surge, enveloping Green Pepper momentarily and allowing Simon a brief respite to flee. The novel can be downloaded using the open-source, Freestar string downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the vendor did not provide the software's source code or open-source address, please request an immediate refund and report the vendor. Author's email, Xingyu Outlook. Authors QQ, 201-759-3710 Official QQ Group, 149050832 Official TG Group, https, Me FQ Tool Chapter 51. The enslavement of Simon Green Pepper quickly extricated himself from the powder, watching in rage as Simon soared away, furiously swinging his fists. He exerted himself in an attempt to pursue, but how could his legs outrun the flight? He could only watch as Simon ascended farther into the distance. Just as he felt the weight of despair settle in, a shadow swept above him. It was Hubert. With a powerful flap of his wings, Hubert soared through the air, propelled by the fierce winds, his speed surpassing that of the fleeing Simon. Although Simon had anticipated Hubert's pursuit, a chill of despair gripped his heart. He longed to release a cloud of powder to delay his pursuer, but the recent confrontation with the Green Pepper had depleted his supply entirely. He had not a single grain left. Helplessly, he watched as Hubert drew closer, his spirit crushed, contemplating a desperate fight to the finish. However, he soon noticed something amiss. Hubert's speed seemed to have diminished, gradually aligning with his own. An opportunity. Simon's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, though he could not fathom the reason behind Hubert's sudden deceleration. Perhaps the injuries sustained earlier had yet to heal? He was acutely aware of the damage he had inflicted upon Hubert. It may not have been a grave wound, but it was certainly significant. It was conceivable that his recent movements had exacerbated Hubert's condition. Regardless of the cause, Simon seized this chance, secretly increasing his velocity in hopes of outrunning Hubert. He flew with fervor for a while, estimating that he had managed to create some distance. When he dared to glance back, he hoped to confirm his escape. Hubert lingered just a short distance behind him, moving at a steady pace, unhurried and seemingly unperturbed, as if to suggest he was nursing an injury. Are you toying with me? Simon quickly discerned that Hubert had intentionally slowed his pace, opting not to run anymore, and instead coming to a halt in midair. Hubert smiled faintly and remarked, without offering you a glimmer of hope, how could you have ventured this far? What are your intentions? Simon, with a sullen expression and disheveled hair, resembled a wild beast. Relax, Hubert said. As long as you cooperate, there is nothing to worry about. Simon, taken aback by these words, inquired, are you going to release me? Why not? We harbor no deep-seated enmity between us. My intent to kill you merely stems from a commission entrusted to me by the king of the small western nation, the land of flowers. If you possess sufficient value, why should I remain entangled in this assignment? Hubert continued, moreover, during the encirclement, you didn't think I was oblivious to your attempts to gather energy, did you? Such a ploy to buy time is rather juvenile, much like your disguise. What is it that you desire? Simon asked, the mockery in his voice not inciting anger, but instead rekindling a flicker of hope, albeit cautiously. I want you, Hubert replied. Huh. Simon was momentarily stunned. Staring blankly at Hubert, his expression a mixture of disbelief and inner turmoil. Hubert discerned an unusual glint in its gaze and hastily added, "I aspire to traverse the Grand Line, and you, having escaped its clutches, possess considerable experience of that realm. I implore you to pledge your unwavering loyalty to me. If you consent, I shall grant you a chance at survival." Upon hearing this, Simon's eyes reflected a contemplative demeanor. Hubert found the temptation difficult to resist. He was currently in a dire situation, lacking the speed and strength of Hubert, and even his most adept skill, the powder, had been unraveled by Hubert. Continuing the battle would lead to certain death. However, Hubert had presented him with a glimmer of hope, albeit at the cost of his own freedom. For someone who had narrowly escaped the clutches of imprisonment, freedom held immense value, but when weighed against the sanctity of life, it seemed less significant. Moreover, he recognized Hubert's formidable prowess, one that could carve out a place on the Grand Line. Following Hubert into the Grand Line did not seem like a lamentable choice. Perhaps he might even witness the rise of an era. By acquiescing now and ensuring his survival, he could always seize the opportunity to escape later. With this thought, Simon lowered his guard, feeling a sense of relief as he declared, "I agree." Congratulations to the host on successfully negotiating with Simon, acquiring Simon's soul, and gaining a second soul servant. Equipment acquired, moth fruit. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Hubert smiled faintly. He had anticipated this outcome. Tasks related to devil fruit users often yielded equipment closely associated with the abilities of the respective user. Previously, Robin had produced the flower fruit. And now Simon's revelation of the moth fruit confirmed his hypothesis. The power of the moth fruit was exceptionally formidable, standing out even among the mythical beast types. Hubert had long coveted this opportunity. However, he found that the application of his dragon fruit was not particularly seamless. In other words, he had begun to look down upon the ancient zoan-type fruits, and the moth fruit seemed utterly suitable for him. After Simon articulated this sentiment, he noticed Hubert remaining silent, which made him somewhat anxious. "Hey, I promised to devote my soul to you. Could you spare my life?" "Of course." Hubert replied with a smile, adopting a gesture of embrace as he approached Simon. "From now on, you shall be my closest companion. I will rely on your guidance on the Grand Line." Seeing this, Simon stepped forward as well, feeling flattered by Hubert's praise as he responded, "With your strength, even without me, I could still stir up quite a storm on the Grand Line. Among my acquaintances, your prowess undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. As they drew closer, Hubert maintained his cheerful demeanor, but the next moment, he delivered a punch to Simon's head. The blow left Simon stunned, his body swaying precariously as he weakly pointed at Hubert in disbelief. "Why did you hit me? I already agreed to become your subordinate." At this moment, the smile on Hubert's face resembled that of a devil. "I suddenly find your reasoning quite compelling. With my capabilities, I could thrive splendidly on the Grand Line even without your assistance. So why should I take you along?" Simon's consciousness gradually faded, filled with regret. Why did I have to speak so carelessly? Observing the fallen Simon, Hubert's smile vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. He certainly would not let Simon off so easily. After all, what would he tell Qingjiao upon his return? It was Simon who had caused the demise of Sakazuki, not only initiating the transaction but also gathering evidence against it. Furthermore, it was Simon who had inflicted genuine pain upon Hubert in their last encounter. He was not one to be magnanimous. As he looked at the prostrate Simon, Hubert contemplated bringing him back to be dealt with by Qingjiao. Ideally, he would prefer to eliminate him himself. However, having just established a pact with Simon to spare him, he could only delegate the task, with Qingjiao being the most suitable option. Chapter 52, Partners? Meanwhile, the colorful dust scattered by Simon during his escape blanketed the ground, shimmering under the sun's rays, reflecting a dreamlike array of colors. Yet, none present had the heart to appreciate the beauty of the scene. The king sat still, his heart racing with anxiety. Had Simon breached Qingjiao's defenses at that moment and targeted him, he would likely have met his end. In truth, Simon had contemplated this. But the overwhelming intimidation from Qingjiao's 2 punches deterred him from seeking trouble with the king. After regaining his composure, the king gazed at Jesse and Alvia, a look of envy crossing his face. An ability like Jesse's made one yearn to have such a guardian. Observing how well Jesse protected Alvia, Simon, having merely tested the waters, felt no desire to attack further. Following this encounter, Hubert had joined the Flower Kingdom as a personal guard, and it seemed Jesse, Hubert's subordinate, had become part of his retinue as well. With this thought in mind, The king turned his attention to Olivia. Her long white hair cascaded down her back. Her figure was well-proportioned, and her delicate features marked her as an extraordinary beauty. In the face of such intense combat, her demeanor remained calm, far from the usual reaction of an ordinary woman. The king, who had always had an affinity for beautiful women, found himself captivated, despite nearing 40. As many of his concubines were merely 16 or 17 years old, it appeared that Olivia held significant importance to Hubert, perhaps by making her a concubine. He could strengthen his ties with Hubert. He recognized her name from his subordinates' reports and inquired, "Lady Olivia, are you from the Flower Kingdom?" Surprised by the king's address, Olivia initially thought he was speaking to someone else. Once she realized he was speaking to her, she shook her head and replied, "I hail from O'Hara. I have come to the Flower Kingdom to recuperate." "I am aware of that. It is Hubert who has brought you here, correct?" "I am still covering the expenses for your healing, haha." As the king fosters closer ties, he simultaneously showcases his strength. One must admit, despite his lack of conventional attractiveness, the king's ability to attract numerous concubines speaks volumes about his charisma. Even in the act of flaunting wealth, he refrains from doing so overtly. As such blatant displays may resonate with certain courtesans, but could yield adverse effects on more innocent young women. Wouldn't you agree? "I cannot say for certain. It is all arranged by Hubert," Olivia replied nonchalantly. Noting her indifferent reaction, the king felt no disappointment. He had encountered this scenario numerous times and understood the importance of patience. After a brief pause, he suddenly inquired, "By the way, Lady Olivia, what is your relationship with Hubert?" Olivia's face flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with a radiant light as she tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. If the king, with his worldly experience, were to witness this scene, he would surely be momentarily taken aback, and his desire to include Olivia in his harem would intensify. "I suppose we are akin to a couple," she ventured, casting a somewhat anxious glance around to ensure Hubert was not nearby. The king was not the only one taken aback. Even the previously silent Jalapeno and Jesse were left speechless. "A couple? That 7-year-old Hubert? Surely, you jest." The king exclaimed in disbelief. "What is it? Is there anything amiss?" Olivia inquired, her eyes wide with confusion, unaware of the king's astonishment. Observing Olivia's serious demeanor, the king confirmed the truth of the situation. He contemplated asking Olivia whether she was aware that Hubert was merely a child, yet after much internal conflict, he ultimately refrained. If Olivia knew, it would serve no purpose to mention it. If she was unaware, it was undoubtedly a consequence of Hubert's own fabrication. Should Olivia confront Hubert, it could lead to a rift between them, an outcome far worse than he could bear. Having already severed ties with the 8 treasure navy, any further discord with Hubert would render his position exceedingly precarious. How could a beautiful woman engage in a romantic relationship with a mere child? It was as absurd as a monk indulging in meat or a toddler enamored with a mature woman. The king waved dismissively at Olivia, his enthusiasm waning. "It matters not. You two are a match made in heaven, truly a perfect pair." Since Olivia was Hubert's girlfriend, he dared not entertain any improper thoughts. "Thank you," Olivia replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, evidently in high spirits. Suddenly, a resounding noise echoed from the sky, as a colossal dragon swooped down, clutching a figure in its grasp. Upon landing, its wings stirred up clouds of dust, rendering the air almost ethereal. The king hurried forward, gazing at Hubert's capture of Simon with a hearty laugh. "Splendid. Had it not been for your swift pursuit, Hubert, he might have indeed evaded us." "Not at all. It was merely a trivial matter," Hubert humbly replied. Green Pepper, observing the unconscious Simon, felt a surge of rage, his eyes gleaming with a crimson intensity. Hubert hurled Simon towards Green Pepper, saying, "You can take care of his execution." Green Pepper. "Me?" Green Pepper paused for a moment, somewhat taken aback. Then, with a hint of gratitude, replied, "Thank you." Hubert shook his head, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. "I sympathize with Sakasi's plight, yet in the pursuit of truth, I am compelled to act thus. I can only bring Simon here for some form of reparation." At the mention of Sakasi, Qingjiao's expression stiffened slightly as he remarked, "Sakasi's fate is a consequence of his own actions. Although I do not wish to witness such an outcome for him, I cannot hold you accountable. You merely fulfilled your duty. Enough of this. Swiftly deal with Simon, for when she awakens, she will surely attempt to strike again." "Very well." Qingji refrained from further words. His massive fists enveloped in a shroud of darkness, his gaze filled with animosity directed towards Simon. It was he, the mastermind behind it all, who had orchestrated the current state of affairs. In Hubert's view, Even without Simon's intervention, Sakasi's mindset would have led him to seek other avenues to constrain the king, and his eventual outcome would not have been favorable. However, Qingjiao clearly disregarded such considerations, unleashing his fury upon the unconscious Simon before him. Round after round, blood rained down. The ethereal dust on the ground stained crimson, taking on an almost sinister allure, reminiscent of a thorny rose. After a considerable time, Qingjiao finally ceased his onslaught. Simon had transcended into another realm. Observing Simon's demise, the king exhibited a sense of tranquility. Hubert gazed upon the avenged green pepper, seemingly filled with delight. However, his joy was not solely derived from the retribution on behalf of the green pepper. His prior pact with Simon was not merely for the singular demon fruit. Chapter 53. The inept ally. As night cloaked the land, the kingdom of flowers remained ablaze with light, adorned as if in festive celebration. Not long ago, the king had proclaimed that a valiant warrior had quelled the disturbances caused by marauding pirates, restoring peace to the kingdom of flowers. For the past month, the citizens had lived in a state of trepidation, fearful of being ravaged by pirates while the king struggled to resolve the chaos. Many had contemplated emigration. Now that the threat of piracy had finally dissipated, they all exhaled a collective sigh of relief. I have already sold my house and purchased my ticket. You tell me the pirates have been dealt with? Ha ha ha, wouldn't it be better to remain in the kingdom of flowers? You little scrawny fellow. Do you not fear being bullied in a foreign land? Indeed, remaining in the kingdom of flowers was a blessing, all thanks to Lord Hubert. It was said that shortly after Lord Hubert commenced his investigation, he had swiftly resolved the pirate crisis, far surpassing the unreliable 8 treasure navy. If only he could stay in the kingdom of flowers. Such discussions resonated throughout the kingdom, interspersed with admiration for Hubert. The king was evidently beginning to cultivate support for him, aspiring for Hubert to attain the renown of the 8 treasure navy, a task that was no small feat, given that their prestige had been built over many years and was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Yet this moment presented an extraordinary opportunity, one that the king would not let slip away. The palace was particularly boisterous at this hour. A group of burly men gathered together, merrily guzzling from barrels of ale. With a resounding thud, a wooden cup was placed heavily upon the table, and an officer from the 8 treasure navy shook his head in disappointment, lamenting, "I never anticipated that Sakasi would resort to such actions." His companion, seated beside him, promptly elbowed him, casting a significant glance toward the green pepper, who at that moment bore a sorrowful expression, drinking alone in silence. "What are you doing?" The man, oblivious to the elbow jab, seemed too inebriated to comprehend. "Why did you hit me?" His companion, at a loss for words, was unsure of how to respond. It was then that the king, seated at the head of the table, spoke. "The blow to the green pepper has been profound. Once the banquet concludes, you should return to rest properly," leaving the trivial matters to his subordinates. Startled, the green pepper replied, "Very well, that is precisely what I was thinking." The king, feigning understanding, added, "One must be mindful of their health." At this moment, Hubert was somewhat inebriated and candidly expressed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. "Your Majesty, how will the reward for capturing Simon be settled?" The king paused in his gesture of raising the goblet, taken aback by Hubert's forthright inquiry. He replied, "This resolution of the pirate incident has alleviated a significant burden for our kingdom of flowers. I had intended to prepare a grand gift for you, but it seems you have swiftly dealt with the pirates, and the present is not yet ready." Upon hearing of the grand gift, Hubert's spirits soared, his previously glazed expression suddenly brightening. "Oh, a grand gift? What might that be?" "I had planned a knighthood ceremony for you, to bestow upon you the title of the mightiest knight of the kingdom of flowers, along with the grant of a fiefdom to establish your own influence. Additionally, a sum of 1 billion berries would be allocated to support you. However, the attire for the ceremony has yet to be prepared, which may take about another fortnight. And the residents of the designated fief are still in the process of relocating, which may prolong the timeline. Only the 1 billion berries are ready at present." Hubert marveled at the grandiosity of the gesture. Truly, as a sovereign, he possesses immense wealth. This overture clearly aims to assist Hubert in establishing influence within the Kingdom of Flowers, perhaps even fostering a formidable naval force akin to the 9 treasure navy. Yet, his ambitions lie elsewhere. The 10 billion berries are more than sufficient. Sipping his drink to temper the elation swelling within him, his excitement was nonetheless evident to all. The king observed his demeanor with satisfaction. "Ah, children are indeed transparent in their thoughts, easily managed. With the right guidance from a young age, they grow into unwavering loyalists. Hubert, with a cheerful smile, was drinking with the burly men around him when suddenly a thought struck him. The king had been exceedingly generous, having bestowed upon him nearly 2 billion berries since the beginning. He was not one to be ungrateful. Perhaps he ought to assist in rescuing the situation for Green Pepper. Otherwise, once he departed, would Green Pepper retreat into obscurity, leaving the kingdom of flowers to regress in strength? Contemplating this, Hubert raised his cup to Green Pepper and said, "Green Pepper, I believe Sakasi's demise has dealt a significant blow to the 8 treasure navy. As their leader, it would be prudent for you to refrain from resting too soon. Rather, lead the 8 treasure navy through this dark period before considering any thoughts of respite." Before Green Pepper could respond, the king interjected, "If Green Pepper is weary, he should take a rest. My subordinates are quite capable of managing these matters." And at that time, "Hubert, you may lend a hand." The king inwardly cursed. A child is but a child, while he was clearing obstacles for him. What was he doing? Creating more trouble? Wasn't encouraging Green Pepper's return akin to vying for the spotlight? Truly a foolish ally. Hubert, this king is utterly foolish. Seeking to salvage his own reputation. What is he doing? Creating more trouble? Humph. This is the path he has chosen. A mere child is unworthy of counsel. Noticing Hubert's silence, the king nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze toward Qingjiao. Qingjiao, lost in thought about pouring a barrel of wine over himself, felt dazed, seemingly oblivious to the conversation between the two. The king exhaled with relief. This was an opportune moment to force Qingjiao from power. Should this endeavor fail, future complications would surely arise. After drinking throughout the night, Hubert, reeking of alcohol, made his way home. With a click, he opened the door to find the living room bathed in a dim, yellow light. Olivia was engrossed in deciphering some obscure ancient texts. The light filtered through the mottled white fabric, casting a soft glow on her profile, adding an air of mystery. She was aware of the banquet scheduled for today, but had opted not to attend, as Hubert had instructed her to prepare for their departure in a few days. Upon seeing Hubert enter, she set aside the texts and approached him. Hubert cast a glance and inquired, "Are you examining the contents of that cave?" "Indeed." Olivia, like a devoted wife, assisted Hubert in removing his coat and hung it upon the rack. "How goes your research?" Upon hearing this, Olivia became animated and replied earnestly, "I meticulously perused the documents and cross-referenced them with the history of the Flower Kingdom. I have identified the location of the treasure's key, which is likely among the naval forces of the Flower Kingdom, most probably belonging to the 8 treasures navy." Hubert gazed at Olivia's earnest expression, which appeared particularly alluring. Under the influence of alcohol, he impulsively embraced her, silencing her words with his lips. Olivia, taken aback, seemed flustered and attempted to speak, but Hubert offered her no opportunity, swiftly pushing her onto the sofa in the living room. Chapter 54. Are you capable? All right. Even if you are not, it is perfectly fine. It is not as if we must engage in such activities, Olivia gently reassured him, noticing the pallor on Hubert's face. We can still lead a fulfilling life without that. Having you by my side is sufficient for me. The more she spoke, the more troubled Hubert appeared. What do you mean by incapable? He exclaimed, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was merely young. In that moment, under the influence of alcohol, he had succumbed to the temptation of embracing Olivia, only to realize too late that he was still but a 7-year-old child, lacking any adult capabilities. Now, he found himself misinterpreted by Olivia as being inadequate. How utterly humiliating. This was a matter of masculine dignity. Yet, he could not explain himself and silently resolved to seek a means to transform his body into that of an adult. This revelation sobered him up, and as he observed Olivia still attempting to comfort him, he gently stroked her soft, silken hair. "Rest assured. I simply had too much to drink today. I was not in my right state. I shall surely demonstrate my prowess in due time." Olivia regarded him with a hint of concern, asking, "Are you truly all right?" As a married woman, she understood the significance men placed on such matters and feared that Hubert might act foolishly following such an emotional blow. Hubert, feeling a surge of frustration, remarked, "It's nothing. I just need to step outside for some fresh air. Should I accompany you?" "No need. I shall return shortly." With that, Hubert hastily opened the door and vanished into the moonlight like a fleeting dragon. Olivia gazed anxiously in the direction Hubert had departed, at a loss for words. There was no guidance in books on how to handle such matters. Perhaps she should consult some medical texts? Emerging from his home, Hubert arrived at Simon's lifeless body. With a flick of his finger, the air shimmered, and Simon's specter materialized from his own form. What is happening? Simon's soul looked at Hubert with confusion. He had been struck down in a state of unconsciousness by a bell pepper, and his memories were trapped in the moment Hubert had ambushed him, leaving him unaware of his own demise. He merely sensed an oddity about his body, feeling strangely weightless. "Why have you brought me here?" Simon inquired. "I have already pledged my soul to you as your servant. Why did you ambush me?" Hubert, initially feeling somewhat disheartened after departing from Olvia, found his spirits considerably lifted upon gazing at Simon's ethereal form. His own plight was indeed unfortunate, yet Simon's situation was even more dire, unbeknownst to him. He had already passed away. Hubert still had the opportunity to mature and eventually seek out Olvia to practice marksmanship, whereas Simon's only recourse for companionship might be a female ghost. It is often through comparison that one recognizes suffering, and as this thought crossed Hubert's mind, his countenance brightened noticeably. Originally intent on directly extracting Simon's soul, he suddenly felt disinclined to proceed with such haste. Observing the subtle changes in Hubert's expression, Simon was perplexed and quietly surveyed his surroundings. They were near the training base of the 8 Treasures Navy, the very location from which he had escaped the encirclement of the green peppers. However, night had fallen, and the once bustling training ground now lay enveloped in silence. He could not ascertain how long he had been unconscious. A lingering dizziness suggested he might have been out for more than a day. On the ground lay a gruesome puddle of flesh, which appeared to be a human body, likely that of a most unfortunate soul. The sight of such a mangled corpse underscored the wretchedness of fate. Noticing Simon's gaze fixated on the remnants of his own body, Hubert chuckled and remarked, "In truth, you have already passed on. That is indeed your corpse." "Excuse me?" Simon frowned, incredulous. "What nonsense are you uttering? I could never have died in such a grotesque manner." Hubert's delight only intensified at Simon's disbelief. "If you doubt my words, feel free to attempt touching something else, as a spirit. You will find that you cannot interact with the material world." Simon scoffed and shook his head. "That is impossible. This world does not harbor souls. Death is simply death." Hubert swiftly identified a stone and darted towards Simon. "What are you doing?" Simon instinctively became alert, extending his hand in an attempt to block the stone, only for it to pass through his body effortlessly. A look of incredulity filled his eyes as he gazed at his hands. They appeared somewhat ethereal, as if the shadow of the ground could be seen through them. "Is this real? Have I truly perished?" "Indeed. Just take a look at your remains. Reduced to a mere pulp by a relentless barrage of fists, it's truly tragic." Simon's gaze fell upon the gruesome mass on the ground, and his soul began to tremble. "How could this be? How could I be dead? I am the king of moths, Simon. How could I meet my end in this insignificant place called the West Sea?" He muttered to himself in a daze, No, this cannot be true. How could a dead man possess a soul? Even if a soul exists, how can you see me?" Frantically pointing at Hubert, he accused, "It's all you're doing. You're trying to deceive me." In a fit of desperation, he charged towards a nearby tree, yearning for the impact to shatter his skull, yet he merely passed through. Unfazed, he hurled himself against a wall, only to experience the same outcome. After several futile attempts, despair washed over him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He rushed to Hubert, attempting to grasp his corporeal form, but to no avail. He cried out, "If you can see me, then there must be a way to resurrect me, right? Surely. There must be." Hubert gazed at the frenzied Simon, feeling a sense of ennui wash over him. This madman failed to provide him with any semblance of pleasure, prompting Hubert to seize Simon's very soul. Simon's essence yearned to resist, yet it was as powerless as a fledgling chick, utterly devoid of any means to fight back. Thus, Hubert commenced the soul extraction. Hubert specifically entered into a contract with Simon to conduct a soul search after Simon's demise. He harbors a profound interest in Simon's memories, particularly those pertaining to the advancement of the city. Who possesses such immense power to release Simon? Where lies the secret passage to the advancing city? Is it accessible at will? These matters warrant thorough investigation. Hubert devised a plan, a rather audacious scheme aimed at compelling the elderly denizens of Impel Down to relinquish their valuable equipment. Within the confines of Impel Down dwell formidable criminals, known for their exceptional prowess, and their gear is undoubtedly of the highest quality. Given that they are incarcerated here, their abilities have undoubtedly waned, presenting a prime opportunity for exploitation. In truth, Simon could elucidate the details directly. However, Hubert harbored a lack of trust towards Simon, compounded by the notion that mere verbal explanations could never rival the tangible insights gleaned from soul searching. The latter, after all, possesses the remarkable capacity to visualize memories. With a mere thought, Simon's recollections began to meld into Hubert's consciousness, unfolding like a cinematic reel, revealing intricate details before his eyes. Chapter 55. Infinite Hell in the sixth layer of Impel Down. Known as Infinite Hell, Simon found himself in a desperate situation. "What are you doing?" "That is my food." He bellowed in despair, helplessly witnessing his sustenance being snatched away, too intimidated to intervene. How did someone like you even gain entry here? Has the standard for entry become so alarmingly low? Before Simon stood a towering figure, possessing a physique as formidable as a demon, exuding an oppressive aura in the darkness. In his hands, he clutched the food that rightfully belonged to Simon, relishing it with evident delight. "Well, with you around, I suppose I can eat my fill. Damn the Navy, they only distribute this meager amount of food. Who can survive on such a paltry ration?" Upon hearing these words, Simon clenched his fists in silence. To the man before him, or rather, to this prison, he was merely a lowly pawn, vulnerable to the whims of anyone stronger. He had no rightful claim to be in this prison, especially since he lacked the ability to wield hockey. Yet, due to the unique nature of his devil fruit, he had been granted an exception to enter the sixth layer. The mythical Zoan-type devil fruit is always considered elite, regardless of the circumstances. However, the sea prism's stone handcuffs bound him, rendering him powerless, unable to utilize even his innate martial skills. Within this prison, he remained at the mercy of others. "Return his food." A voice resonated from the darkness. The imposing figure before Simon trembled slightly, a flicker of trepidation surfacing in his eyes, yet he retorted defiantly, "Why should I? You're overstepping your bounds." "Shall I repeat myself, boy?" came the calm reply from the shadows. The man, who had previously appeared as a formidable deity before Simon, was now drenched in cold sweat, unnerved by the dispassionate tone. After a moment's hesitation, he flung Simon's food onto the ground. "TCH, as if I cared for it anyway." Simon paid no mind to the food discarded at his feet. Instead, he stared in astonishment towards the source of the voice. The sound of footsteps echoed clearly, each step drawing nearer to Simon. He pondered the identity of the approaching figure and their motives for assisting him. Though he was certain that their intentions were far from benevolent, this prison was devoid of any benevolent souls. As the final footsteps faded away, Simon peered through the iron bars, illuminated by dim light, and discerned the figure approaching. It was a peculiar man, his golden mane cascading like that of a robust lion, with an iron helm adorning his head. Most individuals would have succumbed to such grievous injuries, yet he appeared unfazed. His physique was remarkably imposing, with arms thicker than Simon's thighs, suggesting he was a master swordsman. "Golden Lion?" Simon gasped. Though he had never encountered this man before, the reputation preceding him was monumental. He was a contender for the title of the world's strongest alongside the pirate king, Roger. Although he had failed, he undeniably ranked among the most formidable pirates of this era, his infamy echoing across the seas, capable of silencing children's cries. "Ha ha ha, you know of me, lad." "Indeed. Your name is well known," Simon replied, his tone laced with respect. After all, the mere fact that this man had just rescued him warranted admiration. "Would you be interested in becoming my subordinate?" "Huh." Simon was taken aback. Become a subordinate? They were all prisoners, embroiled in such affairs. Sensing Simon's confusion, Golden Lion elaborated. "Of course, it's not solely within this wretched prison. You wouldn't wish to be confined here for eternity, would you?" Simon grasped Golden Lion's implication, wide-eyed as he regarded him. The lighting was insufficient, revealing only half of Golden Lion's face, yet that visage radiated an audacious dominance. Though his words were astonishing, they instilled a sense of trust within Simon. "Are you suggesting we could escape? How is that possible?" "This is Impel Down. I've never heard of anyone ever leaving. Once you enter, it's a life sentence." Golden Lion's face broke into a defiant grin. "Ha ha ha. What prison can restrain the Golden Lion? If I say we can escape, then we shall escape." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, nearly suffocating Simon. Remarkable. Simon glanced at the sea prism stone shackles binding Golden Lion, indicating he too was a devil fruit user. Yet how could he possess such strength while wearing those shackles? After a moment as contemplation, Simon nodded. "Very well. I accept your offer to become your crew member. It seems I have no other options." After a brief pause, Simon inquired, "But why have you chosen me?" "I am hardly distinguished in this prison. Do not underestimate yourself, lad. Your abilities are quite formidable. I have heard of your name. Had you not been captured, I might have sought you out to join me long ago." Simon's agreement elicited a broader smile from Golden Lion. Now, await your release. If any pirates wish to challenge you, let them come to me. Understood. As the Golden Lion had foretold, under his meticulous arrangements, Simon was effortlessly liberated from his cell. However, the Golden Lion himself was under strict surveillance. Any hint of movement would provoke the guards, as he sought his own opportunity to escape. It was anticipated that he would soon find a way out. Once Simon had managed to flee from impelled down, he refrained from revealing his whereabouts and made his way directly to the West Sea. In his possession was a treasure map he had previously acquired, which detailed the riches of the Kingdom of Flowers in the West Sea. He intended to procure an exquisite gift before the Golden Lion's emergence. Once the green pepper had escaped, he would present this treasure to the Golden Lion. During his time in the Kingdom of Flowers, he operated discreetly to avoid drawing undue attention, infiltrating the 8 treasure navy in search of clues regarding the treasure's key. Simultaneously, he sought to incite chaos by employing some pirate slaves to create disturbances, thereby diverting attention from his true intentions. The subsequent events were known to Hubert. Through his investigation, Simon was exposed, subsequently subdued by Hubert, and handed over to Green Pepper to be eliminated. Once the soul-searching concluded, Hubert exhaled a sigh of relief. Simon's memories were indeed captivating, and astonishingly, he was an underling of the Golden Lion. This situation seemed rather precarious. If he were to present Simon's corpse to the Navy to claim the bounty, his own involvement in the murder would inevitably be revealed. Should the Golden Lion escape and come seeking retribution, the consequences could be dire. Nevertheless, the bounty on Simon was rightfully his to claim. If the Golden Lion was bound to seek him out upon his release, then he would simply ensure that the Golden Lion would not escape at all. In Hubert's mind, a scheme was brewing to bring the Golden Lion down from its pedestal. Chapter 56. Exorbitant Demands. Hubert stepped outside to breathe in the fresh air before returning home. By this time, Olivia was no longer in the living room, which still held an array of ancient texts. Hubert speculated that Olivia must have been asleep in her room as he approached her door, extending his hand to push it open. However, his hand halted midair. What was his purpose in seeking Olivia? To delve into ancient texts together? After a moment's reflection, he lowered his hand and retreated to his own chamber, casting aside the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind before succumbing to a deep slumber. When he awoke, the sun had already ascended high in the sky, stretching his limbs. Hubert stepped out of his room. In the living room, Olivia had resumed her study of ancient scripts, a cup of tea resting on the table, now cold, with the leaves settled at the bottom. "You're awake," she remarked upon seeing Hubert emerge, rising from her chair. "Would you like something to eat?" It felt as if nothing had transpired the previous day. Yet, Hubert sensed an unsettling quality in Olivia's gaze, as if she were silently admonishing him for his flirtations. Although he knew this was merely a figment of his imagination, it nonetheless irked him. "You can take care of that. I'll manage on my own," he retorted, vexed. He was determined to hasten the discovery of fruits that would promote his growth. His advance into the city was unstoppable. Even the 3 great generals could not thwart him. As Olivia observed him stride into the kitchen, she refrained from further comment and resumed her studies of ancient texts. It appeared Hubert had come to a realization. Perhaps it was best for him to cool off for a while. Initially intending to cook noodles, Hubert lost interest entirely and simply consumed a couple of pieces of bread before stepping outside. He sought out the king, who at that moment had little to occupy his time, gazing contentedly at the map of the Flower Kingdom. On the map, the position of the 8 treasure navy had previously been circled in red, but now the king took out a pen and marked it with a check. Just moments ago, Qing Jiao had formally submitted his resignation, and the king had briefly attempted to dissuade him, ultimately conceding. Qing Jiao was now truly in a state of retirement. The threat posed by the 8 treasure navy had drastically diminished, and with Hubert, a more easily managed subordinate, the recent pirate incident had turned into a fortuitous outcome. As he pondered this, a subordinate rushed over to convey some news. Upon hearing it, the king replied, quickly, "Summon him here." Hubert entered the king's study and gazed at the map of the Flower Kingdom before him, his expression shifting with intrigue. The map not only depicted the 8 treasures navy, but also marked numerous areas densely, suggesting the king's dissatisfaction with the current situation. Nonetheless, Hubert was indifferent. He was there for the money and nothing more. As the king noticed Hubert's arrival, he gestured towards a prepared seat, exclaiming, "Come, sit. I intended to send for you shortly, but it seems you have arrived ahead of time." Hubert politely inquired, "Is there something of significance that His Majesty wishes to discuss?" "Nothing of great consequence," the king replied. "It pertains to your coronation ceremony. Do you prefer it to be held within your territory or at the palace? Whichever His Majesty deems appropriate will suffice, Hubert responded, displaying a complete lack of interest in the ceremony, which he was unlikely to attend. The king appeared pleased with Hubert's reply and enthusiastically declared, "Then let it be at the palace, allowing more people to witness the might of our flower kingdom. And let it be grander." After this exchange, the two fell into a moment of silence before the king resumed speaking, pointing at the map to elaborate further. "This is the list I have compiled. Do you see the red circles? These represent unstable factors, complex and deceitful. They obstruct my rule over the flower kingdom." It was evident that the king trusted Hubert implicitly, revealing such sensitive information to him. This gesture stirred a sense of gratitude within Hubert. "Since you place such trust in me, perhaps I should request a greater sum of money later," Hubert suggested. "What of the 8 treasures navy?" The king paused, recalling that Qingjiao was seemingly a friend of Hubert's. However, Qingjiao had since retired, and Hubert was recognized as his trusted guard. He would inevitably encounter these matters in time. Thus, the king replied, "Indeed, the 8 treasures navy was once a formidable force in the flower kingdom, unrestrained by anyone. Many of my orders have gone unheeded by them. As you know, the navy is vast, harboring a mix of characters, some of whom have long harbored treacherous intentions, such as the notorious Sakazuki you previously apprehended. However, with your assistance, Sakazuki has perished, Qingjiao has retired, and the 8 treasures navy lacks the leverage to defy us further." As he spoke, the king could not help but chuckle, adding, "Indeed, we owe much to you, Hubert." Hubert appeared somewhat bewildered, then inquired, "Your Majesty, may I receive the bailey you prepared for me in advance?" The king, puzzled, responded, "What do you need the bailey for at this moment?" "Well, I intend to construct a palace, and I find myself lacking in bailey, hence my request for an advance," Hubert replied. "Construct a palace?" The king's expression darkened instantly. "What do you mean? Do you aspire to stand on equal footing with me? This is something even the 8 treasures navy has not attempted. Is Hubert perhaps a man of ambitious designs?" With this thought, he questioned, "What purpose does this palace serve? I have vowed since childhood to provide my parents with a grand palace. Having now garnered your favor, Your Majesty, I finally see a glimmer of hope to realize this dream and wish to embark on it sooner," Hubert articulated, presenting his well-prepared response with a look of longing, as if envisioning a harmonious life with his family in the palace. "I see." The king's demeanor softened somewhat. "This is commendable. It indicates that Hubert is a filial person, unlikely to betray, easier to control. Moreover, once the palace is erected, Hubert will be permanently bound to the kingdom of flowers." With this thought, the king resolved decisively, "This palace must be built. How much more do you require? I shall supplement whatever you lack, and this reward in bailey shall be accounted separately. My budget is 50 billion. I have saved some bailey, yet I still need 43 billion. Your Majesty, if you could provide me with that 100,000 bailey, I would then require 33 billion more." "What?" the king exclaimed, his voice rising an octave. "What palace costs so much? Is it constructed of gold? Worth more than my own palace?" Seeing the king's expression, Hubert felt a twinge of anxiety. He had indeed asked for a princely sum, but one could always negotiate. Under Hubert's anxious yet hopeful gaze, the king's face twitched, and he replied stiffly, "Well, Hubert, 50 billion for a palace is rather exorbitant. How about this? I shall grant you 10 billion bailey, along with an additional 10 billion as a reward. That should suffice to erect a palace." In Hubert's heart, joy swelled. What a delightful surprise, an additional billion. Chapter 57, The Key to the Treasure. Clutching the bailey, Hubert left the royal palace, his spirits soaring. The king, observing Hubert's departing figure, felt a pang of regret, yet was somewhat comforted. This development had effectively tethered Hubert to the kingdom of flowers. Furthermore, given Hubert's deep sense of loyalty, it would undoubtedly be much easier for the king to exert control over him in the future. Truly, a commendable young man. The king mused inwardly. Upon exiting the palace, the earnest Hubert hurried to the bank to convert the bailey into tangible currency. He then dashed to the residence of Carter and his companions. At that moment, Carter was present, honing his abilities in his wolf form. Each punch and palm strike produced a resounding whoosh, the air pressure alone capable of splintering a tree trunk. What once seemed like a power reserved for the elite was now effortlessly within his grasp. Carter could not help but reflect that following Master Hubert had indeed been a wise choice. He vowed to steadfastly remain at Hubert's side, diligently attending to every task assigned. This was merely the beginning. Their future held the promise of ever greater strength. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a small figure appearing on the wall, seemingly out of nowhere. Master Hubert, you have arrived. Having grown accustomed to Hubert's uncanny ability to appear and disappear at will, Carter, despite his newfound strength from consuming the devil fruit and enhanced perception, still could not detect the slightest hint of Hubert's presence, as if he had always been there. He could only marvel at the profound depth of Master Hubert's powers. Hubert nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "It seems you have nearly mastered your newfound strength. You must have been practicing diligently these past few days." When Carter first acquired this power, he struggled to wield it with finesse, often miscalculating his force. There were instances when he merely intended to injure, yet inadvertently caused death. Now, however, he had fully acclimated to this strength, swinging his arms with ease. Carter chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head as he leaned closer, and said, "It is all thanks to your excellent guidance, Lord Hubert. Have we procured our ship?" Hubert cut to the chase. Having previously transferred the king's 100 million berries to Carter for the purchase of a vessel and the recruitment of crew members, the ship has been acquired. But I have yet to recruit navigators capable of traversing the Grand Line as you instructed. If we cannot find any, it is of little consequence. We shall manage through our own efforts, Hubert replied, harboring no great expectations. Those skilled enough to navigate the Grand Line had likely already set sail, leaving behind only those who preferred a more sedentary life, certainly not easy to recruit. The absence of navigators was not a significant concern for him. With his abilities, he would not easily perish at sea. Admittedly, inclement weather might pose challenges, but he planned to enlist some meteorologists when they reached the Sky Islands. So he felt no urgency. Are the brothers all prepared? "We may depart today," Hubert announced. Carter nodded affirmatively, stating, "Rest assured. The brothers have been ready for some time and can leave at a moment's notice. But do we truly intend to leave this way, Lord Hubert? I have heard the king is to hold a coronation ceremony for you and grant you lands." "Ah," Hubert let out a sigh. "In truth, I did not wish to depart, but the king's enthusiasm was overwhelming. After performing a mere trifling task, he insisted on elevating me to the rank of General of the Flower Kingdom, and I have already accepted 20 billion berries from him. I can no longer accept such generosity. It is time for me to take my leave. It appears that Lord Hubert is considerate enough not to burden the king of the Flower Kingdom. Truly, he is remarkable. Such a level of greatness is something I could never hope to attain." Carter spoke, his eyes reflecting profound respect. "Hubert, very well, let us cease this discussion. Please instruct the crew to commence preparations. We shall be departing today." "Understood." With the command received, Cat immediately set about his duties, urging the other sailors to begin readying the vessel for our voyage. Hubert then departed once more, making his way to the position of the 8 Treasure Navy. "Lord Hubert, what brings you here?" they inquired. "I have heard that preparations are underway for your coronation ceremony. Are you not going to make any preparations?" "It seems, my lord, that you have once again been wronged. Otherwise, we might never have discovered that Sakazuki is indeed a traitor. Lord Hubert, are you in search of Lord Qingjiao? He has not been around here lately, but I know where he can be found. I can lead you to him." Hubert waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I'm merely browsing. You may continue your training. Is it truly unnecessary to send someone to seek out Lord Green Pepper?" "No, it is not. I am here for the treasure. How could I search for Green Pepper if you have already brought him?" Indeed. Hubert had discovered the location of the treasure key by deciphering the ancient text translated by Alvia, which pointed to the interior of the 8 Treasure Navy. As he traversed through the numerous enthusiastic members of the 8 Treasure Navy, a twinge of guilt stirred within Hubert. After all, it was due to his actions that Sakazuki of the 8 Treasure Navy had perished, and Green Pepper had retreated into seclusion, causing the Navy's strength to plummet. The sailors' unwavering warmth and gratitude towards him were, quite frankly, a source of melancholic reflection. Arriving at a chamber within the 8 Treasure Navy, Hubert pushed open the door. The room was spacious yet barren, save for a single desk cluttered with various documents detailing the casualties and training of the 8 Treasure Navy. The disarray indicated that its owner had not taken the time to peruse these materials properly. On the wall behind the desk, a dragon-shaped sculpture was vividly lifelike. Each scale and contour appeared as real as life itself, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern an aura steeped in history. This room had once belonged to Green Pepper, and with his departure, it had become vacant. The accolades that Green Pepper cherished had already been taken away, and Hubert did not expect to unearth anything of significant value. His focus was solely on the dragon sculpture, or rather, the object residing upon it. He approached the sculpture, observing its menacing posture, and an overwhelming aura of ferocity washed over him. This was merely a statue, yet it imparted an inexplicable sense of pressure upon Hubert. He could only imagine the terror that the real Kaido must embody. Although he had triumphed over Akainu, he was not so arrogant as to underestimate his opponent. His victory had been contingent upon various factors, including the advantageous abilities of the heat fruit, a power that countered Akainu's. Moreover, Akainu had yet to reach his pinnacle. The potential for growth in his haki was immense. Hubert did not believe he would prevail against Akainu 20 years from now, and facing Kaido, who was reputed as the strongest creature in the world, filled him with trepidation. However, his purpose for being there was not merely to admire the statue. He extended his hand to caress the sculpture and, with a firm tug at one of the teeth, extracted it. This was the treasure key. Chapter 58. The Guardian Skoda. This tooth was indistinguishable from the others, a shade of grayish-white, smooth to the touch, and appeared just like a genuine dragon's tooth. If Hubert were to transform into a dragon form and extract a tooth, it would likely resemble this one, albeit slightly smaller. Holding it in his hand almost convinced Hubert that it was indeed a real tooth. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he murmured to himself, this tooth. Could it truly be a dragon's tooth? Centuries ago, legends spoke of the dragon-slaying swordsman, Ryoma. Now, the existence of a dragon's fang appears to be within the realm of possibility. If it is indeed a genuine dragon's fang, it must belong to a juvenile dragon. Hubert stroked his chin, holding the dragon tooth with a mischievous grin as he observed it. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, pondering the futility of his thoughts. Whether it was genuine or not mattered little, as long as it could unlock a door. According to the text translated by Alvia, the third tooth from the left of the dragon statue was the key to the treasure. It also recorded the location of the dragon statue, albeit shrouded in the mist of time, indicating merely that it lay within the confines of the naval force he had established. However, through the ebb and flow of history, the original naval force had undergone countless generations of transformation, evolving into what is now known as the 1st, 2nd, and 8th treasure navies. Locating this dragon statue would be a monumental task. Fortunately, Hubert had spent considerable time in the 8th treasure navy, and his familiarity with the statue in the green pepper room remained vivid enough to lead him directly to it. Grasping the dragon tooth, Hubert was eager to witness the legendary power of the deity. Transforming into a dragon, he soared away with a swift whoosh. The members of the 8th treasure navy, engrossed in their training, merely sensed a gust of wind pass by. When they looked up, they found nothing amiss. With remarkable swiftness, Hubert arrived at the entrance of the cave. As he descended from the sky, he furrowed his brow upon gazing at the cave's opening. After the battle that day, he had made a special trip back to retrieve the corpses of the pirates within, exchanging them for some belly. He had taken great care to block the cave's entrance with a massive boulder, yet now, it lay wide open. Had someone ventured here? Who could it be? Hubert harbored a sense of vigilance within. Could it be that Simon was not the true mastermind, and now the actual puppet master had come knocking? No, that couldn't be right. He had already delved into Simon's soul, and indeed, all of this was orchestrated by him. Could memory truly be fabricated? Surely not the Golden Lion. That was implausible, for the Golden Lion should still be languishing in prison in the city. How could he possibly be out so soon? Hubert pondered for a moment before deciding to investigate. After all, even if the Golden Lion were indeed present, he harbored no fear. Whether he could confront it was another matter, but escaping would certainly not pose a challenge. Moreover, the cave was hardly an ideal battleground for the Golden Lion, and perhaps he could even manage to trap it there. As he stepped into the cave, he noted the pristine surroundings, which made Hubert raise an eyebrow. He had always been averse to the labor of moving corpses. Had it not been for the need for secrecy and the allure of the bounty, he would never have engaged in such work. When he had previously relocated the body, he had merely disposed of it, leaving some bloodstains behind in the cave. After all, he had no intention of residing there, so a little mess was of no concern to him. He had taken the treasure and left. Now, however, the cave appeared even cleaner than before, devoid of any trace of blood. The air was free of the sin of violence. He could not help but quicken his pace, making his way deeper inside. Upon reaching the inner sanctum of the cave, he spotted a figure lounging on a makeshift bed, casually crossing one leg over the other, exuding an air of leisure. The individual, upon noticing Hubert, displayed no signs of alarm. Instead, he greeted him with a casual, "Welcome, Lord Hubert." The tone was nonchalant, Yet Hubert detected an undercurrent of mockery. "Who are you?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. "Me? It seems, Lord Hubert, that you have so many matters to attend to that you have forgotten me." "Understandably so. A minor character like me would not warrant your recognition," the figure replied, a sinister grin playing on his lips. "Who exactly are you?" Hubert pressed, genuinely perplexed by the stranger before him. The man chuckled darkly. "Do you not recall? A few years back, when you first arrived at the Eight Treasures Water Army, I was the gatekeeper. A few years prior, on a sun-drenched afternoon, the air was thick with heat. A group of recruits from the Eight Treasures Water Army was undergoing training under such sweltering conditions. Sweat poured down like rain, soaking their garments. At the entrance of the training ground, two individuals sat upright, guarding the gate, though their eyes were drawn to the activities within. "After all this time, I have finally been selected for the Eight Treasures Water Army," exclaimed a younger recruit, his eyes shining with hope as he observed the scene inside. "Ha, Skoda. You are mistaken. You are not yet a member of the Eight Treasures Water Army, merely a gatekeeper for the time being," chuckled the elder beside him. "Who doesn't know that as long as you maintain your post and avoid any blunders, you are bound to become part of the Eight Treasures Water Army?" Skoda replied earnestly. "Rest assured, Senior, I will guard this gate diligently. I am determined to join the Eight Treasures Water Army." The older recruit shook his head. "I am no senior. I am just like you. It is truly impressive that you, at merely 15 years of age, have come this far." Skoda bashfully scratched his head and responded, "It is merely the result of consistent effort. You are quite remarkable as well, Senior." As he gazed upon the training grounds, he remarked, "It seems my level of effort pales in comparison to the rigorous training of the Eight Treasures Navy. Truly, they are remarkable. I eagerly anticipate the days to come." Ha. Indeed, the anticipation is palpable. While the two conversed, a small child approached them. The child, appearing delicate and cherubic, seemed to be around 4 or 5 years old, exuding an adorable innocence. "Little one, what brings you here?" "This area is off limits," Skoda gently addressed the child. The child remained undeterred and inquired, "Is this the Eight Treasures Navy, big brother?" Skoda, taken aback, responded, "Indeed, this is the Eight Treasures Navy. Are you here to find someone? Do you have relatives inside? It is training time, and visitors are not permitted. Please wait here, they will finish shortly." A smile crept across the child's lips as he mentioned, "A bounty of 500 million. It is indeed a staggering sum." "What did you say? A bounty?" Skoda sensed something amiss with the child, but remained unperturbed, dismissing the notion that a mere child could stir any significant trouble. Suddenly, without responding, the child trembled and transformed into a magnificent dragon. With a mere flap of its wings, Skoda and the other guard were sent sprawling far away, rendered unconscious. The dragon soared into the sky, casting a vast shadow that obscured the sun's rays below. It proclaimed in a booming voice, "Qingjiao, come forth for battle. Today, I shall exchange you for Bailey." Chapter 59. The Servant. When Skoda regained consciousness, everything had settled. The child was, in fact, Hubert, who after battling with Qingjiao, had turned a foe into a friend and become a distinguished guest of the Eight Treasures Navy. Skoda, having allowed unauthorized entry during his watch, faced expulsion from the Eight Treasures Navy, and it took him 3 long years to be reinstated. It was entirely reasonable that he could not keep an eye on Hubert, considering he was someone who could hold his own against Qingjiao. However, the individual responsible for this matter was unyielding, insisting on Skoda's negligence and directly eliminating him. This person had long harbored a grudge against Skoda, who had entered the Eight Treasures Navy at the age of 15, while he himself, who fancied himself a genius, had only joined at 20. Seizing the opportunity, he ensured Skoda was sidelined for 3 years. It was not until 3 years later, when the individual was reassigned, that Skoda was allowed to rejoin the Eight Treasures Navy. Unbeknownst to Skoda, he attributed all of this to Hubert, forever haunted by the shadow that Hubert had cast that fateful day. Upon hearing Skoda's tale, Hubert felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that his playful bravado had such a profound impact on another. Rubbing the back of his head, he asked, "So, what brings you here?" Skoda burst into laughter. "In recent years, you have garnered immense respect from the Baobao Water Army, yet I have persistently sought to uncover your blemishes, yearning to reveal your true nature to others. However, no matter from which perspective I observe, you appear to be a flawless individual, devoid of vices, possessing formidable strength, and treating others with utmost simplicity." Hubert raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this fellow's perceptiveness. "I had nearly abandoned my quest to uncover your blemishes, but not long ago. Your confrontation with Simon revealed your true intentions. I learned that your investigation into Simon led you to this very location where the battle ensued. Why choose to engage in conflict here? There must be some clandestine secret hidden within this place. Once the crowd dispersed, I began to search for its peculiarities, and, as fate would have it, I discovered this cave. Skoda's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes on Hubert, asserting, if my conjecture holds true, this location is indeed the very objective of Simon's journey to the land of flowers. You may have thwarted Simon, yet you failed to report this matter, revealing your ulterior motives. Hubert, at a loss for words, are you? Haha. If I were to reveal this matter to the king, your true nature would be exposed to all. Haha. At last, I have discovered your flaw. So, what exactly do you intend to do? Hubert continued. Oh, Hubert, today is your day. I am not compelled to expose you. Over these years, I have come to realize that the 8 treasure navy holds little promise. The Grand Line is where I truly belong, yet one cannot enter the Grand Line recklessly. I require substantial funding for my departure. Should you grant me half of the treasure once you unveil it, I shall remain silent about this matter. The items within this treasure must possess considerable value. The remaining half should yield you a handsome profit. What do you think? Hubert gazed at Skoda, who was nervously rubbing his hands, feeling somewhat speechless. You haven't gone completely mad over the past few years, have you? What did you say? Hubert's reaction was evidently beyond Skoda's contemplation. He sprang to his feet, pointing at Hubert, and exclaimed, Do you think this is a jest? Let me assure you, if you do not comply, I shall promptly inform the king. Hubert shook his head and inquired, Have you disclosed this location to anyone else? Skoda, believing that Hubert was beginning to relent, promptly replied, No, I haven't told anyone. I'm not foolish, you can rest assured. As long as you share half of the treasure with me, absolutely no one else will learn of this affair. Hubert sighed and remarked, Foolish indeed, killing you will not prevent the treasure from being mine. Skoda, bewildered, exclaimed, What? His gaze shifted from confusion to astonishment and then to horror. How could you do such a thing? Are you not a benevolent person? How could you bear to slay me, an innocent member of the 8 treasure water army, merely because I uncovered your secrets? Hubert took a step forward, while Skoda retreated a pace. Beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. Hubert took a step forward, while Skoda recoiled several paces, stumbling over a stone and falling to the ground. Do not approach me. I shall only take a quarter, the remaining 3/4 are yours. Hubert advanced once more, while Skoda struggled on the ground, hastily grabbing a stone and hurling it towards Hubert. With a swift motion, the stone was caught mid-air, leaving Skoda in a state of panic as he continued to retreat. Just 1/5. I only require 1/5. The remainder is all yours. He exclaimed. If I eliminate you, the treasure will be mine entirely. Why would I need to share? You can't possibly be so foolish. Hubert continued to approach at a leisurely pace, deliberately applying pressure on Skoda. No, I don't want it anymore. I want to disclose anything to anyone. This matter is known only to the 2 of us. I am a man of my word, Skoda pleaded, feeling his back pressed against a wall, with no escape left. Please, do not kill me. I will become your servant. I will give you all my treasures, and I promise I will never speak of this. Despair enveloped Skoda. He could not comprehend why Hubert was behaving so unpredictably. Why he would resort to murder so readily. Wasn't he a bounty hunter? His actions were even more outrageous than those of the ruffians among the 8 treasure water army. As he saw Hubert extend his palm towards him, Skoda's face turned ashen, and he shut his eyes in despair. I should have never come, he thought. It was Hubert who had caused him to spend 3 additional years within the 8 treasure water army, a period that had nearly squandered his most crucial time for growth and enhancement of his abilities. Now, having disrupted his plans, Hubert had brought him to the brink of death. If he survived this encounter, he vowed never to oppose Hubert again. After what felt like an eternity, Skoda sensed no pain and, filled with confusion, cautiously opened his eyes. He beheld Hubert's small hand suspended in midair, a smile adorning his face. What is happening? Skoda stammered, struggling to articulate his disbelief. Hubert extended his hand, effortlessly pulling him up from the ground, and chuckled. Did you not just declare? You shall become my servant, relinquishing all treasures to me, while ensuring that today's events remain undisclosed. Skoda, somewhat bewildered, rose to his feet and inquired, What does this mean? Have you acquiesced? Hubert touched his nose and remarked, I never intended to kill you. That was merely a figment of your imagination, leading you to wish to become my servant. Chapter 60. The treasure unveiled Skoda, regarding Hubert's current utterances as mere nonsense, found himself utterly incredulous. Just moments ago, his murderous intent had been palpable, had it not? Had he not capitulated to Hubert's demands, he might very well have met his demise by now. He was taken aback by Hubert's true nature. It was rumored that the king even desired to bestow upon him the title of Knight of the Kingdom, a gross misallocation of honor. How would the king react if he were to learn of this? In truth, even if the king were to discover such a matter, he would likely remain silent. For Hubert had always harbored a greed for wealth. Now that he had uncovered treasures, the king might deem it only natural for Hubert to claim them. Moreover, should the king become aware, he would probably not dare to voice his discontent. The current monarch had already fallen out with the green pepper and had staked everything on Hubert, regardless of what treasures lay within. The king would not jeopardize his standing with Hubert over them. Skoda gasped, still haunted by anxiety. Despite not having engaged in any exertion, his body was drenched in cold sweat, akin to having just completed a 100-kilometer run. Since you have declared your intention to become my servant, you shall henceforth be my crew member. Now, relinquish all the treasures you possess, Hubert said with a smile, observing Skoda's demeanor. Skoda exclaimed, "Is this a case of losing the hen while trying to catch the chick? Ah, the pain, it is unbearable." To find himself a servant to his enemy was unbearable. Perhaps it would be better to simply wash his hands of the matter. Though seething with rage, Skoda had no choice but to comply, obediently retrieving a pouch from his pocket. Upon opening it, a dazzling brilliance of gold emanated forth. Hubert licked his lips, reveling in the acquisition of yet another bag of treasures. How delightful it was! Though the quantity appeared modest, even the smallest morsels hold value. Little by little, they accumulate. And one day, he would find himself immensely wealthy. With this thought in mind, he encouraged, "I never would have imagined that at your tender age, you have amassed such a wealth of treasures. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Taking you under my wing is undoubtedly a wise choice." Upon hearing Hubert's praise, Skoda swelled with pride and declared, "Is that all? I have even more at home." Hubert's eyes lit up, yet he spoke with a hint of skepticism. "Really? Once I have settled my affairs, I shall pay a visit to your home." "You are always welcome," Skoda replied, "and I shall demonstrate to you the true essence of wealth." Flattered by Hubert's praise, Skoda became a bit giddy and spoke without thinking. However, upon reflection, he seemed to sense the inappropriateness of his words and quickly added, "I just recalled that much of my money has been spent to secure connections for my membership in the Baobao Water Army. Presently, I find myself rather short on funds. So perhaps it would be best if I refrain from returning." Hubert remained silent, merely chuckling and saying, "I understand. I shall merely observe when the time comes. That is all I intend to do." Skoda lamented, "It's over. The money is gone. My capital." After a brief pause, Hubert addressed Skoda once more. "By the way, since you have joined us, you should return and seek out others to confer with. You are aware of Carter, are you not? Did you not mention that you had conducted an investigation into me?" Skoda replied, "Indeed, I know him." "Then you should seek him out. He will make the necessary arrangements for you." "Very well," Hubert remarked. "Rest assured, are you not heading to the Grand Line? I shall follow suit afterward. So your endeavor will not be in vain. You intend to venture to the Grand Line?" Skoda replied, astonished. "If memory serves, you are to be favored by the king and partake in the coronation ceremony. Am I mistaken?" "Ha ha. Such a banquet is one I can attend or forego at will." Skoda's tone was nonchalant, yet within, a tempest brewed. He had toiled tirelessly, yet yielded no fruits of success, not even a token from the 8 treasure navy. And Hubert, in the face of national accolades, so casually dismissed them? His teeth nearly clenched through frustration. Hubert truly was infuriating. Carter observed Skoda's calm demeanor and marveled inwardly at his ability to handle significant matters. Upon hearing Hubert's intent to forego the coronation, others had expressed profound astonishment, yet this man showed no sign of reaction. "Regardless, you should seek out Carter. They will make the necessary arrangements for you. Do not dwell on these matters any longer." "Very well." Skoda, eager to escape the confines of the room, hastily departed. Upon reaching the door, his countenance darkened. This venture had culminated in utter failure, and he had implicated himself within it. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, almost yearning to storm back. However, considering Hubert's formidable prowess, he began to reassess. After all, his quest for treasure was fundamentally driven by the desire to procure resources for the Grand Line. Although the treasure eluded him, the objective of reaching the Grand Line remained intact. Thus, he had, in a sense, fulfilled his mission and incurred no loss. In fact, with Hubert's strength, he could pave the way ahead, a boon, as his current abilities might render the Grand Line journey perilous. Having reassured himself, Skoda's expression brightened considerably as he sprinted toward the royal palace of the Flower Kingdom. Once Skoda departed, Hubert shrugged. Initially, he contemplated eliminating Skoda for a swift resolution. But when Skoda willingly offered to become his subordinate, Hubert reconsidered. To be frank, he found little value in a subordinate of such caliber. Yet, reflecting on Skoda's unfortunate predicament, he recognized his role in it. Thus, he made an exception and accepted Skoda as a subordinate, particularly since the ship was currently devoid of personnel. A free laborer was certainly advantageous. In critical moments, he could even be cast aside to absorb attacks, serving as a shield. Hubert rummaged through his belongings and produced a dragon tooth, advancing deeper into the cave. Before him loomed an unblemished stone wall, devoid of ornamentation. It appeared as ordinary as any typical rock formation. Had it not been for Alvia's translation, he would likely have failed to notice this concealed entrance. Upon the wall, there existed a small indentation, akin to a thumbprint, as if a stone had been meticulously removed from its place. Yet Hubert recognized it for what it truly was, a keyhole. He inserted the dragon tooth into the aperture, and it fit almost flawlessly, with not a hint of a gap. Such a precise match could only suggest that a single key was designed for this particular lock. Hubert's lips curled in a smirk. With a sudden exertion, he effortlessly dislodged the earth from the wall. Subsequently, he opened the passage behind the door and descended without hesitation. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and Hubert conjured a flame to ignite a torch, illuminating the entire cavern, revealing a mountainous accumulation of coins within. Upon entering, Hubert felt a twinge of disappointment. Most of the coins, obscured by dust, were obsolete currency, no longer applicable in the present day. Otherwise, he would have made quite a fortune. Nevertheless, there were still numerous valuable items, such as gold, which rendered his efforts not entirely fruitless. After wandering around once more, Hubert's gaze fell upon Chapter 61, the King. Indeed, I did not misjudge him. Hubert gazed at the treasure chest, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he licked his lips and approached it. The chest, measuring 30 centimeters in length, 20 centimeters in width, and 20 centimeters in height, was rather modest in size. Yet, Hubert felt an inexplicable certainty that it contained something extraordinary. The dimensions of such a chest seemed only capable of holding a devil fruit. Could it be that this was the very object that would restore prosperity to the Flower Kingdom? Hubert murmured to himself, his hand already resting upon the chest. He brushed away the dust from its surface, cradling the treasure chest with great affection. He chuckled softly, envisioning taking it back to cleanse it, and, after a fragrant bath, unveiling its contents. A sense of ceremonial significance accompanied the act of opening the chest. He collected the numerous coins into the system, which amounted to just over 100 million in total. Hubert pondered the immense fortune he could have obtained had those coins still been in circulation. A sensation akin to the bitter disappointment of nearly becoming a millionaire. Upon exiting the cave, he chose not to conceal his findings any longer. Having already retrieved all valuable items, he made a call to inform the king's associates to collect the remaining outdated currency, and then Hubert took flight. Upon returning home, he placed the box upon the table and eagerly dashed off to take a bath. To fully enjoy the unboxing experience, he indulged in the bath for several hours, cleansing himself of every speck of dirt. Initially intending to light incense for a fragrant ambience, he settled instead for a cigarette, allowing it to burn down slowly. When he finally emerged, he found Alvia busily preparing a meal. Noticing his buoyant demeanor, she inquired, "What has you so elated?" With a mischievous grin, he replied, "Ah, you know about that, right? Do you remember the cave?" Alvia's eyes sparkled with intrigue at his words. She had been engrossed in studying this matter for days. How could she possibly forget? "Did you discover the treasure? What were your findings?" Hubert proudly remarked, "It's quite satisfactory. There are numerous treasures within, with gold, silver, and jewels valued at over 100 million berries, along with a plethora of ancient coins. Unfortunately, they are of no use to us now." As he spoke, Hubert reached into his chest and produced a stunning ruby necklace, presenting it to Olivia. "This is the most exquisite necklace among them. Consider it a gift." Intrigued, Olivia responded, "And what of the ancient coins? How many are there? May I have a glimpse?" She felt indifferent towards the necklace, but was keenly interested in the coins. "There are quite a few, piled high like a small mountain." Hubert contemplated briefly before continuing, "But why concern ourselves with those? Allow me to assist you in putting this on. He leaned forward and began fastening the necklace around Olivia's neck. As she felt the warmth of Hubert's breath against her skin, it sent a shiver through her delicate neck. Her face flushed a deep crimson. And although she yearned to pull away, she hesitated, choosing instead to wait for Hubert to complete the task. Despite their previous close encounter, Olivia still felt a degree of reluctance towards their relationship. Once Hubert secured the necklace, admiring her beauty, she was about to express her admiration when she inquired, "Where are those ancient coins you mentioned, resembling a small mountain? Might I see them?" Hubert inquired, "What is your fascination with those obsolete coins? They are of no use now. Instead, take a moment to admire your own beauty. You look truly exquisite, and that necklace complements you perfectly." He continued, "Ancient coins are exceedingly rare. There was a time in history when they were largely replaced by modern currency, leading to the destruction of many such coins. It is quite a rarity to encounter them, and in my archaeological pursuits, I have yet to come across any." Hubert sensed something amiss. Olivia's implication was that ancient coins are indeed quite scarce today. From what he understood, the value of such rare items tends to be significantly elevated. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he asked, "What is the current value of those ancient coins?" Olivia lifted her gaze, contemplating before responding. "I am not entirely certain, but I have heard that a complete set of coins could be valued at over 500,000 Bailey." 500,000. Hubert's voice suddenly ascended by an octave. A set worth 500,000, and that mountainous object of his. Could it possibly be valued in the hundreds of billions of Bailey? He had never encountered such a vast sum of money in his lifetime. "Please wait a moment. I need to step out to attend to some matters." Hubert dashed out of his home in a flurry, momentarily forsaking the admiration of Olivia's beauty, transforming into a dragon and soaring away at the utmost speed. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the cave. Noticing the absence of any onlookers, Hubert exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed the king's men had yet to arrive. He descended, only to be struck by an unsettling sensation. Why were there so many footprints? He rushed into the cave, and the sight within nearly caused him to faint. The once mountainous pile of ancient coins had been entirely cleared away, leaving behind only a chaotic array of footprints. In the cavern, Hubert frantically searched. Yet not a single coin remained. His anguished cries echoed through the cave, a testament to his despair. He had truly missed the opportunity to become a wealthy magnate. The collapse of an adult often occurs in an instant. After venting his frustration for quite some time within the cave, Hubert regretted his past decisions. Why did he insist on indulging in fragrant baths? Had it not been for the hours spent in such vanity, he would have already attained financial freedom. Without a doubt, leveling up the system by just 2 levels would have been trivial. A fervent desire now consumed him, to storm the royal palace and reclaim his lost riches. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it, for he still held on to his principles. The king was no mere pirate. To act against him would be akin to that of a brigand, whereas he considered himself a righteous bounty hunter. To reclaim what he had previously relinquished would tarnish his reputation. Thus, Hubert resolved to silently endure this loss, vowing instead to later extract a greater share from the king's coffers. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, the king of the Flower Kingdom reveled in the coins he held, laughing heartily. "Indeed, I did not misjudge him. I always believed Hubert to be a man of loyalty. I rewarded him with over 2 billion Belly. And now he returns it to me, doubled, no, tenfold. What a good lad." He caressed the intricate designs on the coins, utterly enamored. These coins represented not merely immense wealth, but also Hubert's unwavering allegiance. After all, why else would he bestow such riches? Reflecting on the over 2 billion Belly he had lost in recent days, he considered it a test bestowed upon him by Hubert. And now, this investment had finally borne fruit. After a moment of contemplation, he bellowed, "Summon the officials responsible for Hubert's coronation ceremony. The current plans are far too conservative. We must expand the scale immediately. I will allocate an additional 500 million Belly. This coronation ceremony shall be etched in history. It will mark a pivotal moment for our Flower Kingdom." Chapter 62. Opening the chest to uncover artifacts? Hubert returned home with a look of despondency etched upon his face, exhaustion evident in his demeanor. The pain was overwhelming. He had lost a significant amount of Bailey. Noticing his grim countenance, Olivia inquired with curiosity, "What troubles you? Is there any way I can assist you?" Hubert gazed at the now cold meal laid out on the table, regaining a semblance of composure, and remarked, "It's nothing. Have you not yet dined? I was waiting for you. Let us eat together." A gentle smile graced Olivia's face. Very well. Hubert sat down absent-mindedly, took a few bites of his meal, and then lost all appetite. At that moment, he truly had no desire to eat. The emotional wounds were simply too profound. Olivia also consumed little, and after finishing, she began to tidy up. After Hubert finished tidying up, he summoned her to the table in the living room. Pointing to the box on the table, he said, "Olivia, could you assist me in opening this box?" He had lost all faith in his own luck and thought it prudent to let Olivia try her hand at it. Perhaps she might unveil something remarkable. Without questioning Hubert's request further, Olivia gently placed her hand upon the box and remarked, "This box appears to be of a very ancient design. It must have been discovered within that cave." Hubert gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming that this was indeed the treasure discovered within the cave. The very treasure he held the highest hopes for. "Go ahead, open it," he urged. After hearing Hubert's words, Olivia, clutching the box in her hands, felt a sense of nervous anticipation. "Perhaps you should be the one to open it," she suggested. Hubert shook his head and said, "I truly am incapable. It is better if you take on this task. I have faith in you." Upon hearing this, Olivia no longer hesitated. With a determined effort, she pried open the box. The ancient container emitted a strained, creaking sound as it surrendered to the pressure, and both of them fixed their gazes intently upon its interior. The prolonged period of storage had not allowed dust to accumulate within. Instead, a refreshing aroma wafted forth. "Is this the devil fruit?" As Olivia beheld the scene within, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. After all, the devil fruit cannot be deemed inferior. It is, after all, a treasure worth at least 100 million berries. Indeed, it is the devil fruit. Hubert responded with a word, yet his heart remained in a state of suspense. He had anticipated the presence of a devil fruit within the box, but he knew that these fruits were not all created equal. He held no interest in the common varieties. Extending his hand, he retrieved the devil fruit from within the box. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind, "Acquire the natural type devil fruit, the forest fruit." Hubert was taken aback. What on earth? The forest fruit? Goodness! In Hubert's heart, a surge of ecstasy arose. The s'mores fruit, a paragon among the natural type devil fruits. This is the extraordinary power destined for the future Marine Admiral, Green Bull. In the original narrative, forests stand as a source of life that rivals the ocean. Thus possessing the s'mores fruit equates to embodying nature itself. Upon consumption, this fruit grants the ability to create various plants and manipulate their growth at will, transforming them into desired forms, while also allowing the consumer to metamorphose their own body into vegetation. Green Bull has demonstrated the ability to conjure flowers that enable flight, as well as vines that drain the nutrients and moisture from others. Wherever Green Bull treads, a verdant belt of flourishing flora emerges. The consumption of the s'mores fruit allows the user to become one with the plant life, should the plants be desolated by adversaries. Regeneration can occur from a single new sprout. In summary, this is a remarkably prestigious devil fruit. It elucidates how the desolation of the flower country, once barren and devoid of life, can be remedied. With the s'mores fruit in hand, who would fear a lack of trees? Hubert, brimming with excitement, lifted Olivia beside him. "Ah," Olivia exclaimed. "Haha, indeed, entrusting you with the unboxing was a wise decision. You are truly my lucky star." While playfully striking Hubert's back in midair, she gasped. "What does this have to do with me? Anyone could have opened it." "Perhaps not," Hubert replied, his confidence in his luck wavering. "If it were him unboxing, it might have yielded the fruit of the forest wolf instead of the Sinsen fruit." After spinning around a couple of times, Hubert finally set Olivia down and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek. Olivia wiped away the drool, her curiosity piqued. "Don't you already possess numerous devil fruits? Why the exuberance? Are you looking for an opportunity to take advantage?" "Humph, if I wanted to take advantage, I wouldn't need to seek an opportunity," Hubert retorted, leaning closer and planting another playful kiss. Olivia's face flushed crimson as she questioned, "So why are you so jubilant?" "This devil fruit is remarkable," Hubert declared, holding the Sinsen fruit with an almost palpable affection. "Truly extraordinary. What sort of devil fruit is this?" Olivia, though well-versed in history, was not particularly knowledgeable about such matters. "It is a nature-type Sinsen fruit." "A nature-type? Isn't that similar to Jesse's?" With this revelation, Olivia understood Hubert's elation. She too found Jesse's extraordinary abilities quite impressive. Roughly speaking, Hubert paused, momentarily diminishing the stature of the Sinsen fruit in comparison to the cloud fruit. He quickly added, "Both the Sinsen fruit and the cloud fruit are nature-type devil fruits, yet the Sinsen fruit is vastly superior." The disparity is comparable to my strength versus Simon's, he mused, invoking the spirit of the deceased Simon. A rather grim comparison, isn't it? Olivia, now enlightened, gasped in wonder. The difference is that significant? This Sunsen fruit is truly formidable. Indeed, it's all thanks to you unearthing it. Otherwise, with my luck, I would have ended up with something utterly worthless. Olivia chuckled at this. After a brief bout of playful banter, Hubert instructed Olivia to tidy up while he went to inform Carter and the others. Throughout his journey, a smile remained etched on his face, the sorrow of losing those coins entirely eclipsed by the joy brought forth by the Sunsen fruit. Along the way, many greeted him, for his renown in the Flower Kingdom was at an all-time high. Lord Hubert, is that you? We are immensely grateful for your salvation of the Flower Kingdom. How did you know I unearthed a divine artifact? Lord Hubert, are you here to dine? I am at the most luxurious restaurant in the Flower Kingdom, where a single dish costs thousands or even tens of thousands of berries. If you join us, I shall waive the charge, entirely complimentary. How did you know I unearthed the divine artifact from the chest? A throng of eager individuals approached to engage in conversation. Yet those attempting to forge connections departed with bewildered expressions. Upon returning, they began inquiring everywhere. What does it mean to open a chest? What is a divine artifact? Thus, Hubert arrived at Carter's residence. Chapter 63, A New Journey. When Hubert arrived, the crowd had been waiting for quite some time, their backs laden with a multitude of luggage, reminiscent of a forthcoming relocation. In truth, they were indeed preparing to move. Observing the assembled group, Hubert nodded approvingly and declared, "Since everyone is ready, let us depart. Please provide me with the address of the vessel. I shall go to fetch Olivia." "Yes, Master Hubert," the crowd responded in unison. Hubert then approached Skoda, who had been arranged for by Carter, a package slung over his shoulder, his expression still somewhat bewildered. He had initially assumed that Hubert's mention of departure implied a delay, yet they were to leave at once. Hubert approached him and gently patted his shoulder. "Aren't you set to embark on your great adventure across the Grand Line? How do you feel about departing now?" Skoda, his expression a tapestry of emotions, replied, I suddenly have no desire to go. Perhaps I should stay behind in the land of flowers to watch over things while you all venture forth." "That simply won't do," Hubert insisted. "You made a promise to me, and it is far too late to reconsider now." In truth, had he not acquiesced at that moment, he might have been reduced to ashes by now. Ultimately, Skoda yielded to Hubert's formidable influence. Thus, the group set forth with great fanfare on their journey. Hubert initially contemplated extracting another sum from the king, yet upon reflection, he decided against it, deeming it sufficient. He was not a greedy individual, always mindful to leave some room for future endeavors. After all, it is the gentle flow of water that sustains. Their grand scale could hardly escape the king's notice. It was, after all, improbable that they could depart unnoticed. Although Hubert was capable of handling the situation, he found it too cumbersome. After all, sooner or later, the king would learn of their departure. Thus, he decided to reveal their intentions outright. As they boarded the ship and prepared to set sail, the king, alerted by the commotion, hastened to the shore. Observing their demeanor, he anxiously inquired, "Hey, Hubert, where do you intend to go? Your coronation ceremony is imminent." Initially, the king had not taken the news of their departure seriously, considering Hubert had recently bestowed upon him a grand gift. And the coronation was just around the corner. There seemed to be no reason for him to flee. However, out of caution, he had come to investigate. For Hubert's every action now bore significant implications for the future of the Flower Kingdom. Upon arrival, he found that Hubert and his companions were unmistakably preparing to leave. Hubert gazed down at the king of the realm, who waved fervently in gratitude to his benefactor. "Your Majesty, I am sincerely thankful for your care during this period. However, I must decline the coronation ceremony. I am still but a child, unprepared to shoulder such a weighty responsibility. I wish to venture forth and cultivate my skills. And upon my return, I shall possess the requisite strength and experience to embrace this duty." Upon hearing these words, the king's anxiety manifested in a restless stamping of his feet. "No, Hubert, this coronation is the culmination of everyone's hopes. Do not depart. Is it that you believe the preparations have taken too long? It is not my intention to delay. I merely sought to make this ceremony grander. I have extended invitations to the nations of the West Sea, ensuring a formidable display. Oh, please, do not leave." Upon uttering a few words, Hubert turned away, no longer regarding the king, and commanded decisively, "Set sail immediately, destination the Grand Route." "Aye, Captain," responded the newly appointed helmsman. marveling at his captain's unwavering rejection of the king's invitation. Upon hearing Hubert's order, he promptly acquiesced. Carter leaned in closer, offering flattery. "Master Hubert, you are truly formidable." Entirely dismissing such hollow accolades. "Were I in your position, I would not depart so readily." Hubert relished the praises he received but promptly corrected. "It is not that I disregard superficial fame, Carter. You must understand that our aspirations transcend what this meager flower kingdom can accommodate. We aim to establish ourselves as the most formidable bounty hunter organization upon these vast seas, and indeed, the most powerful entity across the waters. Our vision encompasses the entirety of the ocean. The West Sea cannot contain us, let alone the flower kingdom." Carter had never before heard Hubert express such sentiments, and he was momentarily taken aback, staring at Hubert in astonishment. For a moment, he forgot how to respond. Not just him, but others too gazed at Hubert in bewilderment. Hubert chuckled. "What expression is that? Is there something amiss with my words?" Carter finally regained his composure and hurriedly replied, No, Lord Hubert. Your ambitions are truly grand. Far beyond anything I could aspire to." Hubert smiled with satisfaction. Skoda, who had just joined the team, was visibly illuminated by Hubert's words. "Yes, we shall become the mightiest organization upon this vast ocean." Hubert's laughter rang out. "With my leadership, we shall surely achieve this. I truly look forward to it. If we succeed, we shall all be esteemed elders of the strongest organization in the world, a truly noble title." A hearty smile adorned Hubert's face as he finally articulated his ambitions. In the past, he had hesitated to express his aspirations due to his limited strength, fearing ridicule. But now, he had grown formidable and would only continue to strengthen. The ocean would soon bow to his imposing might. Olivia stood on the steps, observing Hubert surrounded by admirers, her eyes radiating warmth and amusement. Having drifted across the seas for several years, she had witnessed much. Just recently, she had escaped from a naval prison under the protection of Admiral Cerrone, from whom she learned the depths of human strength. Even someone as powerful as Cerrone was merely a vice admiral. She could only imagine the might of an admiral. To aspire to be the strongest organization on the seas, their foremost adversary would undoubtedly be the world government. This was an almost insurmountable challenge. Yet, as she gazed at Hubert, she recalled her recent experiences. The image of that colossal dragon was deeply etched in her mind. If anyone could achieve this, it might indeed be him. Scientist Jesse marveled amidst the crowd. As a scientist who had emerged from Vegapunk's laboratory, he had witnessed countless extraordinary sights over the years. He had observed the battles of admirals, displaying cataclysmic power. To aspire to become the foremost organization in the world was no simple dream, far more ambitious than the aspirations of current pirates to become pirate kings. Rubbing his temples in frustration, he muttered to himself, to establish such an organization, advancements in science and technology must not lag behind. It appears I must exert even greater effort moving forward. With that, he turned and walked into his laboratory. Under Carter's guidance, his lab had been reconstructed, outfitted with superior equipment than before, though some invaluable items from Vegapunk's lab were regrettably lost. Such treasures were irreplaceable, not something that could simply be purchased. He would have to devise a way to acquire them, perhaps along the Grand Line. After departing from the Flower Country, the first order of business would undoubtedly be to hold a grand feast aboard the ship. This is also a tradition upon these vast seas. When joy abounds, they host a banquet. When spirits are low, they host a banquet. After a brawl, they host a banquet. Upon victory, they host a banquet. Regardless of circumstances, a feast is always in order, especially amidst this grand migration. Having ventured farther than ever before, they are naturally inclined to celebrate this momentous occasion. Furthermore, it is an opportunity to welcome the new crew members into their fold. Previously, they had suffered significant losses, with nearly 100 lives claimed and fewer than 50 remaining. This time, under Hubert's financial backing, dozens of new recruits have been enlisted, pushing their crew count over the 100 mark. After a hearty feast, dusk descended. The ocean mirrored the moon's reflection as Hubert's grand vessel surged through the waves, creating a harmonious ripple. The gathering was lively and filled with camaraderie. Yet Hubert felt an inexplicable void. The ship remains nameless, he realized. After taking a sip of his drink and wiping his mouth, he inquired, "Does this vessel not yet possess a name?" He finally comprehended what was amiss. A competent fleet could hardly be without a ship bearing its own name. "A ship's name?" Carter responded, somewhat perplexed, for he had already designated it in his mind as the Mystic Dragon. However, Hubert had always regarded a ship as merely an object, devoid of the need for a name, and thus Carter had kept his thoughts to himself. Now, with Hubert's sudden inquiry, he had intended to reveal the name Mystic Dragon, but hesitated. Hubert suddenly broached the subject, presumably with ulterior motives. Thus, I redirected the conversation, saying, "Not yet, my Lord Hubert. This is your vessel, and naturally, it is for you to bestow a name upon it." Upon hearing this, Hubert nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "What do you mean by my ship?" "This vessel belongs to us all. I am merely its captain." After a moment of contemplation, Hubert continued, "However, since no one has named her, I shall bestow a name upon her. Let us call her the Black Pearl." "A splendid name," Carter exclaimed. "The title bestowed by Lord Hubert is both elegant and imbued with romance. It is indeed a fine choice." Skoda, having just boarded the ship, thought to himself, "Wasn't Carter once a steadfast and serious individual when he first joined our crew? Why has he become so obsequious now? He has transformed into a sycophant, shattering the image I once held of him." Just as he was musing on this, he heard the surrounding crowd begin to chime in with their praise. "Lord Hubert is truly remarkable. Even a name sounds so melodious when he utters it. Indeed, if it were me, I could never conjure such an exquisite name in a lifetime. Truly, he is deserving of his reputation. I have never encountered a ship with such a delightful name before." Listening to the accolades, Skoda found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. Was the name Black Pearl really so extraordinary? Why was everyone venerating it? Could there be some concealed significance that eluded him? Amidst the flattery, Hubert felt a touch of bashfulness and scratched his head. The name he had chosen was inspired by a ship from a beloved film in his past life. He had always harbored a desire to possess a vessel named the Black Pearl, and now, it seemed he had fulfilled that dream. After a while, as the praise continued, Hubert found himself unable to bear it any longer. While it might have been bearable if he had originated the name himself, he felt overwhelmed by the adulation for merely borrowing it. Thus, he shifted the conversation. "From this moment forth, we shall all be crew members of the Black Pearl. Rest assured, our future is vast. The Black Pearl shall make her name known across the seas. However, you must understand that these waters have never been without their perils. We will encounter numerous challenges ahead. Our former brothers can attest to this, as we lost half our crew during the last incident." At the mention of this, many fell silent. The previous event had indeed cast a shadow over several hearts. Everyone must be prepared to face danger, yet you need not dwell in fear. As long as you remain truly loyal to me, I will protect you, ensuring that you carve out your place upon these waters. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in unison. "I pledge to follow Lord Hubert. I vow my loyalty to Lord Hubert." Hearing their somewhat disjointed voices, a smile spread across Hubert's face. Simultaneously, he began to hear the voice of the system resonating in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have recruited the subordinate Carter. Reward: animal type devil fruit, hungry wolf fruit. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting the subordinate Scott, rewarded with 30,000 Bailey. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting the subordinate Teklo, rewarded with a fragment of basic armed color hockey." The incessant sound of system notifications mingled with the voices of the crowd, and before long, the entire ship became his domain. Hubert beamed with delight, for he had long harbored this notion, yet had been preoccupied with recruiting new members. Therefore, he decided to conclude everything at once now. The equipment that emerged from the crowd was indeed quite impressive. It appeared that the rewards from subduing their subordinates were far superior to those gained from slaying monsters. Pondering this, Hubert suddenly inquired, "Where is that fellow Jesse? I thought I saw him earlier. Why has he vanished? Could it be that he has gone off to conduct research again?" The group exchanged glances, unable to locate Jesse. Carter, with a resigned smile, remarked, "That guy Jesse, honestly, this is a gathering for everyone. I'll go look for him." "No need," Hubert interjected. "I will check on him and see what he is researching." "That works," Carter replied. Hubert set down the flask in his hand and staggered into Jesse's laboratory. He knocked gently. "Who is it?" Jesse, inside the room, quickly opened the door. "Ah, Captain Hubert. Please, come in." This took Hubert by surprise, prompting a chuckle. "How curious it is today. During your previous research, you never seemed to hear the knock. What changed?" "I was almost prepared to barge in." Jesse rubbed his nose and replied, "Was it really that dramatic?" "Indeed," Hubert said, his expression earnest. "Very well," Jesse continued. "I have concluded my prior research. In light of the side effects you mentioned, I have made some modifications to the Tears of Angels. However, I do not wish to be overly ambitious. Progress has been limited, and I have reached my limits. Now, I am contemplating the direction of my research on the heart. Hubert nodded in understanding and remarked, "No wonder. It appears that you have not engaged in any research. If you are uncertain about what to investigate, I happen to possess a research direction that I would like you to explore." Chapter 64. Rogtown. Well, do share it with me. I shall see if it is feasible, Jesse replied, somewhat exasperated by Hubert's suggestion. He harbored a concern that Hubert might propose a research topic entirely unrelated to his area of expertise. Previously on the ship, the captain had tasked him with creating a superweapon capable of obliterating an entire street. However, as a researcher of devil fruits, such a request was utterly beyond his purview. Unsurprisingly, he had been berated by the captain, labeled as a useless individual. What he wished to convey was that he was a scientist, not a genie. "Please refrain from making wishes in his direction," Hubert remarked. "It is not so much a different avenue of research, but rather a continuation of your original focus, imbuing ordinary objects with the powers of devil fruits." This was one of the two research directions Hubert had previously observed in Jesse's work. However, the results of the other research direction have now been unveiled. Despite some minor errors, the outcome is quite satisfactory. Hubert hopes that Jesse will also be able to bring this remaining direction to fruition. In the original text from the previous life, the results of this research also made an appearance, akin to the sword wielded by Spandane. At this moment, Hubert's strength has reached an impasse. The only path to further enhancement lies in the arduous training of hockey. However, this process is undeniably lengthy, which led him to contemplate an alternative solution. If all of his equipment were enchanted with the powers of devil fruits, his combat prowess would surely see an increase. After all, there is an abundance of devil fruits available. Upon hearing Hubert's suggestion, Jesse fell into deep contemplation. Hubert articulated a consideration that had initially occupied his thoughts. Yet he deemed it of little utility concerning the current situation with the Black Pearl. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Although this indeed constitutes one of my research avenues, the progress has been exceedingly sluggish, and I find myself unable to grasp its essence. It is likely that I could labor over it for an extended time without yielding any substantial results. Conversely, I possess another research direction that seems more promising, the accelerated method for developing the derivative armament of hockey, which stems from my previous research findings." Hubert's eyes lit up. Jesse truly was an impressive individual, managing to grasp the nuances of such a concept. If he were to rapidly master the color of armament hockey, he might swiftly refine his skills, and with the aid of the system, perhaps he could soon engage with Carp. After the initial excitement, Hubert regained his composure. Jesse had merely scratched the surface of this direction, and its viability remained uncertain. The original work did not confirm its success. In comparison, another approach seemed more promising. Jesse remained silent, patiently awaiting Hubert's contemplation. After a prolonged moment, Hubert finally shook his head and said, "Let us focus on the first plan. We shall revisit the rapid mastery of armament hockey later." "Very well," Jesse promptly agreed. After Hubert pondered the pros and cons, he felt assured of his decision. Raising his head, he caught Jesse gazing intently at him. "What is with that look?" Hubert inquired. "This research necessitates a considerable quantity of devil fruits." Suddenly, Hubert slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I almost forgot. Rest assured, there will be no shortage of devil fruits." As he spoke, he reached into his garment, retrieving several devil fruits directly from the system. "This is the Zoan-type hamster fruit, this is the Zoan-type tiger fruit, and this is the Zoan-type explosion fruit." Hubert laid out an array of devil fruits on the table, leaving Jesse momentarily stunned. How on earth can Hubert conceal so many items within his attire? Holding the devil fruits in his hands, Jesse felt a wave of gratitude. These items were of significant value, even at the Vegapunk laboratory. Acquiring a single one would require extensive application. Now, they were bestowed upon him in abundance. He sincerely assured, "Rest easy, Captain. With these devil fruits, I will undoubtedly achieve results swiftly." Hubert felt indifferent. After all, these items were of no use to him and merely served as decoration. It would be far better to allocate them for research for Jesse, as any findings could be repurposed and rewarded to the other crew members. He patted Jesse on the shoulder and advised, "Take your time. Haste makes waste. Today is a gathering, so do venture out and socialize." Jesse was somewhat conflicted. The devil fruit in his possession ignited an eagerness to commence experiments, yet Hubert's invitation was difficult to decline. Ultimately, he acquiesced, as it was the beckoning of an investor, and maintaining face was important. Thus, the revelry continued into the next day. Meanwhile, the king had spent the night awake, now burdened with dark circles under his eyes. He pondered how to explain Hubert's departure to the invited leaders from various nations. Regardless of the approach he took, it seemed destined to cause great embarrassment for the Flower Kingdom. Compounding his distress was the realization that he had believed he had successfully recruited Hubert, which had led him to offend Qingjiao, who had now also withdrawn. The military strength of the Flower Kingdom had plummeted to its lowest point in decades, and he would undoubtedly face extortion from other nations and threats from various pirate factions. He needed to contemplate a strategy to address these issues. Until then, the 8 Treasure Navy would manage these matters on his behalf. Host: Hubert Level, LV-43 Faction, Bounty Hunter Equipment, Nature Type Devil Fruit, Forest Fruit, Human Fruit, Mythical Beast Merchant Form. Paramecia Type Simulation Fruit, Paramecia Type Giant Fruit. 44 Devil Fruit slots are fully occupied. Armament Hockey, Primary Level 2. Observation Hockey, Primary Level 4. Backpack, Zoan Type Ancient Dragon Fruit. Paramecia Type Heat Fruit, Paramecia Type Flower Fruit, Paramecia Type Spring Fruit, Paramecia Type String Fruit, Zoan Type Bull Fruit, Bison Form, Zoan Type Dog Fruit, Jackal Form. Devil Fruit Fragments, 1184. System Level, LV4, 21 billion, 10 billion. Note: upgrading the system level will expand equipment slots, enhance drop rates, and improve equipment quality. You have acquired the strength of a formidable being upon the seas, surpassing the physical prowess of Sakazuki from the same era. Even when encountering candidates for admiral, you remain unperturbed. However, your mastery of hockey has only just begun. The Devil Fruit is ultimately an external force, while hockey is foundational. The journey ahead is long. Strive to grow stronger and conquer the seas. Hubert bestowed upon Jesse several demon fruits, significantly depleting his own stock. Initially, he had acquired a multitude of fine equipment during his expedition in the Flower Kingdom. His funds had dwindled as he invested heavily in preparations for his voyage, leaving him with merely 1 billion. System: upgrade the system level, Hubert anticipated eagerly. He harbored immense hopes for reaching level 5, as the emergence of Conqueror's hockey hinged upon this very milestone. Should the 5th level fail to yield the coveted hockey, it would likely be a lost cause. Success: system level, LV5, 11 billion out of 100 billion. Note: upgrading the system level enhances the equipment slots, increases drop rates, and improves the quality of equipment obtained. The upgrade did not provide Hubert with immediate significant benefits. The true value would be revealed in subsequent equipment drops. However, this upgrade featured a notable distinction from previous ones. It directly granted him an additional 2 equipment slots, allowing him to equip 6 demon fruits simultaneously. How splendid! Hubert expressed his astonishment, deeming it a delightful surprise. However, he pondered why the next upgrade would cost a staggering 10 billion berries. That amount equated to 2 Whitebeards. After all, Hubert immediately felt the weight of pressure upon him. He would need to strive even harder to earn money. The Land of Flowers had not yielded sufficient rewards. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, Hubert and his companions had been sailing across the vast ocean for nearly a month. During this period, they encountered a few nearsighted pirates who, mistaking their vessel for a treasure trove, thought them easy prey. Naturally, this resulted in a bountiful harvest for Hubert, who profited modestly from the rewards. Hubert initially intended to fetch Robin, yet the constant communication from the celestial dragons left him feeling closely monitored, compelling him to exercise restraint. Consequently, he dispatched a subordinate to inform Robin to await his arrival at a later time. However, the subordinate returned empty-handed. Alas, much like in the original narrative, Robin is now a wanted fugitive by the Navy, exercising extreme caution at the slightest hint of danger, fleeing at the first sign of irregularity. The minions dispatched by Hubert had not even caught a glimpse of Mao. This led Hubert to exclaim, as expected of the devil's offspring, Robin. Although merely 8 years of age, she already possessed a remarkable sense of vigilance. Furthermore, there was a slight deviation from the original narrative, as Hubert had entered into a pact with the 5 elders, and the current bounty indicated that it was only necessary to capture her alive. This revelation offered some solace to Olvia. Otherwise, she would have long sought out Robin. Initially, Hubert had been awaiting a call from Robin via the Den Den Mushi, yet it seemed she believed him to be deceased, as no communication had been forthcoming. In Logue Town, numerous ships flocked to the harbor, bustling with activity, far more vibrant than the Flower Country. Among them were pirate vessels adorned with various skull and crossbones flags. At this juncture, Logtown had yet to welcome the notorious smoker, a man known for his fierce disdain for evil, thus allowing the pirates to linger in large numbers without any oversight. Indeed, no one dared to intervene. For those aspiring to traverse the Grand Line were no ordinary marauders. Hubert docked the ship and called out behind him, "Brothers, this is the final stop before the Grand Line. Everyone disembark and replenish your supplies. We shall set sail for the Grand Line in 3 days." "Aye, Captain." The crew responded in unison. Hubert smiled and remarked, "The journey ahead will not be as simple as before. At any moment, one might encounter life-threatening dangers. This is the final opportunity for relaxation. Once the supplies are prepared, take a moment to unwind." The crowd gazed at his smile, sensing a chill in the air. Carter was the first to respond, saying, "With the esteemed Hubert by our side, what do the perils of the Grand Line signify? We are destined to become the foremost organization in the world. Such obstacles are insignificant. Ho ho ho. Lord Hubert is magnificent. With him, we fear nothing. The Grand Line is but a walk in the park." In Hubert's heart, he relished the notion, believing that the words of the crowd held no fault. The grand voyage? Merely a walk in the park. Yet, he feigned helplessness and remarked, "You must not think this way. You cannot always rely on me. To become the foremost organization in the world, it is not sufficient for me to be formidable alone. You must also stand on your own." "Yes, Lord Hubert." Skoda promptly saluted with military precision and declared, "I shall strive to grow stronger and keep pace with your steps." How had Skoda transformed to such an extent? Hubert was somewhat intrigued by how such a vulgar corporate culture had come to be. It truly affected his judgment. It must be vigorously promoted. Just as Hubert was preparing to disembark, Jesse's door creaked open. Curiously, he inquired, "You finally emerged. This is quite rare. Are you planning to relax in Rogtown?" For the past few days, Jesse had been cooped up in the laboratory conducting research, and each time Hubert visited, he observed Jesse's stern demeanor, which suggested that his spirits were rather low. It appeared that progress was not as favorable as hoped. However, Hubert did not press him. Such matters cannot be rushed. And perhaps one day he might have an epiphany, inspired by a falling apple, and suddenly make a breakthrough. When Jesse stepped out, he still wore a frown. But upon hearing Hubert's jest, he slightly relaxed his brow and replied, "This trip to Rogtown is primarily to procure some experimental equipment. The supplies on the ship are somewhat lacking. I have been to Rogtown before, and they have a fairly comprehensive assortment of tools." Hobart suddenly realized that Jesse would not easily leave the laboratory. He turned to Carter, who had yet to disembark, and said, "Carter, please procure 50 million for Jesse and accompany him in acquiring the necessary equipment. We must fulfill the demands of our scientist. After all, technology is the primary productive force." Indeed, Carter was uncertain of the meaning behind Hobart's words, but he simply nodded in agreement. Jesse felt a jolt at Hobart's proclamation. The assertion that technology is the foremost productive force is not something just anyone could articulate. Truly, he had not aligned himself with the wrong individual. Hobart was indeed his patron. After ensuring Jesse's well-being, Hobart turned to Olivia and suggested, "Let us take a stroll together." During their time aboard the vessel, their relationship had made little progress, primarily because they had reached a certain point, and Hobart found it challenging to advance further. Olivia approached and grasped his hand, and with a gentle leap, Hobart descended from the ship, landing firmly on the ground. Hubert stretched lazily, resting his hand on Olivia's waist. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, "I gave all those ancient coins to the king and forgot to save some for you. This time in Rogtown. I'll see if I can find some for you." Olivia had grown accustomed to Hubert's intimate gestures. Yet the warmth of his breath against her neck sent a ticklish sensation coursing through her. She shifted slightly away and replied, "There's no need for that. I'm merely curious to see what they look like. Once I do, I want to desire them. Ha ha ha. If you want one, just buy it and keep it at home. You can admire it every day, can't you?" Hubert chuckled heartily. What kind of domineering logic is that? Olivia pondered, struggling to comprehend Hubert's reasoning. Why must one possess something simply because they admire it? Just as the two were sharing this intimate moment while strolling down the road, a towering figure suddenly blocked their path. Chapter 65. The windless zone. A formidable man stood before them, resembling a mountain, clad in a tailored black suit that exuded an unmistakable aura of intimidation. Olivia's body instantly tensed, adopting a defensive stance, but upon glancing at Hubert beside her, she relaxed internally. With Hubert present, there was no need for her to take action. Hubert secretly rejoiced, pondering whether the moment had finally arrived for a plot involving malevolent forces attempting to abduct his beloved. This could not only deepen their bond, but also potentially yield a handsome reward. Typically, such highwaymen are motivated by bounties, are they not? Ahem. Hubert regained his composure and admonished, "What do you intend to do standing before me?" The burly man replied, "Are you not Mr. Hubert?" Surprised, Hubert inquired, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" The man smiled gently, a striking contrast to his imposing stature, and said, "It is only natural to know your esteemed name. Your prowess is renowned across the seas." Hubert found pleasure in the compliment, and the fleeting disappointment of missing a chance to show off dissipated. Yet, he remained composed, although the details had been altered through the embellishments of the world government. His ability to engage in a back and forth with the future Admiral Sakazuki was a testament to his strength. The illustrious name of Hubert has indeed resonated widely across the seas. Yet what has been disseminated is merely the form of his dragon. The average individual would scarcely recognize his human visage. "Who exactly are you?" Hubert inquired. The burly man extended his hand, his robust palm larger than Hubert's head. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am an agent of the world government's CP0, codenamed White Bird." So, he is indeed a member of CP0. Hubert was taken aback. They must have uncovered his form in the land of flowers, which enabled them to recognize him at once. He predominantly assumed the guise of a dashing gentleman in that realm, and it was likely that the CP's investigation had only revealed this particular appearance. Hubert extended his hand and grasped the hand of the White Bird, remarking, "You, my dear White Bird, are hardly white at all." The White Bird, unfazed, continued to smile serenely, replying, "Mr. Hubert, you are preparing to journey to the Grand Line, are you not?" "Indeed," he acknowledged. "As a bounty hunter, the pirates of the four seas cannot satiate my appetite. Moreover, this is also a part of my contract with the Gorosei." Hubert did not conceal his intentions in the slightest. He openly expressed them, having no desire to obscure his whereabouts. After all, it was inevitable that he would stir up trouble upon entering the Grand Line, rendering the act of concealment meaningless, as the truth would ultimately come to light. Whitebird remarked, "Lord Hubert, you intend to traverse the upside-down mountain, do you not?" Hubert replied, "Indeed, that is the case. Recently, we have developed a novel invention that allows us to navigate the doldrums without risking the treacherous passage of the upside-down mountain. What are your thoughts on this?" Hubert was momentarily taken aback as fragments of memory resurfaced in his mind. It seemed that such a technology indeed existed in the original narrative of his past life. The naval vessels possessed their own propulsion, not merely reliant on the whims of the wind. Additionally, the hulls were equipped with a considerable amount of sea stone, emulating the essence of the ocean and effectively shielding against the attacks of sea kings. Thus, what appeared to ordinary folk as a perilous windless zone was, in the eyes of the Navy, a relatively safe passage. It was rumored that this technology was conceived by Vegapunk. Until now, he had been preoccupied with the journey of the original protagonists, never contemplating this particular aspect. Reflecting upon it, he realized that the Straw Hats, as pirates, had no choice but to navigate Reverse Mountain, whereas he, as a bounty hunter with ties to the world government, need not endure such tumult. As for the thrill of adventure, he found it rather superfluous. After all, the level of danger posed was nearly negligible in his view. The sole risk he discerned was the potential financial loss should the vessel sustain damage. With this thought, he turned to Whitebird with a smile and said, "Very well. I am quite intrigued. Please make the necessary arrangements. When shall we set sail? If all goes well, we can depart this afternoon. The timing is at your discretion," replied Whitebird. Hubert pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Ah, but what shall become of my Black Pearl if I travel aboard your vessel? I invested a considerable sum in her. Our ship can tow yours. Fret not. I possess ample experience and shall ensure your vessel remains unscathed." Gazing at the earnest countenance of the white-clad man, Hubert felt a twinge of embarrassment at his previous concerns and simply replied, "If anything were to happen, you would be obliged to provide me with a vessel of equal caliber. Rest assured, we pride ourselves on our meticulousness in our endeavors." Yet, Hubert couldn't shake the feeling that there was an underlying sarcasm, as if it were a subtle jab at his own lack of discernment. Hubert scratched his head, unsure of what to say. "Then we shall depart in 3 days. You come here to await us," he finally resolved. With that decision made, Mein Yao took his leave, and Hubert continued onward with Olivia towards the island. At this moment, Rogtown thrived with vibrancy. The era of great pirates had dawned. drawing countless souls eager to traverse the Grand Line. Rog Town, being a crucial waypoint, was naturally bustling. Every few steps, one could encounter a group of burly men. Their appearances fierce and intimidating, their numbers surpassing even those of the underworld in the Land of Flowers. Conflicts erupted frequently, and bloodshed was not uncommon. Hubert marveled at the chaos. It was astonishing that no one intervened. This situation starkly contrasted with the order that would prevail decades later under Smoker's reign. One might ponder why the Navy did not exert control over this place, for the pirates who had yet to enter the Grand Line were largely inexperienced and weak. A capable vice admiral could easily maintain order. Allowing pirates to swarm towards the Grand Line seemed akin to permitting their unfettered growth. What could the five elders be thinking? Perhaps they were constrained by the pressure of other pirate factions. Indeed, should the Navy dare to act, it was likely that Whitebeard would retaliate fiercely, even advancing upon Marineford. After all, such actions would sever the very roots of pirate development. Hubert speculated further. By obstructing the entrance to the Grand Line, the pirates would be confined to their homelands, leading to a proliferation of piracy across the four seas, which would ultimately prove cumbersome to manage. It would be far more prudent to allow the pirates to congregate within the Grand Line, where their activities would be contained and have a limited impact on the other four seas. Ultimately, such matters held little significance for Hubert, who had no interest in ambushing the weaker pirates in this locale. Rather, it was the more formidable pirates of the Grand Line that intrigued him. Soon, the two arrived at the heart of Logue Town, where a colossal structure loomed, drawing the attention of many passers-by. It appeared to be purposely placed there for public admiration. Hubert gestured towards the scaffold before them and turned to Olvia, inquiring, "Would you care to take a look at the very place where the pirate king, Roger, met his end?" Olvia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had long admired the legendary figure of Roger, the pirate king who once reigned supreme over the seas several years ago. Was a monumental character that heralded a new era. His remarkable exploits would undoubtedly be vividly chronicled in the annals of history. Studying his legacy would undoubtedly enrich Olvia's own historical research. With great enthusiasm, Olvia began to circle the scaffold, captivated by its significance. Hubert initially intended to merely accompany her on a casual stroll, but he was taken aback by her fascination with such matters. Observing Olvia as she inquired with passers-by about the scene of Roger's execution, he felt it inappropriate to dampen her enthusiasm. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Would you like to delve deeper into Roger's story?" Olvia turned her head and replied, "How shall we explore it?" Hubert grasped her hand and strode towards the street. Olivia, being pulled along, inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Hubert, where are you taking me? Weren't you supposed to provide me with a detailed understanding of Roger?" "Just wait and see." Hubert spoke little, as he was uncertain of his destination. The place he yearned to visit was the quaint tavern featured in the original tale, where Luffy and his companions had once ventured, albeit only due to getting lost. Lacking precise directions, he could only rely on chance. Thus, the two meandered aimlessly through the streets for quite some time, ultimately failing to locate the tavern and instead stumbling upon a weapons shop. The decor of the shop struck Hubert as strangely familiar. Wasn't this the very place where Zoro, the notorious directionally challenged swordsman, had procured his sword? How had he ended up here? Could it be that he shared Zoro's penchant for getting lost? Dismissing the nonsensical thought from his mind, Hubert led Olvia into the weapons shop. Although his intention was to seek out the tavern, a saying comes to mind: "Since we are here, we might as well explore." Upon entering, a man in his 30s or 40s approached to greet them. "Welcome, esteemed guests. How may I assist you today?" Behind the counter stood a woman cradling a small child. Hubert speculated that this child would someday become the proprietor of the knife shop that would supply Zoro. However, at present, he was merely a boy of less than 10 years. "What brings you to the weapon shop? Weren't you supposed to enlighten me about Roger's history?" Olivia furrowed her brow, having anticipated a revelation from Hubert. Instead, she found herself in a weapons store, her curiosity piqued yet unfulfilled, akin to the tantalizing itch of a cat's paw. Hubert, scratching his head in mild exasperation, mused, "There's no need to rush. Time is on our side. Let me first observe this weapons shop. I assure you, this establishment has a chance of being etched into history." His words held a kernel of truth. In the future, Luffy would undoubtedly ascend to become the Pirate King, liberating all, leaving an indelible mark on history. Those who stood by his side, like Zoro, would also be immortalized in the annals of time. Naturally, this weapons shop, which had aided Zoro in his early days, would be recorded as well, reminiscent of the saying that when one rises, all around them ascend too. However, Alvia was not inclined to believe such notions, dismissing Hubert's claims with a skeptical glance. The shopkeeper, on the other hand, found comfort in Hubert's exaggeration, chuckling, "This young man is far too grand in his declarations. How could our humble shop ever be remembered in history? We would be satisfied just to have a renowned blade emerge from our collection." At that moment, Rogue Town was fraught with insecurity, and the shopkeeper had hidden most of his valuable items away, unlike in the original tale, where they were proudly displayed at the counter. Otherwise, a horde of zero-cost purchases would lead to substantial losses. He was particularly cautious not to reveal the presence of his ancestral blade, Snowwalker, for in these turbulent times, possessing something of value could attract unwanted trouble. To thrive in such a chaotic era, one must tread carefully. Hubert understood the situation and addressed the proprietor, inquiring, "Where might I find the least expensive blade? I wish to take a look." Upon hearing the request for the most affordable knife, the proprietor's enthusiasm swiftly dissipated, his visage adopting a stern demeanor as he casually gestured towards a nearby rack of swords, stating, "Over there, 30,000 belly for one, while the adjacent ones are priced at 70,000 belly each." With that, he retreated to the front desk, playfully teasing his son and murmuring in dissatisfaction, given his attire. "I initially thought he was some affluent young master, yet it turns out to be merely this." Hubert naturally heard what his employer said. He exchanged a glance with Olivia and shrugged, opting not to respond. To be frank, a sword valued at several thousand berries was far beneath his interest. What he truly sought was the legendary Sandai Kitetsu, which appeared in the original narrative. In that tale, Zoro's fortune was nearly drained by the cunning thief Nami, who ran off with a hefty sum of over 100,000 berries to purchase a blade. Ultimately, he was left to sift through the most inexpensive options, only to experience a stroke of luck and find the immensely valuable Sandai Kitetsu. Being a cursed blade, it was carelessly placed among the cheapest swords. Zoro then, with sheer determination, managed to conquer both the sword and the weapons shop owner, who, in a gesture of goodwill, gifted him a fine sword, the 50-sword Yuki. Hubert now yearned to replicate Zoro's audacious exploits. Though he was not a swordsman and possessed no skills in swordsmanship, the impression that Zoro left on him during his reading was profound. Why not seize the opportunity to recreate that exhilarating moment? After indulging in the experience, he could merely return the sword. Of course, he would not approach it recklessly as Zoro did. He had the sense to protect himself, knowing full well that if the Kitetsu were to reject him, it could sever his arm in an instant. He was no fool. He would shield his arm with armament hockey. After rummaging through the cheapest sword rack for a while, Hubert felt certain that the Sandai Kitetsu was not among them. Otherwise, he would have discovered it by now. Thus, he turned his attention to the more expensive sword racks. The weapons shop owner, growing impatient, remarked, "Kid, you're not just wandering around our shop with your girlfriend, are you? I advise you, if you're not buying, refrain from touching anything. Our equipment is quite valuable, and you wouldn't want to be responsible for any damages." Hubert cast a fleeting glance at him. It had indeed been quite some time since he had experienced such a feeling of disdain. Once he acquired the third generation of the Ghost Cutter, he would surely revel in showcasing it, making the proprietor understand the true essence of a sword master. Ignoring the owner, he resumed his search through the sword rack. Yet, to no avail, he delved into a higher tier of the sword collection. Still nothing. Ascending yet another level, he found himself equally empty-handed. Gradually, Hubert began to sense that his aspiration of wielding the third generation of the Ghost Cutter was slipping away. After all, he was now sifting through sword racks priced at 500,000 berries. Given that prices had surged, it was unlikely that the third generation of the Ghost Cutter would be anywhere near that exorbitant price, was it? Chapter 66. Disappointment welled up within Hubert as he bypassed numerous blades to arrive at the most opulent display area, eager to behold the exquisite swords on offer. However, the proprietor was not pleased and swiftly reached out to intervene, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing? These swords are not for your hands. Each one is valued at over 1,000,000 berries." Hubert cast a vexed glare at his employer, who felt as though he were being scrutinized by a feral beast. An icy chill surging through him, he stood frozen in place, his hand, which had instinctively reached out to intervene, now suspended in midair, rendering the atmosphere rather awkward. Though Hubert had not awakened the Conqueror's haki, he had vanquished no fewer than 8,000 pirates over the years. Naturally, he exuded an aura of ferocity that left the shopkeeper utterly intimidated. Regardless of the proprietor's embarrassment, Hubert's gaze returned to the sword displayed on the counter. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he pointed at the counter, exclaiming, "Sir, may I see that sword?" The sword, adorned with a decorative tip and a cross-shaped guard, appeared rather unassuming, with a handle made of sharkskin and a winding grip. To his astonishment, it was none other than the legendary Sandai Kitetsu from the original tale. Who would have thought it now graced the most expensive display case, illuminated by the light in a manner that rendered it both opulent and enchanting, a stark contrast to its former fate of being carelessly discarded among a pile of swords. He pondered how it had come to this state. Was it possible that the true nature of this cursed blade had yet to be discovered, thus prompting the shopkeeper to showcase it in such a prominent manner? The shopkeeper, jolted back to reality by Hubert's words, felt a flush of embarrassment. How could he have been frightened by a mere youth? His gaze shifted toward Hubert, landing on the sword he had pointed out, and he was momentarily taken aback once more. Was this not the cursed blade, Sandai Kitetsu? Indeed, the sword possessed extraordinary power. Yet like its other cursed counterparts, it bore the risk of backlash against its wielder. One must be sufficiently strong to command it, otherwise it would dominate its owner, leading to a grim fate. Despite the perilous nature of the blade, the shopkeeper harbored no intention of withdrawing it from sale. He had placed it in the most conspicuous spot, confident that others were unaware of its sinister reputation. As long as it appeared sufficiently sharp, he believed many would be eager to purchase it. This sword had already changed hands twice, with both previous owners meeting untimely ends, resulting in its return to the weapon shop. At this moment, Hubert inquired about it, and the shopkeeper's heart leaped with joy. This was the perfect opportunity to reclaim his earlier dignity, as this young man had unwittingly walked right into his trap. If he were to purchase the sword, it was certain that within 3 days, he would meet a tragic demise. With this thought, the shopkeeper approached with a sycophantic smile, saying, "Young sir, you have an excellent eye. This sword is extraordinary, our treasured exhibit passed down through generations, boasting remarkable power and exceptional sharpness." Hubert grasped the 3rd generation of Onitetsu, feeling a chilling aura envelop him, siphoning away his vitality. Ah, truly a cursed blade. While he could manage it, another might be drained in mere moments. Contemplating this, he exerted his strength, drawing forth his own energy. The 3rd generation of Onitetsu attempted to resist, but it was futile against Hubert's prowess. The energy he had just absorbed flowed back into his being. Observing the 3rd generation of Onitetsu, Hubert noted that it appeared significantly more agreeable, now radiating a gentle aura. The once sinister and eerie presence had vanished, transforming from a rebellious spirit into a docile companion. Hubert let out a cold smirk. Indeed, dealing with such matters required an extraordinary display of force. Once subdued with resolute strength, it would naturally refrain from further insolence. This entire sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by the boss. Olivia, intrigued, approached Hubert as he grasped the 3rd generation Guiche. Her gaze fixated on the inscriptions that adorned it. She felt an irresistible urge to reach out and touch it. In an instant, the 3rd generation Guiche erupted with a malevolent aura, as if it would drain her essence the moment her hand made contact. Hubert sensed this and exerted more force. The 3 generations of the ghostly sword trembled, emitting a resonant sound akin to the ringing of a blade, before falling silent. Olivia's hand rested upon it. Yet there was no response. These inscriptions appeared to be of an ancient script. As her fingers traced the patterns along the blade, Olivia spoke to Hubert. Hubert nodded slightly. The 3 generations of ghosts were products of the Land of Harmony, which had long engaged in the study of ancient scripts. Thus, the engraving of such characters on blades is quite understandable. Observing the eagerly enthusiastic Olivia, he inquired, "Do you like it? I can purchase it for you to study." Olivia retracted her hand and declined, saying, "No, I still have many other studies to complete." Yet, Hubert discerned that Olivia was indeed intrigued. For how could she remain indifferent to ancient scripts? Perhaps she merely found the price too exorbitant and wished to spare him the expense. However, Hubert was not deterred by such trivialities. He was about to suggest that he would buy it when the shopkeeper interjected, "My dear miss, this is a renowned treasure from the Land of Harmony, a family heirloom passed down through generations. It is not something I would part with lightly. But today I make an exception just for you." Hubert stood by, stifling a laugh. Goodness, the 3rd generation ghost cutter was crafted by Fei Che, who was still very much alive. How could this sword have been passed down for over a decade? Orvia, unfazed, remarked, "Hubert, didn't you say you would take me to meet Roger?" Let us be on our way. Upon hearing this, the proprietor grew anxious. He intended to use the third-generation ghost cutter for vengeance against the two, and could not allow them to leave so easily. He swiftly positioned the sword before Hubert and Orvia. What? Are you attempting to engage in coercive selling? Is this a black market? Hubert raised an eyebrow. His tone tinged with excitement. Having been thwarted by the white bird earlier, he felt quite agitated, should this owner wish to confront them. He would not mind the prospect of another weapon shop. No, that is not it. Observing Hubert's gaze, the owner felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing an ominous premonition, and quickly denied, "You see, you are our store's 10,000th customer. We shall consider this sword a reward for you." Huh? Both Orvia and Hubert were taken aback, unable to comprehend. Hadn't the proprietor's demeanor been rather unremarkable just moments ago? How could he so suddenly offer a sword? Such a rapid shift in attitude was suspicious. Hubert sensed something amiss. This proprietor could not possibly be as benevolent as he appeared. There must be some clandestine secret at play. Just as Hubert was lost in contemplation, Olivia interjected, "Is that true? This sword was quite valuable on the counter just moments ago." The owner let out a deep sigh and replied, "In truth, we deliberated for quite some time before deciding to use this sword as a reward. The first 10,000 is a significant milestone, and the item we bestow must possess considerable worth." Meanwhile, the owner mused to himself, "What a pair of fools. Once you wield that sword and meet your untimely demise, it will ultimately return to me. Did you truly believe you could profit from this?" "A farce," Hubert inquired. "But did you not just say that this is your ancestral sword? It seems rather inappropriate to gift it to us." The proprietor paused for a moment, his eyes darting about, and replied, "We possess many ancestral swords. This one is merely among the lesser valued. I deliberated for quite some time before deciding to part with it." Observing the proprietor's desperate attempts to bestow the sword upon him, Hubert's heart suddenly raced. Could it be that the proprietor was aware of the sword's malevolent side effects and intended to use it to eliminate him? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, nearly prompting him to eliminate the proprietor on the spot. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the proprietor could only maintain an awkward smile. Olivia, noticing Hubert's prolonged silence, asked, "Hubert, what do you think? Will you accept it?" "Yes, why would I decline?" Hubert replied with a smile. "Since the proprietor is so generous, I shall graciously accept." The proprietor's eyes glimmered with joy, yet he struggled to maintain an outwardly composed demeanor. Now, all that remained was to await Hubert's demise, so he could reclaim the sword. The proprietor, furrowing his brow, lamented, "Did you not just refuse? How is it that you now wish to accept? Alas, this has led to a direct loss of over 1,000,000 burley." In Hubert's heart, he mused, what a pretense. The owner and his son were indeed two extremes. One understood that the Sandai Guei was an enchanted blade, relegated to the most inexpensive sword rack, while the other, upon realizing its worth, sought to sell it at a premium, planning to reclaim it once the buyer perished. With a heart full of contemplation, he turned to the owner and inquired, "So this blade now belongs to me, does it not?" "Indeed," the owner replied with a beaming smile. Grasping the hilt of the Sandai Guei, Hubert directed his gaze toward Olvia and remarked, "Do you know? This world harbors countless astonishing wonders. Even a mere sword can possess extraordinary power. Some blades transcend their role as mere weapons. They embody sentience, recognizing only masters who surpass their own strength. Should a master prove even slightly weaker, these blades may enact a backlash, consuming their wielder. However, should one manage to master such a weapon, they shall wield unparalleled might. These weapons are known as cursed blades." Olvia listened intently to Hubert's words, while the owner, drenched in sweat, trembled in fear. Beads of perspiration cascaded down his forehead, his body quaked. "This fellow knows of cursed blades," he thought. "Does that not imply he is already aware of my intentions?" "Enough, enough," the owner exclaimed hurriedly, attempting to reclaim the Sandai Guei from Hubert's grasp. Olvia, puzzled by the owner's actions, turned and saw Hubert smiling at him. With a swift motion, Hubert swatted away the owner's outstretched hand. "Now, that is rather ungracious of you, my friend. Once a gift is given, it cannot simply be taken back." With that, he continued his conversation with Olvia. "And the blade I now hold is indeed a cursed blade, the Sandai Guei." Olvia's eyes widened slightly. "So, this blade possesses its own consciousness." "Precisely," Hubert affirmed. Hubert nodded in agreement, then remarked, "The demon blade acknowledges only those whose strength surpasses its own master. Today, I shall earn its recognition." "Ah?" Olivia, bewildered by Hubert's intent, then witnessed him hurling the third-generation Onigiri into the air. It spiraled gracefully before descending. Without a trace of fear, Hubert positioned his arm directly in the path of the Onigiri. Ah! Olivia gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth as she observed Hubert's bold maneuver. The shopkeeper and his wife also directed their gaze towards the spectacle. Even the child cradled in the wife's arms ceased their playful antics, turning to witness the unfolding scene. Hubert was filled with uncertainty, apprehensive about the potential severing of his arm. After all, the power of the cursed blade was not to be underestimated. Beneath his sleeve, his arm had quietly turned black. The hockey had fortified his hand, rendering him fearless even if the blade were to pierce it. Let it not be said that he was resorting to deceit. After all, this was inherently a facet of his prowess. Once these preparations were complete, the third generation of the cursed blade descended amidst the gaze of the onlookers. The back of the blade grazed Hubert's arm before sliding downwards, embedding itself deeply into the ground. The wooden floor succumbed to the blade's edge as if it were mere tofu. Hubert! Olivia rushed forward, enveloping him in her embrace. What were you thinking? Do you have any idea how perilous that was? In Hubert's embrace, Olivia peered over to gaze at the third-generation ghost, deeply embedded in the floor. A sense of dread lingered within her as she playfully struck Hubert's chest with a few forceful punches. Her small fists posed little threat to Hubert, akin to the mere scratch of a cat. Nevertheless, he feigned pain, exclaiming, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Don't hit me, it hurts." "What are you doing?" The more he protested, the more vigorously Olivia struck him. She was well aware of Hubert's resilience. Her modest strength was insufficient to even graze his skin. "Oh, so you do feel pain? Just moments ago, you nearly lost your hand. Do you comprehend how perilous that was?" Hubert scratched his head and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Did I not say that I would conquer this demonic blade? Behold, is this not a triumph? I possess restraint. You have no semblance of restraint. If your hand were to be severed, I," Olivia, panting, interjected. "How are you faring?" Hubert inquired with curiosity. "Rest assured, it would merely cost me an arm." "I can endure far worse," she retorted. "What nonsense." Olivia, vexed and embarrassed, bit down on Hubert's shoulder. Hubert did not intervene, allowing her to bite. Meanwhile, the weapon shop owner gazed vacantly at the ground where the third generation of Onit stood, his mind reeling from the impact. How dare this man act so brazenly? Does he not fear the consequences? Can a cursed blade truly be wielded by mere mortals? What manner of man is he? A tempest of thoughts surged within him. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had contemplated using the Onit to eliminate the two. On the other side, the shopkeeper's wife cradled a child in her arms, who gleefully clapped his hands and laughed heartily. This scene would surely leave an indelible impression upon his heart. One could only wonder what it would evoke when he eventually encountered Zoro. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the weapon shop owner bent down to retrieve the Onit from the ground. He slowly approached Hubert and extended the blade towards him. "Sir, your name is Hubert, is it not? Today, I wish to present this sword to you. Furthermore, I possess another blade, a treasured heirloom of my family known as the Snow Walk. I hope to bestow it upon you, for you are destined to make it shine." Hubert turned his head and smiled. Chapter 67, Bartholomew. Hubert regarded his visibly excited boss with a smile that danced on the edge of sincerity. He had no illusions about the benevolence of this employer offering him the family heirloom, Snow Walker. The boss, likely perceiving Hubert's considerable prowess, was now apprehensive after attempting to employ the third-generation ghost blade against him. He sought to redeem himself in some way. Ordinary swords held no appeal for Hubert. Yet Snow Walker, being one of the finest blades known for its exceptional quality, was indeed of significant value. If Hubert accepted it, he would find it quite difficult to turn against his employer thereafter. Hubert held the third-generation ghost slash in his hands, examining it thoroughly. Yet he remained silent in response to his employer's words. The proprietor felt a twinge of anxiety. Should this individual harbor vengeful intentions, he lacked the means to resist. "Mr. Hubert, you need not doubt. Shuezo is truly a family heirloom, a remarkable blade that can be found in the renowned sword catalogue. Our lineage has yet to discover a swordsman capable of wielding it. Today, upon seeing you, I have come to understand what a true swordsman embodies, not merely formidable strength, but rather an unflinching heart that confronts death with composure." These words left Hubert feeling somewhat bashful. He possessed no such fearless demeanor in the face of death. His confidence stemmed solely from his mastery of armament hockey. Clearing his throat, Hubert interrupted his employer, who seemed eager to continue, stating, I am not a swordsman. I have no need for your weapon. My interest in swords is merely a hobby. Really? The proprietor regarded him with suspicion, seemingly doubting Hubert's sincerity. He added, You don't think it's too little, do you? You cannot possibly overlook Shuezo. It is an extraordinarily powerful sword. I truly have no need for a sword. If you doubt me, you may inquire with the lovely lady beside me. Hubert gently shook his head, as the proprietor's gaze shifted towards her. Olivia affirmed Hubert's words with a nod. Ah, I see. The proprietor sighed in relief, grateful that he managed to retain Shuezo. He mused that even if Hubert had no use for the sword, he could certainly sell it for a substantial sum, perhaps several million berries. Lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted by Hubert's voice. Though I have no need for a sword, your conduct in this matter is rather unscrupulous. The weapon shop owner froze, the light casting a pallor across his face. This is a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. With a swift motion, the third-generation ghost slash was draped over the proprietor's shoulder, and Hubert leaned in close, whispering, The evidence is here. Do you still wish to argue? The proprietor, paralyzed by fear, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead once more. Observing the proprietor's head dripping like a leaky faucet, Hubert smirked slightly. Sensing it was time to press further, he continued, I believe this matter is quite serious. I have no use for your weapon. What do you propose as compensation? With a resounding thud, the proprietor fell to his knees, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. The proprietress, however, grasped the situation. Recalling the moment her husband had intended to sell the sword to Hubert, Olivia, on the other hand, was utterly perplexed. Had Hubert not merely approached to speak a few words? Why had he suddenly knelt? Mr. Hubert, Lord Hubert, please spare me. The proprietor pleaded, clutching Hubert's leg, tears streaming down his face. I was bewitched. It is not my fault. This cursed blade has influenced me. I believe this sword would indeed be better suited for you. Lord Hubert, with a hint of disdain, kicked him aside and remarked coolly, I have already stated that I am not a swordsman and have no desire for a sword. How mundane is that? The proprietor quickly discerned from Hubert's tone that he did not wish for total annihilation. Indeed, a smile emerged on Hubert's face. Let us simply discuss the compensation amount in Bailey's. Presenting a sword is utterly superfluous. The proprietor, at this juncture, recognized Hubert's intentions and could not help but cover his face, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be in his company. After a brief exchange, the proprietor generously opted to part with a substantial sum of 10 million Baileys to ensure Hubert would not trouble him further. Upon receiving the Baileys, Hubert's face lit up with joy, leading onlookers to believe they were the best of friends. Ha ha ha, the proprietor is indeed wise to the times. I hereby declare that this weapon shop shall henceforth be under my protection. Should any ruffians dare to cause a disturbance, you may invoke my name. Of course, whether the ruffians would heed such a warning remained to be seen. The proprietor, evidently aware of this reality, sighed deeply and replied, Then I must trouble you, Lord Hubert. With that, he cast a glance at Hubert, noticing that he still held the third-generation Onakiri, and quietly cautioned, Lord Hubert, do you require the sword? If not, I shall take this blade away. It needs some maintenance, as it appears somewhat rusted. Rusty? Hubert glanced around and confirmed that the surface of the third-generation Onakiri was as smooth as ice, devoid of any blemish. Naturally, he understood the proprietor's implication and, wishing to avoid further entanglement, prepared to return the sword. Just then, a commotion erupted from outside. Hubert sensed an inexplicable disturbance and resolved to venture outside. Not out of mere curiosity. Upon stepping into the open air, he noticed a noodle shop nearby, its entrance thronged with people, creating an impenetrable crowd that piqued his interest even further. He grasped Olivia's hand and squeezed through the throng, eager to discern the unfolding scene. Before him stood a young child, no more than 4 or 5 years old, defiantly confronting an adult wielding a rolling pin. The child, with striking green hair, exuded an aura of fierce determination, his sharp, jagged teeth bared in a scowl directed at the adult. How many times must I tell you? My child is not like you, aspiring to be a petty thug. I intend for him to inherit my trade, the adult exclaimed, his tone somewhat abrasive. Had the child not been so young, the adult might have lunged forward in a fit of anger. It appeared that this individual was the proprietor of the noodle shop. Unfazed, the green-haired child fixed his gaze upon the owner and retorted, What is so great about running a noodle shop? You'll never earn a decent living. It's far better to be a petty thug. Another voice chimed in, Exactly. I have no desire to run a noodle shop. Hubert listened attentively and soon realized that the noodle shop owner was, in fact, holding a struggling child in his grasp. What a wretched creature, he exclaimed, delivering a sharp smack to his son's bottom while admonishing him. You have been deceived. That fellow has no parents and no inheritance. You were living a good life. So why would you choose to follow him into a life of delinquency? Bartholomew is no petty thug. We are part of the underworld, the child retorted defiantly. Upon hearing this, Hubert stroked his chin, observing the green-haired child with jagged teeth. Is this little rascal Bartholomew, the future top-tier pirate? The one who views Luffy through a filter of admiration? He certainly appears extraordinary, having already embarked on a path within the underworld at such a tender age. No wonder he became the leader of the criminal syndicate at merely 20, having been nurtured in this lifestyle since childhood. Underworld? Haha. Who aspires to join the underworld? Just as the noodle shop owner was preparing to teach Bartholomew a lesson for leading his child astray, a commotion arose from the crowd. The throng parted spontaneously, creating a path that made Hubert feel even more constricted. Emerging from the crowd was a group of muscular men clad in tattooed suits. This attire was all too familiar to Hubert. It was the quintessential garb of the underworld. Confronted with the imposing presence of the underworld figures, the noodle shop owner immediately cowered, shielding his son behind him and stammering, You must have misheard. I wasn't speaking of the underworld. I was referring to noodles, an assortment. A black stew, called black stew, Bartholomew wanted to eat, but I have no ingredients left to prepare it. Hubert, this boss certainly possesses a knack for improvisation. The tattooed leader delivered a resounding slap to the noodle shop owner's face, exclaiming, Who do you think you're fooling? Do you take me for a fool? Bartholomew, upon spotting the gang, initially felt a surge of excitement, believing they were there to support him. However, this slap stirred a sense of urgency within him. Despite the noodle shop owner's rather unlikable demeanor, he had often provided Bartholomew with complimentary noodles in the past. Thus, Bartholomew hastily stepped forward, interposing himself between the gang and the noodle shop owner, saying, Esteemed elder, this noodle shop owner is the father of my friend. I implore you to cease your assault. With a swift motion, a slap landed on Bartholomew's face, leaving a stark red mark on his delicate skin. Who the hell are you, kid? Just because he's your friend means we won't hit him? Do you think you're the leader of the gang? Laughter erupted from the gang, mocking him. This kid is quite amusing. He was so convincing that I almost believed he was the boss. You're simply too timid, frightened even of a mere child. Haha. What are you still doing here, kid? Do you wish to receive another slap? Bartholomew, in disbelief, covered his face, momentarily at a loss for words. Were these individuals not there to defend him? How could this be happening? For a long while, he was unable to process the situation. The gang continued. I heard what you just said, noodle shop owner. What? Do you look down on us? The noodle shop owner waved his hands in protest, declaring, No. I hold no disdain for you. I merely disdain the petty thugs. This gentleman is clearly not someone to be compared to them. He is undoubtedly a leader of the gang. Afterward, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to the gang leader with a smile, saying, Here, brother. Have a smoke. You must be hungry. I'll prepare some noodles for you. Who the hell needs your noodles? Do you think I can't afford that? I wouldn't want your hospitality, the gang leader retorted dismissively, slapping the cigarette from the owner's hand, sending it flying. The owner did not attempt to retrieve it, maintaining a forced smile. However, Hubert noticed the subtle gestures behind the owner's back, signaling his child to leave swiftly. TSK, TSK, TSK. The weapon shop owner accompanying Hubert clucked his tongue, remarking that old John had stumbled into a perilous situation. The new official's first act of authority had unfortunately landed upon him. Hubert turned his head and inquired, What, do you know him? At that moment, the weapon shop owner, who had just been extorted out of 10 million berries, appeared quite at ease. Although he had lost some money, at least his life was spared. Of course I know him, the owner replied with a sense of certainty. I've been friends with old John for quite some time. His noodles are exquisite. Even I, who rarely indulge in noodles, often dine at his establishment. Oh, this revelation piqued Hubert's interest. His greatest delight was indulging in noodles. Yet since his arrival in the piratical world, he had yet to savor any truly delectable offerings. The finest he had tasted were his own creations, but they were rather mediocre. And what of that black society? What is their background? Hubert inquired. He is merely a small-time leader of the gang from another area. Recently, the head of this district perished, and they allocated this territory to him. I see. What about that green-haired child? Do you know him? He's just a mischievous lad. Both his parents have passed, and he now lives with his grandmother. He often claims to be affiliated with the black society on the streets. As the two conversed, the scene around them took a turn for the worse. Old John had been bowing his head in apology, meek and submissive, not daring to utter a word even when struck. This demeanor rendered the black society member somewhat disinterested. He had intended to set an example through intimidation. But old John's submissiveness left him with no justification to act. If he were to forcefully intervene, complications would surely arise. In the quaint town of Roguetown, even the black society adhered to a certain order. If others witnessed a blatant display of violence, it could jeopardize future operations. They might even find it impossible to continue. Feeling bored, the black society member decided it was time to leave. However, Bartolomeo, who had been standing in a stupor, suddenly let out a roar. I'll fight you all. He charged towards several members of the black society. One of them, caught off guard, found himself bitten by Bartolomeo. The tattoo of a phoenix was instantly stained crimson, rendering it even more lifelike. Came the cry, followed by a kick that landed squarely on Bartolomeo. The boy clung fiercely, his teeth embedded in the flesh of his adversary. Yet, the strength of the black society proved overwhelming for the young Bartolomeo, sending him flying backward. Teeth scattered across the ground, mingling with blood, which added a grotesque scent to the cobblestone path outside the noodle shop. Bartolomeo's mouth was filled with blood, leaving it uncertain whether it belonged to the black society member or himself, creating a chilling sight. Olivia, witnessing the young Bartolomeo's plight, felt an involuntary surge of compassion. Perhaps reminded of Robin, who was wandering outside, tears welled up in her eyes. Turning to Hubert, she implored, "Hubert, please save him. He is so pitiful." "Absolutely." Hubert licked his lips, initially inclined to take action, not for any other reason but to uphold old John's honor. Just moments ago, he had awakened some intriguing abilities and was at a loss for a venue to test them. It seemed fortuitous that he could utilize these thugs to gauge his newfound skills. Chapter 68, the aerial slash at that moment, as the back of the third-generation demon blade. "Own it," skimmed across Hubert's arm and clattered to the ground. A voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for subduing the demon blade. Own it." And unlocking the aerial slash. Aerial slash? Is this not the exclusive technique of the sword masters? The formidable strikes of a skilled swordsman possess the might to cleave mountains and split seas. The later Eagle Eye, for instance, effortlessly sliced through the glacier conjured by Akiji. To his astonishment, this individual, utterly unversed in swordsmanship, had awakened such a capability. He was eager to find a suitable place to test its potency when, unexpectedly, someone came knocking, seeking their demise. The member of the thuggish organization, his expression twisted with rage after being bitten, felt a profound humiliation at being ambushed by a mere child. Observing Bartolomeo, bloodied and battered, he harbored no sympathy. Instead, he charged forward, intent on delivering a resounding slap, as though this could restore his lost pride. However, his aspirations were destined for failure. A stone hurtled swiftly and struck his hand, the pain compelling him to clutch it in agony, eliciting a cry of distress. Who did that? Who was responsible? Ha ha ha. Is this the notorious thug organization of Roguetown? Bullying a mere child. What a disgrace. Hubert stepped forth from the throng, a stone in hand, tossing it casually as if poised to hurl it at any moment. The moment that fellow glimpsed the stone, he froze in trepidation. The previous stone had struck his hand with such force that he felt as though he had been struck by a bullet, leaving him with the sensation of fractured bones and an inability to muster any strength. He certainly did not wish to endure another blow. Observing the quivering members of the gang, their leader scoffed disdainfully and declared them worthless. He then turned to Hubert and inquired, "Who are you? Do you wish to meddle in affairs that do not concern you?" "Indeed, I do wish to meddle. What will you do about it?" The leader of the gang narrowed his eyes, regarding Hubert with an icy glare. "You had better think this through. This is Roguetown, and opposing me leads only to a dead end." Though he spoke thus, a flicker of satisfaction ignited within him. He had initially intended to teach old John a lesson, but the cowardice displayed by that man had deprived him of the opportunity. Now, however, this newcomer appeared to be a more fitting target for establishing his dominance, demonstrating to others the consequences of provoking him. "Such a loquacious fool," Hubert muttered as he strode forward, extending a hand to assist Bartholomew to his feet. Meanwhile, Olivia rushed to tend to his wounds. After all, Bartholomew was still bleeding profusely, and if they delayed, he might face dire consequences. Bartholomew found himself momentarily bewildered. He had believed his fate was sealed, prepared to face the gang in a desperate struggle, only to have Hubert emerge as his unexpected savior. Who are you? He stammered, the pain in his mouth prompting an involuntary gasp. Me? I am merely a righteous bounty hunter. I have little tolerance for gangs, pirates, and the Navy, Hubert declared, thumping his chest proudly. A bounty hunter? Bartholomew pondered silently, his mind racing with thoughts. Do not underestimate me. At that moment, the gang leader, finally unable to contain himself, bellowed, Since you have chosen to oppose me, be prepared to pay the price. With that, he drew a pistol from his coat and, without hesitation, aimed it at Hubert, pulling the trigger with ruthless intent. Watch out, old John cried out, attempting to lunge toward the gang leader in a desperate bid to intervene. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal expanding echoed, and at some point, Hubert's third-generation kitch had already been unleashed. A few bullets were halted mid-air, and Bartolomeo, standing behind him, distinctly witnessed the bullets being cleaved in two as they whizzed past him. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with astonishment. The crowd, initially preparing to disperse upon hearing the gunfire, halted their steps, transfixed by the spectacle before them. Old John, having run part way, slowed his pace at the sight of the bullets being sliced, standing rooted in place, uncertain of what to say. The owner of the weapon shop wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, silently reflecting. Thank goodness, I knew this fellow possessed formidable strength. At least the financial loss spared us a greater calamity, or else we might be staring at a corpse now. Others shared similar sentiments. And the leader of the Black Society, Hubert's adversary, was no exception. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, fixated on Hubert in sheer terror. Even as cold sweat trickled into his eyes, he remained unblinking. Impossible! How could anyone achieve such a feat? It must be an illusion. With that thought, he raised his handgun and fired several shots. Yet, Hubert's sword vibrated slightly, deflecting the bullets effortlessly, although he had never wielded a sword before. The awakening of his aerial slash had granted him an innate understanding of these minor techniques, and the bullets, in his perception, moved at a sluggish pace, making the feat hardly challenging. The Black Society finally recognized they had provoked a formidable opponent. As they continued to fire, they began to retreat, evidently attempting to make a hasty escape. However, Hubert would not grant them such an opportunity. A subtle smirk graced his lips as he leveled the third-generation kitch. Sunlight fell upon the sword, yet it refracted no glimmer, as if this blade harbored an indelible darkness. An eerie aura surged forth, sending a chill through those present. Taste my slash. Hubert pondered the techniques of swordsmanship and conceived a name for a particular move. Wolf Fang Strike. A tempest surged forth, howling as it charged towards a gang of nefarious individuals. The devastating force rendered the gang utterly defenseless, toppling them to the ground with each relentless slash. He exhibited remarkable control, ensuring that no innocent bystanders were affected, yet not a single member of the gang remained standing. The weapons shop owner gazed in astonishment, internally lamenting. Didn't they say he couldn't wield a sword? What on earth is this? This is certainly not the mark of a novice. It's over. The third generation of the Ghost Cutter is surely doomed. I can only wonder if he will demand my treasured snowblade. What a tremendous loss this is. Hubert, wielding the third generation of the Keto sword, performed a flourish before sheathing it. Observing the dazed crowd around him, he proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to share today's events. Should those underworld factions seek trouble, let them come to me. I wish to see who dares to confront me. After speaking, he turned to face the proprietor of the weapon shop, who wore an expression of sorrow even more pronounced than when he had just produced 10 million berries. What troubles you with that long face? Hubert inquired. Oh, it is nothing, the shopkeeper replied, but Mr. Hubert, your humility is quite overwhelming. Did you not claim to be inept with a sword? Yet, your prowess is remarkable. It is merely a matter of fundamental skills, Hubert modestly insisted. I truly am not very adept. Hubert chuckled lightly. Prior to this, he had indeed never wielded a sword, as this skill had only recently emerged. However, the sword energy seemed far more manageable than the powers of the devil fruit, and its flamboyant effect appeared to be superior as well. He contemplated the possibility of honing his skills further, perhaps merging the abilities of the devil fruit with swordsmanship. With this thought in mind, he handed the third-generation sword, Goetai, back to the weapons shop owner. Here, I return it to you. The shop owner was taken aback, staring blankly at the third-generation Goetai. You don't want it? Want what? Hubert was momentarily taken aback, But upon noticing the gaze of the weapon shop owner, he suddenly realized, was it not agreed upon beforehand? I do not require your sword. You have already paid in Bailey. I am a man of my word. The weapon shop owner, brimming with delight, exclaimed, Mr. Hubert is indeed a true hero. Hubert let out a chuckle and remarked, take a look at these underground factions and see if there's any bounty. If there is, exchange it for me. Indeed. Observing the weapon shop owner departing in high spirits with the Sandai Kitetsu, Hubert's mind was awash with myriad thoughts. His decision to forego the Sandai Kitetsu was influenced by numerous considerations. One of them was the anticipation that Zoro and the others would return here, and at that time, this blade rightfully belonged to Zoro. He did not wish to diminish the iconic moment of Zoro taming the Sandai Kitetsu. However, this was merely one reason. The paramount reason lay in his disdain for the Sandai Kitetsu itself. It was absurd. His prowess had nearly ascended to the level of an admiral, and to wield a blade that was hardly renowned would be a considerable embarrassment. At the very least, he desired a formidable sword, and possessing an unparalleled great sword would be even more desirable. Turning his gaze toward Olivia, he noticed that she had already tended to Bartolomeo's wounds. The bleeding had mostly ceased, leaving only the need for convalescence. At that moment, Bartolomeo gazed at him with a face full of excitement. Had his mouth not been treated and rendered temporarily speechless, he would have likely erupted into an exuberant cheer. Hubert approached and gently patted his green head, saying, the wound has been tended to. Do take the time to rest at home. Olivia added, the treatment I administered will render you speechless for half a day. But after that, you shall feel much improved. Please, take the opportunity to recuperate at home. Hubert took Olivia's hand and approached the still-shocked old John. His rescue of Bartolomeo was merely a matter of convenience. What mattered more was old John. As he watched Hubert approach, old John swallowed hard and asked, my lord, how may I assist you? Hubert nodded earnestly. Old John momentarily found himself at a loss for words. He had merely inquired out of courtesy whether this individual truly required his assistance. Could this person's capabilities warrant his help? I've heard your noodles are exceptionally delicious. Would you prepare a bowl for me? Very well. Old John quickly regained his composure and asked, what flavor would you prefer, sir? Spicy, sweet, or perhaps a bit salty? Spicy, please. And for the lady? Does she require any? Just as Olivia was about to shake her head, Hubert interjected. Please prepare her a bowl as well, identical to mine. Certainly, it will be ready shortly. As he observed the proprietor retreating into the kitchen, Hubert took Olivia by the hand and seated her within the noodle shop. While they awaited their meal, Hubert remarked, I had intended to introduce you to the history of Roger, yet unforeseen events unfolded. No matter, it fortuitously allowed me to save young Bartolomeo. There will be opportunities to learn about Roger in the future, Olivia replied indifferently. After we finish our meal, I shall take you to explore. MMM. As they conversed, a voice arose from behind them. Without turning, Hubert already knew who it was. Bartolomeo, what are you still doing here? Are you also here for noodles? No, that wouldn't be possible in your current state. MMM. Bartolomeo's face flushed crimson, yet he was at a loss for words, appearing quite comical. Olivia gently pinched Hubert's thigh, casting him a glance that seemed to convey, do you not realize your words may be insensitive? Are you not reopening old wounds? Hubert chuckled helplessly and said, you should return home now. A good night's sleep will do you wonders. However, it will take some time for your teeth to regrow. In the future, refrain from such recklessness, my dear child. Always contemplate the consequences of your actions. Had it not been for me today, you would have faced a severe beating. Bartholomew nodded emphatically, then gestured as if he wished to express something further. MMM. Hubert felt a slight headache. How could he comprehend this? Can you write? Bartolomeo nodded. Consequently, Hubert retrieved a sheet of paper and a pen, offering them to him, urging him to inscribe whatever he wished to convey. Bartolomeo grasped the pen and began to write fervently. Upon glancing at the message, Hubert noticed the words, my friend's father has been assaulted. I cannot simply ignore this. Ha, what a loyal little rascal he is. Hubert chuckled, however. Your meager strength seems rather imprudent when facing a gang of dark underworld figures, does it not? Bartolomeo was evidently aware of this fact and found himself at a loss for words. Hubert said, enough of the jesting, you should head home. Bartolomeo shook his head vigorously like a maraca and wrote again, I haven't seen you around town before. You must be from afar. Are you setting out to sea? Indeed. I shall depart in a few days. Can I accompany you? Coughing slightly, Hubert, who had just taken a sip of water, replied, "Unfortunately, my ship does not take on children when the crew is full. Hiring minors is against the law." He momentarily forgot that he himself was merely a 7-year-old child. "Oh, but I recently turned 8. Bartolomeo's expression fell, and he insisted, "Rest assured, I am quite capable and will not be a burden." "No means no. Our ship is already at capacity." Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He wrote, "I will become a bounty hunter in the future." Upholding justice. Hubert was momentarily taken aback by this declaration. What on earth? Bartolomeo aspired to be a bounty hunter. What would that mean for Luffy? Would he not confront Luffy directly if they crossed paths? As he observed Bartolomeo's earnest demeanor, Hubert fell into deep contemplation. Just then, the proprietor emerged with 2 bowls of noodles, interrupting his thoughts. How fragrant! The delightful aroma wafted into Hubert's nostrils before he even had a chance to taste it, far surpassing his own culinary efforts. With the first bite, Hubert's face lit up with sheer ecstasy. This flavor is simply exquisite. It has been ages since I savored such delectable noodles. This taste surpasses many noodle shops from my previous life. He licked his lips and placed a hand on Old John's shoulder. "Old John, you must join my crew as our chef. We are in dire need of someone with your extraordinary culinary skills." Bartolomeo interjected, "What nonsense. Weren't you just saying you didn't need more crew members?" In Chapter 69, The Inverted Mountain, Old John ultimately accepted Hubert's invitation. Given the events of the day, he felt he could no longer remain there out of fear of retaliation from the Black Society. After witnessing Hubert's prowess, he believed that setting out to sea with him could indeed be a wise choice. His son was also permitted to join the voyage, which left Bartolomeo feeling envious. He persisted in his attempts to persuade Hubert for quite some time, eventually exclaiming with fervor as Hubert departed, "I will undoubtedly become a formidable bounty hunter like you in the future. Ha ha ha, go for it, kid." With a cheerful smile, Hubert took Olivia's hand as they set out to find the quaint tavern where they had encountered Luffy and his companions in Lobe Town. Yet, whether due to ill fortune or the tavern's decision to remain closed, Hubert searched in vain for 2 days, ultimately reaching the time to depart for the sea. After seeking Olivia's opinion, he resolved to leave for the time being, hoping to return when the opportunity arose. Nevertheless, it seemed there were far more effective ways to delve into the history of Roger. For instance, seeking out Roger's former crewmates, who had personally experienced those events. Speaking of Roger's crew, the most recent member was undoubtedly that individual behind Reverse Mountain, Dr. Coreja of the Roger Pirates. However, he had already chosen to traverse the Marinescom belt, which posed a significant challenge. Observing Olivia's slight disappointment at not finding the tavern she had hoped for, Hubert sighed. "Well, if it is a bit troublesome, so be it. This com belt will remain untraveled, and there will be ample opportunities in the future." Upon returning to the Black Pearl, the others had already prepared themselves well in advance. Hubert boarded the ship and introduced Old John to the crew for mutual acquaintance, and soon they set sail. The Black Pearl cut through the waves, creating a melodious sound as it glided over the water. The droplets of crystal-clear water sparkled under the sunlight. The grand voyage along the great maritime route had finally commenced. Opting to avoid the doldrums, they naturally did not need to accompany the naval personnel. The Black Pearl swiftly arrived alone at the base of the inverted mountain. As they beheld the awe-inspiring spectacle of the water flowing in reverse and soaring skyward, everyone was left in astonishment. Even Hubert could not help but express his wonder. Such a marvel was unprecedented for him, appearing truly breathtaking. This journey had indeed proven worthwhile. Had they ventured through the doldrums, they would have missed witnessing such divine artistry. At Hubert's command, the group surged towards the upside-down mountain. The raging waters propelled the Black Pearl forward with increasing velocity, faster and faster. Ultimately, it ascended to its zenith before sweeping past in a rush. The Black Pearl soared through the air for a moment before plummeting heavily back down. It resumed its accelerated descent. This exhilarating experience was far more thrilling than any roller coaster ride. Olivia clung tightly to Hubert's arm. Hubert surveyed his surroundings, ever vigilant for impending danger. He had no desire to see his costly vessel suffer any damage. Not far from him, Jesse gazed at the inverted scenery, momentarily lost in thought. Ah, the Grand Line has returned. The ship finally came to a steady halt upon the surface of the sea beneath the upside-down mountain. The crew, still shaken, breathed heavily, some even succumbing to nausea. How exhilarating! It is astonishing that such a place exists in this world, almost dreamlike. Truly, The Grand Line lives up to its reputation. Even the entrance poses such formidable challenges. Had fortune not favored them, the ship might have met a disastrous fate. Hubert clapped his hands and assured, "Fear not, for with my presence, the ship shall not meet its demise." The still shaken Carter suddenly chuckled. "Indeed. With the esteemed Lord Hubert here, what are these trivial tempests? Even if they were to intensify tenfold, our safety would remain assured." As they conversed, an enormous figure suddenly emerged from the depths of the water. The portion of it visible above the surface resembled a small island, colossal in size. Its surface was marred with rugged scars, some old and already healed, while others were fresh and still oozing blood. Such an unexpected turn of events left the pirates in a state of shock. "What in the world is that?" After a moment of stunned silence, one pirate finally reacted. Swallowing hard, still bleeding. "Could it be some kind of creature? Fool! How could such a gigantic being possibly exist?" "It must be a peculiar island," he said. "Lord Hubert, what are your thoughts?" Hubert gazed upon the colossal creature that had graced the pages of the original text, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "This is a living being. The largest island in the world. The whale, a creature as vast as an island itself. Well, what? Is there truly a creature of such magnitude? Indeed. Are you questioning the captain?" No, it is simply astonishing. Master Hubert, what shall we do with this magnificent being now?" A faint smile graced Hubert's lips as he waved his hand with authority. "Steer the ship into his mouth." "What? Surely, Lord Hubert must be jesting. Wouldn't that lead to being devoured?" The crowd's reminders served to awaken Hubert from his folly. This island whale was none other than Laboon from the original tale, once the cherished pet of the Rumbar pirates. Laboon had been left behind when the crew ventured into the perilous Grand Line, awaiting their return for 5 decades. In the passage of time, the youthful Laboon had matured into a colossal creature, larger than the very island itself, harboring an ocean within its vast body, while the world around it transformed irreversibly. Laboon remained steadfast in its vigil for the Rumbar pirates, yearning to shatter the red line that obstructed its path to its beloved master. Despite its immense size, the red line was a barrier it could not break. Over the decades, numerous scars adorned its head, remnants of futile attempts. Tragically, the Rumbar pirates had met their demise long ago on the Grand Line, leaving only the deceased brook behind. To Hubert, this narrative merely portrayed Laboon as foolish, perhaps having damaged its own head in pursuit of an unattainable goal. Ultimately, these matters bore no significance to him, and he had no desire to involve himself. Hubert's objective was to reach Roger's ship doctor, Coloccus, who resided within Laboon's belly. Initially, Hubert contemplated emulating the approach taken by Luffy in the original narrative, sailing directly into Laboon's depths. However, upon reflection, he realized that Luffy, as the protagonist, possessed an extraordinary fortune that he himself might not replicate. The thought of the Black Pearl's suffering damage was too painful to bear. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "You shall remain on the shore while I venture forth with Olvia." "What? Lord Hubert, please do not act rashly. We still need you." One crew member rushed forward, clasping Hubert's leg in desperation. "Release me. Who is being irrational? I have my plans." "I shall return shortly," Hubert retorted, shaking off the crew member. Olvia gazed at Hubert as he extended his hand towards her, hesitation flickering in her eyes. Would Hubert truly intend to take her to her demise? While her death may hold little consequence, what of Robin? Observing the conflicted expression on Olvia's face, Hubert swiftly lifted her into his arms. His wings unfurled behind him, and with a powerful beat, they soared into the gaping maw of the Leviathan. "What were you thinking? Did you genuinely believe I would drag you along to my grave?" Upon being embraced, Olvia anxiously shut her eyes, only to reopen them at Hubert's words. To her astonishment, they had already arrived in an entirely new realm. There was no sky, or rather, a dull gray shroud loomed overhead, its nature indiscernible. The surface of the sea appeared somewhat green, resembling nothing akin to ordinary seawater. In the distance, a colossal gate loomed in the sky. "Where am I?" Gazing around at her unfamiliar surroundings, Olvia murmured in confusion. "This is the interior of that whale." "Ah," Olvia gasped in surprise. Yet, she could not fathom how she had suddenly found herself in such a strange environment. Struggling to come to terms with this bewildering reality, Hubert, with a smile that was neither entirely jovial nor entirely serious, remarked, "So, are you now aware that I am not here to drag you down with me?" Olivia felt a slight flush on her cheeks and deftly shifted the topic, asking, "Is this truly the interior of that whale?" The revelation was astonishing. Indeed, it is quite marvelous. I, too, Was taken aback by Oda's imaginative prowess, Hubert replied. Olivia inquired. Who is this Oda? Hubert hesitated. Well, one might liken him to a deity, a creator of worlds. Ah, is that a term from your dialect? Olivia pondered, her understanding dawning as she silently committed this nomenclature to memory. A sense of joy blossomed within her as she discovered a shared language with Hubert. At that moment, Hubert was still soaring through the sky with Olivia in his arms when he suddenly spotted an island and promptly flew towards it. On the island, an elderly man was seated in a rocking chair. His hair was mottled with gray, though not entirely white, and a few feather-like strands sprouted from his head, leaving one to wonder whether they were natural or an adornment. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a fierce countenance and a physique rippling with muscular sinews. Engrossed in reading a newspaper. There's someone, Olivia exclaimed in astonishment, startling Hubert. The shout caught the attention of the man on the island, who looked up, unfazed, at Hubert, who bore dragon wings and was approaching him. The old man calmly remarked, Hey, do you intend to attack me? I advise against it. It could lead to your demise. His words were imbued with an air of authority, exuding confidence. Olivia, fearing that Hubert might be seeking trouble, felt a twinge of concern. Hubert then smiled and said, Oh? So you are that confident? Who do you believe will meet their end? I will, the old man replied without hesitation, his expression remaining composed, lending him an aura of mastery. Olivia responded with a bewildered, A what? Hubert descended with a hearty laugh, landing upon the island, extending his hand towards the old man. He said, It is an honor to finally meet you, Colocus. This individual was indeed Hubert's intended target, Roger's ship's doctor, Colocus. Upon hearing his name called by Hubert, Colocus's usually impassive face finally revealed a flicker of emotion. He reached out to grasp Hubert's hand and inquired, Do you know me? Hubert remarked, Of course, Your Excellency. You are a member of the Pirate King's crew, renowned across the seas. Upon hearing his praise, Colocus slightly furrowed his brow and inquired, Who are you? I am the bounty hunter, Hubert. Ah, Colocus responded, So it is you. Though his tone remained unperturbed, Hubert discerned the slight tremor of the feather atop his head, indicating that his heart was anything but calm. You know me? It was now Hubert's turn to pose a question. Colocus raised the newspaper in his hand and said, Although I live in seclusion, I am well aware of someone like you, who has had a fair exchange with the future admiral of the Navy. Hubert gazed at the newspaper, where a bold headline boldly proclaimed, The Demon of Money, Hubert. What an outrageous title this is. Hubert felt somewhat powerless to comment on how he had become a demon of wealth. Was it merely due to his role as a bounty hunter? He had taken on the mantle of a bounty hunter solely because he wished to avoid both the Navy and piracy. He had no particular affinity for money. So, Mr. Hubert, what brings you to seek my presence? Colocus inquired, noticing Hubert's silence. Is it to capture me for a bounty? Before Hubert could respond, he continued. It seems that this is the only plausible reason. Before you take me away, could you enlighten me on how you found me? I certainly did not inform anyone of my return. Cough. Do you really perceive me as someone whose mind is solely preoccupied with bounties? Hubert interjected. Colocus replied coolly. Isn't it so? Olivia nodded in agreement. Of course not. Do not be misled by the rumors intentionally spread by the Navy. Hubert retorted, Olivia, why are you nodding? You're over there. So, you are not here to exchange me for a bounty? Colocus probed. Certainly not. Upon hearing this, Hubert sensed a significant relaxation in Colocus. It appeared that he was not as composed as he initially seemed. As a member of the Pirate King's crew, he undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. The previous discourse had merely been a guise of humility. Yet, upon learning of Hubert's true identity, he realized the gravity of the situation. It was settled. He was indeed in over his head. He was merely a functional crew member, and encountering someone like Hubert, who could hold his own against a vice admiral candidate, would likely lead to his demise. Colocus then asked, So what exactly is your purpose here? Hubert remarked, You are one of Roger's crew, correct? This young lady beside me is quite intrigued by Roger's exploits and wishes for you to share his tales. Olivia was momentarily taken aback, staring intently at Hubert's face. She was aware that Hubert had previously made arrangements to traverse from the Comm Belt to the Grand Line. Yet she could not fathom the reason behind his change of plans, opting instead to approach from Reverse Mountain. At this moment, she seemed to grasp the underlying motive. It was evident that Hubert had spent 2 days in Lowtown simply to satiate her curiosity about Roger's adventures, and now he had deliberately altered his itinerary once more. Unable to contain herself, she stepped forward, embraced Hubert, and kissed him. After a moment of surprise, Hubert responded with enthusiasm. The two began to passionately kiss in front of Colocus, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to assert himself upon hearing Hubert's request, and now he was bewildered by the unfolding situation. Should he still share his story? Chapter 69, Lab. A few albatrosses soared above Carter and the others, and the scorching sun made him feel irritable. He murmured to himself, "Where on earth has Lord Hubert gone? Surely, he hasn't truly gone to take his own life?" Then he shook his head vigorously. Impossible. Lord Hubert is not that foolish. Skoda, forcibly brought aboard the ship by Hubert, leaned closer to Carter and whispered, "Captain Carter, do you think Lord Hubert could genuinely be dead? It has been well over half a day. What nonsense are you spouting?" Carter interrupted. Yet Skoda persisted, "I believe he has either genuinely gone to seek death or intends to abandon us. Why don't we split the treasure on the ship and make our escape? Each to their own home, to their respective mothers. It sounds splendid." Carter's expression darkened as he struck Skoda on the head with a fist, causing a large red bump to swell up immediately. "I warn you, if you keep talking like that, I will confine you to quarters," he cautioned, though inwardly he felt a twinge of worry. His concern was never about Hubert ending his life. Rather, he feared that Hubert might indeed leave them behind. After all, they were insignificant ants in comparison to Hubert's strength, mere burdens, entirely unhelpful. If they served any purpose at all, it was only to fetch tea and receive a share of the bounty. As he rubbed his head in anxiety, he suddenly noticed a massive whale, resembling an island, swimming toward the shore. It seemed as if it might collide with him, causing Carter's expression to tighten in alarm. He shouted, "Everyone, be on guard." After a glance back at the whale, Carter felt that their vigilance would be of little use. He quickly altered his command, "Everyone, get off the ship and run to the Red Earth continent." Panic ensued among the crew. The sounds of hurried footsteps echoed throughout the vessel. "Where is Lord Hubert? Has he not returned yet? What shall we do? If he comes back to find the ship destroyed, we will be in dire straits. At this moment, survival is paramount. We can discuss punishment when he returns," someone said. Could it truly be that he has been consumed by that whale? Impossible. You know how formidable Lord Hubert is. How could he be eaten by a mere fish? While they spoke, the enormity of the whale was indeed daunting, making it hard not to worry. Was it truly a force that humanity could withstand? In a state of panic, the crew members fled swiftly, hastily disembarking and rushing towards the shore, including old John who, along with his son, hurried deep into the land. The haunting cries of the whale reverberated through the air, creating an atmosphere of terror. The sailors hastened their pace, each covering their ears in a wild sprint. As the whale approached the shore, a dark silhouette emerged from its form, landing steadily on the ground. It was Hubert, Olivia, and Colocus. "What are you running from? Come back," Hubert exclaimed, taken aback by the scattering crew. "Are they abandoning their belongings?" Carter, in his wolf form, paused upon hearing Hubert's voice, then was the first to rush back to him. The powerful figure of the wolf embraced Hubert's thigh. "Lord Hubert, where have you been? I thought you had forsaken us." Observing Carter's affectionate demeanor, Olivia stifled a laugh, while Hubert frowned and pushed Carter's wolfish face away. "Did I not mention that I would check and return? Why the panic? Where are the brothers planning to flee to? Are they preparing to go home?" Carter chuckled sheepishly. "I thought that whale had gone mad and would charge at us, so I urged the brothers to escape. But it seems I overreacted." Casting a glance back at Lab, they found themselves in the shadow cast by him, where sunlight was obstructed. Hubert also comprehended why Carter and the others had chosen to flee. Who among ordinary folk would not? He nodded appreciatively, stating, "Indeed, you have performed admirably. As the first mate, it is imperative that you make decisive judgments in the face of unforeseen incidents." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he gestured toward the indifferent Colocus beside him, saying, "This is my acquaintance, Colocus, whom I met within the belly of a whale." Carter cast a glance at Colocus and remarked, "A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Colocus raised an eyebrow and replied with an air of indifference, "Oh, you are acquainted with me?" "Not at all." Carter truthfully shook his head. "Then what nonsense is this about being acquainted?" Colocus scoffed, falling silent thereafter. This left Carter somewhat perplexed regarding Colocus's background, suspecting he might be a formidable individual. Thus, he inquired of Hubert, "My Lord Hubert, may I ask who this gentleman is?" Hubert remarked, "Ah, this is the crew member of the Pirate King Roger. The ship's doctor of the Pirate King." Carter exclaimed, scrutinizing Colocus from head to toe. He then added, "We must negotiate the price with the Navy, rest assured." I will secure the best deal possible. Kuroka's felt a tightening in his chest but maintained a nonchalant demeanor as he replied, You young lad are not contemplating selling me, are you? You had better dismiss such thoughts promptly, or else. Humph. Carter was taken aback, sensing the complexity of Kuroka's character. Any rash action could lead to dire consequences. He turned to Hubert and inquired, Lord Hubert, this is it nothing. Your reasoning is sound, and I eagerly anticipate the amount he might fetch in berries, Hubert interjected. Kuroka's was momentarily stunned, genuinely alarmed as he remarked, You just exploited my services, and now you wish to renege? This is akin to abandoning a loyal steed after its labor. Think carefully. Lives are at stake. Hubert chuckled. Since you hold little value now, why not sell you off for a tidy sum of berries? Surely, a crew member of the Pirate King must be worth a fortune. Unless what? Unless you become my crew member, Hubert remarked with a grin. Kuroka narrowed his eyes and replied, You had this intention all along, didn't you? Hubert shrugged and remarked, There is no other alternative. The crew of the Pirate King cannot be squandered so frivolously. Besides, are you not a physician? Our ship's doctor is rather competent in the West Sea. And we also have a scientist capable of healing, though a scientist is not a specialized practitioner. Other doctors along the Grand Line may fall short, and we require your expertise to fill this void. What do you think? Kuroka hesitated, seemingly devoid of options. He could either join Hubert or align himself with Impelled Down. Oh no, it was likely that even Impelled Down would not accommodate him. Should a crew member of the Pirate King be captured, the fate would surely be death, followed by public execution. After much contemplation, Kuroka sighed deeply. Mr. Hubert, I am personally quite eager to join your ranks, but I am bound by reasons that compel me to remain here. As he spoke, the muscles on Karasuko's body surged with vigor, emanating a formidable aura. Carter's eyelids fluttered in response. This old man is remarkably strong. Though devoid of a devil fruit, his muscular prowess could easily overpower me. With this thought, his wolf-like form tensed slightly. Hubert, with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, inquired, What is this? Are you Kuroka? Really prepared to make a move? Are you not a physician? Kuroka, his expression grave, focused intently on Hubert. The latter remained still, and Kuroka dared not act. Although he had steeled himself for a decisive confrontation, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Confronted with Hubert, who had engaged in a fierce struggle with Sakazuki, he found himself at a loss as to how to proceed with any hope of triumph. Initially, Olivia had held some respect for Kuroka after hearing his recounting of Roger's tale. However, she was now at a loss for how to proceed. She wished for Hubert to sit down and engage in meaningful dialogue, yet given Hubert's resolute stance, she felt it inappropriate to intervene, and so she quietly distanced herself. Observing the unfolding situation between the two men, Hubert gazed at the anxious Kuroka and remarked, The matter you find difficult to relinquish pertains to that island whale. Does it not? Kuroka paused, realizing the gravity of the situation, and responded, Indeed, I must attend to him here. Otherwise, if he continues to neglect his own well-being, tragedy is inevitable. What ails the whale? With such a colossal form, it hardly appears to require supervision. Skoda, who had trailed behind Carter, inquired with a hint of curiosity. Kuroka glanced around as more crew members gathered, their interest piqued. After a moment's contemplation, he began to recount the tale of Labu, a narrative that began 50 years prior. Oh dear, Master Hubert, let Kuroka remain here, one crew member implored. Yes, Master Hubert, after waiting 50 years for his master, Labu must be in profound anguish. The torment of the soul eclipses that of the body. Another added, Indeed, without Kuroka to watch over him, he would surely perish. As the story concluded, Olivia remained silent, while the elder, overwhelmed with emotion, wept profusely, and the others, deeply moved, pleaded on Kuroka's behalf. Hubert felt a tinge of embarrassment. The resilience of his subordinates seemed rather feeble. He turned to Kuroka and remarked, If I could prevent Rab from colliding with the Red Earth continent, you would be willing to accompany us, correct? Kuroka hesitated and replied, That is indeed the case, but it is simply unattainable. I have implored it countless times over the years, yet to no avail. Then that settles it. Hubert, having sustained a leg injury, remarked, I naturally have my methods. With a smile, he turned to face the gathering crowd and inquired, Is there anyone aboard who possesses musical talent? The crew members exchanged puzzled glances, all shaking their heads in unison. As anticipated, Hubert sighed. Previously, he had contemplated inviting musicians and painters to join his vessel, hoping to infuse it with a touch of artistic elegance. However, he found that most musicians held themselves in high regard, relishing the respect and admiration they received on land. Why would they choose to endure the hardships of the sea? As a result, he was unable to recruit any crew members with such artistic talents, leaving him with only a cadre of burly men. Thus, he had no choice but to make do with what he had. Hubert instructed the crowd to wait momentarily before retreating to the ship. Although he had lived as an ordinary man in his previous life, he possessed certain talents. Among them, his understanding of music, particularly the piano, was noteworthy. He had purchased a piano aboard the Black Pearl, which was now fortuitously at his disposal. After rubbing his face with his hands to transform into a visage reminiscent of Brooke, not the skeletal form, but rather Brooke prior to his demise, he gazed into the mirror, uncertain of what to think. Brooke had exuded such charm as a skeleton. Why did his human form appear so unappealing? His hair, a wild explosion, resembled a potted plant. Adjusting his tie, Hubert dismissed these thoughts. After all, he was merely impersonating the true Brooke, so such concerns were trivial. Seated before the piano, he familiarized himself with the instrument, and soon, the enchanting melodies began to resonate across the ship and into the vast ocean. I shall send you the exquisite wine of Binks, sailing freely upon the waves, as the surging tides and the restless sunset and the birds' songs pierced the boundless sky. The harmonious notes of the piano intertwined with Hubert's voice, creating a distant yet lively ambience. Labu, surfacing from the depths of the sea, was suddenly taken aback. His enormous eyes, larger than those of an average person, wide with surprise, yet devoid of any menace. The others on the shore listened intently to the captivating song. Kurakasu's gaze flickered with intrigue. He was aware of Labu's connection to the Rumbar pirates, and this song bore profound significance for him. However, he believed it to be a futile endeavor. Over the years, he had attempted numerous methods to reach Labu's heart, hoping to alleviate his emotional wounds. He had employed this very song before, but to little effect, nearly none at all. Now, as Hubert invoked it, he harbored doubts about a different outcome. What piqued his curiosity was the fact that he had never divulged the song's connection to Labu. How could Hubert possibly know? What a mysterious man he is. However, the pressing matter at hand is how he should respond to Hobart's forceful invitation after his guidance inevitably fails. The farewell from the harbor evokes a profound nostalgia. As he sings a heartfelt song, the waves crash and splash, and the noble man traverses the world with fervor. The melody lingers in the air as Labu suddenly plunges into the sea, creating a swell that nearly unseats Hobart. Yet he steadies himself, continuing to sing the tune of Binks Sake. The plaintive cries of Labu reverberate from the depths of the ocean. The waves surge, and he resurfaces once more. His massive form gracefully settles beside the Black Pearl, attentively listening to the song. In his enormous eyes, one might perceive glistening tears. Whether they are of seawater or sorrow remains a mystery. The scars upon his head do not appear menacing. Rather, they lend him an air of tragic beauty. I present to you Binks Sake. Let us sing the song of the sea with abandon. Tonight, we drink and revel. As the final notes fade, Labu gazes expectantly at the ship. Hubert opened the door and stepped out of the room. Rab gazed at him, an uncontrollable joy illuminating his face, a multitude of unspoken words condensed within his enormous eyes. Tears finally cascaded down. Hubert chuckled softly, extending his hand to gently pat the nearby Labu, caressing the scars. Sassy ignored Darla and Labu. Chapter 71. Hubert. At this moment, Kalokas on the ground was in a state of stupor. He stared blankly at Hubert, who was tenderly touching Labu, muttering to himself, Brubrick? How could it be? Was he dead long ago? It's impossible. Observing the dazed Kalokas, Alvia felt a tinge of confusion as well. What on earth is happening? Who was that person on the ship? Did Hubert not just enter that room? How could a completely unfamiliar individual emerge? Could he be a crew member? Most of the others remained considerably calmer, as they were well aware of their captain's transformative abilities. After all, Hubert had previously been a child, only assuming his current adult form after the Kingdom of Flowers. It was the sight of Hubert interacting with Alvia that truly left them astonished for quite some time. Hubert paid no heed to the reactions of those around him, feeling the coarse texture beneath his fingertips. He spoke gently. Lab, it seems you have endured much misfortune over the years. I sincerely apologize for not returning to see you since our departure from the Grand Line. We have been preoccupied with matters of great importance. You truly are Navi. Why subject yourself to such treatment? As Hubert's voice droned on, Lab emitted a series of whimpering sounds, as if countless words yearned to be expressed to Hubert. However, hindered by the barrier of language, he could only nuzzle against Hubert, shifting his massive frame slightly. Despite being a mere motion for him, it resonated powerfully, causing the ship to creak under the strain. Observing the black pearl swaying precariously, Hubert's mouth twitched as he pressed down on Lab's head, saying, "It's all right now. I have heard of your experiences over the years. Do not be agitated. Do not be agitated." Lab felt the immense strength of Hubert's hand resting on his head, compelling him to cease his affectionate nudging. Having never encountered such an experience since reaching his current size, he glanced at Hubert in confusion. Upon hearing his soothing words, he gradually surrendered to his emotions, tears cascading from his enormous eyes like a fountain. Hubert began to offer comfort once more, and after a considerable time, Lab finally regained his composure and ceased his weeping. Sensing the opportune moment, Hubert revealed his intentions. "By the way, Lab, I have something of great importance to attend to upon my return. I must be away for a while, so please wait here for me, will you?" Lab's response was a sudden pitch increase, causing those on the shore to cover their ears. In a burst of excitement, Lab dashed into the water and leapt out repeatedly, clearly displaying his anxiety. All right, Lab. I understand your urgency, but please, do not fret. I assure you, I am not abandoning you. It is simply a matter of pressing importance that requires my immediate attention." Hubert hastily reassured him, fearful that Lab might inadvertently capsize the Black Pearl. Lab paused, nodding in acknowledgement of Hubert's meaning, and then bounced a few more times, seemingly trying to convey something further. Hubert gazed at his performance, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Seeing his confusion, Lab appeared anxious and once again plunged into the water, remaining submerged for quite some time. Was this a sign of acquiescence? Hubert stroked his chin, feeling that his persuasion had finally taken effect. Just as he was about to turn around to convey the good news, a splash echoed behind him. As Hubert's smile faded, he turned around to see Lab emerging from the water, a massive shark clenched in his jaws. With a series of excited calls, Lab leaped a few times before casting the shark onto the shore, gazing at Hubert with eager anticipation. Hubert cast a glance at the shark, then at Labu. Suddenly grasping an epiphany, he pointed at the shark and inquired, "Are you suggesting that you have now matured, possessing formidable strength, capable of accompanying us on our maritime endeavors to ensure our safety?" With a fervent nod, Labu enthusiastically concurred with Hubert's assertion. The mountainous figure of Labu was brimming with excitement, and even Hubert aboard the vessel felt a surge of exhilaration. This was a path he had never envisioned. Given Labu's imposing stature, it was likely that even the mightiest sea kings would find it challenging to rival him. Many perils could be averted through Labu's prowess, sparing Hubert considerable trouble. Aside from Hubert, no one else aboard could possibly vanquish Labu. Just moments ago, the entire crew had been fleeing in disarray, and if Labu were to join their ranks, they could potentially create a biological propulsion vessel, allowing Labu to tow them along. The mere thought was electrifying. The sole concern was that to keep Labu comfortably in their vicinity, he would need to perpetually assume Brooke's appearance, a notion Hubert found somewhat difficult to embrace. However, perhaps the use of the flower fruits clones could offer a solution. Yet, maintaining such duplicates was indeed a taxing endeavor. Just as Hubert was lost in contemplation, Kurokas finally reacted, urgently exclaiming, "No, Labu must never enter the Grand Line." Labu's gaze swiftly shifted towards Kurokas, his expression darkening with discontent. Hubert also turned his head, nearly forgetting that his agreement on this matter was not sufficient. It also required the opinion of Kurokas. "Why? Are you not concerned about leaving Lab alone here? It would be just right to take him along to sea." "No means no," Kurokas asserted with unwavering resolve. He approached Lab, gently patting his head, and said, "With Lab's abilities, there is no problem leaving him here. My only concern is that he might inadvertently harm himself." At this juncture, Kurokas' tone became grave. However, once Lab ventures into the Grand Line, the circumstances could drastically change. The multitude of monsters that inhabit the Grand Line is staggering, even with your strength. You may not be able to ensure your own safety, let alone protect Lab. Moreover, given your notoriety, you are likely to attract trouble, which poses a significant threat to Lab. Hubert was already in a state of indecision, and now he felt no greater sense of disappointment. If he chose not to go, then so be it. He could hardly be bothered to placate Lab. There were already numerous tasks demanding his attention each day, and he needed to reserve some time for his own respite. If Carter were to discover Hubert's sentiments, one could only wonder how he would react, especially considering that Hubert, the captain, appeared to lead a rather leisurely existence each day despite having accomplished so much. Hubert shrugged and said, "Well, you make a valid point. Lab should indeed remain here." Upon overhearing their conversation, Lab became agitated, his body trembling, while the black pearl began to sway violently. Lab glared furiously at Colocus, as if he were poised to unleash a fierce beating upon him. Hubert said, "Don't worry, Lab. This time we certainly won't keep you waiting for long. Colocus is right. You should indeed stay." With a hint of grievance in Lab's voice, he ultimately consented to the matter under Hubert's gentle reassurance. Feeling dejected, he submerged into the water and did not resurface, seemingly sulking in silence. Once Lab had vanished from sight, Colocus circled around Hubert, scrutinizing him from head to toe, mumbling, "It's uncanny. You look exactly the same. How is it possible that you transformed into this?" Colocus spoke with an air of disbelief. Hubert suddenly comprehended his meaning and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Colocus, have you forgotten me? I am Brooke." Upon hearing his laughter, Colocus was momentarily taken aback. The tone was strikingly reminiscent of Brooke's. He almost believed he had encountered Brooke himself, but he quickly dismissed that thought from his mind. How could it possibly be Brooke? Brooke should have perished long ago. If he had not died, he would have returned by now. It was inconceivable that he would arrive here at this moment. With a wary tone, he inquired, "Who exactly are you?" As Colocus spoke, the feathers atop his head trembled incessantly, lending him a rather comical appearance. Revealing that he was far from calm within, Hubert burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Colocus, do you truly not recognize me?" As he spoke, he transformed into the visage of a handsome man. "How did you accomplish this?" Though he had anticipated such a revelation, Colocus was still taken aback. "Isn't it obvious? My devil fruit." "But isn't your devil fruit that of a dragon?" Colocus pondered, finding this notion utterly confounding and difficult to accept. Despite traversing the Grand Line alongside Roger, he had never encountered such an anomaly. Watching Colocus's flustered demeanor, Hubert found a sense of amusement. Previously, this individual had maintained an air of calmness amidst chaos, appearing like a composed master. Now, however, he was visibly astonished, which filled Hubert with a sense of accomplishment. Understanding Colocus's surprise, Hubert recognized that, as a common player, Colocus could hardly grasp the terror of the wall-hanging phenomenon. Noticing Hubert's silence, Colocus seemed to have an epiphany. Regaining his composure and calmly stating, "I understand now. Your devil fruit must be of the mythical beast variety, possessing shape-shifting abilities, a rare find indeed." As he spoke, Colocus exhibited an air of foresight, his tone betraying the elder's admiration for the youth. Hubert could not suppress his laughter at his serious demeanor, yet Colocus' assertion held truth. Indeed, his devil fruit was of the mythical Zoan type, albeit merely one of its kind. Yes, it is a mythical Zoan. My abilities are quite commendable. Are they not? His powers are impressive. Although he was unaware of the reason behind Hubert's laughter, Colocus felt a sense of satisfaction at having guessed correctly. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "No wonder you can hold your own against that admiral candidate Sakazuki. It is indeed a formidable lineage. The vast oceans of the future belong to you." As he spoke, a tone of nostalgia tinged his voice, reminiscent of Whitebeard's sentiment that the new era could not accommodate his vessel. Hubert hurriedly interrupted him. "Nonsense, you are still quite young. By the way, now that the issue with Lab has been resolved, you should fulfill your promise and accompany me on the Grand Line as my ship's doctor. We have great potential ahead of us. Perhaps you could even become the ship's doctor for the King of Bounty Hunters. In that case, you would be a member of the Dual King's crew, a legendary figure." "Indeed, having made a promise to you, I shall certainly go," Colocus replied coolly. In truth, he was somewhat reluctant, but Hubert's strength far exceeded his own, and he dared not decline. With Hubert having provided him a way out and saved face, it would be unreasonable for him to refuse. As he agreed, Hubert's mind resonated with the voice of the system. "Congratulations, host, for recruiting the subordinate Colocus. You have obtained the surgery fruit." Hubert was momentarily taken aback. He had discerned some patterns regarding the system's drop rates, generally noting that the equipment dropped was closely related to the target from which it was obtained. Colocus, being a top-tier physician, led him to speculate that a healing-related fruit would manifest, and he was astounded to find a surgical fruit instead. This was a devil fruit valued at 50 billion, equivalent to a white beard. His gaze burned intensely upon Colocus, almost compelling him to rush forward and plant a kiss on him. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Carrasco, feeling the intensity of Hubert's stare, took a couple of steps back and inquired, "Captain, is there something you need?" At that moment, Alvia approached and playfully pinched him. The sudden pang of pain brought Hubert back to his senses. He turned and embraced Olivia, kissing her fervently. Olivia, caught off guard, found herself silenced by the kiss. And amid the watchful eyes of others, she shyly reciprocated. Coloccus observed, bemused, "Here we go again. What is with these two? Why do they always seem to indulge in public displays of affection? It's quite awkward for an old man like me." As the kiss concluded, Hubert turned to Coloccus and remarked, "You seem to be adapting rather swiftly. Now you're addressing me as captain." Coloccus remained silent, feeling somewhat withdrawn, uncertain whether joining Hubert's crew was indeed the right choice. Olivia playfully punched Hubert's chest, exclaiming, "What are you doing? There are so many people around." Hubert laughed heartily. "And what of it? They're all our brothers. Kissing is hardly something to be ashamed of." Olivia rolled her eyes and asked, "By the way, how did you manage that just now?" "What do you mean? How did you transform into another person?" Hubert remarked, "Did I not mention it? The power of the devil fruit." Oh, Olivia lowered her head, deep in thought. Being astute, she refrained from inquiring further, yet her mind began to conjure various speculations. She suddenly felt a flicker of recognition regarding the name Hubert, although she could not quite place it at that moment. Observing her contemplative expression, Hubert playfully pinched her cheek and said, "I possess many abilities, which I shall reveal to you gradually." Meanwhile, Coloccus wore a smirk of disdain. What a jest! Many abilities? Such boasting is hardly believable. Even a mythical beast type would not possess an abundance of powers. Having this transformation ability alone is already quite formidable. Olivia abruptly lifted her gaze, meeting Hubert's eyes. "Do you happen to know a child named Hubert in O'Hara?" Chapter 72. Carter aims to eliminate Moria alone. Hubert felt a pang of anxiety in his chest. Although he would inevitably have to discuss this matter with Olivia, the time was certainly not now. He needed to first devise a means to restore his former glory, to transform raw potential into tangible results before broaching the subject. Why then? Had Olivia suddenly inquired about this? Had she begun to harbor suspicions? How was he to respond? Denying acquaintance was not an option. He was well aware of Robin, and it was implausible that he would not recognize a childhood companion of his. Thus, he could only concoct a vague fabrication. Just as he prepared to speak, Olivia interrupted him. "That child named Hubert, he isn't yours, is he?" "Huh." Hubert was taken aback, bewildered by the absurdity of the suggestion. "Certainly not. That child was merely an ordinary villager, and their interactions had been minimal." Olivia remained silent, gazing intently at him for a moment before remarking meaningfully, "Oh, I see." Hubert felt a tightening in his throat, yet Olivia refrained from pursuing the topic further, seemingly convinced by his words. However, Hubert was acutely aware that this matter had sown a seed of doubt in Olivia's mind, and it could be unearthed at any moment. He resolved to procure a devil fruit that would restore his former glory, hastening the transformation of his aspirations into reality. Deep within, Hubert silently vowed to act swiftly. He pondered whether a surgical fruit could achieve such outcomes, recalling the peculiar grafted beings that appeared in the original narrative. Alas, he chastised himself. Such thoughts were unworthy. He could not forsake the original. Hubert shook his head, casting aside the thought. Observing the crew beneath the ship, he called out, "What are you all waiting for? Let us go. Today, we have the formidable ship's doctor, Coloccus, and the top chef, Old John, aboard. We must host a grand feast." Ho ho ho, a feast. I long to savor Old John's noodles. Every time, the captain devours most of the noodles Old John prepares, leaving us merely to drool in envy. This time, we cannot let the opportunity slip away. Hey, why must I still cook for a celebration of my arrival? Old John chuckled. Though the ship was bustling with activity, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction seeing so many eager faces anticipating his culinary creations. After all, those who can do more must bear more responsibility. As the Black Pearl sailed far into the distance, a massive round head emerged from the water. Rab looked on as Hubert and the others gradually faded against the shimmering surface of the sea, his eyes filled with reluctance before he submerged beneath the waves. Hubert's swordsmanship has advanced by leaps and bounds with the aid of the system, now reaching the prowess of a master swordsman. He is in urgent need of a suitable sword. Originally, the weapon shop owner in Rogue Town intended to gift him the third-generation Onitu and the Snowwalker. But he dismissed these offerings as mere trifles, barely touching the threshold of a renowned blade, utterly unworthy of his formidable abilities. Moreover, he is currently inclined to seek a black blade. His mastery of armament hockey is rather feeble, only at level 3, which pales in comparison to his observation hockey at level 5. when compared to the likes of Carp, who likely possess haki at levels far beyond that. He fears that attempting to envelop his sword with his haki might result in it being severed. What a predicament that would be. However, acquiring a black blade would resolve this dilemma. Not only would it compensate for his deficiencies in haki, but it would also serve to enhance his stature. It is an essential item for both domestic and adventurous pursuits. Yet, the number of black blades is exceedingly scarce. One could count them on one hand. Obtaining one of suitable comfort is no easy feat by sheer coincidence. Hubert possesses a lead on a black blade, the terrifying triangle of the Three Guang sailing ship. This area is perpetually shrouded in mist, devoid of sunlight or moonlight throughout the year. It has only recently transformed into such a state. Prior to this, it was merely a tranquil sea. Now, the notoriety of the terrifying triangle spreads across the oceans. A colossal figure stands within the fortress of the ship. He is immensely built, with purple hair and small demonic horns adorning his head, his hairstyle resembling that of fiery leeks. His teeth and ears are sharp, and his neck bears cross-stitched scars reminiscent of sewn wounds. Clad in a Gothic-style suit, he exudes the aura of a well-dressed thug. Suddenly, he jolts awake from a nightmare, his body trembling as he opens his eyes, drenched in sweat. Wiping the perspiration from his forehead, his gaze shifts to a massive figure nearby. Though his own stature reaches a towering 7 meters, in comparison to the other nearby figure, he appears no larger than a grasshopper. Ugh, another nightmare. Cursed Kaido. Once I revive Oars, I shall surely defeat you. This man is none other than Gecko Moria, the former warlord of the sea, who was vanquished by Luffy in the original narrative. At this moment, he has yet to gain weight, appearing rather lean, embodying a sense of dark nobility. A stark contrast to his later, more reclusive form. Moria approaches the corpse of Oars, murmuring to himself, "But whose shadow shall I use to restore this fellow's former strength? It cannot be just anyone." As he contemplated his future plans, the door to the room creaked open. A little girl, around 5 years old, entered, clad in a Gothic-style dress and cradling a plush teddy bear in her arms. Her round, cherubic face was utterly endearing. Upon spotting Moria, she opened her arms wide and joyfully rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Daddy! Daddy! Hug!" Moria, somewhat irritated, replied, "Perona, did I not tell you not to disturb me? I have very important matters to attend to." However, the little girl paid no heed to his words and clung to his leg, though, considering his towering stature, it was more accurate to say she clung to his foot. Moria, feeling a headache coming on, lifted Perona into his arms and said, "How many times must I repeat myself? I am not your father. You should address me as Master or Lord Moria." Perona, now in his arms, clapped her hands joyfully, her small face beaming with delight, revealing her neat baby teeth. Moria gazed at her smile and mused, "I wonder if I should save you. After all, only by living do we encounter loss." At this point, he recalled the nightmare he had just experienced, a colossal dragon, transformed by Kaido, ruthlessly eliminating his subordinates, obliterating years of his hard work in an instant. He himself had undeniably fallen to Kaido, lacking even the courage to seek him out for a rematch. He perceived that the strength Kaido wielded was beyond human capability, and to conquer it, he would need external assistance, like that offered by the entity before him, Oz. If only he could amass enough of his figurines, no, puppets, he was certain he could defeat Kaido. This was the delusion he had instilled in himself. He understood it was absurd, yet it remained his sole glimmer of hope. Moreover, it was not entirely implausible. Oz was a legendary ancient giant. Surely he would not fear Kaido's Azure Dragon. Furthermore, he had brought back numerous corpses from Wano that could be put to use. As Moria contemplated this, he suddenly noticed a translucent apparition emanating from Perona, racing towards him. His expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "No." But it was too late. The ethereal form collided with him. In the next moment, he found himself kneeling on the ground. While Perona was flung aside, her face now despondent, her entire demeanor infused with a sense of defeat. How could I, such a worthless being, ever stand against Kaido? I have been utterly foolish. How could I dare to utilize the remains of a titan like Oz? A wretch like me does not deserve such power. What purpose does my existence serve? Perhaps it would be better to simply perish. Observing Moria kneeling on the ground, Perona found it amusing. Momentarily dismissing her own pain from being tossed aside, and erupted into laughter. Hubert has been navigating the high seas aboard the Black Pearl for over a month now. Throughout this period, he has diligently honed his haki, seeking to rectify his shortcomings in this regard. Simultaneously, he has been deeply invested in Jesse's experiments, frequently visiting the laboratory to offer assistance. He is always the first to respond to Jesse's needs. However, despite these efforts, Jesse's research progress remains exceedingly slow, as if he has yet to grasp the essence of his work. Jesse has expressed that his thinking has become ensnared in a misconception, and he requires some intellectual stimulation. Unfortunately, he is the sole researcher aboard the vessel, leaving him without anyone to engage in such stimulating discourse. Although Hubert was a university student in his past life, the laws of this world differ entirely from those of Earth, rendering his knowledge utterly useless. Hubert finds himself at a loss regarding this matter, and can only hope to encounter a scientist in the future with the intention of either coercing or persuading them to join his vessel. Hubert found his thoughts wandering. Should he consider seeking out Caesar? That fellow is quite an accomplished scientist in his own right. Although he pales in comparison to Vegapunk, he is undoubtedly one of the foremost scientists on this sea, with Jesse trailing behind him. As for Caesar, his whereabouts remain uncertain. If he has indeed allied with Big Mom to research giantification at Punk Hazard, he would likely be relatively easy to locate. Hubert rubbed his temples, realizing that contemplating such matters was premature. The pressing concern was to locate Moria, the notorious pirate king and foremost recluse. In order to retrieve the dragon horse, swordsman's sword, Autumn Water. Glancing at the map, Hubert commanded the ship to halt its course. Wait. The foggy region should be just ahead. Proceed slowly. We must not overlook it. Yes, Captain. Skoda responded, having embraced reality and excelled in his training under Carter, particularly mastering Carter's unique flattery technique. Consequently, Hubert appointed him as the helmsman. At an opportune moment, Carter handed Hubert a glass of orange juice and inquired, "My Lord Hubert, what can you tell me about that individual's prowess? Might he serve as a worthy opponent for me to hone my skills?" Hubert cast a glance at him, surveying him up and down, and remarked, "Carter, you seem to be aiming rather high. Perhaps you should first contemplate how to deal with that old fellow, Colocus." Carter's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "Yet, Lord Hubert, your tone regarding that chap Moria does not suggest he is particularly formidable. Isn't he just the perfect opportunity for us to hone our skills? Indeed, he may not pose a challenge to me, but for you all, oh, Lord Hubert is indeed wise and powerful, far beyond our reach. The foes you can dispatch with a mere gesture are ones we would struggle against with all our might." This flattery caught Hubert off guard, filling him with a sense of surprise and delight. He regarded Carter with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Skoda quietly marveled at Carter's ability to ascend to the position of first mate. There was indeed more to him than met the eye, though he still had a long way to go. In the distance, Colocas observed the cheerful scene aboard the ship, his head twitching involuntarily, the feathers atop it swaying in tandem. Noticing Hubert's agreement, Carter continued, "However, Lord Hubert, if we do not undergo training, our abilities shall remain woefully inadequate, and we will stagnate. Why not allow us a chance to test ourselves? With your presence, we shall surely face no peril." Hubert felt a flicker of temptation. It seemed that dealing with Moria would indeed not require his direct involvement. After all, it would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Allowing Carter and the others some experience would be beneficial, for he was confident in his ability to handle someone of Moria's caliber. "Very well, I consent." Carter was overwhelmed with joy. He had been diligently honing his skills, for he understood that becoming the first mate could not be achieved through flattery alone, at least. That was his belief. Amidst his rigorous training, he recognized the necessity of practical experience, and thus he chose the ship's doctor, Colocas, as his sparring partner. Colocas, an elderly fellow forcibly brought aboard, was brimming with pent-up frustration and readily acquiesced to Carter's request for a bout. However, he stipulated that mere sparring would not suffice. They required intense combat to truly enhance their abilities. The terms dictated that the fight would only conclude when one party lost consciousness, and pleas for mercy would not terminate the confrontation. Furthermore, these skirmishes needed to occur regularly, ideally every 3 days, or their efficacy would diminish. Carter, upon hearing this, found the reasoning sound and consented without hesitation. The outcome was predictable. Poor Carter was toyed with by Colocas, utterly defenseless against his onslaught. Every 3 days marked Carter's day of suffering, as he emerged from their encounters bruised and battered, only to be mended by Colocas's remarkable medical skills, before being subjected to another beating. In this environment, Carter felt his strength advancing rapidly, yet he harbored a persistent desire to test the fruits of his labor. In his estimation, Moria would present an excellent opportunity for such an experiment. Although Hubert had claimed he stood no chance against him, Carter believed that his recent progress had been swift, perhaps leading Hubert to miscalculate. He yearned to surprise Hubert. Suddenly, a gurgling sound emanated from Hubert, who retrieved a snail phone from his pocket. Upon connecting the call and listening intently to the voice within, his gaze sharpened as he glanced at Orvia, reclining nearby with a book in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other. Chapter 73, Robin's Call. Orvia noticed his attention shift and inquired, "What is the matter?" Upon spotting the snail phone in his hand, she further asked, "Who are you calling?" Hubert remained silent, hushing himself as he listened intently to the voice on the line. "Is it connected? Oh, has this number been taken? My apologies, this was once my friend's number, and I find myself missing him. I shall hang up immediately." On the other end, a youthful voice emerged, somewhat familiar yet also tinged with strangeness, as it had been nearly 3 months since he last heard it. "Do not hang up," Hubert spoke, breaking the silence. "Huh." The voice on the other end hesitated, sensing a familiarity in the tone. Hubert cast a glance at Robin, then retreated to his room, adjusting the phone to emit his true voice. "Is that you, Robin? Why did you wait until now to call me?" On the other end, Robin was taken aback, stammering, "Hubert? I thought you were dead. What nonsense are you talking about? I am far too formidable to meet my end so easily," Hubert retorted. Clearly still reeling from the unexpected revelation, Robin inquired, "Then why haven't you called me?" Hubert sighed and remarked, "You already reached out earlier. Did you not change your number?" "Oh, indeed. Hubert, where are you now? I have been so frightened these days. O'Hara has been destroyed. Countless nefarious individuals are seeking to capture me. Just yesterday, I encountered a kind-hearted elderly woman, only for her to summon the Navy to apprehend me that very night. I truly do not know what to do. How can I survive? I miss you dearly. Where are you? May I come to find you?" Listening to Robin's bewildered voice on the other end of the line, Hubert sighed, feeling a pang of concern. "I understand. I know you are enduring great hardships. I miss you as well, but the place where I currently reside is perilous. It would be unwise for you to come here. How about this? Tell me your location, and I shall arrange for someone to bring you here." Now that the storm had somewhat subsided, retrieving Robin posed little risk. Even if the 5 elders were to come knocking, one could always relinquish certain interests. Upon hearing this, Robin suddenly grew wary. "You aren't with the Navy, are you?" "Huh?" Hubert was taken aback, puzzled as to how he had become associated with the Navy. "You suspect I wish to know your location to capture you? I would never betray you. Damn the Navy." Hubert would perish in O'Hara. It was then that Hubert comprehended Robin's intentions. He remarked reassuringly, "Rest assured, I am indeed Hubert. Did I not convey this to you earlier? I am destined to become a bounty hunter, a man of considerable strength. Do not speak of the Navy, even if doubled." I would remain unperturbed. Not only have I survived, but I have also preserved O'Hara. As we speak, O'Hara has not been obliterated. The scholars are diligently working on its reconstruction. Moreover, I have already set sail, commanding my own vessel. Did you not promise to be my crew member? This is fortuitous indeed. Hubert's words eased Robin's vigilance. She had previously expressed her desire to become a member of Hubert's crew, a secret known only to the two of them, and certainly not to others, including the Navy. "You are truly Hubert. My apologies, I was just so anxious." "It's quite all right. I don't mind. You have endured much." Robin's reaction caused a twinge of discomfort for Hubert. This heightened alertness indicated that Robin had indeed been living in a state of constant anxiety. Perhaps her reluctance to contact him earlier stemmed not only from her belief that she was beyond hope, but also from a lack of opportunity. "Hubert, have you truly set sail? That's remarkable. You've realized your dream. I must strive harder." "Ha ha ha. It's been rather mundane. I have quite a few formidable sailors aboard. Previously, I sent a sailor to find you, but you managed to evade him. You are quite skilled yourself." "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed, it was over a month ago, a robust young man. I seem to recall someone in the village where I was hiding inquiring about my whereabouts. I kept my distance. After a brief exchange, Hubert inquired, 'Where exactly are you now? I'll send someone to retrieve you.' This time, Robin did not conceal her location, speaking as if revealing an address. "I'm in Shirji country, hiding in a temple. The kind abbot has offered me a guest room. There's a phone bug in the room, which is why I thought to call you." Robin seemed poised to add more, but suddenly her tone shifted to one of urgency. "I must go. Hubert, I hear someone approaching. I'll call you again next time." With that, silence fell on her end of the line. "Hello? Hello?" Hubert called out twice, but received no reply, realizing Robin had left. Soon after, He heard the sound of heavy footsteps and the voices of several men. What is going on? Didn't you say she was here? Old monk, let me tell you. False information will not yield Bailey. Amitabha, I assure you she is here. Many disciples have seen her. If you don't believe me, you may inquire. Perhaps your commotion frightened her away. Nevertheless, I've provided you with a lead. If you fail to capture her, that is your concern, but Bailey must not be shortchanged. Damn it, this little girl is as slippery as an eel. Those prison escapees are not nearly so elusive. Pursue her. With another sigh, Hubert ended the call. Robin indeed faced a grim fate, having begun her flight at such a young age. Perhaps being captured might actually be an option. For being apprehended now would merely mean being sent back to Ohala. However, such a scenario would place Robin back within the scrutiny of the world government, complicating her chances of joining the Black Pearl. Hubert stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, let it be. I shall leave it to fate and wait for her next call to hear her thoughts. As he exited the room, Hubert had once again transformed into the visage of a middle-aged man. Olivia approached, noticing his furrowed brow, and inquired, What troubles you? Whose call was it? A premonition stirred within Olivia, suggesting that this call was undoubtedly connected to her. Hubert's eyes flickered as he spoke. It concerns a lead about Robin. Olivia's expression suddenly transformed into one of excitement. She grasped Hubert's hand and inquired, Is it true? Where is Robin? How has she been faring? Hubert reassured, Don't worry. Fangshi, Robin is safe. Her current situation may not be ideal, but I have resolved to bring her aboard. Really? Olivia expressed her delight. Certainly. Did I not promise you before? Once the storm passes, I shall have her on the ship. The time is nearly upon us. Hubert gently kissed Olivia's forehead. Olivia, overwhelmed with excitement, hesitated momentarily before voicing her concern. However, the Grand Line is perilous. Bringing Robin over might be somewhat dangerous. She is so small. Olivia recalled the tale of the disastrous fate that befell the Rumbar pirates, alongside her own recent experiences on the Grand Line, which had imparted her with a deeper understanding of its treacherous nature. The Grand Line is indeed fraught with danger, with the constant threat of annihilation looming. She worried for Robin's safety. Rest assured, Robin is not as timid as you presume. Her strength far exceeds yours. This was indeed true, although Robin was small. She possessed the powers of a paramecia-type devil fruit, making her a formidable opponent for an ordinary person like Olivia. Moreover, I shall be present. There is no tempest we cannot weather, and our safety is assured, Hubert declared, a carefree smile adorning his face. Olivia gazed at him, witnessing such an assertive Hubert for the first time. Burying her head in his embrace, she whispered, All right, I will trust your judgment. Although the decision to bring Robin aboard was made, the question of who would fetch her remained. The Grand Line was exceedingly dangerous, and Hubert felt uneasy about sending just anyone to retrieve her. It was imperative to have someone strong and reliable for the task. It seemed there was no such individual aboard. Jesse, with his Logia-type devil fruit abilities, might suffice, but he was preoccupied with experiments. After much contemplation, Hubert could not conceive a suitable candidate. Would he have to undertake the task himself? But if he did, how could he ensure Jesse's safety? Should he turn back to fetch her? Alas! Hubert sighed, realizing at last that the Black Pearl lacked any truly capable individuals. They were merely novices. It appeared imperative to cultivate their skills. However, the time frame for such training seemed rather protracted. Immediate reinforcement was essential. Thus, the roster of recruits would have to expand once more. Navigators, musicians, painters, carpenters, and now a combat specialist were required. The journey ahead was indeed arduous and filled with responsibilities. Although the decision to recruit a combat specialist had been made, the cultivation of his own crew could not be neglected. Hubert promptly resolved to intensify the training regimen aboard the vessel and summoned several individuals who had consistently demonstrated commendable performance to his office. Within the confines of the office, Hubert sat upon an enormous chair, his countenance grave as he cast a sweeping gaze over those assembled. Do you know why I've called you here? The group exchanged glances, each shaking their head in uncertainty. We do not know, my Lord Hubert. Have we committed some offense? An offense? I have committed no such thing. Has the matter of my indiscretions on the deck been revealed? Surely not, for I used the broom from your esteemed chamber while cleaning. It could not possibly have been discovered, could it? A burly man rapped his knuckles against his forehead. With a dark scowl, Hubert pointed at the man and bellowed, You. Get out. The man fled in a state of panic. Hubert, who had previously worn a serious expression, now appeared even more menacing. He exclaimed, What is that persistent odor in this room? Damn it. The others fell silent, acutely aware of the palpable aura of menace emanating from Hubert. I have summoned you all here for specialized training, aimed at transforming each of you into formidable warriors. You have all been selected for your recent exemplary performances as crew members. Upon hearing Hubert's words, the group felt a surge of excitement, their instinct to cheer momentarily ignited. Yet they quickly suppressed it, bowing their heads to stifle their laughter in the face of Hubert's intimidating presence. Hubert continued, stating that to elevate your abilities in the shortest possible time, mere diligence is insufficient. Take, for instance, your current vice captain Carter. He once held a mediocre position aboard the ship, yet he has now ascended to the pinnacle of proficiency. Upon hearing this, the others felt a flicker of speculation in their hearts, though disbelief lingered. Indeed, my intention is to provide you with the devil fruit to bolster your strength. Hubert spoke without hesitation, articulating the conjectures that lingered in their minds. The moment he uttered the words, regardless of the ominous aura surrounding him, the group gasped in unison. The devil fruit. Is it truly real? That is a treasure worth millions of berries. Long live Lord Hubert. Does this mean our strength can rival that of First Mate Carter? Among the chosen few, there were 4 individuals, with Hubert being unable to mentor more than that, and excluding the one who had just been expelled, only 3 remained, essentially seasoned crew members. They had witnessed Carter's meteoric rise in power overnight, and thus, their excitement was palpable. However, Hubert cautioned, Carter's newfound strength is not solely attributed to power. Possessing a devil fruit does not guarantee that you will match his prowess. Yet, with sufficient dedication, it is not impossible. The group remained undeterred in their enthusiasm. Even if they could not reach Carter's level, they would still be formidable. After all, it was a devil fruit. Hubert was quite pleased with their performance. He continued, however, you must consider that once you consume the devil fruit, you will lose the opportunity to plunge into the sea. The ocean will become your enemy. Entering the water will sap your strength. Furthermore, the intensity of your training will significantly increase, as I will personally oversee your preparation. Although he had already decided that these individuals would consume the devil fruit, the Black Pearl, being the ship of the captain, necessitated consulting a few opinions to adhere to protocol. 2 of the 3 quickly expressed their agreement, yet one individual hesitated. This individual was Skoda, the helmsman who had been promoted by Hubert. Skoda, do you have any questions? Hubert inquired. Skoda replied, Master Hubert, I am more than willing to intensify my training. However, my greatest strength lies in naval combat. After consuming the devil fruit, I will no longer be able to enter the water. Hubert was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his reasoning. Did Skoda intend to decline? This revelation was rather unexpected for him. He had no objections to this, yet with only 4 individuals initially present, if one were to be dismissed and another followed suit, they would be left with merely 2. Hubert advised, although your underwater combat capabilities have diminished, your strength can experience remarkable advancement in a short span of time. You have witnessed Carter's power. It is not something an ordinary individual can achieve. Skoda shook his head and replied, however, I truly have a fondness for underwater warfare. Perhaps it is best to forego it. Nevertheless, I shall certainly intensify my training regimen to ensure that my abilities do not lag too far behind. Hubert, somewhat resigned, remarked, Very well, I shall respect your opinion. Initially, I intended to present the 4 great kings, but it appears I am left with merely the 2 guardians. Chapter 74, Such audacity. Les and Ruin, chosen by Hubert, became the 2 esteemed guardians. Hubert pondered for a moment and decided to first assess the abilities of the 2 individuals. He called for Carter, who was in the midst of training. Noticing a hint of anxiety in Carter's demeanor, Hubert inquired, What is the matter? Do you have something to discuss? Carter quickly shook his head, insisting, There is nothing more pressing than your matters, my lord. Did you summon me for a specific reason? In response to Carter's words, Hubert shrugged and replied, No need for formality. If you have something to say, please do so. I am not an unapproachable captain. I did not summon you with urgency. If you have pressing matters, feel free to attend to them first. Carter hesitated for a moment, scratching his head before admitting, Well, it's nothing too significant, really. It's just that this afternoon marks the day of my battle with Kurokas, and I am currently preparing a decisive move in hopes of defeating him. Upon hearing this, Hubert's interest was immediately piqued. He was well aware of the outcomes of the battles between Carter and Kurokas, where Carter had consistently found himself at a disadvantage, unable to mount any effective resistance. Now, however, He seemed to possess the confidence to challenge Kuroka's. Could it be that during the recent bouts he had not witnessed, Carter's prowess had ascended to such heights? What is your ultimate move? May I see it beforehand? Carter, somewhat awkwardly scratching his head, responded hesitantly, Of course, you may. Let us wait a moment. Perhaps I can provide you with some guidance. For now, why don't you test your skills against these two fellows and assess their capabilities? As he spoke, Carter gestured towards the two guardians standing on either side. Les, Lunan, what brings you here? Carter, recognizing these seasoned crew members, was taken aback by their presence. Then, a realization struck him regarding the various measures taken aboard the ship. Oh, you must be the individuals specially selected for training by Lord Hubert. You ought to strive diligently. Being chosen by Lord Hubert is indeed a supreme honor. Les and Lunan exchanged glances, raised their fists, and in unison declared, Rest assured, Deputy Captain Carter, we shall certainly work hard to grow stronger. Just be careful not to let us surpass you. Haha, I look forward to surpassing me. The combat strength on this ship is woefully insufficient, Carter laughed heartily. Observing him now, he appeared entirely transformed from his usual sycophantic demeanor, evidently having fully embraced his role as deputy captain. All right, enough chatter. Carter, I summoned you to engage in a friendly match with these two and evaluate their skills. Hubert clapped his hands to halt the conversation among the three. Very well, Captain. You can rest assured that Les and Ren have been training diligently, and their strength is unquestionable. However, are they the only two training alone? Is that not a bit insufficient? Should we consider adding two more? Hubert, consumed by indignation, exclaimed, Enough with the idle chatter, let us commence the battle. Carter, bewildered by the sudden outburst, trembled and responded loudly, Aye, Captain. The fierce contest between the three unfolded upon the deck, had it not been for Hubert's willingness to invest. The Grand Black Pearl might not have been spacious enough to accommodate them. A throng encircled the spectacle, each individual brimming with fervor and anticipation. Hubert chose not to drive them away, believing that allowing them to witness the prowess of their former comrade could serve as a source of motivation, inspiring the crew to strive for greater growth. Begin. With Hubert's command, the battle was imminent. Les and Lumba were the first to engage. Les charged forward, while Lumba maneuvered from the flank. Carter remained stationary, showing no intention to strike first. Given his current strength, he feared that if he intervened, both of them would not withstand even two exchanges. As the first mate, Carter was keen to provide his former companions the opportunity to shine, thereby earning Hubert's favor. Carter harbored a sincere belief. The combat prowess aboard the Black Pearl was woefully inadequate. Although there were numerous sailors, most were mere foot soldiers, lacking systematic training. They could handle ordinary pirates, but stood no chance against formidable foes. In fact, Carter felt he could easily dominate the ship himself. Naturally, he would be gratified if Lumba and Les could be nurtured into powerful warriors. As for the concern that their newfound strength might threaten his position, Carter dismissed such thoughts. After all, his ascension was not merely a matter of strength, but rather a product of social acumen. What did it matter if one were strong? Could they ever rival the might of Lord Hubert? Contemplating, Les's fist had already struck Carter's chest. Carter did not flinch or evade. Instead, he stood firm. The force of the impact sent Les hurtling backward. After a brief somersault in the air, he landed unscathed, yet his expression had turned notably grave. Previously, while observing the battle between Colokas and Carter, he had not perceived the latter's formidable strength. Initially, he had assumed that without his beast transformation, Carter could be entangled, perhaps even providing an opportunity for a counterattack. However, it now seemed that inflicting injury upon Carter would prove quite challenging. Meanwhile, Rumba, poised to flank and follow up with an offensive after Les's attack, was momentarily taken aback by Les's sudden ejection from the fray, hesitating to proceed with the original plan. Instead, he circled Carter, searching for an opening. Les quickly regrouped. After all, this was merely a demonstration match, and his objective was not to vanquish Carter, but to showcase his own abilities. At this juncture, retreat was not an option, as Les initiated his assault once more. Rumba followed suit. He unleashed another kick aimed directly at Carter's head. This time, Carter could not afford to remain passive. He certainly did not wish to bear the imprint of a foot upon his forehead. Extending his hand, he aimed to grasp Les's ankle. The moment Les perceived Carter's movement, his body twisted midair, evading Carter's grasp, and instead, he seized hold of Carter's outstretched arm. With the force of inertia propelling Carter backward, Rumba was already poised and ready. Observing the trajectory of Carter's extended arm, He aimed a flying kick at the joint of Carter's elbow, seeking to incapacitate one of Carter's hands. Watching their performance, a smile crept upon Carter's lips. With a slight exertion, he countered, and less, propelled by the force of Carter's movement, found himself flung far away. Rumba, who had been airborne, was similarly sent crashing aside. They landed in a heap, feeling as though their bodies were on the verge of disintegration. They both reflected on Carter's rapid advancement. A few months prior, they had been on equal footing, where he might have even faltered in a one-on-one. Now, he was dismantling the two of them with ease, as if he were crushing chicks. It was noteworthy that Carter had not even unleashed his full strength, nor had he employed the powers of his devil fruit. Yet neither of them showed any inclination to yield. Exchanging glances, they discerned the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Resolutely, they prepared to rise once more. Hubert intervened to halt the movements of the two. You both performed admirably and demonstrated excellent coordination. However, at this moment, Carter is an insurmountable opponent. The disparity in raw strength is too great. After some time, once you have undergone my training, we shall see how you fare in a rematch. Upon hearing Hubert's commendation, Les and his companion exhaled in relief, their previously tense bodies slumping as they ultimately succumbed to bleeding. The onlookers surrounding them were left in astonishment. Could it be that Carter's strength has escalated to such heights? He effortlessly dominated Les and his companion in his human form. A newcomer, curious about the implications, inquired, "What does this mean? Hasn't Vice Captain Carter always been exceptionally strong? You see, Carter's previous prowess was merely above average among us. Perhaps your strength surpassed his. However, after being chosen by Lord Hubert as Vice Captain, his abilities have soared tremendously. Now, even without the powers of a devil fruit, he possesses strength equivalent to that of a top-tier captain. Is it truly that remarkable? When did Lord Carter ascend to the position of Vice Captain? Just a few months ago, no more than half a year." Listening to the crew's flattery, Carter squinted his eyes, a broad smile gracing his face, clearly in high spirits. Hubert summoned the doctor to attend to Les while he approached Carter. Gazing at the smiling Carter, he inquired, "Are you feeling quite pleased with yourself?" Upon hearing his icy tone, Carter trembled all over. "No, not at all," he replied. Hubert let out a derisive laugh and said, "Do you really think I can't see through your intentions? Your attempts to undermine are far too blatant. With your pace, you were actually countered by Les? It appears only sheer force can secure your victory." Chuckling, he added, "Oh, Master Hubert, you possess an insight that is truly unparalleled. I cannot hope to deceive you. I merely wished for them to showcase their true capabilities." Upon realizing that Hubert was not truly upset, Carter breathed a sigh of relief and grinned. "Do you really need to intervene? I am not blind. I am fully aware of their performances, which is precisely why I selected those two. Indeed, Master Hubert's perspective is beyond my comprehension. I fear I am simply too foolish." Hubert remarked, "Well, you have performed admirably. You are quite competent as the first mate." Carter, with an endearing smile, suddenly recalled something and said, "By the way, Master Hubert, are you truly not seeking additional personnel to join the special training? Surely, 2 individuals are insufficient." Upon hearing this, Hubert's expression darkened as he replied, "Enough. Focus on your own duties. I have my own arrangements. As long as the 2 of you possess sufficient strength, that is all that matters. I can single-handedly wield considerable influence upon the seas." Carter, possessing an astute ability to read the room, recognized that Master Hubert was reluctant to discuss this matter further, and thus refrained from pressing the issue. Instead, he shifted the conversation. "So, Master Hubert, have you taken a look at my new technique?" "Of course, how could I not?" Hubert's interest peaked at this point. To be frank, the level of strength Carter was seeking exceeded his expectations. It was indeed remarkable. Carter's prowess seemed to be on par with that of Arlong from the original narrative, especially when considering the devil fruit. It is worth noting that just a few months prior, his abilities were akin to that of a mere thug. Hubert was eager to discover what this new technique Carter was alluding to entailed. Carter had no intention of showcasing his new technique in front of an audience. He intended to reserve it as a surprise lethal move, for revealing it would diminish its impact. The two then proceeded to the office. Hubert's office was quite spacious, designed in accordance with the layout of an admiral from the original text, featuring a significant open space perfectly suited for Carter's demonstration. Standing before Hubert, Carter exhibited an uncommon sense of nervousness. He inquired, "My Lord Hubert, are you prepared? My lethal move may differ somewhat from the conventional ones." The more he spoke, the greater Hubert's curiosity became. He urged, What more do you need to prepare? Like a fledgling chick, hurry up. Then here I come. With that, Carter ceased to hesitate. Inhaling deeply before his form instantaneously transformed into that of a werewolf. He had no intention of holding back against Hubert. As Hubert had articulated, Carter felt as diminutive before him as Les and others did in his presence. Indeed, the disparity was far greater than that between him and Les. Lethal move, wolf fang bite. With those words, the wolf-like Carter lunged fiercely towards Hubert. Hubert listened intently to his voice, his senses heightened with caution. Wolf fang strike? Could it be that this lethal move pertained to the essence of a wolf? It made sense. Aside from its claws, a wolf possessed little more than its fangs, lacking any other means of attack. As these thoughts traversed his mind, his gaze instinctively fixated on Carter's mouth, vigilant of his teeth. Carter initially lunged with his claws, but Hubert effortlessly deflected the assault. Undeterred, Carter swiftly retaliated as his wolfish head lunged forward. Hubert gazed at his mouth, pondering what this lethal move could possibly be. What kind of technique would grant Carter the confidence to overcome Kuroka's? Could it be that his teeth would launch forth in a surprise assault? That indeed would be a most imaginative form of attack. As Carter opened his mouth, his teeth gleamed white and sharp, exuding an aura of chilling menace. Even in the dimly lit room, those razor-like teeth radiated a cold glimmer, suggesting they could effortlessly sever a thick sheet of steel. Hubert did not afford him the opportunity to bite down. Instead, he firmly braced Carter's wolfish jaws with both hands. The force with which Carter sought to clamp down was utterly insignificant before him. Is this all there is? Hubert felt a twinge of disappointment. It was merely an ordinary bite. However, he soon observed Carter's chest contract. A surge of air, previously held within his thoracic cavity, erupted forth. A verdant haze burst forth with astonishing swiftness. Hubert was taken aback, but fortunately, his speed was remarkable. He swiftly darted outside and secured the door behind him. The two crew members stationed at the entrance exchanged curious glances and inquired, "My Lord Hubert, what troubles you?" "Oh, nothing at all," he replied, exhaling a sigh of relief. Grateful to have evaded the situation. Little did he expect that Carter's lethal technique was not his teeth, but rather his foul breath. Had he been subjected to that noxious exhalation, he might have met an untimely demise. After a considerable time, he cautiously reopened the door. Observing Carter standing alone within the room, he sensed an unsettling presence permeating the air. He hastily shut the door once more. The two crew members outside began to exhibit symptoms of discomfort, clearly affected by whatever lingered within. "Why do I feel a bit dizzy?" one murmured. "I too feel unwell. Could it be an illness? Let us distance ourselves quickly, lest we infect Hubert." Hubert. Carter. Oh Carter, you truly possess an audacious spirit. Chapter 75, Kazan. Hubert did not anticipate that Carter's move would be executed in such a manner, nearly falling prey to it. As for the logistics personnel, Kuroka could hardly have imagined it either. Confident of victory, he was caught off guard by Carter's verbal onslaught, collapsing directly to the ground. Hubert almost believed that the old fellow had succumbed to his frailty and departed from this world. That would have been a significant loss for him, as he had exerted considerable effort to secure Kuroka's presence on board. Fortunately, upon a final examination, it was revealed that Kuroka had merely fainted. It is likely that after this battle, Kuroka would prefer to refrain from further sparring with Carter. Over the past few days, Hubert has been awaiting news from Robin. Yet no call has come, suggesting that Robin is currently under intense pursuit. Although Hubert felt a sense of urgency, he understood that impatience would bear no fruit. So he chose to await quietly. The terrifying three-masted ship, despite it being daytime, was enveloped in a thick fog, obscuring the sun and moon alike. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness and dampness, and the air was laden with a stench of decay. Creek. Hobart's black pearl rested by the shore, gazing in astonishment at the magnificent sailing vessel before him. Though it bore the title of a sailboat, its sheer size rendered it almost unrecognizable as such. Even the Black Pearl, which was itself a formidable ship capable of comfortably accommodating a crew of 1 to 200, appeared diminutive in comparison. Originally, Hobart had merely come to seek out Chioshui for a sword pairing, yet his mind began to wander towards more ambitious thoughts. A vessel of such grandeur could serve as a formidable base for his future endeavors. Accommodating a multitude of thousands would be a trivial matter. Moreover, should he decide to sell it, the price would undoubtedly reach astronomical heights, perhaps even in the billions. Hobart dismissed the thought from his mind. How could he possibly sell it? The only potential buyers would be the Navy or pirates. Wouldn't that be tantamount to aiding the enemy? Observing Hobart lost in his own amusement, drooling slightly, the crew had grown accustomed to such sights. Olivia approached, appearing somewhat troubled. Hobart, is there still no news about Robin? Hubert regained his composure, gently patting Olivia's head as he reassured her. Do not worry. With Robin's intelligence and resourcefulness, she will be just fine. He paused, contemplating. If we were to receive news of Robin, have you decided who would be sent to find her? Hubert fell silent, as he had yet to reach a conclusion. The individuals aboard the ship lacked the necessary strength. However, given Carter's recent growth in strength, he might be a candidate worth considering. Yet, the question remained, who would assume the role of first mate? Hubert certainly did not wish to be burdened with endless toil. Hubert stroked his chin and said, I believe I have a plan. Do not fret too much. Robin will certainly be in my care. Olivia remained silent. She wished to quell her worries. Yet the present circumstances rendered it nearly impossible for her to do so. Noticing her distress, Hubert embraced her and whispered in her ear, You have worn a frown for several days. At this rate, if Robin does not arrive soon, you may fall ill before him. Relax. Why not join me on the sailing trip to unwind? Olivia's expression remained troubled, and with a sigh, she replied, Very well. At this moment, she felt devoid of alternatives. If her strength permitted, she would have loved to rush off and rescue Robin herself. However, her abilities were regrettably insufficient. Reflecting on this, she recalled Hubert's words to her after the incident with the demon extermination order involving Ohala. The reason Ohala faced the relentless assault from the world government was not due to their study of ancient scripts, but rather their inherent weakness. Hubert, Olivia called softly. Hubert, who was directing the disembarkation, paused and inquired, Yes, what is it? You are training less in Lumba, correct? May I join as well? I too wish to grow stronger. This was certainly feasible. Hubert had not anticipated Olivia would make such a request, yet he found no reason to decline. If Olivia became stronger, it would save him considerable effort. After a moment's hesitation, Hubert added, However, the training sessions with Les and the others may not be entirely suitable for you. I shall create a tailored path for your enhancement. Under my guidance, you shall undoubtedly become extraordinarily formidable. Very well, please hold me to the highest standards. I am unafraid of hardship, Olivia replied with unwavering resolve. Hubert sensed her determination and confidently declared, Of course, I am quite strict. I assure you, within a month, you will surpass that fellow Carter. Under Hubert's command, the group swiftly disembarked from the Black Pearl and stood in an orderly formation. Hubert turned back and addressed Coloccus, saying, Those who remain will stay with you aboard the ship. Take good care of it and ensure it is not stolen. Coloccus nodded with an icy demeanor, still exuding an air of mastery. However, Hubert, having witnessed him succumb to Carter's verbal onslaught, found it difficult to regard him in the same light. After a moment of contemplation, it seemed all matters had been settled, and Hubert resolved to venture deeper into the sailboat. Halfway through, he added, By the way, should you encounter any danger, consider fleeing. Your safety is of utmost importance. This command momentarily startled Coloccus, as it echoed a sentiment he had encountered before, one associated with the individual famously known as the Pirate King. Hubert continued to murmur, particularly about Jesse, urging that the fellow spent all his time in the laboratory and that his safety must be ensured. Observing Coloccus nodding, Hubert departed with a sense of reassurance this time, as he held faith in Coloccus's abilities. Moreover, the presence of Jesse, a natural-type devil fruit user, assured him that even in the face of formidable adversaries, they could withstand until Hubert arrived. As for scenarios where even Jesse might struggle to escape, such occurrences were generally unlikely, should they arise. They would undoubtedly pose a challenge even for Hubert himself. As he watched Hubert and his companions vanish into the depths of the forest, Coloccus maintained a serene demeanor, though he felt a tinge of sentimentality within. It was only now that he realized Hubert was destined for greatness, a remarkable individual emerging from the vast ocean. Coloccus sighed, reflecting that he had not felt this way even after learning about Hubert's fierce encounters with Sakazuki. Initially, he perceived Hubert as an impolite and uncouth individual, destined to be dealt with eventually. Yet now, he genuinely believed that Hubert was poised for significant achievements. Just as he pondered this, a gust of wind swept through, prompting him to instinctively tighten his collar. Achoo! What is this? Why is it suddenly so cold? He mused, perplexed, for while it had been chilly before, it had never reached this extent. He surveyed his surroundings, shrouded in mist, with visibility exceedingly low and not a single figure in sight. Yet, A chill crept into his heart as he shouted, "Prepare for battle. No, everyone flee. Get Jesse out and run together." In the midst of the chaos, Jesse emerged from his quarters, appearing somewhat haggard. His frequent sleepless nights spent on experiments had taken their toll, leaving his hair in disarray and dark circles under his eyes. "What happened?" he inquired with curiosity. "It seems there is no danger on the ship." Colokas stood at the bow, gazing down at the water beneath, and replied calmly, "You need to leave quickly and seek Hubert for assistance." Below the ship, a layer of ice had mysteriously formed on the surface of the sea. Hubert acted swiftly, and before long, he led Carter and a few others to the exterior of the castle aboard the ship. Along the way, they encountered none of the bizarre creatures depicted in the original narrative. After all, in the source material, Moonlight Moria had been operating in this realm for several years. Hubert had only just arrived, leaving a vast chasm between them. The deranged doctor had not accompanied him, rendering the sailing vessel reminiscent of a desolate island. Apart from its eerie and forlorn atmosphere, it seemed devoid of anything else, and their journey proceeded without incident. Hubert gazed upon the magnificent castle, his desire to seize this domain intensifying. Although his ship, the Black Pearl, offered a commendable environment and a spacious chamber, replete with various commendable amenities, it paled in comparison to the grandeur before him. He turned to Carter and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to undertake this alone? Would you not have me intervene?" Carter, patting his chest, replied confidently, "Rest assured, my Lord Hubert, our strength is formidable at present. Progress comes through experience, and with Les and the others by my side, I believe we shall be more than sufficient." Hubert did not believe they stood a chance against Moria in this era, for Moria had not yet succumbed to despair for long. Only recently had he exchanged blows with Kaido. As for Carter, he found it inconceivable to discern a glimmer of hope. Perhaps a change in tone might yield some effect. Hubert stroked his chin, harboring reservations regarding Carter's decision. However, he did not voice any opposition. Allowing Carter to embark on this challenge could indeed provide them with a genuine experience of life and death battles, thus fostering rapid growth. After all, he himself had made remarkable progress following his confrontation with Sakazuki. Although aided by a system enhancement, his formidable strength was undeniably a result of his own diligent efforts. Well then, since you have made your decision, go forth and test your mettle. Indeed, upon reaching the Grand Line, you have yet to encounter any truly formidable opponents. This is an opportune moment for self-assessment. The individuals gathered around Hubert's presence instantly brightened, having long harbored anticipation and eagerness to showcase their abilities. Carter expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Hubert, for your understanding. We shall resolve this battle with great flair." Subsequently, he led his crew into the depths of the castle. While they spoke with unwavering confidence, they were far from reckless in their approach. They would first infiltrate the castle to ascertain the situation before devising their strategy. It must be said that apart from his slightly lacking strength, Carter was commendable in nearly every other aspect. Hubert grasped Olivia's hand, his heart tingling with curiosity as he observed them submerging into the depths. He yearned to follow and discern the unfolding events, contemplating that should Carter and the others falter, he could intervene and subdue Moria. Olivia gazed anxiously at the retreating figures of Carter and his companions, inquiring, "Will they be all right?" From Hubert's tone, she sensed that the lord of the castle was anything but ordinary. Hubert, with a relaxed demeanor, shook his head and assured, "With me around, there is no cause for concern." Suddenly, his expression stiffened, and he shielded Olivia behind him, saying, "It appears there may be a problem. Wait for an opportunity to escape." "What is it?" Olivia inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety as she observed his demeanor. "A rather bothersome individual is approaching." Speaking of bothersome individuals, you would be the prime example, wouldn't you? From the shadowy depths of the forest, a figure gradually emerged. It was a lean man towering at nearly 3 meters. Clad entirely in black, his hair had an explosive quality, topped with a gray hat, and he wore a military green overcoat over a white V-neck long-sleeve shirt. His lower half was adorned with black trousers and matching boots, and he carried a suitably sized backpack while donning spectacles. "What is this?" Olivia asked. One of the leaders of the Demon Slayer Order, Rear Admiral of the Navy, wielder of the ice fruit, Kazan, Hubert remarked, casting a discreet glance at Kazan's leg, which indeed appeared somewhat unnatural. It seemed he had been interrupted by a kainu, his leg replaced with ice. Despite the chaotic circumstances, the outcome remained unchanged. Upon hearing that this was a leader of the Demon Slayer Order, Olivia's complexion turned ashen, her gaze fixed on Kuzan with a burning hatred. Though the Ahara had been subdued by Hubert, the despair of that day was an indelible memory for Olvia. Kuzan, with a hint of self-deprecation, remarked, "I am no longer a rear admiral of the Navy. Thanks to your esteemed self, I have severed ties with the Navy and become a civilian." Hubert's eyes flickered, a realization dawning upon him. In the original narrative, Kazan's departure from the Navy occurred much later. Could it be that the battle between Kazan and Sakazuki hastened this process? He licked his lips and inquired, "What brings you here? What have you done to Kurokaka's and the others?" Kazan scoffed, "What brings me here? Had it not been for your intervention, I would still be serving honorably within the Navy, perhaps even aspiring to the rank of admiral or even fleet admiral. Yet now, I am nothing. However, your presence is rather unexpected. There are actually crew members of that rascal Roger aboard. Given your current alliance with the world government, I wonder what consequences await should they discover this?" Kazan's evasiveness regarding Hubert's questions irked him significantly. "Shouldn't you be expressing gratitude towards me? It was I who enlightened you to the Navy's true nature, allowing you to escape that place. Surely you agree that the indiscriminate slaughter of civilians by the Navy cannot be deemed just." Kazan remained silent. Prior to the O'Hara incident, he prided himself on embodying justice, fervently adhering to the doctrine of absolute justice. He was a man filled with a profound sense of righteousness, reminiscent of the future character known as One Smile. He could not tolerate even a speck of injustice. Yet, the civilian bombardment ordered by Sakazuki shattered his convictions, leaving him at a loss regarding how to perceive the Navy and questioning whether it could still be called justice. He had released Robin, even going so far as to provide her with an escape route. While he sat upon a stone, contemplating his future, Sakazuki unexpectedly approached him, engaging him in a frenzied battle. In that confrontation, he not only suffered a defeat in strength, but also witnessed the complete collapse of his ideals. He relinquished his promising future within the Navy, becoming a wanderer. Chapter 76. The Recruitment of Kazan. Indeed, Kazan felt a modicum of gratitude towards Hubert. After all, Hubert had expedited his decision-making process. Otherwise, he might have languished within the Navy for an indeterminate duration. However, Hubert had also brought upon him certain misfortunes. For instance, his leg, now encased in ice, bore much of the blame for Hubert's influence. "What do you seek from me? A fight?" Hubert queried. To be honest, Kazan felt little fear. After all, even in a weakened state post-battle, Sakazuki had managed to shatter his leg. He was uncertain how he could possibly lose now with the powers of the High no Mi at his disposal. "Certainly not," Kazan replied, shaking his head, his glasses reflecting the sunlight, obscuring his eyes. He turned to the resentful Olvia and remarked, "You must be Olvia, the archaeologist." Olvia remained silent, casting a disdainful glare in his direction. "Do not regard me with such animosity. I saved your daughter." At this revelation, Olvia's expression flickered, and she asked, "What do you mean?" "Quite literally, are you not aware? In O'Hara, I released your daughter. Otherwise, she would have perished. That young girl seems to possess great potential. Her name is Robin, is it not?" Kazan remarked, scratching his head. These words from Kazan left Olvia momentarily at a loss for words. As she instinctively turned to glance at Hubert beside her, Hubert nodded at her, affirming Kazan's words. He too felt a flicker of curiosity as to why Kazan, rather than engaging him in combat, chose to converse with Olivia. Kazan continued, "You are acquainted with Cerrone, are you not? He is indeed a remarkable individual, having rescued you and bestowed the last glimmer of hope upon Robin. Your family owes him a considerable debt of gratitude." Upon hearing Hubert's confirmation, Olivia's gaze towards Kazan became notably intricate. The man before her was both the leader of the O'Hara Demon Slayer Order and Robin's savior. How was she to confront this duality? Listening to Kazan's words, she responded somewhat absently. Indeed, Cerrone is truly a commendable person, entirely unlike the rest of you Navy officials. How has he been? Did he manage to escape? "He is dead," Kazan replied, a hint of regret lacing his tone. Olivia's previously distracted demeanor abruptly froze as she slowly raised her head. "Dead? Dead? Yes, I took his life with my own hands. At that time, I was still a Navy officer. There was no alternative. It was only after his death that I became aware of the darkness within the Navy, which led me to release Robin." "Weren't you friends?" Olivia stammered, memories of Cerrone's kindness towards her during their escape from prison flooding back. She had intended for Robin to recognize Cerrone as a surrogate father, and now he was gone. For their respective ideals, they were willing to sacrifice their lives. Kazan's tone remained unperturbed, and though his eyes were obscured by glasses, the steadfastness in his gaze was palpable. Olivia wished to articulate something, yet found herself at a loss for words. She understood this conviction, akin to her own willingness to lay down her life for the sake of historical truth. Hubert enveloped her in his embrace, gently wiping away her tears. Squinting at Kazan, he inquired, "What exactly is your intention? Surely, it is not merely to torment a mother who nearly lost her child? My purpose in coming here is to seek a place aboard your ship and to become one of your crew." Hubert, what? The news was so astonishing that it took him a moment to regain his composure. "You wish to join my crew? Why?" "There is no reason," Kazan replied. "Your strength is formidable. You defeated that fellow Sakazuki and rescued O'Hara. Furthermore, in the Land of Flowers, you assisted the king in capturing that rat who escaped from Impel Down, even bestowing upon him the most valuable ancient coins from the treasure. You are quite an intriguing individual, and I am eager to discover what your sense of justice entails," Kazan concluded. "I see." Hubert squinted, lost in thought. He had contemplated the notion of recruiting Kazan under his command, for in the original narrative, Blackbeard had indeed enlisted Kazan's services. However, he had never truly believed it could come to fruition, especially not so swiftly. Kazan's prowess was beyond question. He was destined to become an admiral of the Navy, a pinnacle of naval power. In the forthcoming Marineford War, he would shine brilliantly, freezing the tsunami that Whitebeard had painstakingly summoned, transforming it into icebergs that obstructed the pirates' retreat. Hubert found himself troubled by the absence of a reliable and formidable individual aboard the ship. Should Kazan choose to join him, it could indeed fill this void. However, the matter of his loyalty remained debatable. After all, he was a product of the Navy, and in the original narrative, his affiliation with the Blackbeard pirates was perceived by many as a betrayal orchestrated by the Navy. Who could ascertain if his intentions were genuine now? Yet, Hubert did not harbor significant concerns in this regard. After all, he possessed the merchant fruit, which alleviated his fears of betrayal by Kazan. What truly preoccupied him was a fleeting glance at Olivia beside him. Kazan was, after all, one of the clandestine operatives of O'Hara. How would Olivia react if he were to accept Kazan into their fold? Nestled in Hubert's embrace, Olivia perceptively noted his gaze and, with her astute intellect, swiftly deduced his thoughts. Complying with his unspoken dilemma, she gently remarked, "Hubert, if you wish to accept him, then do so. I have no objections. I shall defer to your judgment." Hubert tightened his embrace around Olivia's hand, making it increasingly difficult for him to acquiesce easily. He lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead and remarked, "This matter should not be dictated by me. It is for you to decide whether to accept him or not." At that moment, Hubert finally comprehended the rationale behind Kazan's prior attempt to cultivate a rapport with Olivia. It was evidently a premeditated strategy. Had it not been for the groundwork Kazan laid beforehand, Olivia would undoubtedly have refused his request to board the ship, and she might have even required Hubert to take decisive action against him. "I shall heed your wishes. Whatever you decide, I shall follow." Olivia, however, did not arrive at a conclusion, but instead returned the ball back into his court. Hubert shook his head, indicating that there was ample time for contemplation. "Once you have made your decision, do let me know," he said, and without waiting for Olivia to object, he turned to Kazan. "If you truly wish to join my crew, then be prepared. Olivia will provide you with her response." Kazan adjusted his glasses and nodded. "Of course. Miss Olivia certainly needs to deliberate thoroughly. How are my crew members faring?" Hubert inquired suddenly, his concern for Jessie and the others evident. "Rest assured, I have not laid a finger on them," came the reply. "That's a relief. Now we must check on Carter and the others. I didn't follow them immediately, and I hope they haven't been overwhelmed," Hubert stated. Kazan followed closely behind. "Surely that won't be the case. Carter and his team possess formidable strength as well." Hubert cast a glance at him, remaining silent. This Kazan adapted swiftly, now speaking in the tone of a companion. Carter and the others dispersed into the castle, opting for a clandestine investigation of the premises. The castle was vast. After exploring 2 empty rooms, Carter deemed their progress too sluggish and resolved to split up. He led a team to search the left wing, while Les and Rumba took a group to scour the right. Despite their separation, their advancement remained painfully slow. This castle was undeniably immense, seemingly larger than the entire Black Pearl. Opening one door, he found no one. Another door yielded the same result. After searching through over 20 rooms, Carter was still empty-handed, the only sounds being those they made themselves, leaving him to ponder whether the castle was entirely vacant. Finally, Carter caught a hint of noise, halting his steps and signaling for the others to stop. He pressed his ear to the door, straining to discern the sounds within. "I will never play ghost games with father again," came a muffled lament. Carter furrowed his brow. The voice sounded remarkably like that of a little girl. But how could there be a child in such a sinister castle? Was it some sort of apparition? A chill ran down his spine. Despite his confidence in his own abilities, encountering a ghost would render any strength moot. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to investigate. With a creak, he pushed the door open, his heart racing in anticipation. Peering inside, he was taken aback. The room was entirely decorated as a young girl's sanctuary, adorned with pink bed linens, a pink floor, and even pink walls. Plush toys of all sizes crowded the walls. On the large pink bed lay a small figure, clutching a stuffed bear larger than herself. A child? Carter and his companions were momentarily stunned. This girl appeared significantly younger than Hubert. How could she possibly be here? As if sensing their presence, the little girl ceased her weeping and slowly raised her head, her eyes widening at the sight of the imposing figures in her room. "Ah, who are you?" she shrieked, startled. Quick as lightning, Carter stepped forward to cover her mouth. "Shh, don't speak. We mean you no harm." Muffled and unable to voice her distress, Perona struggled fiercely. Here they were, intruding upon her room in the dead of night and demanding her silence. Did they truly expect her to believe they were not a threat? She was a child, not a fool. Carter felt a pang of distress as he exchanged a glance with a comrade, uncertain of how to proceed. Suddenly, one of the crew members had a thought and suggested, "Why don't we knock her out first, leave her here, and deal with her later?" After a moment of contemplation, Carter nodded in agreement, stating, "It must be done this way." Upon hearing this, Perona's eyes widened with fear, and she froze in place, obediently sitting still. "Ah, she has stopped moving. Should we still knock her out? Perhaps it's safer to do so." Perona shot a fierce glare at the one who suggested knocking her out, then turned her gaze back to Carter with a semblance of compliance. After a moment's reflection, Carter realized that this little girl was the only lead they had unearthed. They could not afford to act hastily. Thus, he said, "I will release you now, but you must not scream. If you do, I will have no choice but to knock you out immediately. Do you understand?" Perona nodded eagerly. Seeing her compliance, Carter loosened his grip. True to her word, Perona ceased her cries and tightly closed her mouth. Carter nodded in satisfaction and reassured her, "Rest assured, we are not villains. Are you a child from this place? Or have you been kidnapped?" Perona replied earnestly, "I am just a child from here." "And where are the adults in your family?" Carter inquired. "My father should be sleeping now," Perona said, placing a finger on her lips, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Narrowing his eyes, Carter pressed further. "Is there anyone else besides your father?" "No, just him." The crew exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. After searching for so long, they had finally uncovered a clue. It seemed that the master of this place was indeed the father of this little girl. Carter asked, "Do you know where your father is now?" "We need to find him." Perona shook her head. "My father is usually busy around the castle. I don't know his exact location." "How do you manage to find him then?" Carter inquired skeptically. "It's just luck. I wander around the castle, and sometimes I get lucky and find him." "That sounds rather unfortunate," a crew member interjected from behind Carter. "A little girl living on such a large ship with pirates. And they don't even take care of her? It must be suffocating for her in that castle." "Why is that?" Perona asked, puzzled. "Isn't it nice to stay in the castle? My father provides me with food and has even given me many lovely dolls to keep me company. It's quite good, but he seldom plays games with me. Just the other day, we were playing a ghost game and he ended up scolding me." As she spoke, a thought struck her, and she exclaimed with delight, "Oh, my father doesn't let me play ghost games. Why don't you all play with me instead?" Realizing that he could not extract any further information from Perona, Carter replied, "We have matters to attend to at the moment. Once we have resolved our issues with your father, we will come back to play with you." "No, please don't go." However, Perona had attached herself to several individuals, playfully imploring, "Can we just have a little fun? We can tackle our work afterward." With that, she eagerly summoned her ghosts from within. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically as they beheld the entities emerging from Perona's body. To their astonishment, she was indeed a user of a devil fruit. No wonder the pirates on this ship had chosen to keep this little girl. She was a wielder of extraordinary powers. Yet, they paid little heed to it. What of a devil fruit user? This mere child, Carter, was unafraid. Even if the likes of Lord Hubert, at such a tender age, were to confront him, they would still be no match for his current prowess, let alone a little girl. Thus, they watched as the ghosts traversed through their bodies, and Carter lamented. I am guilty. I truly am a failure. Lord Hubert has invested so much effort in nurturing me, yet I remain so weak, utterly disgraceful. Why do I even continue to exist? Surely, there is no one more incompetent than I in this world. Perhaps it would be better to simply perish. Observing Carter and the others kneeling on the ground, Perona clapped her little hands joyfully and burst into laughter. Chapter 77, Confident Carter. When Hubert arrived, he beheld a group of individuals kneeling on the ground, their faces seemingly etched with despondency. They murmured phrases such as I truly deserve this and I am utterly useless. The scene bore a certain comedic charm. Not far from them, a little girl adorned in Gothic attire was laughing joyfully. Oh, Perona, Hubert remarked with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that at this juncture, Perona would already be aboard Moria's ship. She certainly had been nurtured in this environment from a young age. Who is she? Hubert? Olivia inquired curiously upon hearing Hubert utter the girl's name. Just a mischievous child, Hubert replied, offering no further explanation, for he knew he ought not to divulge too much. Revealing excessive information would only serve to compromise his own position. Upon hearing his voice, Perona noticed Hubert and the others, asking, Who are you? Are you with them? How do you know my name? I came with them, and I learned your name while conversing with Moria. I am an old friend of his. Did he not mention my name to you? Ah, is that so? You are my father's friend, Perona said, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at him. Since you are my father's friend, let us play a ghost game together. As she spoke, the specters hovering beside her surged toward Hubert and his companions. Had it been someone unaware of the situation, they might have been caught off guard. After all, who would take a little girl's attack seriously? However, Hubert was not so careless as to allow Perona's specters to touch him. These spirits had nearly annihilated the Straw Hat crew. Were it not for the miraculous intervention of Usopp, the crew would have faced utter obliteration at the hands of the little girl before them. This was a nearly insurmountable ability. Only those with sufficiently strong haki could render themselves immune to such attacks. Yet, despite having learned haki, Hubert was acutely aware of his limitations. His haki was hardly more than non-existent, lacking even the 5th level. As the specters approached, Hubert swiftly pulled Olivia aside and moved to Perona's side, gently tapping her on the head. Perona immediately succumbed to unconsciousness, causing the specters to vanish. Carter and the others finally regained their composure, awkwardly rising from the ground. Carter felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Not only had he just embarrassed himself, but he had also been bested by a little girl. This was an affront to his dignity. At a loss for how to face Hubert, he simply cradled his head in his arms. Ah, my head aches terribly. What transpired? Why can I remember nothing? Lord Hubert, how did you come to be here? The others, witnessing this, were first taken aback before subsequently mimicking his behavior. Oh, my head hurts. Where is this? Was I not on a mission? How did I end up here? What just happened? Why can I remember nothing at all? Hubert, must you act even more artificially? You have been thoroughly defeated, and I bear you no ill will, after all. This is the very individual who nearly obliterated the Straw Hat crew, so it is only natural that you would be unable to prevail. Hubert sighed and remarked, Enough with the pretense. You're making a fool of yourself in front of others. It was only then that the crowd turned their attention to Kazan, who stood beside Hubert, and they all straightened up in their seats. Who is this individual? He is remarkably tall. Kazan, towering at 3 meters, certainly stands out amongst the crowd. Hubert offered no explanation, merely stating, She is just an ordinary guest, here to reminisce with me. Carter did not press further but inquired, My Lord Hubert, what shall we do now? How should we handle this little girl? Shall we eliminate her? Hubert squinted, contemplating the situation. Let us keep her here for the time being, assigning a watchful guard. If she awakens, we shall render her unconscious once more. He had no desire to be interrupted by Perona's little specter while engaged in a confrontation with Moria. That would spell trouble indeed. The others, upon hearing Hubert's words, did not oppose his seemingly cruel decision regarding the little girl. Instead, they nodded in agreement, not wishing to endure that unsettling sensation once more. Suddenly, amid their discussion, the castle began to tremble violently. A series of thunderous roars erupted. Hubert, having grown weary of such sounds in recent days, immediately recognized what it was. One person stay here, the rest, follow me. Les and the others have engaged Moria. Damn it, how reckless. When Hubert and his companions arrived, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Les was firmly pinned beneath a foot, having transformed into a formidable tiger-like figure. After selecting Les and his partner for enhancement, he promptly chose a devil fruit for them. Given Les's considerable prowess in direct combat, Hubert bestowed upon him the animal-type devil fruit, the tiger fruit. Meanwhile, Rumba was still being relentlessly pursued and attacked by Moria. As he fled, he extracted mucus from his nose and hurled it at Moria's body. The mucus exploded midair with a thunderous roar, showcasing the devil fruit Hubert had selected for him. Rumba excelled in flanking attacks and distracting opponents, thus, Hubert provided him with the explosive fruit, which had also appeared in the original narrative, held by one of Crocodile's subordinates. This fruit allowed energy to be imbued into the mucus, causing it to detonate. In the original story, it had caused considerable trouble for Zoro when his sword struck the mucus. In any case, Rumba was able to briefly engage Moria using the powers of this devil fruit. Logically, this flying projectile seemed absurd. The disparity in strength between the two was vast, and Rumba should have been swiftly overpowered. However, Moria was exceedingly wary of Rumba's attacks and sought to avoid them at all costs, allowing Rumba to momentarily restrain Moria. This was precisely why Hubert had chosen this particular devil fruit for Rumba, who wouldn't be intimidated by a flying mass of mucus. The fear it instilled effectively achieved the intended distraction. Observing the scene unfold, Hubert smiled with satisfaction. The devil fruits he painstakingly selected were indeed extraordinary. Kazan watched the spectacle of their battle, his lips twitching in bemusement. What a peculiar and revolting fruit. The stalemate between the two slowly shifted as time elapsed. Moria, utilizing his exceptional combat intellect, gradually cornered Rumba, leaving him with no means of retreat and poised on the brink of despair. Hubert could no longer remain a mere observer and stepped forward, saying, "Hey, Moria." Moria turned his head and caught sight of Hubert and his companions. Although he had sensed something unusual upon their arrival, he initially assumed they were merely underlings of Lumba. He was taken aback when someone directly called out his name. Realizing that the situation was not as he had anticipated. "Who are you?" he inquired, eyeing Hubert, who stood at the forefront, arms crossed. "I am Hubert, a bounty hunter, and I hereby officially declare your arrest. You are a pirate with a bounty of 320 million. Hubert. Moria squinted, seemingly unfamiliar with the name. Moreover, he recalled that bounty hunters rarely undertook formidable tasks. This thought eased his mind considerably. "Oh, ha ha ha. You think you can take me on? Young man, this sea is far more complex than you can imagine." As he spoke, Moria's hair, resembling green onions, swayed ominously, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Hubert let out a cold chuckle. His name had gained considerable notoriety upon the vast ocean, creating a fervor that swept through the waves. Many had set sail with the ambition of becoming bounty hunters, with him as their target. Moria, displaying an unfamiliar demeanor, appeared to be a figure disheartened and withdrawn, likely defeated by Kaido, immersed in his own world and oblivious to the happenings beyond. "Lord Hubert, wait a moment." Just as Hubert was about to impart a lesson on humility, Carter abruptly interrupted him. At that moment, Carter's gaze was fixed intently on Moria, veins bulging from his skin, clearly indicating a state of tension. The wolf-like hair upon him shimmered ominously, exuding an air of terror. Hubert gazed at him in astonishment, momentarily taken aback, and then found it somewhat incredible as he remarked, "Surely, you cannot be." Carter interjected, "I request to engage in battle with Moria." "Hubert, how dare you challenge Moria after being bested by a mere little girl? Such audacity is astonishing, or perhaps it is sheer folly." Yet, at that moment, Carter harbored an entirely different thought. He believed that being ambushed by Perona's abilities was indeed a genuine surprise, one he had not anticipated. However, to be defeated by a little girl was undeniably humiliating. He felt compelled to take action to restore his dignity. Defeating Moria would present a remarkable opportunity to earn the respect of others. Having accompanied Hubert, he had witnessed the prolonged struggle between Moria and Lumba. Lumba had barely managed to hold his ground against him for long. By that measure, his strength surpassed that of Moria. This was a perfect chance to prove himself. Hubert had underestimated him. His prowess had evolved far beyond what it once was. As Carter's resolve strengthened, Hubert, with a resigned nod, acquiesced to his request. With Hubert's approval, Carter transformed entirely into his wolf-like form. His sinewy muscles radiated explosive power, and the fierce gaze of his wolfish visage seemed to envision his impending victory. Moria scoffed. "Having just vanquished a mere kitten, you now dare to confront a puppy? A woo." Ignoring Moria's taunts, Carter was now fervently eager to demonstrate his worth. He charged directly at Moria, his sharp claws slicing through the air with sparks seemingly igniting in their wake. Moria remained unfazed as Carter approached, remarking, This little wolf pup appears to be slightly more formidable than the recent kitten. It seems you possess potential. With a swift motion, Moria seized Carter's raised claw as effortlessly as one would grasp a chick. In that instant, terror flashed across Carter's face as he attempted to withdraw. But Moria's grip remained unyielding. In a moment of desperation, Carter's eyes darted, and he unleashed his ultimate technique, Wolf Fang Bite. With that, he lunged at Moria. Yet, Moria was swifter, striking with lightning speed and firmly grasping Carter's jaws, forcing his mouth shut. Struggling to exhale, Carter was compelled to swallow hard, nearly choking in the process. Observing Carter's eyes roll back as he nearly fainted, Moria found it peculiar. He had not even exerted himself, yet this fellow appeared on the brink of death. Was he merely a pretty face without substance? With his lethal maneuver thwarted, Carter found himself at a loss. He could not fathom why Lumba managed to hold his own against Moria while he was so swiftly overwhelmed. After a futile struggle, he could not break free and turned to Hubert with a pleading gaze that seemed to implore, "Lord Hubert, save me." Hubert's lips twitched. Having just exhibited such confidence moments ago, what has caused this sudden change? The onlookers beside him struggled to suppress their laughter, their efforts clearly taxing. Hubert turned to Kazan and remarked, "I beg your pardon. Allow me to attend to this." With that, he gracefully leaped forward, landing just a short distance in front of Moria. Another challenger? A battle of attrition, perhaps? Why not all come at me together? Moria discarded the card he held, his tone laced with mockery. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he was released, Carter was unable to suppress his cough. A stream of green mist emerged with each cough, silently drifting away. Hubert had no intentions of conversing further with Moria, especially after Carter had just humiliated him in a rather significant manner. He felt compelled to restore his dignity. Just as he was about to take action, he noticed Moria suddenly wearing a distressed expression, struggling to lift his hand, pointing at Hubert and exclaiming, "What have you done to me?" Then, with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. "Hubert, what is happening? Has he awakened the Conqueror's Haki? Did he directly render Moria unconscious? No, that cannot be right. Even if he had awakened the Conqueror's Haki, it shouldn't be sufficient to knock Moria out, should it? Isn't the basic Conqueror's Haki merely employed to clear out weaker foes? Moreover, is an untrained Conqueror's Haki indiscriminate? If Moria is unconscious, how could Carter possibly still be standing?" In his confusion, Hubert suddenly caught sight of a flash of green. Following the direction from which the green emanated, he noticed it was coming from Carter's mouth. And this green hue continued to spread. "Goodness!" Hubert exclaimed, shouting, "Everyone, retreat immediately. Leave Carter behind." He then abruptly vanished from his spot, carrying Alvia out of the room. The others, witnessing this, quickly followed suit, leaving only Carter and Moria alone in the chamber. What just transpired? Why did Moria suddenly collapse? Outside the door, Alvia inquired with curiosity, "Did you strike him?" Hubert scratched his head and replied, "No, I did not take action. It was Carter who did." The crew members who were brought in all emitted incredulous sounds. How could that be? Just moments ago, Captain Carter was utterly powerless. Could it be that Lord Hubert concocted this excuse to save face for Lord Carter? Indeed, he clearly did nothing. Faced with the gazes of the crowd, Hubert found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated Carter's formidable prowess. Such power. One might think that even Magellan would be left with a hand if he were to face it. Chapter 78. The establishment of the Grassleaf Group under Carter's overwhelming display of might. Hubert managed to resolve the situation with Moria without lifting a finger. The proceedings went remarkably smoothly. Hubert directly commandeered the terrifying triangular sailboat as his stronghold. He pondered for a moment, now that he had established a base. It was time for their bounty hunter group to acquire a name, much like the Straw Hat Pirates or the Spade Pirates. Within Moria's castle, no. Within Hubert's castle, the group deliberated for a while before finally arriving at a name, the Grassleft Bounty Hunter Group. Though it was said to be a collective decision, it was, in truth, Hubert's autocratic choice. The natural type devil fruit he possessed was the forest fruit, a botanical variety, hence the name. Moria and Perona were still slumbering, and Hubert had yet to formulate a plan for their fate. After all, Moria was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and recklessly ending his life could have dire consequences. If the Gorosei were to take issue with this matter, it could lead to complications. Death was improbable. The Gorosei would likely use this incident to their advantage, demanding Hubert join the navy or even replace Moria as one of the warlords. Moreover, the thought of taking the life of the Gothic little girl, Perona, weighed heavily on his conscience. After contemplating for a while, Hubert remained uncertain about how to proceed. So he turned to Carter and asked, "Carter, how did your poison suddenly become so formidable? While it was impressive before, it shouldn't have been capable of incapacitating Moria outright." Hubert had witnessed Carter's previous bravado. Although it was fierce, managing to poison a logistics veteran like Coloca's was already pushing the limits. It was inconceivable that he could incapacitate a robust pirate like Moria. Carter, looking somewhat bewildered, scratched his head and replied, "I don't know. I just became stronger all of a sudden. Reflect on any peculiar experiences you may have had. If you could harness this newfound ability, your power would increase significantly." Such a level of toxin, if utilized effectively, could potentially allow Carter to contend with someone of Moria's caliber. As for surpassing that, it could not merely be achieved through ambush. If Carter were to attempt poisoning Hubert, even if he were unaware beforehand, Hubert's Kinbunchika haki would alert him in advance, allowing him to evade Carter's toxins with ease. Furthermore, beyond a certain threshold, one's physique would undergo a complete transformation, transcending the limitations of human anatomy. Such a body would resemble that of a primordial behemoth, capable of shattering mountains with bare hands. Trivial poison would not be a concern. Carter evidently recognized this truth and became excited. Despite the rather unappealing nature of this experience, if it led to the awakening of a new lethal technique, it would not be in vain. He could always redeem his pride next time. He began to reflect on the sensations he experienced while using the poison, leaving no detail overlooked. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Uh-huh." After a moment of contemplation, Carter speculated, "Previously, when I was using the poison, Moria had seized my mouth, forcing the toxin back down my throat into my body. It seems that some transformation occurred at that moment. In the heat of being captured, I didn't dwell on it. But upon reflection, it is plausible that the gas underwent some mutation within me. The likelihood of this is quite high." Hobart nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging Carter's hypothesis. With growing excitement, Carter declared, "I shall conduct an experiment immediately." With that, he promptly transformed into his werewolf form and took a deep breath. Hobart's expression changed suddenly as he swiftly covered his mouth. Carter looked at Hubert with a hint of confusion, unsure of his intentions. Was he perhaps attempting to assist him in an experiment? However, Carter could easily hold his breath without any need for reenactment. Hubert exhaled impatiently. "What are you thinking? There are so many people here. Do you expect me to find a secluded spot for you? Go conduct your experiments elsewhere." As he spoke, Hubert grasped his wolfish jaw and propelled him towards the castle window, delivering a forceful kick that sent him tumbling out. Carter, ejected from the castle, rolled several times across the lawn outside, unable to stifle a gasp which erupted forth. The moment the green gas met the grass, the verdant blades began to wither and turn yellow, succumbing to decay. After expelling Carter, Hubert found himself at a loss for further activities and resolved to show Alvia around his new castle. However, the presence of Moria posed a dilemma. He could awaken at any moment, and among those present, only he and Kazan could contain Moria. Yet, Kazan had not yet joined their ragtag band of bounty hunters. Should they consider dragging Moria along? Hubert shook his head repeatedly, finding the situation exceedingly perplexing. In the end, he decided to douse Moria's face with a splash of cold water. The unconscious Moria jolted awake, emerging from her stupor. "It's you. What have you done to me?" she exclaimed in shock upon seeing Hubert's face. Hubert's lips twitched with unease. How strange it was for a robust man, towering at 7 or 8 meters, to appear as vulnerable as a bullied bride. Moria's countenance darkened as he surveyed the surroundings. Although he could not fathom the means by which he had been rendered unconscious, he understood that if such a method had succeeded once, it could surely be employed again. He now regarded Hubert with utmost vigilance, prepared to counter any offensive. The earlier dismissive glances he cast at Hubert had vanished without a trace. "I summoned you to convey a message. From this moment forth, your ship is under our command," Hubert declared. "What? You arrogant brat, do you know who I am? I am the Moonlight Moria, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. And what of it? Are you truly oblivious to your predicament?" Hubert shrugged, his tone dripping with palpable menace. Moria's eyes glinted as he swiftly launched an attack. His massive claws lunged toward Hubert, accompanied by a fierce shout. "You despicable wretch! Do you believe that by employing such underhanded tactics to defeat me, you can rest easy? I shall not grant you time to utilize any unknown methods." Moria moved with astonishing speed, leaving a fleeting shadow in his wake. His imposing figure exuded grace, clad in a black Gothic coat that made him resemble a wraith of the night. Bang! Moria's hand struck Hubert with tremendous force, enveloping his body within his enormous palm. Yet, to his astonishment, Hubert remained utterly unmoved under the immense pressure. What is this? Moria's expression twisted with disbelief. The sensation of steel-like resistance emanating from Hubert's body prevented Moria from advancing, causing him pain instead. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming force surging forth, compelling him to loosen his grip. Determined not to grant Hubert an opportunity, Moria endeavored to reassert his hold. However, no matter how he strained, the power he encountered was insurmountable. Ultimately, his grip was completely pried open, revealing Hubert's true form. Although Moria had tousled Hubert's clothing, there were no visible wounds or traces of blood. To his bewilderment, Hubert's hands had transformed, taking on a dark hue that gleamed like iron in the dim light. What on earth is this? Moria's complexion soured. Following his battle against Kaido in Wano country, he had begun to harbor doubts about his own strength. Yet being overpowered in such a manner was utterly unacceptable. Nearby, Kazan observed the scene with a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, pondering silently. This level of haki appears rather feeble. Could it be that Akainu has truly been defeated by him? Hubert grasped Moria's hand and, with a swift motion, executed a shoulder throw. Moria's massive form was effortlessly flung backward, akin to a mere plaything, crashing heavily onto the ground. The castle appeared to tremble slightly, and a small crater formed upon the earth's surface. Hubert felt a sense of satisfaction. The quality of this castle was indeed quite remarkable. It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. Hey, rise and shine, do not feign death. I shall inquire once more. Do you have any objections to the requisition of your vessel? Moria buried his head in the ground, pretending not to hear. He was now engulfed in a profound state of self-doubt. How could this happen? Why had my strength diminished to such an extent that even an obscure bounty hunter could best me? Indeed, the power of humanity cannot surpass that of these monsters. I must adopt alternative strategies. My plans must come to fruition. For now, I shall endure humiliation and toil, for when my scheme is set into motion, no one upon these seas shall rival me. In a brief span of time, Moria's heart underwent considerable transformation. When Hubert inquired once more about his opinion on the requisition of the ship, he finally lifted his head from the ground. I acquiesce. This vessel is yours. However, I must take my belongings with me. Hubert let out a cold laugh. Moria, you must comprehend your current status. How dare you negotiate terms with me? Allow me to be clear. You can either take your belongings and leave, remain here as a slave, or face death. Moria's face contorted with a mix of shame and anger. Do not push me too far. Are we truly to reach a point of no return? Enough of your rambling. Make your choice. Will you depart, stay, or perish? Moria's expression began to shift, oscillating between rage, resignation, and sorrow, more dramatic than a Sichuan opera's face-changing act. His initial plan had been to rise again by utilizing the corpse of the demon Oz within the castle, but if he were to be expelled like this, he would lose his trump card. Yet, it appeared he had little choice. He was certain that this diminutive figure before him would not allow him to escape unscathed if he uttered a simple refusal. Hubert, too, pondered the situation, perhaps discerning Moria's intentions. He was reluctant to push too far. A cornered dog may leap over walls. If he were to drive Moria to desperation, the consequences could be dire. Should he eliminate Moria, he would only embroil himself in turmoil. After a moment of contemplation, observing Moria's increasingly despondent expression, Hubert seized the moment to speak. Of course, if there is anything you wish to take, I may be able to accommodate you, but it will come at a cost. After all, the body of the demon Oz was of little use to him. Giving it to Moria seemed acceptable. However, it was imperative that he extracted a fair price. A cost? Moria's eyes immediately gleamed with intrigue. What sort of cost? Nothing excessive, merely a payment in belly, Hubert replied. Just belly? Is that true? Moria's face lit up with excitement. Although the items rightfully belonged to him, even the ship was his, he felt an unexpected, almost morbid sense of gratitude upon realizing Hubert was willing to trade Oz's body with him. Noting the shift in Moria's demeanor, Hubert chuckled softly within. Indeed, it is true. There is no need for deceit. How much belly do you propose? Well, that depends on the value of the item, Hubert replied. Moria felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for a straightforward transaction to retrieve Oz's body immediately. Very well, I shall exchange for something now. Leading Hubert and the others to the side of Oz's corpse, Moria pointed and declared, I wish to exchange for this first. What is its price in belly? As they gazed upon the massive demon's carcass, Disbelief swept over them. Even Kazan, who had encountered numerous giants, was taken aback. While others may have thought it to be a mere legend of the giant race, Kazan recognized that this was no ordinary giant's form. In comparison to this corpse, typical giants resembled mere children. Even Hubert, though prepared, was momentarily stunned by the sheer enormity of the remains. It was no wonder Moria believed that controlling Oz's body would grant him dominion over the seas, had he been unaware of the formidable creatures lurking in the ocean. He might have thought the same. This was truly a matter of species dominance, akin to a prehistoric shark facing off against a mere grass carp. Who could have predicted that the grass carp would triumph over the prehistoric behemoth? What do you think? How much belly for this? Moria, relishing the astonishment of his audience, could not help but feel a surge of pride, his ego soaring to great heights. Hubert feigned deep contemplation as he remarked, "I have yet to behold such a colossal giant's carcass. Its value appears to be exceedingly high, rendering me somewhat reluctant to part with it." Upon hearing this, Fire Scallion grew anxious. "Hey, we had a deal." Hubert shrugged, relishing the upper hand in the situation. He could sell if he wished, or choose not to sell at all. Moria, agitated like an ant on a hot skillet, paced back and forth, exclaiming, "This item is of no use to you. It would be better off in my hands." Of no use? Such a sizable corpse could serve as a remarkable exhibit. One could even establish a dedicated museum for it, which would undoubtedly attract immense popularity. Alternatively, it could be auctioned, drawing numerous eager buyers. Since my intent is solely to profit, why not sell it to me? I am willing to offer more." Moria pleaded anxiously. Observing his demeanor, Hubert's lips curled into a smile. The negotiation had yet to commence. Yet Moria had already revealed his desperate desire for the target, a rather foolish move indeed. Although Hubert was already aware of Moria's significant interest in the corpse of the demon Oz, witnessing him openly display such urgency would certainly facilitate a more favorable bargaining process. Hubert settled onto a stool, and before he realized it, Carter appeared by his side, conjuring a cup of tea as if by magic. After leisurely sipping a mouthful, Hubert inquired, "So, what price do you propose?" Chapter 79. The outsider Moria. Poor Moria, still bewildered by the situation, heard Hubert's words and hesitated for a moment. Initially, he had thought that a mere handful of Bailey would suffice for the purchase, considering that the corpse of the demon Oz was of little use to anyone aside from himself. However, Hubert's remark struck a chord, leading him to acknowledge that there might indeed be some intrinsic value to it. Ultimately, he concluded that saving Bailey at this juncture was futile, acquiring the corpse was paramount. Thus, Moria resolutely declared, "Very well, I shall offer you all my savings. After accounting for some losses over the years, I have managed to accumulate approximately 500 million Bailey. That should suffice, wouldn't it?" How utterly impoverished. Hubert silently cursed the impoverished individual in his heart. Subsequently, a rehearsed smile graced his face as he remarked, "First and foremost, I believe you have misunderstood the situation. Your savings now belong to me, do they not? Thus, it is evidently impossible for you to utilize my funds to settle your debts. Furthermore, how could 500 million Belly possibly suffice? Are you treating me as a beggar?" Moria's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Hubert as if astonished by his audacity. The giant's massive frame heaved with rage, veins bulging ominously. It seemed as though fury was about to erupt from his fiery crown, his head appearing to blaze with indignation. Hubert maintained an air of nonchalance. Yet internally he began to cultivate a sense of vigilance. In his estimation, Moria should be able to endure this level of provocation. However, the reality remained uncertain and would ultimately depend on the specific circumstances. He had to remain ever watchful, aware that Moria might not withstand such intolerable demands and could be prepared to take drastic measures. Had it been 1 or 2 years prior, Moria would have likely resorted to violence upon encountering such egregious requests. Yet, following the brutal encounters with Kaido, his capacity for endurance had significantly expanded, as his pride had long since been trampled. After a moment of contemplation to steady his emotions, he inquired in a low voice, "So tell me, how many berries would satisfy you?" Hubert sighed with relief, secretly amused. It seemed that Moria had not yet reached his limits. He made space for Moria and then exchanged a knowing glance with Carter. Carter promptly poured another kettle of tea and placed it on the table. "Please, take a seat. I shall calculate some accounts for you." Moria, feeling anxious yet powerless, complied and sat down obediently. "What accounts are you going to calculate?" "There is no rush." Hubert took out a pen and remarked, "Look, if I were to establish a colossal fossil museum, with tickets priced at 1,000 Bailey each. The innate curiosity of the masses would surely lead to daily crowds. If we conservatively estimate 1,000 visitors per day, that would yield a staggering profit of 1 million Bailey daily. Over the course of a month, that amounts to 30 million, and within a year, I could earn several hundred million. Do you still think 500 million Bailey is a substantial sum? Moria gazed at the string of numbers on the paper, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed, yet he forced a semblance of understanding, nodding earnestly at whatever Hubert said. Occasionally, he would interject with a right or good. However, as Hubert continued, Moria began to sense something amiss. What on earth? Earning several hundred million? Is that truly feasible? Wouldn't that imply a loss of untold billions? He halted Hubert's exuberant musings, inquiring, is it genuinely possible to earn several hundred million in a year? You mustn't be deceiving me, for my reading is rather limited. Hubert patted his chest and declared, of course it is true. Haven't I calculated it all before your very eyes? Surely, you must comprehend it. No. How could that be? Moria shook his head repeatedly, reluctant to reveal his true identity. I simply find it exceedingly exaggerated. But this is the reality, Hubert continued to persuade. The feasibility of what he proposed was, in fact, rather low. Setting aside labor costs, the sheer volume of foot traffic would pose significant challenges. Initially, it might be manageable. But as time progressed, once everyone had seen it, they would be unwilling to spend money to view it again, unless he relocated it after a single showcase. But that would bring forth substantial transportation issues. Transporting such a large corpse across the ocean is no trivial task. Not only is it expensive, but the risks are considerable. One might encounter an unforeseen mishap, and the body could end up at the ocean's depths. Furthermore, in the world of pirates, there are not many idlers willing to pay exorbitant amounts just to glimpse a giant's corpse, unless it is showcased in a prosperous location like Marigios. In other regions, few would expend such a fortune merely for a fleeting glance at a giant's remains. Yet, to display it in Marigios would raise another significant concern, the rental fees, which are notoriously steep. Besides these factors, numerous other obstacles impede the development of this venture. Nonetheless, since boasting incurs no cost, Hubert naturally exaggerated the most favorable aspects. And judging by Moria's somewhat naive demeanor, he likely would not detect the underlying flaws, even if they were glaringly apparent. As anticipated, after examining the bill Hubert had just drafted, Moria appeared somewhat flustered. He had fully embraced Zhang Jinua's assertions that this corpse could yield several hundred million in profit over a year, leading him to question why such a valuable asset would be sold to him. His desire to acquire it for 500 million berries was indeed fanciful. However, he had no other options available. So, how many berries do you require? Moria, unable to part with Oz's corpse, finally inquired of Hubert after a moment of hesitation. I believe this corpse is worth at least 200,000 to 300,000 berries. Hubert, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, however, you certainly cannot produce such a sum of money. What shall we do? After spending so much time at sea, why have you saved only a mere 500 million berries? That seems rather inadequate, does it not? Moria felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Previously, he had held a certain pride in his savings, considering himself quite formidable compared to other pirates of his time. While many of his contemporaries struggled to make ends meet, resorting to collecting protection fees akin to a criminal syndicate, he had engaged in thrilling adventures at sea and amassed a considerable fortune. Yet now, he found himself questioning his worth, realizing he could not even muster 2 billion berries. Observing Moria lost in self-doubt, Hubert refrained from further belittling him and suggested, how about this? You have indeed been of great assistance to me, so I shall offer you a discount. Let us say 50% off. If you can present me with 1 billion berries, I will gladly hand over this corpse to you. A transaction of cash for goods. Is that truly the case? Moria exclaimed, lifting his gaze with a spark of newfound hope. Upon seeing Hubert nod in affirmation, he instinctively raised his fist in excitement. All right, it is settled. I will certainly gather the 1 billion berries to reclaim Oz's body. Seeing the determination etched on Moria's face, Hubert smiled with satisfaction. He reached out his hand, hovering in the air. Moria, puzzled by the gesture, stood still, unsure of what to do. The seasoned carter quickly interjected, crouched down. Although uncertain of the reason, Moria complied and squatted. Hubert gently patted Moria's arm and encouraged him, work diligently. You are a robust young man, in the prime of your life. Do not wait until old age to have regrets. Moria nodded earnestly, rest assured, I will gather the 1 billion berries as swiftly as possible. Oh, It is this youthful spirit that I admire, Hubert replied. However, allow me to caution you. Do not resort to violence against civilians. We are cultured pirates. Here's a thought for you. Seek out those formidable pirates. They tend to be quite wealthy and often have bounties that are significantly substantial. Hubert generously began to impart his wisdom to Moria, but then a thought struck him. Ah, I see you are a pirate, aren't you? It is rather unwise to exchange pirates for bounties. Here's the deal. You capture the pirates and bring them to me, and I shall reclaim them. However, the price cannot adhere to the sum stated on the bounty notice. We shall share the bounty in a ratio of 3 to 7. What do you think? 3% for you? That's outrageous. Moria retorted, now fully engaged in the negotiation for the rewards. Not so fast, Hubert interjected. It shall be 3 for you and 7 for me. Moria exclaimed in disbelief. What? I battle the pirates. I capture them. I transport them, and you do nothing. Why should you receive 70%? Ah, but you see, without me, this transaction would never materialize. It is only reasonable that I charge a premium, Hubert replied, adopting the demeanor of a shrewd merchant. In truth, even without a commission, he would have accepted the pirates, as he was in dire need of their loot. The prospect of receiving pirates on a silver platter delighted him. Yet, if he could earn a greater sum, why not? Moria's expression darkened. To him, Hubert's actions were no different from theft. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Never mind, I shall manage on my own. Hubert felt a sense of foreboding, after all. This matter was not solely under his control. Moria could easily seek assistance from others, and such a harsh split of profits was rather excessive. He hastily attempted to salvage the situation, saying, Please, do not approach it this way. If you engage others for this transaction, you may inevitably encounter the treacherous schemes of the unscrupulous. However, we are different. I am a righteous bounty hunter, and I would never resort to such underhanded tactics. My fees are clearly stated. Moreover, if this price does not align with your expectations, we can certainly negotiate. How about a 60 to 40 split? You take 60, and I take 40. Moria shook his head once more, stating, I have no intention of seeking others. I can exchange the bounty myself. You? Hubert exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. How could I have forgotten? You are one of the 7 warlords of the sea, aren't you? Hubert had been mindful of this detail, which had prevented him from eliminating Moria directly for fear of incurring the wrath of the world government. Throughout their subsequent discussions, Moria had consistently positioned himself as a pirate, showing no semblance of the stature associated with the warlords. He had not even mentioned it, leading Hubert to gradually forget this fact until it suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Moria, somewhat puzzled, inquired, How do you know this? Not long ago, a few individuals claiming to be from CP0 approached me, stating that I was appointed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. From that point forward, I would be considered a partner of the Navy, exempt from pursuit and no longer under bounty. I accepted their offer. Therefore, as a partner of the Navy, I am no longer a mere pirate. I should be able to handle the bounty exchange myself. Given that, let us leave it at that. Hubert felt somewhat fatigued, although it seemed he had lost nothing. A vague sense of loss lingered within him. Silently, he cursed the 5 elders in his mind. Dejected, Hubert prepared to turn away when he was called by Maria. Is there something else? Hubert inquired. I wish to ask about Perona, Maria replied, anxious that Hubert might not recognize her name. She is the little girl inside the castle. You must have encountered her. How is she faring? In a state of despondency, Hubert was disinclined to concern himself with the fate of the young girl, responding, Do as you wish. If you want to take her, then take her. Without hesitation, Maria asked, Could she remain here? Remain? Why? Hubert turned back, intrigued. I am to engage in battle with the pirates and have no inclination to protect her. If she stays aboard the ship, she should be quite safe. After a brief exchange, Maria perceived that despite Hubert's somewhat dubious nature, he ultimately possessed a semblance of kindness. After all, why would he be willing to sell Oz's corpse to him at a discount? Leaving Perona on Hubert's ship should ensure her safety. Poor Maria was deftly manipulated by Hubert and had become quite befuddled in the process. Hubert concurred with the notion that if Maria took the little girl along, it would undoubtedly diminish his efficiency. Suit yourself. If you wish to keep her, then do so, Hubert remarked, as he reached for Olivia's hand to depart. Wait, what now? Hubert asked, slightly irritated. I need a ship to set sail, but yours has been commandeered by you. I am unable to venture forth. This presented a dilemma. Hubert stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. How about this? You could chop down some trees on the ship and construct a vessel of your own. I see you have quite a number of trees aboard. It shouldn't take long. Alternatively, you may rent my ship, though you will need to pay interest. On the topic of interest, Hubert suddenly recalled a concern. What if Mariah had a change of heart and decided to flee? Thus, he added, by the way, I will safeguard Oz's corpse for you, but you are aware of its immense value. Idling for even a day incurs a loss of millions. Seeing Mariah nod in agreement, Hubert continued, therefore, I require some interest on this arrangement, calculated as a percentage of your 10 billion. It would be prudent for you to earn some money to lessen your interest payments. Let us set the annual interest rate at 14. Moria contemplated for a moment and found no fault in the situation. He believed that Hubert had already shown him considerable regard by not opening the museum during his absence to earn berries, and thus it was reasonable for him to charge a fee. After all, leaving Oz's corpse idle was tantamount to incurring a loss. This realization made Moria reflect on his past negligence in allowing Oz's body to languish for so long. In Chapter 80, Abandoning Kazan, Moria ultimately decided against renting a vessel. He felt that it was imperative for him to focus on accumulating wealth, conserving every single berry. Embracing his youth, he reasoned that enduring some hardship was acceptable as long as he could earn more berries. Consequently, the trees aboard the ship suffered greatly, one after another falling victim to the incessant sound of axes. Fortunately, the ship was abundant with trees. Moria was able to harvest enough to construct the required vessels without significantly diminishing the area of vegetation. Thus, he commenced his somewhat clumsy efforts at carpentry. Hubert initially contemplated dispatching the ship as carpenter to assist him, as the inexperienced Moria was indeed progressing at a rather sluggish pace in shipbuilding. However, Moria gracefully declined, citing the lack of Bailey as the reason. This left Hubert feeling somewhat despondent. Did Moria truly perceive him as merely a materialistic individual? Yet, since Moria was unwilling to expend Bailey, or rather, did not desire his assistance, Hubert chose not to press the matter further. If the process took longer, so be it. A prolonged duration would merely accrue more interest. As Moria commenced the task of felling trees, Hubert, accompanied by Alvia, managed to profit considerably within the confines of the castle. Ultimately, they stumbled upon some of Moria's hidden treasures, including the remains of a dragon horse. However, as Moria had yet to collect an appropriate shadow, the dragon horse remained devoid of consciousness, merely a lifeless carcass. In the future, selling it to Moria could be an option worth considering, for he would likely find it intriguing. Hubert did not desecrate the corpse. Even if Moria showed no interest, the warriors of Wano should surely find it intriguing. Of course, Hubert had not forgotten the primary purpose of his visit. Upon the body of the dragon horse swordsman, he discovered the black blade, Chioshui, that belonged to him. As he caressed the cold surface of Chioshui, feeling the formidable aura emanating from its sheath, a wave of joy surged within Hubert. Indeed, it was worthy of the title of Supreme Great Blade. Its texture was in an entirely different league compared to the Sandai Katetsu, remarkably smooth, with a gentle flick. Hubert unleashed a powerful flying slash from the blade, which tore through the air and traveled far into the mist-laden expanse until it vanished from sight. Astonishingly, a fissure was cleaved into the gray mist, allowing the blinding sunlight to stream through, illuminating both Hubert and his companion, Alvia. Bathed in the radiant light, they appeared to be enveloped in an aura of sanctity. Alvia gazed at Hubert's profile and inquired with a smile, "How does it feel? It seems your slash this time is significantly more powerful than before." Indeed, Hubert nodded in agreement. In recent days, he had also trained Alvia, but her frail constitution yielded little progress. Hubert found it rather unrealistic to rely on Olivia's training to transform her into a formidable warrior. Thus, he resolved to provide her with a devil fruit instead. At present, he had yet to decide which fruit to bestow upon her. Previously, he had contemplated granting her the white rabbit fruit, a decision driven by an understanding that those in the know would appreciate. However, Olivia's current desire for strength rendered the white rabbit fruit somewhat inappropriate. The more potent devil fruits in his possession were reserved for his own use, while the others seemed ill-suited for her needs. He resolved to wait for the emergence of new devil fruits before offering one to Olivia. Despite her current lack of power, Hubert had taken the initiative to enlighten Olivia about various abilities in recent days, thereby broadening her perspective on strength. In this regard, Olivia had made commendable progress. With further cultivation, she might even become a battlefield commentator. It was evident that her background in research endowed her with considerable intellectual prowess, allowing her to grasp concepts with ease. unlike Les and his companions, who had made no advancements, content to charge blindly ahead. They were indeed deserving of their reputation as brutes. Given Olivia's expanded horizons, she could discern that Hubert's sword strikes appeared stronger than before. The primary reason was that Hubert felt a surge of power emanating from the blade at the moment of his swing, infusing his flying slash with remarkable force. This power was familiar to Hubert. It was the essence of hockey. Truly, the black blade was impressive. Hubert mused again, unable to part with the autumn water. Ideally, possessing a black blade of his own would be preferable, but given his current mastery of hockey, he was still far from that goal. For now, he would have to make do with the autumn water. Following this, Hubert guided Olivia on a comprehensive tour of the formidable ship, the terrifying triangular sail. However, he had since renamed it, deeming it the Giant Spirit. After a thorough inspection, Hubert felt satisfaction mingled with a sense of unease. After some contemplation, he identified the root of the issue. The name Giant Spirit felt too ominous. It suited Moria, who embodied the persona of a dark overlord, as the eerie atmosphere complemented his character perfectly. However, with Hubert's arrival, a figure of light, such a dark aesthetic was no longer fitting. Olivia, have you studied architectural renovation? Hubert inquired. Taken aback by the question, Olivia replied, I have not formally studied it, but I've come across some information in ancient texts. So I suppose I have some basic understanding. I see, Hubert mused, resting his chin in thought as he surveyed the Giant Spirit. Feel free to design this ship. Our future headquarters will be established here, so remodel it according to your vision. Is that truly permissible? Shouldn't our bounty hunter crew have individuals skilled in this area? I'm merely an outsider and may not design it well. Olivia hesitated, yet a flicker of excitement danced in her eyes. You lead the way, she replied. Hubert gently caressed her silky hair, savoring its smoothness beneath his fingertips. From now on, this will be our home. We shall shape it according to your vision. Design it as you please, and if necessary, we can always make alterations later. Olivia was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Hubert's smiling face. Home. It was a term she hadn't encountered in quite some time. It seemed that many souls adrift upon this vast sea had long forsaken the notion of home. Chasing their dreams in distant lands, the word itself felt like a distant memory. But did no one truly care? What troubles you? Hubert inquired, having leaned closer to her side, noticing her momentary distraction. Nothing really. I suppose I shall undertake the design, she replied, though I might borrow ideas from ancient architectural blueprints, which may render the final appearance somewhat rustic. Huh, can your design ever be deemed rustic? It would embody tradition and elegance. Hubert laughed heartily. Do you have any suggestions? I would be delighted to incorporate them. Hubert shook his head and said, What suggestions could I possibly offer? It is best to follow your lead. How can that be? Olivia replied, gently pushing Hubert away as he drew closer. Did you not say this is home? This is not merely my home. It is yours as well. As she spoke, Olivia's voice grew softer and her cheeks took on a faint blush. Although they had been together for several months, instances of overt emotional expression had been few and far between, and their interactions often bore a hint of formality. Hubert found this quite troubling, attributing it to their lack of deeper intimacy, which hindered them from fully opening up to one another. In contrast, Olivia was rather content with their current state of companionship. Hubert listened to Olivia's voice, a mischievous smile unexpectedly gracing his lips. He leaned closer to Olivia once more, their faces intimately close. Hubert could feel the warmth of Olivia's breath and see the flush that adorned her skin. He remarked, Let us maintain our composure. It would be prudent to uphold the esteemed reputation of the Titan. Without waiting for Olivia's response, he leaned in and kissed her passionately. After a brief moment, Hubert lifted his head. Olivia gasped for air. Have you contemplated how to deal with Kazan? Hubert inquired, still entranced by the lingering thrill of their kiss. Olivia seemed momentarily dazed. Have you considered whether to keep him or release him? Upon regaining her senses, Olivia fell silent, pondering the matter. Haven't made up your mind yet? Hubert sighed. You must decide swiftly. There ought to be a resolution regarding his fate. It is not advisable to leave him in suspense. Olivia murmured softly, yet offered no further elaboration. Do you find it difficult to accept that he participated in the demon-slaying decree of Ohala? Not exactly, Olivia replied, shaking her head gently. Hubert felt somewhat astonished. He had always believed this to be the reason. Sensing his confusion, Olivia elaborated. Although he participated in the demon-slaying decree, he also saved Robin. While his actions may appear somewhat selfish, I believe that these two deeds can effectively cancel each other out. Hubert expressed his understanding. Although the demon-slaying order had resulted in numerous casualties, they were ultimately outsiders. However, Robin, whom Kazan had saved, was the biological daughter of Alvia. What are you concerned about? Hubert inquired. Alvia hesitated before responding. I am troubled by the fact that he killed Salong. Though Salong hailed from the Navy, he had aided me greatly on this journey, serving as my savior. Even at the brink of destruction during the final moments of O'Hara, he risked his life to rescue both me and Robin, and as a consequence, he lost his own life. I cannot forgive the one who took his life. I see. Hubert nodded in comprehension. In that case, we simply won't allow him on board. But we require his combat prowess. Alvia's throat constricted as she spoke after a prolonged silence. Do not worry. Even without him, our combat capabilities remain formidable. Did you not witness it? I have been training Liss and the others, and their strength has surged tremendously. Before long, they will be capable of standing on their own. Alvia remained silent. She was acutely aware that the abilities of Liss and the others paled in comparison to Kazan's prowess. Kazan could easily handle both Liss and Lumba, indeed. Even 100 of them would not stand a chance against him. Observing Hubert's nonchalant demeanor, she felt a surge of emotion within her. She recognized that the ship was currently lacking in combat strength. Otherwise, Hubert would not have suddenly thought to train Liss and the others. It was noteworthy that the former Hubert had been quite leisurely, delegating all tasks to Carter, indulging in a life of ease and freedom. Yet now, Hubert devoted significant time each day to training the crew, becoming increasingly busy. Despite this, he unhesitatingly relinquished Kazan's formidable strength for her sake. A silent resolve began to form within her. Upon returning to the castle, Carter and the others were kneeling on the ground, murmuring phrases like, I should have died long ago. My existence holds no meaning, and similar sentiments. A small girl stood on a nearby stool, witnessing their behavior, remarkably devoid of laughter. Instead, she puffed up her cheeks and crossed her arms, muttering, You made me faint. You made me faint. Meanwhile, Kazan had vanished without a trace, leaving no indication of his whereabouts. Hubert chuckled softly, bemused by how Carter and his companions had once again fallen prey to Perona's whims. He stealthily approached her from behind, grasping the nape of her neck and lifting her effortlessly into the air. Ouch, 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 the petite girl exclaimed, flailing her limbs in a futile attempt to escape. Release them at once. Ignoring her protests, Hubert remarked, You tremble at my presence. Perona, upon hearing his voice, shuddered and stammered, Why you? You are the one who knocked me unconscious. I demand retribution. Despite her fierce words, Hubert sensed the tremors coursing through her small frame, a clear indicator of her fear towards him. It appeared that his earlier act of rendering her unconscious had left a significant psychological imprint. Perona's outward bravado contrasted amusingly with her inner trepidation, prompting Hubert to lean closer and feign intimidation. Is that so? It seems the lesson you learned was insufficient. Shall we repeat the experience? Confronted by his looming visage and the menacing tone of his voice, Perona was instantly petrified, bursting into tears. No, please don't hurt me. If you bully me, my father will surely punish you. Upon hearing her cries, Hubert felt a pang of regret. He had perhaps taken things too far. How could he remedy this situation now? All right, I was merely teasing you. Please stop crying, he said, attempting to soothe her. Yet, Perona was inconsolable, continuing to wail. He couldn't help but wonder. During his time with Robin, she had never been quite so easily frightened. Hubert sighed, and, after trying to console her for a while longer, still saw no improvement. Olivia, who had accompanied him, approached and said, All right, little one, do not cry anymore. Hubert is merely teasing you. Shall we play together? No. You are both in cahoots. You are both villains. Perona cried out. Hubert felt a twinge of annoyance. With a swift glance, he menaced once more, I assure you. Your father has been vanquished by me and is now under my command. This vessel now belongs to me as well. If you, little girl, do not comply, I might as well devour you. Your tender flesh would surely be delectable. Perona's cries abruptly ceased. Trembling, she retorted, How can that be? My father could never be defeated by you. Surely, you are lying, are you not? Chapter 81. Adaptability of Perona. Hubert offered no elaborate explanations. He merely stepped aside to reveal the scene beyond the castle window. Outside, a towering figure, standing at least 7 or 8 meters tall and clad in formal attire, was vigorously swinging an axe. The timber on the ground was cleaved into irregular planks, which he then haphazardly assembled before resuming his relentless chopping. The assembled items were a chaotic jumble, lacking any discernible form. Hubert explained that he was constructing a vessel, preparing to set sail. Is that a ship? It looks so hideous, Perona remarked instinctively. However, she quickly shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, What? Why is my father leaving? Where is he going? Ha ha ha, didn't I just tell you? I defeated him, and this ship now belongs to me. Naturally, he must build a vessel to depart from here. Hubert was amused by Perona's reaction. Truth be told, Moria lacked any aptitude for shipbuilding. The result of his efforts was utterly dismal, barely resembling a boat. A child assembling building blocks could likely produce something more aesthetically pleasing. Despite Moria's insistence on crafting it himself, Hubert felt powerless to intervene. If the outcome was unsatisfactory, they could always fell more trees and start anew. He thought it was rather excessive, as the abundance of trees rendered the thriller bark rather ominous. Perona, having waited a considerable time, finally accepted the news. Her gaze towards Hubert filled with heightened trepidation. In her eyes, Moria was not merely a father, but an invincible warrior. Numerous pirates who had sought trouble were effortlessly vanquished by him, and she had never imagined a day would come when he could be defeated. Cautiously, Perona looked at Hubert, her voice trembling as she asked, What will happen to me now that my father has gone? Hubert scrutinized her from head to toe before responding. After your father's defeat, you have undoubtedly become our spoils of war. If you behave, we shall treat you as a cherished pet. Should your father wish to redeem you in the future, you may leave with him. However, should you prove disobedient, rest assured, I will be obedient. Perona interjected hastily, interrupting Hubert before he could finish. A subtle smile graced the corners of Hubert's lips, yet his tone remained grave as he remarked, That will depend on your future conduct. Olivia, observing the startled Perona, who appeared momentarily dazed, stifled a laugh and stepped forward, assuring her, Do not worry. As long as you behave, Hubert will not harm you. In Olivia's perspective, it would not be long before Robin would join them on the ship, and at that time, Perona, being of a similar age, would make a splendid companion for him. With her vivacious personality, Perona would surely prove to be an excellent playmate. As Olivia's comforting words reached her, Perona astutely recognized that this individual was a dependable ally. With a twinkle in her eyes, she clung to Olivia's arm and asked, Really? If he ever tries to eat me, you must protect me, Annie. Of course. But you must also be obedient, Olivia replied, gently stroking Perona's head, feeling an inexplicable sensation within her. It seemed she had never caressed Robin's head in quite the same manner. No, she had indeed done so, but back then, Robin was but a child, likely devoid of any memory of it. Auntie, you are so kind, Perona said, nestling in Olivia's embrace, cautiously peeking out to gauge Hubert's reaction. Seeing his lack of opposition, she let out a sigh of relief. Given her tender age and the recent tumult she had endured, fatigue soon enveloped her, and she drifted into a deep slumber in Olivia's arms. Hubert chuckled as he approached Olivia from behind, remarking, This little girl, who just a moment ago labeled you as one of the villains alongside me, now affectionately refers to you as Auntie. Such is the nature of children. Olivia gazed at Perona, who had peacefully drifted into slumber, a gentle smile gracing her lips, revealing the warmth of an aunt's affection. Hubert felt a maternal glow radiating from within her. After a day of exertion, you must be weary. Rest for a while, she said to Olivia. In this fog-laden realm, day and night were nearly indistinguishable. However, Hubert surmised that night had already fallen. Olivia responded softly, cradling Perona as she made her way onto the ship. I would like to sleep with her tonight, if that's all right. Hubert chuckled faintly. Of course, that's perfectly fine. It appeared that Olivia had come to regard Perona as her own child. After closing the door and exiting the room, Hubert found an unoccupied chamber, settled cross-legged, and commenced her training in hockey. As she attuned to her own hockey and sensed the hockey emanating from Chioshui, Hubert couldn't help but marvel at the arduous journey of mastering hockey. Notably, the side effects from the tears of angels, researched by Jessie, diminished significantly as her proficiency in hockey deepened. She estimated that once her hockey reached level 10, the side effects would be negligible. The following day, Hubert rose from her slumber. The mist outside seemed to have lifted somewhat. In truth, it was not the fog that had dissipated, but rather Hubert's command to steer the giant spirit outwards the previous night. Living in this forsaken area, where the sun was perpetually obscured, was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Hobart was also aware of a remarkable individual residing in these waters. He was nothing but a mere skeleton, yet possessed exceptional swordsmanship and was also a musician. Indeed, it was Brooke. Originally, Hubert intended to seek him out, hoping to find an opportunity to invite him to join their Straw Hat Pirates. However, he could no longer endure the harsh conditions of this sea. Previously, he had been sustained by the goal of finding autumn water, but now that his objective had been achieved, he wished to leave this place without delay. Hubert also discerned a flaw in the Gigantica. Its speed was rather sluggish. Had it been the Black Pearl, it would have nearly departed from this location by now, while the Gigantica had scarcely covered any distance. To completely leave this place would likely take several days. This left Hubert feeling quite dissatisfied, pondering whether it might be possible to retrofit the vessel in the future, perhaps by incorporating some technological advancements. The Gigantica could launch forth with the same agility as the Thousand Sunny of the Straw Hat crew. Otherwise, it would merely serve as a grand base, relegating the use of other ships for maritime ventures. Within the castle hall, Alvia and Perona had risen early, engaging in playful antics with Carter's crew. The members of Carter seemed to be particularly kind to Perona, perhaps out of pity or a sense of guilt for having previously knocked her unconscious. As they frolicked together with great joy, Jesse and others soon joined them. During his leisurely stroll the previous night, Hubert had invited Jesse and the others to the castle. According to their accounts, Kazan had not troubled them. He merely glanced at Jesse before departing. Since returning from his wanderings with Alvia, Kazan had vanished without a trace, the whereabouts of which remained a mystery. However, Hubert paid little mind to his absence. After all, Alvia had already resolved not to allow him aboard the ship. Suddenly, a somewhat eerie sound echoed from the sea, as if something was drawing near the Gigantica amidst the fog. Chapter 82. Brooke Hubert's ears twitched as he turned towards the source of the sound. This voice had not ceased throughout his current life, yet it was a familiar echo from his previous existence. Amidst the swirling mist, the eerie sound was particularly disconcerting. At last, a figure clad in a suit, with an extravagant afro, burst forth from the fog. Astonishingly, this figure appeared to run effortlessly upon the surface of the sea, light and agile, creating only the slightest ripples. Is this something a human can achieve? Carter pondered, observing this extravagant spectacle. Having encountered numerous skilled individuals, he had never before witnessed anyone racing across the ocean's surface unaided. Hubert's lips curled into a smile. Initially, he had not considered recruitment, yet now, unexpectedly, someone had approached him. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Brooke, the musician destined to join the Straw Hat Pirates. The surrounding crowd shared the same bewilderment as Carter, eyeing the rushing Brooke with caution. As Brooke drew closer, the onlookers became utterly transfixed. How could this be a skeleton? Was it merely an illusion? How could a skeleton possibly move? Perhaps someone was manipulating it. Everyone remained vigilant. As Brooke's skeletal form became visible, the crew members were instantly engulfed in a sense of panic. A skeleton running across the vast ocean. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Although Hubert was puzzled as to why Brooke had sought him out, he was nonetheless quite eager for the encounter. After all, he had witnessed the growth of the Straw Hat crew, and Brooke was indeed a vital member, almost akin to a half-idol in his eyes. The prospect of meeting him in person and potentially inviting Brooke aboard filled Hubert with immense joy. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed a figure trailing behind Brooke. This figure had followed Brooke across the surface of the sea, yet the crowd had been so captivated by Brooke that they had failed to notice him. While this figure also walked upon the water, he lacked the feather-like lightness of Brooke. Instead, it appeared that each step he took was supported by a thin layer of ice that formed beneath him. Kazan, why was he accompanying Brooke? Before Hubert could ponder further, amidst Brooke's laughter, the figure leaped onto the water, executing a perfect landing in midair with an elegance and charm that was undeniable. Good evening, everyone. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Even though I lack eyeballs, he chuckled, his cold humor failing to lighten the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, something seemed to flicker in Brooke's hollow eye sockets as he darted forward. The crew attempted to intercept him, but he nimbly evaded their grasp. He approached Alvia, bowing deeply as he exclaimed, "You are a most beautiful lady. May I inquire as to the color of your undergarments?" Hubert chuckled softly, delivering a slap that sent him sprawling. "What are you talking about? Is it not utterly impolite to pose such questions to a young lady?" Brooke nonchalantly rose from the ground, adjusting his collar as if nothing had transpired. "May I inquire, what is your name?" The previously calm and composed Colocus, who had been enjoying his breakfast, suddenly appeared quite agitated. Hubert had never witnessed him so exhilarated. "Me?" Brooke pointed to himself, receiving a nod of affirmation. He shook his head, stating, It has been so long since anyone has asked me that question. I had nearly forgotten my name. You may call me Brook. Brook. Brook Kilakas, he repeated, as if in a trance. He murmured softly, how can this be? He should have perished long ago. After all, he was but a skeleton. Could it be true? Brook, somewhat perplexed, inquired, what is the matter? Do you know me? How could I not? Kilakas exclaimed, his emotions surging. Have you forgotten me? I am Kilakas of the Twin Kings. Do you still remember Labu? The beloved pet of the Rumbar pirates. Noticing Brook's momentary bewilderment, Kilakas continued, that little whale. 50 years ago, you entrusted him to me, and he is still waiting for you at Twin Kings. Little whale? A spark of recognition seemed to awaken within Brook's eyes. I think I recall something. Ah. He suddenly clutched his head, crying out in anguish. What was happening to him? The unexpected turn of events left Alvia bewildered. Kilakas's words implied that the skeleton before them was a member of the Rumbar pirates. However, she had heard tales of Labu. Had not the Rumbar pirates perished entirely? Moreover, the name Brook seemed vaguely familiar. When Hubert had transformed to deceive Labu, he had indeed used that name. Upon closer inspection, Brook's attire matched that of Hubert's earlier transformation. Yet Hubert had assumed a living form, while the figure before her was merely a skeleton. Kilakas gazed down at the agonized Brook, feeling at a loss. He wished to provide care, but despite being a premier doctor of the seas, he was uncertain how to treat a skeleton. After a prolonged moment, Brook's cries gradually subsided. He lifted his gaze to Kilakas, shaking his head as he said, I apologize. I have forgotten certain things. Kilakas offered a bittersweet smile and replied, it is of no consequence, I understand. After all, so much time has passed, and many things have changed beyond recognition. What a lively scene this is. Came the voice of Kuzan from the bow of the ship. Hobart had long since noticed him and inquired, where have you been? Why have you returned? Kuzan shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing toward Brook's direction, and replied, isn't he the one I brought along? He then proceeded to elaborate. On that day, while he was basking in the sea breeze at the bow of the ship, contemplating the intricacies of life, he suddenly perceived a shadow darting across the surface of the water. Intrigued, he leapt from the vessel in pursuit. Upon being spotted, Brook immediately turned and fled. Although Kazan possessed superior physical capabilities compared to Brook, the fog obscured his vision, and his reliance on ice for speed could not match Brook's natural agility. Thus it took Kazan some time to catch up with him. Once reunited, he learned that Brook had observed a large ship unexpectedly materializing in the area and had come to investigate. After Kazan explained the situation, Brook decided to board the ship for a closer look. To their dismay, upon retracing their steps, they found the vessel had vanished. In the midst of the fog, they expended considerable effort to uncover some traces and followed the clues. Chapter 83, Water 7. So that was it. After listening to the experiences of the two, Hubert nodded and said, you may leave now. Huh. Kazan nearly thought he had misheard, inquiring, what does this mean? It means precisely what it says. You may depart. I have made my decision, not to accept you. Hubert's tone was unruffled, akin to casually releasing a small creature back into the wild. I see. Kazan remarked with a wry smile, scratching his head. What a pity. Was it Olivia's decision? Hubert cast a glance at Olivia beside him and remarked, indeed. She cannot accept your act of slaying Sauron. I too find it impossible to forgive myself for such an act. A flicker of regret danced in Kazan's eyes. After completely severing ties with the Navy, he began to empathize with Sauron's sentiments. The Navy was in the wrong. It must be rectified. Sauron embodied a greater sense of justice, a more resolute spirit, and a higher awareness than he did. It was a lamentable fate that he met his end at Kazan's hands. Contemplating this, the regret in Kazan's gaze deepened. Olivia, having noted the exchange between the two, approached them, though she could not discern the specifics of their conversation. After a brief moment of hesitation, she stepped forward. Mr. Kazan, I have made my decision. Kazan, rubbing his nose, replied, I understand. Hubert has just informed me, and it is indeed regrettable. Olivia paused, momentarily taken aback, and then hurriedly clarified, you misunderstand. That is not my intention. I have decided to agree to your joining the Straw Hat crew. Both Kazan and Hubert were momentarily taken aback. Kazan shot a glance at Hubert, conveying the silent thought. Is it not your choice to deny me entry into the Straw Hat crew? Why deceive me? Hubert wished to elucidate, but upon reflection, he realized there was little to clarify. It was Olivia who continued, I have spoken to Hubert previously, and upon further contemplation, I believe the matters concerning Sauron are not solely your fault. I too bear some responsibility. Were it not for my involvement with Robin. At this point, a hint of disappointment and regret flickered across Olivia's countenance. Hubert hurriedly stepped forward to offer solace, saying, "It's all right. It's not your fault. It's entirely the Navy's error." Kazan, after a moment, looked up again and inquired, "Will you agree to join us?" "Of course, I would be delighted," Kazan replied. Then turned his gaze towards Captain Hubert, adding, "However, this matter must also consider Captain Hubert's perspective." Hubert was somewhat at a loss, bewildered by Kazan's assumption that he was unwelcome to join. In truth, he was more than eager to embrace Kazan into their ranks. "I have no objections. If you wish to join, then join," he declared. "However, upon your induction, you must pledge your allegiance to me, vowing to uphold my commands without deviation, to remain loyal and refrain from any aggression towards my crew." Kazan shook his head, responding, "That is too stringent, even more so than the Navy. It is impossible for me to adhere to all your commands. Rest assured, I would never issue a command that would compel you to forsake justice," Hubert reassured him. For a figure like Kazan, any organization would be eager to welcome him. There were even those who would pay exorbitant sums for his allegiance. The prolonged delay in the Grassloo group's request for his joining was already quite absurd. The imposition of such draconian terms was even more so. It was a demand that ordinary pirates would find intolerable, let alone someone of Kazan's stature. After a moment of contemplation, Kazan remarked, "One more thing. What do you mean by no betrayal? If, at some point in the future, you were to commit acts akin to those of the Navy, actions that contravene my sense of justice, I would not remain." Hubert nodded in understanding. "Of course, if I ever err in the future, you need only to inform me. And upon my consent, I shall withdraw from the Grassleaf group." "Very well." Kazan's response was indeed fitting. Should others discover that he had acquiesced to such a tyrannical stipulation, their eyes would surely widen in astonishment. Congratulations to the host for subduing Kazan, rewarded with the initial level of Conqueror's Haki. Hubert was momentarily taken aback, as the voice in his mind was unexpectedly powerful. He had anticipated that subduing Kazan would yield the ice fruit, yet it instead produced Conqueror's Haki. Although it was merely the elementary form of Conqueror's Haki, its significance to Hubert far surpassed that of a natural-type devil fruit. This indicated that the Conqueror's Haki could indeed manifest from the system, making the awakening of this formidable ability merely a matter of time. He also discerned an intriguing aspect. Conqueror's Haki lacked levels, existing solely in its pure and basic form, unlike the armament Haki, which had intricate classifications akin to LV6. Furthermore, upon awakening Conqueror's Haki, he instinctively grasped its application, albeit only at the foundational level, likely reminiscent of Luffy's initial training after 2 years. Observing Hubert's elation, Kazan found it somewhat perplexing. Hadn't he just refused to allow himself to join the Straw Hat crew? Why was he now so jubilant? Meanwhile, Olvia, who had reluctantly accepted Kazan, felt a sense of relief watching Hubert's delight. Clearly, Kazan held immense importance to Hubert, or else he wouldn't be so exuberant. On another front, Brooke and Coloca's reunited, one already graying and the other a mere skeleton. The two engaged in a nostalgic conversation, with Brooke recounting his experiences while Coloca's shared tales of Laboon. Brooke reflected with a sense of melancholy, stating, "Laboon must be so lonely. Thank you for always being there for him." Coloca's shook his head, replying, "It was just a small favor. Speaking of loneliness, you are the one who truly embodies it. I never imagined you would still be alive." Brooke had lingered in this maritime expanse for decades, during which no one dared to converse with him. The mere sight of him sent people fleeing in terror. He had no companions, and perhaps at one point, he had wished to seek company to alleviate his solitude. However, after frightening a few individuals, he had abandoned that notion entirely, sealing himself away in this shadowy sea. He drifted like a ghost in this sunless realm, unaware of the profound loneliness he had endured. If it had been another, they might have succumbed to madness long ago. Brooke's ability to remain so cheerful after all these years was indeed remarkable. Yet, Coloca's understood that this facade of cheerfulness was merely a guise. Decades prior, the Brooke he had known was a composed and dignified noble musician. The solitude of these years had altered him significantly. With a sigh, Coloca's gazed at Brooke, unable to voice why he did not go to see Laboon. After all, Laboon had companionship, but what of Brooke? Hobart and Kazan reached an agreement, and turning to Brooke, he inquired, "Brooke, what brings you aboard our vessel?" With a hearty chuckle, Brooke emerged from his reverie, responding, "Ah, I have heard Mr. Kazan's commendations, and am eager to join your ranks. Most would find my skeletal form rather ghastly, yet I believe that with you all, acceptance may be within reach. What do you think, Captain Hobart? Hubert cast a sweeping glance around, observing the crew who, after their initial terror, now regarded Brooke with a burgeoning curiosity. Upon hearing his request, their expression shifted to excitement, as they hoped Hubert would acquiesce to allowing Brooke to join their ranks. The crew under Hubert's command indeed exhibited a resilience far superior to that of ordinary sailors. Had they been typical crew members, they might have succumbed to tears by now. Very well, Hubert declared. He had no compelling reason to refuse Brooke's inclusion. If one were to seek a rationale, it would be his tendency to behave foolishly in the presence of beautiful women. Ha ha ha. Brooke rejoiced at Hubert's consent, twirling around to face Olvia. Fair maiden, I shall henceforth be a member of this vessel, and we shall be companions. Might I inquire, thud? Before he could finish, Hubert's fist had already landed on his skull. To everyone's astonishment, a fleshy bump appeared on Brooke's skeletal head. Ouch! The captain hits hard. I must indulge in some milk to fortify my bones, lest they crumble. He lamented. After Brooke's induction, Hubert remained steadfast in his plans, steering the giant spirit toward Water 7. His aim was to enlist the shipwrights there, particularly Tom, the former member of the Roger Pirates. As for Frankie, that lad was still too young to construct anything beyond mere toys. The modification of the giant spirit was beyond his current capabilities. On the journey to Water 7, Robin's call came through once more, alleviating Olvia's anxious heart. This conversation was considerably lengthier, as Robin not only shared her location, but also recounted tales from the past. According to her, during her flight, she had managed to procure a transponder snail using the powers of her flower fruit, allowing for sustained communication henceforth. Upon learning of her whereabouts, Hubert promptly dispatched someone to retrieve her. Although the crew was slightly understaffed, it was now sufficient. After much consideration, Hubert decided to send Kazan, who had recently joined the ship. Kazan's formidable strength and background as a Marine Vice Admiral made him a reliable choice. Hubert felt assured in sending him on this mission. Upon receiving this news, Olvia felt a sense of relief. She was grateful that Kazan had agreed to join the Straw Hat crew. Otherwise, she would have been uneasy dispatching anyone else. Once a formidable adversary becomes a friend, one realizes just how dependable a once difficult foe can be. Shortly after Kazan departed the giant spirit, Hubert finally arrived at Water 7. The journey had taken 3 months, an excruciatingly slow pace. Had it been the Black Pearl, it would likely have made several round trips by now. As the giant spirit approached Water 7, the throngs on the shore erupted in excitement. What is that? Is it an island? How can that be? Islands do not move. As the colossal Goliath approached, its immense shadow cast over the shore, the crowd finally realized the urgency of their flight. The port descended into a chaotic frenzy. In their panic, the risk of a stampede loomed large. Fortunately, at this juncture, seafaring trains had yet to be conceived, and the city of Seven Waters had not yet attained its future splendor. Otherwise, the casualties could have been substantial. Amidst the fearful gazes of the onlookers, the Goliath came to a halt before the island. Stop, has it really halted? A young boy, who had been fleeing, gradually ceased his flight. Run, Frankie. It might charge at us again. We should escape. No, wait. Glacier, look, it seems to be a vessel. How is that possible? Glacier lifted his gaze to behold the massive object behind him. Suddenly, he froze, his own steps faltering. Upon closer inspection, the enormous figure indeed bore the characteristics of a ship. More astonishingly, several dark silhouettes leapt from its deck. They were people. It appeared that this entity was truly a ship. Frankie marveled. Is such a vast ship really possible? This is absolutely incredible. Fool, we cannot be certain yet, Glacier retorted, delivering a playful punch to Frankie's head. Hubert disembarked from the ship, stretching his limbs. The 3 months spent aboard had indeed left him yearning for solid ground. Although the Titan was larger than some islands, he gazed at the fleeing crowd in the distance and remarked, "Have I truly inspired such fear?" Olivia, chuckling beside him, replied, "With a vessel of this magnitude approaching, it is only natural for sensible individuals to be apprehensive." Since learning of Robin's whereabouts, she had noticeably relaxed and her demeanor had brightened considerably. "Oh, look, there are 2 children who haven't fled," Hubert exclaimed, pointing at a pair of youngsters nearby. As he spoke, to his astonishment, the children boldly approached him. What on earth? Hubert pondered. These children possess remarkable courage. You, my friend, just complained about their fear, and now that they are approaching, You seem disconcerted, remarked Perona, nestled comfortably in Olivia's embrace, their closeness unmistakable. Hubert shook his head, recognizing the appearances of the two children. One child donned a bright yellow jacket, his midriff exposed, and wore nothing but a pair of underpants beneath. His hair was a wild explosion of blue, complemented by sunglasses. The other child sported a simple hairstyle of blue, dressed like an ordinary young boy, yet wore an unusual air of composure rare for someone of his age. Foolish Frankie, what are you doing here? Do you not yet discern friend from foe? Ice River followed closely behind Frankie, exuding a sense of exasperation. Come take a look. Are you not curious? Such a large ship. I am not curious at all, Ice River retorted, though a glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes. If he were truly disinterested, he would not have followed. Upon recognizing the two children's appearances, Hubert felt a sense of familiarity, yet their identities eluded him. Listening to their conversation, he began to ascertain who they were. A smile crept across his lips as he glanced at the magnificent giant spirit behind him, and then at Frankie and the other child, remarking, "It appears that fortune has favored me. I have encountered them upon my arrival in Water 7 without any effort." "Lord Hubert, do you know them?" Carter inquired. "They are precisely the individuals we seek," Hubert replied. "These little rascals?" Carter gazed incredulously at the two children before him. "Lord Hubert, did you not say we were in search of a shipwright? Haha, what? Do you look down upon children?" Hubert laughed heartily. Carter paused, suddenly recalling that their captain was, in fact, a child. However, Hubert had long presented himself in the guise of an adult, causing Carter to momentarily forget. Hubert gazed at Carter, who appeared lost in thought, and teased, "What? You don't genuinely believe I am in search of a shipwright, do you? Well, are you?" Carter was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that Hubert was merely jesting. He then broke into an earnest smile. Hubert elucidated that while it is accurate to say that our purpose for coming this time is to seek them, the true shipwright is someone else altogether, and that individual is their father. The purpose of Hubert's visit was not solely to meet the shipwright, but also to catch a glimpse of the future shipwright of the Straw Hat crew, Frankie. Upon seeing him, it was evident that this little fellow had been running around in nothing but his underwear since childhood. Indeed, eccentricity is often nurtured from a young age. It turns out he is the son of the shipwright. Carter remarked, "Lord Hubert is truly remarkable. It seems you possess knowledge of everything, orchestrating it all with finesse." Hee. Hubert's awareness stemmed from the original text of his previous life. Otherwise, he would be utterly clueless. What shipwright would necessitate such elaborate efforts to seek out? Coloca's leisurely descended from the ship, stretching his limbs. "You still recognize this person?" Hubert stated. Coloca's was momentarily astonished. "I recognize? Who?" "The former shipwright of Roger, Tom." "Oh, him. Is he here now? How unfortunate he appears." Hubert jested. "Come now, even in his misfortune, he lives with his wife and children, which is far better than your lonely, miserable old man's existence. If we are to speak of misfortune, you are the true embodiment of it, are you not?" Coloca's was momentarily taken aback, casting a sidelong glance at Hubert, and muttered, "It is rare for me to engage in a debate with you." As they conversed, Frankie and his companion had already approached them. "Excuse me, are you the owners of this vessel?" Frankie inquired, his eyes alight with excitement and curiosity, eager to explore further. "Indeed, what is it, young lad?" Glacier interjected, gently grasping Frankie's arm and stepping forward to politely inquire. "This gentleman is the captain of the ship, correct? We are residents of this island and have never encountered such a magnificent ship before. We came to take a look. If we have caused any disturbance, we sincerely apologize." "What a polite young boy," Olivia remarked with admiration. Hubert nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Glacier and Frankie were indeed two distinct personalities. It was a mystery how Tom had managed their upbringing. "Hey, is this really a ship? Why is it so enormous? I've never encountered such a vessel before." While pondering this, Frankie exclaimed loudly, rushing forward as if eager to board and explore the ship. Hubert hoisted him up effortlessly. "Hey, you little pervert. I haven't consented to your boarding yet." Frankie flailed his arms wildly in the air. "What are you talking about? I'm not a pervert. I demand to board. Let me go? You'll soon experience my formidable prowess." Hubert surveyed his surroundings and draped a crew member's coat over Frankie, stating, "Listen here, young lad, from now on, you shall wear proper attire in my presence, or I shall demonstrate my formidable prowess. I refuse to wear it. My affairs are none of your concern." Frankie retorted defiantly. "Is that so?" Hubert replied, a wicked grin spreading across his face. If you choose not to don it, I shall deliver 100 flicks to your little brother. Frankie, taken aback, froze momentarily, a shiver running down his spine. He felt an unsettling chill at Hubert's menacing smile. Hubert tossed him to the ground. Although he sought the attire of a relatively slender crew member, it was still far too large for a child. The crew aboard his vessel was inherently robust, each member possessing a powerful physique. At this moment, the garments appeared quite loose, trailing along the ground. Hubert remarked, "Now lead the way." What? Frankie was momentarily taken aback. "Lead me to Tom, your father. How do you know my dad?" Glacier's demeanor shifted to one of suspicion, and even the typically carefree Frankie sensed something amiss. Adopting a defensive posture. "I am, of course, a friend of your father's," Hubert assured, patting his chest. "He must have mentioned me. We were once crewmates on the same ship." "Really?" Carrasco's eyes were still filled with doubt, clearly skeptical. "Indeed, it is true. We have corresponded frequently over the years. I am well acquainted with his circumstances. He is now caring for 2 sons, the mature Glacier and the rather peculiar Frankie." Wait. I am not peculiar," Frankie shouted, pointing at Hubert. Yet, a part of him began to believe Hubert's words, pondering inwardly. Does Tom really think I am peculiar? Surely not. I am not peculiar at all. I suppose I should be more reserved moving forward. "Come on, lead the way," Hubert reiterated. Frankie and Glacier ceased their deliberation and proceeded to guide him. For they were merely 2 young boys, devoid of guile. A simple deception was enough to ensnare them. Moreover, Hubert had not lied. Carrasco had indeed served alongside Tom on the ship. After a short while, they arrived at a dwelling. This house, situated atop a heap of refuse, appeared quite filthy and chaotic. However, upon entering, one would find it remarkably tidy. Tom had been looked down upon for serving as Roger's crew member and had been driven to this place. Hubert was also aware that Tom's fate was even more tragic. Having perished due to his past as a crew member of Roger, Hubert felt little sympathy for this. Once one decides to join a pirate crew, one must be prepared to face the consequences. It was akin to what he had once discussed with Olivia. If O'Hara intended to delve into ancient texts, they should be fully cognizant of the repercussions and consider whether they could bear such outcomes. Ultimately, it all boiled down to a lack of strength. After Roger's demise, the Navy sought to settle accounts with his former crew, yet Rayleigh thrived right under the very nose of the world government. Was it not due to his formidable prowess that the Navy dared not provoke him lightly? Hubert could hardly believe that the Navy was truly unaware of Riley's whereabouts. Who could it be, Frankie? Returning so early today? Amidst the commotion they had created, a deep voice resonated from within the room. As Frankie entered, he hastily removed his outer garments, only to catch sight of Hubert's ominous gaze. Recalling Hubert's earlier threat, he quickly exclaimed, "I'll change into my own clothes. These are far too large." Noticing Hubert's nod, he made his way towards his room while calling out, "Dad, your friend has come to see you." "My friend?" The voice in the room suddenly took on a note of caution, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. The door creaked open, revealing a somewhat portly figure who emerged. Wielding a massive wrench, his sharp eyes seemingly poised for action. "Old Tom, it's been a while," Hubert remarked. Yet before he could continue, Coloccus interjected, shattering the tense atmosphere. "It's you? Coloccus, what brings you here? I thought you were returning to accompany your whale." Coloccus managed a wry smile at the mention. He indeed wished to do so, but little did he know that Hubert was adamant about dragging him out to sea. "I brought him along. He is now part of my crew," Hubert interjected, expressing his desire for assistance in modifying his vessel. "Our ship is too sluggish. I would like your expertise in installing a new propulsion system, preferably one that utilizes jet technology. If that is not feasible, a conventional speed would suffice." Tom shifted his gaze back to Hubert, choosing not to address the latter part of his request. Instead, he remarked, "You've become the captain of the Coroccus? That is indeed remarkable." One must acknowledge that the former captain of Coroccus was a figure of considerable renown, Pirate King Roger, as I am aware. After a brief silence, Tom seemed to recall Hubert's earlier words and added, "I need to see your ship." "Very well," Hubert replied, and together they approached the giant spirit. Tom's keen eyesight surpassed that of Frankie, allowing him to identify from a distance that the giant spirit was indeed a ship. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it truly possible for such a large vessel to operate? Remarkable. The original shipwright must have been exceptionally skilled." Hobart nodded thoughtfully. He had inquired about the origins of the ship, and Moria had revealed that it was crafted by a shipwright, who, regrettably, had perished during the battle with Kaido. Yet another skilled shipwright had been lost to the vast ocean, a testament to the merciless nature of the sea. Each day, countless extraordinary talents succumb to fate, while equally remarkable prodigies rise to take their place. It is within such an environment that formidable individuals, like the legendary Roger, emerge. Can you modify this vessel? Hubert inquired. Tom furrowed his brow, contemplating for a considerable time. It may prove to be somewhat challenging. Even if successful, immediate results are unlikely. I estimate it will take at least 6 months to commence. I understand, Hubert replied, nodding. This outcome exceeded his expectations. A lengthier timeline seemed inconsequential, as the ship would not serve a significant purpose in the short term. With their limited crew, employing such a grand vessel would be a wasteful endeavor. Then let us begin the modifications. What do you consider an appropriate fee? Since you are the captain of the Kurokas, I can waive your payment. Moreover, undertaking the refurbishment of such a ship presents a valuable opportunity for my own advancement and is indeed a compelling challenge. Hubert was pleasantly surprised to discover that it was free, feeling a sense of joy in saving even a little. His gaze towards Kurokas was filled with newfound satisfaction. At that moment, Kurokas remarked, Tom, you need not concern yourself with me. Let us proceed as necessary. You are already facing difficulties. How could this be offered for free? Such a grand undertaking must surely begin at a minimum of 500 million belly. Hubert's originally gentle gaze suddenly transformed into one of ferocity, as if he intended to devour Kurokas whole. Kurokas, who was conversing with Tom, felt a chill run down his spine, rendered momentarily speechless. Tom, however, dismissed Kurokas' words with indifference and remarked, although I do not charge for manufacturing costs, the raw materials required for the renovation of such a large vessel are quite substantial. Hubert suddenly recalled that the Goliath was so immense that even placing a single brick in each section would amount to an astronomical figure. Thus, the question arose, how many Baileys would be required for the transformation? As Hubert contemplated this, a tremor coursed through his pupils, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Why had he sought to commandeer the giant spirit? Wasn't it perfectly fine in Moria's possession? Or perhaps the speed was sufficient. Why was there a need to consider modifications? Yet, in the end, he sighed. Now that he was here, could he possibly abandon his course midway? How much berries would it require, he wondered. Tom made a rough estimate and replied, I can't say for certain, as I have never engaged in such endeavors before. But if we are to proceed with modifications, it would likely necessitate over 100 million berries within a month. In Hubert's mind, a heartbeat faltered. 100 million berries a month translates to 1.2 billion in a year. Such an expenditure is untenable for anyone. However, upon reflection, the modification would only take about a year, amounting to roughly 12 billion berries. Isn't that similar to the sum Moria paid to redeem the body of the demon Oz? After all, the berries Moria possessed were essentially acquired without cost, having been seized through force. Thus, utilizing them for ship repairs seems quite justifiable. Rubbing his chin, Hubert suddenly felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Moreover, once the demon Oz's body is redeemed, he could also sell the remains of the dragon horse swordsman to Moria, couldn't he? And Moria's daughter is still aboard the ship. He cannot simply disregard her well-being. Although he hadn't explicitly stated the intention to recruit Perona. After caring for her for so long, asking for a modest compensation for her upbringing would hardly be unreasonable. Chuckling to himself, Hubert thought, Moria truly is his lucky star. Or rather, a deity of wealth. With this thought, he cast a glance at the giant spirit ship, which had lost a significant portion of its timber. All of it had been consumed in Moria's shipbuilding endeavors, and in the end, Moria had not succeeded in crafting a complete vessel. It was Hubert who had helped construct a small boat for him. Turning back, he addressed the towering Tom, saying, let us proceed with this plan immediately. I will initially invest 50 million berries, and the remainder will be covered later by that onion-headed fellow. By the way, if we are short on manpower, we can recruit him as a laborer. After a moment's contemplation, Hubert shook his head, adding, on second thought, it might be best not to make him a laborer. I wouldn't want him to ruin my ship. Returning to the ship, Carter retrieved 50 million berries and placed them in Tom's hands, stating, this is the initial payment. Tom, holding the box of berries, nodded and replied, excellent. I will commence planning right away. However, I must first board the ship to familiarize myself with its structure. Hubert gestured for Carter to lead the way while he himself made his way towards the Black Pearl. With the giant spirit being reconstructed, there was no need for him to remain there. He resolved to set sail once more, venturing into the vast ocean in search of a devil fruit that could restore his former glory. This was indeed the pressing matter at hand. Chapter 85. Kaido of the 100 Beasts, captured. The ocean is expansive, and seeking what one desires within its depths is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Although Hubert possesses a clear objective and remarkable abilities, he finds it rather challenging to locate a certain item. After navigating the vast ocean for some time, he has yet to uncover a devil fruit that could restore his former glory, although numerous other devil fruits have emerged. However, their usefulness appears to be quite limited at present. Through communication, Hubert has learned that Robin and Kazan have successfully made contact. Interestingly, when Robin first encountered Kazan, she was taken aback, fearing for her life and bursting into tears in despair. It was only after Kazan offered her extensive explanations that she began to believe him, nonetheless. According to Kazan, Robin is significantly displeased with him and has displayed an exceptionally poor attitude. Hubert also expressed his understanding, as Saron and Robin shared a cordial relationship, while Kazan had ruthlessly taken Saron's life in her presence. If circumstances permitted, Hubert would have preferred not to dispatch Kazan to confront Robin. However, he found himself devoid of any alternative personnel. Moreover, during the time Kazan would spend with Robin, there was a possibility that their interactions might alleviate some of the tension between them. After all, they would be sharing a vessel in the future, and it would be prudent to maintain a cordial atmosphere. With Robin now secured, Hubert prepared for his return journey. Yet, before departing, he resolved to make one final stop, Wano country. Hubert steered the Black Pearl, accompanied only by Olivia, Les, and Rumba. The rest of the crew remained in the City of Seven Waters, as Hubert had chosen not to bring them along. After all, this voyage was for personal matters, and it was indeed a fortunate opportunity for the others to enjoy a respite. Hubert has always prided himself on being a conscientious leader, one who undoubtedly cares for his employees. Leaving Lumba behind to watch the ship, Hubert cautiously ventured into Wano with Olivia. At that moment, Wano was under a state of isolation, with a colossal waterfall obstructing their path. Transforming into a dragon, Hubert carried Olivia onto the island. Observing the bustling crowds clad in kimonos, Hubert felt a sense of wonder. Indeed, there was a unique charm to it. Thus, he purchased a set for Olivia to wear as well. When Olivia emerged in her resplendent purple kimono, her already intellectual aura was further enhanced with an air of elegance. Her long white hair cascaded over the kimono, accentuating her striking figure, both prominent yet subtly concealed. The image of a hazily refined beauty materialized before them. Hubert, thoroughly enamored, adorned himself in a traditional samurai attire, embracing the local customs. As the two walked side by side down the bustling street, passers-by could not help but steal glances, marveling at the exquisite beauty of this seemingly destined pair. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching roar erupted from behind Hubert, piercing the air with its intensity. Hubert turned around and beheld a robust figure clad in samurai attire, wielding two long swords, sprinting towards the colossal edifice at the heart of the city. Upon observing the man's appearance, Hubert was momentarily taken aback. Kazuki Oden? Could it be such a remarkable coincidence? Olivia gently urged Hubert aside to clear a path for Kazuki Oden and inquired, "Do you know that person?" Hubert nodded, wrapping his arm around Olivia's waist, and said, "Come, let us follow and witness the commotion. Kaido, come forth to meet your demise." The voice of Yutien reverberated through the heavens, echoing like thunder across the distant streets. "Oh, it is Yutien. What brings you here?" A faint voice emerged from the palace, followed by the sudden arrival of a colossal dragon that surged from the sky. This dragon must have been a kilometer in length, making the robust Yutien appear as insignificant as an ant in its shadow. Yet, the aura emanating from Yutien, wielding dual blades, was akin to an unceasing tide, rendering his presence impossible to ignore. Olivia gasped, covering her mouth, exclaiming, "Is it not too enormous?" Her words struck Hubert as an affront, prompting him to slap her playfully on the backside, retorting, "What of it? When I grow, I shall surpass him by a great margin." His assertion held merit. When he activated the powers of the giant fruit, he transformed into a veritable behemoth, rendering Kaido's current form akin to merely a slightly elongated mudfish in comparison. Olivia winced from the sting, lightly punching Hubert in response. Hubert chuckled softly, raising his gaze to signal Olivia to focus on the unfolding drama. The situation on stage was rapidly evolving. Yamato and Kaido were at odds, exchanging mere words before launching into combat. Undeterred by the formidable dragon, Yamato wielded two longswords with an almost divine prowess, engaging Kaido in a fierce contest that appeared evenly matched. This spectacle left the inhabitants of Wano in a state of bewilderment. Years of Yamato's provocative performances had led many to abandon their hopes for this once great figure, with some children even perceiving him as a mere jester. Yet now, Yamato's display rekindled memories of the spirited, unparalleled Kazuki Yamato of yore. With his dual sword technique, Tijin Tenkei, Yamato delivered a decisive slash, inflicting a grievous wound upon Kaido's chest. Dragon's blood spilled forth, staining the skies crimson, accompanied by Kaido's anguished howl. In the eyes of the onlookers, a glimmer of hope emerged. Although they could not fathom the sudden resurgence of this jester like Yamato, they were all too aware of the heinous deeds Kaido had committed over the years. On the ground, the expressions of Kaido's thousands of subordinates, battling the 9 red scabbards, reflected sheer disbelief. How could this be? Was this truly the worthless Yamato? How could Lord Kaido be faltering? No, it was inconceivable. If Kaido were to fall, they would all be in grave danger. Within the palace, Kaido's ally, Orochi, exhibited a flicker of panic should Kaido perish. His fate would be sealed as well. Stop. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, halting Yamato's advance, revealing that Kaido's men had captured Momonosuke. Hubert's gaze flickered with surprise. He never anticipated encountering Momonosuke here, recognizing him as the current manifestation of the imitation fruit belonging to Kaido. Otherwise, he would have exchanged a few blows. Peach. In a moment of distraction for Oden, Kaido launched a surprise attack from behind. The narrative unfolded just as in the original work. Oden of the Kazuki clan fell, and the momentum of the 9 red scabbards instantly dissipated. What had once seemed unstoppable came to a sudden halt, swiftly subdued by the beast pirates. Orochi emerged from the palace, beaming with delight. He sought to ingratiate himself with Kaido, yet Kaido paid him no mind, departing with his injuries, leaving behind a chilling remark, "Clean up the aftermath." Watching Kaido's retreating figure, Orochi's eyes brimmed with animosity. Although he had reorganized the Kurizumi clan and risen to the status of a general in Wano, keeping the Oden clan underfoot, he was still overshadowed by the very man before him. As long as Kaido lived, he remained merely a figurehead. Should he seize this opportunity to eliminate him? A thought flickered in Orochi's mind but was swiftly extinguished. Despite Kaido being wounded and unprecedentedly weakened, his prowess rendered him an invincible entity even in his current state. Orochi lacked absolute confidence. Though ambitious, he valued his life and was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. Moreover, he understood Kaido's formidable constitution, despite his grave injuries. His recovery ability meant it would not be long before he regained strength. With a sigh, he mused that it would be ideal if both Oden and Kaido perished together. Shaking off such thoughts, he donned a smile. Seize these warriors and confine them to the dungeons. Execute them in a few days. Just then, his attention was caught by something. His eyes brightened as he pointed to a nearby warrior. That one is also a samurai. Capture him, and bring the beauty beside him to my estate. The beast pirates followed his gaze, spotting a couple not far away, watching them with keen interest. What a stunning woman! The eyes of the beast pirates lit up, glancing at the handsome warrior beside her. He looked rather refined and gentle, unlike a typical samurai, exuding an air of harmlessness. They quickly grasped Orochi's intentions, feeling disdain, yet compelled to assist Orochi at Kaido's behest. They stepped forward. Get lost. Before they could speak, the pale warrior's voice rang out in defiance. They were taken aback, not expecting such boldness. Realizing the affront, their anger flared. How dare he insult them? One pirate, grinning menacingly, reached out to seize the warrior, but in an instant, his hand shattered. Blood gushed forth. Ah, my hand, my hand. The departing Kaido heard a sound and turned around. He beheld the warrior brandishing a blade, its black edge reminiscent of a devil's caress. The warrior was, of course, Hubert. Observing the disarray of his subordinates, Kaido narrowed his eyes, his steps gradually ceasing. Young man, do you comprehend whose subordinate you have struck? Kaido was fiercely protective of his own. Upon witnessing his injured men, he advanced without hesitation. Who, pray tell, are you? Hubert replied nonchalantly. Kaido arched an eyebrow, retorting coldly. You possess quite the audacity, young man. And you, Kaido, speaking to me in such a tone, exhibit considerable bravado. Hubert shot back, without reservation. How intriguing. Hubert's performance evidently took Kaido by surprise. Without uttering a word, his massive hand reached out directly towards Hubert. With a sharp clap, Hubert firmly caught the hand. And in the next moment, he felt a surge of power emanating from the palm, instinctively responding with an equal force from within his own body. Amidst the chaos, dark clouds swirled, and black lightning streaked across the sky. Conqueror's Haki? Kaido's gaze finally shifted. In these waters, those who wield the Conqueror's Haki are not to be underestimated. At this moment, Hubert felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In his previous life, he believed that the most prestigious spectacle in the pirate world was the clash of Conqueror's Haki between two individuals possessing it. However, after his reincarnation, he had yet to awaken his own Conqueror's Haki. Eventually, he did manifest it, but he had not encountered another wielder of this extraordinary ability to engage in a confrontation. Now, he finally fulfilled this long-held desire. Observing the dramatic shift in the atmosphere, Hubert licked his lips. It was truly magnificent. Kaido, noticing Hubert's expression, felt a surge of anger within him. You little brat, let me show you that possessing Conqueror's Haki does not grant you the freedom to act recklessly upon the seas. Kaido roared, transforming into a colossal dragon. The 1,000-meter-long dragon, with scales larger than Hubert himself, twisted its body, emanating an overwhelming pressure that resonated from the depths of the soul. Hubert shielded Olivia behind him, in addition to his desire to test his Conqueror's Haki. He was eager to experiment with the formidable powers of the newly acquired nature-type forest fruit. At this moment, with Kaido seeking him out for a duel, he could hardly contain his excitement. The realm of trees has descended. With a resounding cry from Hubert, several saplings erupted from the ground, transforming instantaneously into a vast forest. The street became entirely enveloped by trees, rendering it unrecognizable from above as a thoroughfare. The formation of the beast army was immediately disrupted, allowing the red scabbards to seize the opportunity and flee. The bound Yutian also vanished without a trace. Observing Hubert's formidable technique, Kaido's expression grew increasingly grave. This individual not only possessed the Conqueror's Haki, but also wielded a top-tier devil fruit of this ocean, akin to his own. He did not believe that his azure dragon fruit could overpower the forest fruit. However, he had no choice but to engage in battle. With a roar, he unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, but Hubert raised his hand, and a colossal tree emerged to shield against the flames. The trees, which should have been consumed by fire, stood unscathed, leading Kaido to perceive that the flames were absorbed by the wood. It seemed that a physical confrontation was inevitable. Though Kaido was reluctant, hand-to-hand combat was his forte. He felt an unsettling apprehension amidst the dense foliage. With a fierce roar, he lunged towards Hubert, his massive dragon form soaring through the air. Insert locking dragon. Hubert remained composed, striking the ground with his hand, causing sharp branches to rise and intercept Kaido's advance. Kaido attempted to take flight again, but the trunks had firmly ensnared his body, thwarting his efforts to rise. Growing anxious, he exerted more force, causing the trunks to tremble as if on the verge of breaking free. Yet, Hubert would not grant him such an opportunity. Instantly, numerous branches sprouted from the trunks, intertwining and solidifying, effectively trapping Kaido. Feeling utterly restrained, Kaido's earlier unease materialized, leading him to roar in fury and panic. Roar. Flames continuously erupted from his mouth. Yet the forest remained largely unaffected. Moreover, he sensed his strength waning, his already injured body growing increasingly feeble. In despair, he transformed back into his human form, furrowing his brow and gazing intently at Hubert, as if pondering the identity of this formidable adversary. He had encountered many powerful figures in this ocean, yet he had never before heard of Hubert. Have you surrendered? Hubert inquired with a smile. Kaido remained silent, propelling himself backward. Today, I concede due to my inferior skills. I shall return to confront you on another day. He recognized his disadvantage and, surprisingly, sought to escape. Hubert let out a cold laugh. How could you possibly escape? The flower fruit suddenly alerted Kaido with a sense of impending danger, but it was too late. A dark hand emerged from behind to launch a surprise attack, rendering him unconscious on the ground, while branches ensnared him. The formidable beast Kaido was captured. Chapter 89, The Journey to the Domain of the Nine. A group of individuals returned, battered and bruised, contrasting starkly with their earlier, formidable departure. Kazuki Oden observed the scene of his companions, his anxious heart finally easing. Although they appeared disheveled, they had all made it back. While waiting, he had been uncertain of their fate, which had been agonizing. Suddenly, he spotted a figure on Kinemon's back. Yamato, he exclaimed, rushing to Kinemon's side to take Yamato into his arms. Yamato was still unconscious, covered in wounds, and his sword was nowhere to be found. His garments were torn in numerous places, some appearing to have been shredded, others seemingly scorched by flames. What happened to him? After tending to Yamato's injuries briefly, Odin sighed with relief. The wounds were not severe. Given Yamato's robust constitution, he would recover swiftly. Kinemon, panting heavily, explained, "My lord engaged in battle with Kaido and initially held the upper hand. However, unexpectedly, one of Kaido's subordinates arrived with Lord Momonosuke to threaten him, causing my lord to be distracted, and Kaido seized the opportunity to strike." "Momonosuke?" Odin exclaimed in surprise. "How could that be? He has been with me all this while, never leaving my side." At that moment, Momonosuke, who had been listening from inside, finally rushed out. "Father!" he cried out, seeing Yamato's dire state, and rushed over, weeping anxiously. "What happened to you? Please wake up." Kinemon looked at Momonosuke with a bittersweet smile. "Lord Yamato, at his age, is already a remarkable man. Yet my lord's son presents himself like a delicate girl. He weeps and wails at every mishap. One wonders from whom he inherited such traits. It is clear that Lady Odin is a remarkably strong woman. I wonder how this temperament will fare in managing the domain in the future. Alas, it is too early to ponder such matters. We do not yet know if we can overcome this challenge, even though a mysterious figure suddenly engaged Kaido in battle. Who could predict the outcome? Moreover, even if Kaido were to be defeated, who could ascertain if the one who vanquished him was friend or foe? At this juncture, the emergence of a formidable adversary capable of matching Kaido raised doubts about their intentions. "Do not weep, Momonosuke. Your father is unharmed, merely unconscious." "Kinemon, you mentioned that Momonosuke was captured. What do you mean?" Kinemon replied, "It was a being with transformation abilities. He assumed the appearance of young Master Momonosuke." The Lord's mind was affected, causing the cries of Momonosuke to suddenly cease. Kinemon stood in a daze, sighing, "I see now. How did you manage to escape? Has Kaido been rendered incapable of pursuit?" Kinemon's expression turned serious as he replied, "A formidable figure emerged unexpectedly and obstructed Kaido, allowing us to flee amidst the chaos." "An unexpected figure?" Kinemon murmured. "Do you know who he is?" Kinemon shook his head, stating, "The only clue I possess is that he is a Logia-type devil fruit user with the power of the forest, and he matched Kaido in battle." Kinemon furrowed his brow. This sudden appearance might not bode well. She shared Kinemon's concerns. After a moment of contemplation, she glanced at those around her and then tenderly regarded Momonosuke and Hiyori. "Let us prepare," she said. "I am ready to unleash my powers at any moment. For now, we shall set aside Wano. The circumstances have exceeded our control. It would be prudent to withdraw." "No," exclaimed a voice. It was Odin, who had awakened unbeknownst to them. "We cannot abandon Wano. If we give up, who will stand up for it? Wano will become their plaything, at their mercy." "My lord." Odin's presence brought relief to Kinemon, as if a pillar of strength had emerged. Concerned for Odin's words, she replied, "But we no longer possess the strength to contend with them. Give me a moment to recover. I still have the strength for one last battle." Odin rose from the ground, his robust frame radiating a reassuring aura. "And did you not say that a powerful user has engaged Kaido? Typically, such battles tend to be prolonged, unlike our swift duels. Their fight will surely buy me ample time. Regardless of the victor, they will be exhausted, and I shall strike when they are weary, assuredly defeating both." Hearing Odin's words, Kinemon and the others found merit in his reasoning and rejoiced. "My lord, I believe you can quell the turmoil in Wano, just as you did in Kuri." Odin nodded solemnly, thumping his chest. "I will certainly bring this to an end." Yet, a flicker of worry lingered in her eyes as she cautioned, "We may proceed as you suggest, but your healing must occur within the limits of my capabilities. Should any unforeseen events arise, I shall traverse away immediately." Odin hesitated, noticing the concern in her gaze, and softened, consenting to her terms. Suddenly, Kinemon seemed to discover something. "My lord, has your sword fallen?" Odin instinctively checked his waist, only to find his sword missing, leaving him momentarily stunned. During his unconsciousness, his sword had been taken by a minion, and in the turmoil of their escape, Kinemon and the others had inadvertently left it behind. As a swordsman, the loss of his trusty blade significantly diminished his combat prowess. Do not speak of pacifying Wano. Achieving a stalemate is uncertain at best. I shall seek him out. Kinemon rose immediately, prepared to depart. Yuta needed to tend to his wounds. Thus it was impossible for him to pursue. Kinemon felt it was his duty. "No, you must remain here to care for our lord. I shall go." A hand restrained Kinemon, who was about to leave. The individual was none other than Kanjuro, one of the Red Scabbards, who was also battered and breathless. "You cannot venture alone. The area is vast, and it will not be easy to locate him before Kaido and his forces prevail. We should send more people. A fisherman-like warrior spoke. He was Kawamatsu, another of the red scabbards. Indeed, let us go together, Kanjuro proposed, his eyes darting as if pondering something. Yuta, listening to the chaotic sounds outside, felt a twinge of concern for the safety of the red scabbards before him, yet found no better alternative. Very well then. Let Kinemon remain to care for our lord while the rest of us seek the sword for him. Why must I stay? Kinemon clearly expressed dissatisfaction with this decision. Our lord is injured. We need someone to look after him, and if trouble arises, it requires your resolution. We cannot disturb our lord. And the safety of Lord Kazuki and Lord Momonosuke also needs to be attended to. Why must it be me? Kinemon questioned, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Remaining here seemed the safest option, and as a samurai, he would not wish to live in cowardice. You are the most suitable, no more arguments. Our time is limited, and every second is of utmost importance. Kinemon sighed, gazing at the faces of his comrades. Very well. Soon, all departed, leaving only Kinemon and Kanjuro behind. What are you staying here for? Kinemon inquired. It's nothing. Kanjuro hastily denied, his eyes betraying a hint of excitement, before he too exited toward the courtyard. Kaido, ensnared by the trees, was being dragged towards Hobart by the plants. The beast pirates stood dumbfounded by Hobart's strength, each frozen in place, too intimidated to move. How is this possible? How could anyone so easily defeat Lord Kaido? That fellow, is he a monster? Should we engage? If Lord Kaido is captured, we will face dire consequences. If we take a chance and rescue Lord Kaido, we might have a chance to turn the tide. Are you foolish? If Lord Kaido was so easily captured, do you truly believe you are more formidable than him? Hearing the discourse of his subordinates, Kaido was filled with indignation and humiliation. Such a scene was unprecedented in his experience. Moreover, the sensation of being utterly overpowered was something he had not encountered since disembarking from the rock ship. This level of strength was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of the seas. Aside from a slight deficiency in haki, every other aspect was on par with the legendary Roger. Furthermore, his abilities were extraordinarily monstrous, rendering Kaido, who possessed the mythical Zoan fruit, completely defenseless. He struggled desperately, yet felt the branches tighten around him, the thorns piercing his flesh, leaving him battered and bruised. Blood seeped from his wounds, staining his attire. For Kaido, such injuries were but a trifling matter, even when compared to the wounds inflicted by Odin. Yet, the profound sense of powerlessness he experienced was truly despairing. His strength continued to wane since his injury. He could instinctively sense his vitality draining from those minuscule wounds. How is this possible? Who are you? I have never encountered anyone like you. How could someone of your caliber be an unknown entity? A faint smile curved upon Hubert's lips as he spoke. There is much about this vast sea that remains unknown to you. Do not mistake a solitary island emerging from the depths for the entirety of an iceberg, young one. You have yet to traverse a considerable distance. My name is Hubert, remember it well. Kaido murmured to himself. Hubert, that name sounds familiar. Are you the bounty hunter who matched the Vice Admiral Sakazuki in prowess? He then shook his head in disbelief. No, that cannot be true. How could one who was defeated by a Vice Admiral possess such strength? I am indeed that Hubert, he affirmed. But how could you have been vanquished by a Vice Admiral? Kaido inquired, his disbelief palpable. Is the Navy truly that formidable now? Hubert shrugged, inquiring. From where did you acquire the information that I was vanquished by Sakazuki? Pausing, Kaido sighed as he responded, I see. The news disseminated by the Navy is undoubtedly embellished. The manner of its fabrication hinges entirely upon the Navy's whims. He then posed a question laden with a touch of hope. Are you intending to surrender me to the Navy? At that moment, a flicker of optimism crossed Kaido's mind. If he were in the hands of the Navy, there might still be a chance for escape. Yet, under Hubert's watchful eye, he perceived no glimmer of hope for liberation. Hubert stroked his chin and remarked, perhaps? Let's discuss it later. For now, I shall see how Odin is faring. With that, Hubert proceeded toward Odin's estate, accompanied by Kaido and Olivia, leaving the beast pirates standing in a state of stunned silence. After a considerable pause, one of them timidly ventured, Are we saved? Does that fellow look down on us? How infuriating. One individual struck his thigh in frustration, feeling that Hubert's dismissive demeanor was a personal affront. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that although this person was tall, he was still a mere child, a fishman child, no less. Notably, he possessed an elongated nose reminiscent of an elephant's trunk, with sharp tusks protruding from his mouth. "Jack, do refrain from boasting. Just moments ago, you were too frightened to move," another child retorted, his face flushed with indignation as he proclaimed his intent to defeat Hubert. Despite the presence of Kaido, Hubert's pace remained swift, and he soon arrived at Odin's estate. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Kanjuro emerging from within. The sight of Kanjuro ignited a blaze of anger within Hubert. In his past life, upon discovering Kanjuro's treachery as an undercover agent, he had been consumed by rage, longing to personally exact vengeance upon this traitor. Now, the opportunity lay before him, and he would not let it slip away. Kanjuro, upon seeing him, was momentarily taken aback. At a loss for words, especially upon noticing the formidable Kaido behind Hubert, his jaw dropped in disbelief. He had anticipated the possibility of Hubert defeating Kaido, but never imagined it would transpire so swiftly. How could it be that in the time they spent devising a strategy, Kaido had been subdued? What a jest! This was Kaido, the beast Kaido. Surely, he could not be captured so easily. Was it possible that Kinemon was merely playing tricks on him? Lost in thought, Kanjuro suddenly felt an overwhelming force as Hubert's figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, he was propelled uncontrollably, crashing through the main gate and tumbling into the estate. The occupants within the estate gasped in astonishment. How could Kanjuro be struck down so swiftly upon exiting? Was the assailant truly so formidable? Kanjuro was no weakling. How could he have been dispatched in an instant? Wasn't Kaido engaged in battle with a mysterious foe? As they peered toward the entrance, they beheld Hubert standing there. Alongside him was the bound form of Kaido. Odin and Kazuki Toki stared wide-eyed. This was a scenario they had never envisioned. In such a brief span, Kaido had been defeated and captured alive. It is crucial to understand that defeating and capturing are two entirely different feats. What kind of strength would it take to accomplish such a thing? In an instant, Kazuki Toki regained his composure, his fingers trembling as a mysterious aura enveloped him. Hubert was somewhat perplexed. Why was he assisting in dealing with the undercover agents when the expressions of those two individuals were so grave? Upon witnessing Keigetsu's gesture, he was startled. Was this an invocation of power? He rushed forward, intent on intervening, but halfway there, he felt a mysterious force enveloping him. In the terrified gaze of Keigetsu, he lost consciousness. Chapter 90. The transcendence as a wave of dizziness washed over him. Hubert experienced a sensation akin to motion sickness from a previous life, clutching his head, feeling nauseous. In the darkness, he gradually opened his eyes. The familiar scene lay before him once more, still within that very estate. Keigetsu Yasuda, Kinemon, Alvia, and Momonosuke stood frozen in place. Yet, Hubert keenly sensed that something was amiss. The tree, which had been the size of his arm, had inexplicably transformed into one as thick as a thigh. And the once disheveled yard, stained with blood, had become impeccably clean. Outside, the cacophony of voices could be heard. Some were weeping, others wailing, and some were grumbling with hunger. Suddenly, Alvia behind him retched violently. Even with Hubert's robust constitution, he felt dizzy, and it was hardly surprising that Alvia, in her current state, would succumb to such discomfort. Hubert hurriedly approached her from behind, gently patting her back to assist her in regaining her breath. Hubert inquired, "Are you all right?" Olivia shook her head, using the plant-made handkerchief handed to her by Hubert to wipe her mouth clean. She then asked, "What's the matter?" "I suddenly feel dizzy." Hubert surveyed his surroundings and sighed. It appears we have traversed through time. Observing the scenery around him and recalling the actions of Koyu just moments ago, he had formed a conclusion in his mind. Traversed through time? Alvia furrowed her brow, uncertain of its meaning. Hubert turned his head and looked at Kazuki Tsukiyaki, who was attending to Momonosuke, saying, "You should direct your inquiries to this lady." Kazuki Tsukiyaki, with a troubled expression, questioned, "How do you know about this matter? It should be known to only a select few." Hobart smiled mysteriously, remaining silent. Kazuki Odin, wary, gazed at Hobart and inquired, "Who exactly are you, my lord? Why do you press so relentlessly?" Hobart shrugged helplessly and remarked, "What do you mean by pressuring you? I have never claimed any intentions towards you, have I? Yet, why do you appear so anxious in my presence? I am not a monster to be feared. Why would you choose to flee upon seeing me? I still have numerous unfinished matters to attend to over there, you know?" Kazuki Odin paused momentarily and replied, "Your arrival in our land at such a crucial moment cannot be perceived as anything but suspicious. How could I possibly feel at ease with you here?" Hubert understood this as well. After all, he felt that the coincidence was indeed remarkable. Just upon arriving in Wano, before he had even settled into his attire. He found himself embroiled in this predicament. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Even so, there is no need to be so tense, right? Everything can be negotiated." However, Kazuki's icy retort cut through the air. "Negotiate? You certainly had no intention of negotiating when you confronted Kanjuro." "Kanjuro?" Hubert's gaze fell upon the fallen Kanjuro, who was clearly suffering from the blow he had received. Coughing, Kanjuro awkwardly attempted to feign death, but his ruse failed, prompting him to cough again before he expelled the contents of his stomach. His strength was nowhere near that of Hubert or Oda, nor did he possess the extensive experience of traversing realms like Keigetsu. It was a testament to his limits that he had managed to hold on until now. Struggling to rise from the ground, he pointed an accusing finger at Hubert and exclaimed, "Indeed, you attacked me without just cause. Is there any valid reason for your aggression?" "Ah, so it was because of him." Hubert rubbed his temples in exasperation. "I was merely assisting you by rooting out the infiltrator. And yet this is how I am treated? It is quite disheartening." What are you saying?" Kanjuro responded, feigning ignorance, though a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. The man before him exuded an aura of terror, as if he were privy to all secrets. Oda furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Kanjuro before stating, "Are you suggesting Kanjuro is the infiltrator?" "Impossible. He has been by my side for so long. He is undoubtedly one of my most trusted allies and cannot possibly be a traitor." Given his recent acquaintance with Hubert, Oda naturally placed greater faith in his loyal subordinate. "Kanjuro, is that so?" Hubert merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He vanished suddenly, leaving one to ponder what turmoil he might incite in another timeline. Oda had never intended to focus too intently on him. He had merely come to observe. Now, with the situation stirred up by Keigetsu, he felt no inclination to linger any longer. With Olivia at his side, he departed swiftly, eager to see how matters fared in his absence from the Straw Hat crew. As they watched Hubert disappear into the distance, Keigetsu and the others were momentarily taken aback. Exchanging glances, a singular thought emerged in their minds. Could it be that Hubert truly harbored no malice? Their gazes unconsciously shifted towards Kanjuro, who became flustered and exclaimed, "My lord, you cannot genuinely believe I am the infiltrator. Do not take that man's words at face value." His abrupt departure may have been born of some unforeseen circumstance that captured his attention. Oda interrupted him, saying, "Enough. You have served me loyally. I will not doubt you based solely on his assertions." Kanjuro sighed in relief, immediately kneeling in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Oda replied, "First, let us regroup. Then we shall assess the situation outside." At that moment, not far from them, a shadow silently observed. On Ghost Island, the towering Kaido held a wine barrel nearly as tall as a man, drinking and devouring meat voraciously. Two subordinates attended to him, visibly trembling. After all, when Kaido was inebriated, he often lost his senses and could unleash his rage, posing a lethal threat to them. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from outside, causing Kaido's expression to darken. "Did I not instruct you? Do not disturb me while I drink, unless you possess a compelling reason. You had best contemplate your burial site today." The person outside, panting heavily, shuddered at Kaido's threat and stammered, "There's news from the Kuriyama estate. Several individuals have unexpectedly appeared in the courtyard." "Oh?" Upon hearing the name Kuriyama, Kaido's face grew even more morose, as if recalling an unpleasant experience. "What sort of individuals?" "One woman, a child, and several men," the messenger replied, casting a furtive glance at Kaido's expression. Seeing no discernible change, he continued, "The rumor suggests one man resembles Kazuki Oden, who vanished 20 years ago." "What?" Kaido abruptly rose to his feet, his imposing figure making the cavern feel constricted. The air crackled with his menacing aura, his brows furrowed in ferocity, as if he were poised to devour anyone in his path. The earlier drunken stupor was replaced by a sudden clarity, as this news seemed to sober him instantly. He instinctively glanced at the deep cross-shaped scar on his chest. An incurable wound, the sole remnant of his past. "Is what you say true?" Realizing his earlier outburst, Kaido resumed his seat, though disbelief lingered in his tone. "It is merely a report from that direction," the messenger dared not affirm, only conveying what he had heard. Kaido's eyes flickered with intensity as he rose again, hurling the wine barrel to the ground, the clear liquid spilling and cascading onto the floor. "I must see for myself," he declared, without waiting for a response. He strode out of the cavern with purpose, and by the time the others followed, Kaido had vanished from sight. "Who is Oden?" Is he truly so fearsome? Inquired one of the wine attendants who had been serving Kaido. Another attendant shook his head in response. I too am unaware. But if it has provoked such vigilance from Lord Kaido, it must indeed be someone of significance. The previously timid messenger scoffed. You newcomers are woefully uninformed. How could you not know Odin? The two wine attendants exchanged glances and hurriedly approached the elder messenger to inquire, do you know of him? Pray, enlighten us about this individual who warrants such solemnity from Lord Kaido. The messenger stretched languidly, conversing as he ambled toward the exit. Seek your answers elsewhere. I am quite occupied. With Odin's sudden return, I must prepare for the impending turmoil in Wano. The two young tavern attendants, however, were unwilling to let him depart so easily. Each seized one of his hands and implored, esteemed elder, allow us to handle the preparations. There's no need for you to exert yourself. Please, enlighten us about this, Odin. Reluctantly, the messenger was nudged into a chair. One of the attendants hurriedly poured a drink, not from the barrels meant for Kaido, which few could manage, but rather from appropriately sized cups intended for guests. As one of the attendants skillfully poured, he fetched a fan to stir the air. The messenger, relishing his seat, remarked, these past few days have been exhausting. I was just contemplating a massage to unwind. The attendant, understanding his unspoken wish, approached to provide a massage. The messenger let out a satisfied sigh. Reveling in the comfort of the moment, it was not merely the physical relaxation. There was a certain delight in showcasing vulnerability before the younger generation, a treatment he had never experienced before. Observing their eager expressions, he began to recount. This Odin, originally named Kazuki Odin. Kazuki, one attendant exclaimed. Is he not from the purged Kazuki clan? The surprise etched on the attendant's face greatly pleased the messenger, who replied nonchalantly, indeed, it is that very Kazuki. Who else could it be? Kazuki Odin was a prominent figure from the Kazuki clan 20 years ago. The scorching sun blazed down upon the land of Wano, illuminating the streets that bore the marks of despair. Waste flowed freely, and the once lush greenery of Wano was now a rarity, with parched leaves falling from the trees. The people appeared emaciated, clinging to one another as they struggled to survive. Olivia gazed upon this desolate scene, unable to fathom the transformation. Just moments prior, the atmosphere had been vibrant. How could it have shifted so drastically in such a brief span? What calamities could have unfolded in this fleeting time? Hubert discerned his confusion and remarked, we have traversed 2 decades into the future. 2 decades? Olivia murmured, her mind seemingly unable to process the revelation in such a brief span of time. At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the distant horizon. A formidable aura enveloped the land, as if a fierce tiger were patrolling its territory. Hubert's ears twitched as he cast a bemused glance towards the source of the sound. So swift in its approach, a dark speck grew larger, ultimately transforming into a colossal dragon. Azure scales shimmered in the air, and its horns were fiercely displayed. Yet, the dragon's eyes reflected a hint of trepidation, reminiscent of the Eastern Sea Dragon King encountering the Monkey King. Oh, has the little dragon grown so large? Hubert mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he beheld the approaching Kaido. Though he was aware that Kaido had undoubtedly become immensely powerful during their years apart, he felt no fear. After all, his abilities were perfectly suited to counter Kaido, allowing him to subdue him effortlessly. Kaido, dismissing Hubert's words, twisted his horns to appear more menacing and inquired, is it truly you? Damn brat, you're still alive? How could I perish when you still draw breath? Hubert retorted. What brings you here? Kaido demanded. Why does it concern you? You certainly possess an audacious spirit, approaching me in such a manner. Do you wish to be captured again? Very well, I wouldn't mind acquiring another mount. Kaido's thoughts drifted to unpleasant memories that he wished to erase. Yet the sense of powerlessness from the past lingered in his mind, instilling within him an innate fear of Hubert. He found himself in a state of inner turmoil, torn between the desire to seize the detestable man before him and the instinct to flee. What are you waiting for? Hurry and leave if you wish to avoid becoming my steed. Hubert bellowed, sensing Kaido's indecision. The force of his voice momentarily subdued Kaido, whose expression fluctuated between anger and dread. Ultimately, recalling Hubert's formidable prowess, fear prevailed, and he turned to flee. Hubert indeed wished to seize Kaido. Having an emperor-level steed would undoubtedly enhance his prestige. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the situation with the crew of the Grass Loo, he found himself disinclined to engage in a confrontation with Kaido. After 2 decades of accumulation, Kaido's strength must have surged immensely. and Hubert could not guarantee a swift victory in such a short time. After all, Kaido remained in Wano, and he could always return to capture him later. As Kaido retreated, the citizens on the ground could hardly contain their excitement. Who was this? They had managed to drive away the fearsome dragon, Kaido? Could this be the warrior sent by the heavens to rescue us? Even Kaido feared him. I seem to recall a bit, 2 decades ago, during that earth-shattering battle. This individual effortlessly captured Kaido, only to vanish without a trace afterward. I had thought he had perished. Ignoring the voices of the crowd, Hubert, accompanied by Alvia, hurriedly made his way towards the outskirts of the island. Chapter 91, The Black Pearl. Hubert brought Olivia to the very spot where the Black Pearl was once anchored. Before departing, he entrusted Les and Lumba with the task of keeping watch, though he was uncertain of their current state. Upon arriving, Hubert found no trace of the Black Pearl. This was to be expected, for 2 decades had elapsed. Even the fate of Les and the others remained uncertain, let alone that of the ship. Hubert contemplated his departure, yet suddenly, he appeared to glimpse something intriguing, momentarily pausing. He ventured towards a more secluded area in the distance. To his astonishment, there lay a ship, concealed quite profoundly. Had it not been for Hubert's heightened senses, he might never have discovered it. Driven by curiosity, he approached with Alvia to take a closer look. This vessel was quite antiquated, its hull adorned with creeping moss and vines, while a thick layer of dust cloaked its surface. Occasionally, one could see a mouse scurrying across the deck. Hubert remarked, "It appears that this vessel has not been utilized for quite some time. However, it does seem somewhat familiar." As he spoke, he stroked his chin, pondering whose ship it might be and why it was abandoned here. Alvia interjected, "This ship should be the Black Pearl, wouldn't you agree?" "Really?" Hubert inquired, astonished. "After all this time, how can you tell?" Alvia stepped closer, tearing away a vine to reveal the inscription beneath. "Black Pearl. Hubert, it is indeed the Black Pearl. Remarkably, after all this time, it has suffered not a single blemish." Hubert examined the ship and confirmed that it had not been used for quite some time. Curiously, he pondered, "The ship is here, but where have Les and the others gone?" It appeared that no signs of a struggle were present. The vessel remained intact. Had they perhaps ventured onto the island? Alvia nodded in agreement, suggesting, "That seems likely." This revelation left Hubert in a state of indecision. He felt a strong desire to return immediately to find Robin and ascertain their situation. Yet he was equally inclined to search for Les and his companion. If Les and his partner had remained in this vicinity, they would undoubtedly possess valuable information that Hubert desperately needed, which would save him a considerable amount of time. After much contemplation, Hubert shook his head and declared, "Never mind. We shall adhere to the original plan. We cannot afford to waste time here. We cannot predict how long it might take to find Les and the others." Alvia nodded in agreement, her hand gently caressing the ship's surface as she remarked, "So much time has passed. I wonder how Robin is faring." As she spoke, a look of concern filled her eyes, a familiar expression to Hubert, reminiscent of the times when Robin wandered alone. Hubert reassured, "Do not worry. 8-year-old Robin has faced countless naval pursuers and remained unscathed. With Kuzan's protection now, he is certainly safe. We shall reunite shortly." Olivia sensed the warmth radiating from Hubert's body and leaned in, feeling a flicker of solace. "Let us hope so." Hubert said little. Before seeing Robin, no amount of reassurance from Olivia would suffice. With a firm slap of his hand, he declared, "Purification of the forest." Countless small branches inexplicably sprouted from the ship, cleansing it of all impurities. In an instant, the vessel, once steeped in the essence of time, transformed into a pristine new ship. "Let us set sail." Fortuitously, we have the Black Pearl at our disposal, just when I was uncertain where to find a ship. Initially, he had no intention of flying directly to Water 7 with Olivia. The distance was formidable, and relying solely on flight would surely exhaust him. An unreliable means indeed. He had merely intended to search for a pirate ship along the way, never expecting the Black Pearl to still be available. As they prepared to embark, a sudden cacophony of footsteps echoed nearby. "Lord Les, where are we headed?" one voice inquired. "Indeed, why are we going this way?" Lord Kaido was frightened by that fellow Hubert. "His mood is rather foul, and should he discover us wandering aimlessly, we might face his wrath," another added. "Lord Lumba, could you not dissuade them? With Hubert, that monster, on the island, our wandering seems perilously reckless." "Enough," a commanding voice reprimanded. "You were summoned, so come. Why all this chatter? Who is your superior, me or Kaido?" "Kaido is the superior of superiors," a voice muttered softly. No, No, you are the superior. Upon hearing this, Hubert couldn't help but chuckle. Lumba and Les had unexpectedly sought him out. What a delightful surprise. Hubert chuckled, remarking that there was no longer any need to deliberate over whether to seek out Lumba and his companions, for they had arrived at their doorstep unbidden. Olivia also smiled, glancing towards the source of the sound. From the thickets emerged several figures. The two at the forefront resembled middle-aged gentlemen. One was robust and brawny, his body adorned with a profusion of hair that shimmered with a hint of gold. His fur bore a faint resemblance to that of a tiger, and a subtle king insignia was discernible upon his forehead. An inexplicable aura of dominance emanated from him. The other, in stark contrast, appeared somewhat frail, yet was undeniably fit, possessing a lean and agile physique that suggested he was a contender of considerable dexterity. Hubert vaguely recognized that these were his two incompetent subordinates, and he immediately raised his hand. Hey, Rumba, Les. Long time no see. The two, who were in the midst of reprimanding their subordinates, were taken aback and turned their heads in a daze to gaze at the newly refurbished Black Pearl. Hubert, sir? Hubert nodded with a smile. The two men, disregarding the reprimand of their subordinates, rushed forward, each being firmly caught by Hubert. My lord Hubert, it has been far too long. I have missed you dearly. Where have you been during this time? We searched everywhere for you. The two middle-aged men were now weeping profusely, like children. Their subordinates stood by in astonishment. Was this truly the esteemed Lord Les and Lord Lumba? Were these not the individuals reputed to be the most composed and reliable duo among the flying octet? Such a scene, one might conjecture, even Kaido had never witnessed. Am I hallucinating? Is this real? Ouch, why are you hitting me? I'm merely checking if this is a dream. For heaven's sake, can't you refrain from striking yourself? Who is this person? Surely, even Lord Les and Lord Lumba would not exhibit such fervor upon encountering Kaido. Did Lord Les just mention Hubert? That name sounds so familiar. Hubert. The very Hubert who defeated Kaido. Could it be that Lord Les and Lord Lumba are actually subordinates of Hubert? But weren't they once under Kaido's command? You fool, they were undercover. Does this mean they will now follow Hubert? What shall we do? How audacious to address Lord Hubert so directly. Enough of the tears. What transpired that led you to become Kaido's subordinates? Lumba and Les exchanged a glance and recounted their tale to Hubert without reservation. It all began when Hubert abruptly vanished, allowing Kaido to finally escape from his botanical confinement. Following a brief assessment that confirmed Hubert was truly missing, Kaido instructed Kurizumi Orochi to proceed with the original plan, treating the unforeseen circumstance as a mere hiccup. Kaido, convinced Hubert could not have flown away, commenced a search around Wano for any vessels belonging to Hubert. Sensing something amiss, Les concealed the Black Pearl even more discreetly before landing on the island. After discovering Hubert's disappearance, they relayed the information back to their headquarters, the Giant Spirit. With Hubert's disappearance, Carter unhesitatingly assumed the position of acting captain, appointing Les and his companion to remain in Wano country. Their task was twofold: to investigate the circumstances surrounding Hubert's vanishing while awaiting any news. They were to relay any information regarding Hubert back to headquarters at the earliest opportunity. Les and his companion deduced that the most informed source in Wano would undoubtedly be Kaido's forces, and thus, to acquire intelligence about Hubert, they decided to join the Beast's pirates. Within the ranks of the crew, through diligent effort and relentless training, they ascended through the hierarchy, ultimately becoming part of the elite tier beneath Kaido's three calamities, known as the Flying Eight. Upon hearing this name, Hubert could not help but feel exasperated. The notion that the Flying Eight was merely an extension of the Flying Six, simply adding two more members, struck him as a lack of creativity in naming. Nevertheless, Les and his companions had risen to the pinnacle of Wano's social strata, yet still, no trace of Hubert could be found. Kaido seemed to shun any discussion regarding Hubert, leaving them in a state of heightened concern and anxiety for his well-being. Initially, they had believed Hubert's unmatched prowess would protect him from harm. However, as time passed, they began to recognize the vast and unpredictable mysteries of the sea, leading them to fear for his safety. Fortunately, after 2 decades, a miracle unfolded. Hubert has returned, as has Olivia. Moreover, both remain remarkably youthful. This has left them utterly astonished. They can still comprehend Hubert. They are all seasoned crew members of Hubert and are aware that he was merely a young child years ago. It is only natural that he has matured over the past 2 decades. But what of Olivia? What is her predicament? Why has she remained unchanged? Identical to her appearance from 20 years prior? Hubert paid no heed to their bewilderment and inquired, "How is Robin?" Upon hearing this, Olivia's ears instinctively perked up. In response to the question, Les momentarily became somewhat hesitant and faltering. A sense of dread enveloped Hubert as he initially believed that Robin would never encounter any issues. What could possibly be the meaning behind Le TV's current behavior? Olivia, too, anxiously inquired, "What has happened to Robin? Has she encountered a problem? Please, do enlighten us." Les cast a glance at Hubert and murmured softly, "Miss Robin, upon arriving at the Goliath, learned of your disappearance and came to the conclusion that you were merely a figment of imagination, believing us to be deceivers. One fateful night, she vanished." Hubert was taken aback, realizing the implications of what he had heard. Robin had long believed him to be dead, but after their conversation, she was certain that he was indeed alive. In her heart, she had always regarded him as a somewhat extraordinary child. Now aboard the ship, seeing Hubert surrounded by numerous subordinates and such a grand vessel, her doubts were only natural. Furthermore, upon learning of Hubert's disappearance, it was reasonable for her to suspect a trap. At that moment, Olivia sank to the ground, utterly despondent. She observed Les's expression and feared that Robin had met with misfortune. Now, learning that she had merely escaped, a sense of relief washed over her. Yet, a second thought struck her. An 8-year-old girl adrift at sea was likely facing grave peril. Les hurriedly reassured her, "Madame Olivia, there is no need to worry about her safety. We have been searching for her all these years and have gathered some clues. I can assure you, she is certainly alive and well." "Really?" Olivia's heart brimmed with hope. "Indeed," Les affirmed with a nod. Overwhelmed with joy, Olivia exclaimed, "This is wonderful." And, in that moment, she fainted. Hubert hastily supported her, and Les became flustered, summoning his physician to attend to her. The doctor assessed the situation and remarked, "She simply fainted due to an emotional upheaval. A moment's rest will suffice." A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, and Hubert delivered a swift punch to Les's head. "Can't you manage to say it all in one breath? Why must you drag it out bit by bit?" Les, too intimidated to protest, accepted the reprimand. Fully aware of his misstep, the entourage trailing behind Les felt as if they were ensnared in a dream. Was this truly their esteemed Lord Les, who spoke so boldly before Kaido? It seemed surreal. Once he had dealt with Les, Hubert declared, "I shall set sail immediately to locate the giant spirit." He paused, inquiring, "By the way, has the giant spirit been successfully modified? Is it still in Water 7? Les nodded, responding, "Though I have not witnessed it myself, I have heard that the modifications were successful. It seems the giant spirit has undergone further enhancements in its second and third phases, making it exceedingly formidable. However, it is no longer in Water 7. If you wish to reach them, I can contact them using a transponder snail." Upon hearing that the modifications had indeed been successful and that further enhancements had been made, Hubert licked his lips in anticipation and said, "Excellent. Contact Carter immediately and arrange for him to liaise with us." He then gestured towards the group of Les's subordinates and asked, "What do you intend to do with these men? Shall I dispose of them?" The subordinates fell silent, gripped by fear. Hubert was truly terrifying, even more so than Kaido. How could he utter such predatory words with such nonchalance? Les, observing Hubert's eagerness, quickly intervened, "No need for that. They are my trusted subordinates, raised under my guidance. I would not have brought them otherwise. The ship currently lacks manpower, and they would be invaluable in serving you, Lord Hubert." Upon hearing this, Hubert couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He glanced at the crowd, who nodded with a sense of resignation, and said, "Very well." The many subordinates exclaimed, "Why do you look so disheartened? Do you truly wish to eliminate us? Moreover, your gaze seemed to carry an air of contempt. We, the elite guards of Lord Les, the finest among the 8 guardians, are each capable of taking on 10 foes. Please refrain from underestimating us." Hubert clapped his hands and declared, "Let us set sail now." Chapter 93, News of Robin. After a lapse of 20 years, the Black Pearl once again embarked upon the vast ocean. Despite 2 decades of neglect, it not only retained its speed but seemed to have gained a swiftness. It carved a white streak across the sea, which swiftly vanished from sight. In his chamber, Hubert found himself in the company of Olivia, who lay on the vessel, her face flushed with a crimson hue, as though she had just emerged from a fierce battle. With a tone of exasperation, Olivia murmured, "Why have you suddenly recovered?" "Recovered from what?" Hubert replied with a mischievous grin. "You know, that," he teased, leaving her to ponder. Without addressing her inquiry, Hubert encircled Olivia from behind. "No, Please, I lack the strength, Olivia exclaimed, a hint of alarm in her voice. Hubert reassured, rest assured. I shall assist you with a massage. It is nothing to worry about. Subsequently, he began to channel the life-giving abilities inherent in the Sinsen fruit into Olvia's body. And an overwhelming vitality surged within her. Her previously weary physique instantly relaxed considerably. How marvelous. Is this also a facet of your abilities? Though somewhat astonished, Olvia did not express excessive surprise. The astonishment that Hubert bestowed upon her was already more than sufficient. Hubert nodded thoughtfully, continuing to focus on massaging Olivia. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. After traversing back 2 decades, a voice awakened within his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing your first time travel. Energy analysis is underway. Energy analysis successful. Reward, self-time adjustment. At that time, he merely perceived this ability as extraordinary. After all, powers associated with time are anything but ordinary. However, upon returning to the Black Pearl, he conducted an experiment and discovered that it was not merely extraordinary, it was nothing short of miraculous. With this newfound ability, he could freely adjust the time of his own body. In essence, if he wished to appear 20 years old, he could. If he desired to be 30, he could. And even to transform into a child of 1 or 2 years, that was within his grasp. Immediately after acquiring this power, he transformed his body to that of a 20-year-old. He then summoned Olivia, allowing her to experience his renewed vigor. Although surprised, Olivia offered little resistance. She had long prepared herself mentally. For her, Hubert was already the one she envisioned for a lifetime. Thus, Hubert's aspirations for this journey were fulfilled, successfully revitalizing his vigor, employing nothing less than the finest temporal abilities. Naturally, utilizing such a power solely for this purpose seemed a waste. The greatest advantage of possessing this ability is the prospect of immortality. As long as Hubert maintains his age at 20, he shall never grow old, perpetually retaining his youth and prime state. This is the lifelong pursuit of protagonists in many cultivation novels, and now Hubert has achieved it. After massaging Olivia for a while, she, already exhausted from being pent up by Hubert for so long, succumbed to a deep slumber under his attentive ministrations. Hubert emerged from the cabin and stepped onto the deck. At that moment, Lucy was addressing his subordinates. From now on, your leader's leader will be Lord Hubert. Is that understood? Forget about that long worm, Kaido. Did you hear me? From now on, when we encounter him, we shall be enemies. Understood? On board. There are no particular demands. Just continue as usual, and everything will be decided by Lord Hubert. Do you comprehend? Yes. We will comply with Lord Hubert's arrangements. It was evident that Lucy commanded great respect among his peers, with none daring to voice dissent. Clearly, Lucy had made significant progress. His management skills had notably improved, and he had now become a capable individual in his own right. Although Hubert was unaware of Lucy's current strength, he could sense it to some extent. Moreover, having risen from humble beginnings to become a formidable figure, his prowess was undoubtedly commendable. As part of the second tier under the 4 emperors of the New World, they would be formidable within the realm of paradise. Additionally, accompanying Lucy was Rumba. It was apparent that Rumba's management skills were not as refined as Lucy's, yet their strength appeared to be comparable. Hubert even speculated that, without the constraints of authority, Rumba's abilities might surpass those of Lucy. Hubert approached with a smile and remarked, "A lecture, I see." Upon hearing the voice, Les instinctively stood at attention and replied, "Indeed, Lord Hubert. These individuals are all under my tutelage, and I must clarify matters with them to prevent any errors from occurring." Hobart nodded thoughtfully, refraining from inquiring about management matters. Instead, he asked, "How is our pace currently? How much longer until we reach the Colossus?" Lutv calculated with his fingers and replied, "It will likely take around 3 more months." "I see," Hobart responded. 3 months, neither too long nor too short. Hubert hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Shall we hasten our pace? I am eager to behold the Titan." Les and Lumba exchanged glances, their eyes locked in a silent standoff, yet no words emerged for quite some time. This may prove challenging. The Black Pearl has already reached its maximum velocity, which is indeed remarkably swift. Hubert, having harbored little hope from the outset, felt no particular disappointment at this moment. He inquired, "Where is the Titan? We cannot accelerate. Can we summon them here?" Les replied, "The Titan is still over at Paradise, not far from the city of 7 Waters. I have heard that the 6th phase of its renovation has just been completed." "Oh." Hubert expressed a hint of surprise. After pondering for a moment, He said, "Let us call them immediately. I can make the call myself." With that, he retrieved the phone worm from his pocket. This phone worm had accompanied him through a dimensional rift, yet had suffered no apparent damage. Typically, one would expect that such a fragile creature would succumb to the disorienting sensations that often plague humans during such transitions. Hubert, however, found himself disinclined to dwell on these trivialities. He could not fathom the reasons behind it, and if any investigation were to be conducted, it would be left to the capable hands of professionals like Jesse. As he prepared to dial the number on the phone worm, hesitation washed over him the moment his hand made contact with it. In an inexplicable turn of fate, he dialed a familiar number. The call connected, and a voice on the other end, unfamiliar yet resonant, emerged, a woman who sounded to be in her 40s or 50s. "Hello, who are you trying to reach?" Hubert paused momentarily, having dialed Robin's original number. Certain technologies could trace addresses through phone bugs, and Robin would undoubtedly discard the phone upon realizing he had been deceived. Nevertheless, Hubert proceeded with the call. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, he confirmed that Robin had indeed abandoned that phone number. He sighed deeply and remarked, "It is of no consequence. I merely wish to advise you against answering unfamiliar calls." With that, he terminated the call and dialed Carter's number. "Hello? Who is this?" The voice on the other end was deep and gentle, both familiar and unfamiliar to Hubert. "Is this Carter?" "This is Hubert. Mr. Hubert? I was just about to call Les." Carter expressed a hint of delight upon recognizing Hubert's voice. "Oh, what brings you to call?" Hubert had initially intended to inquire about the whereabouts of the Goliath, but found himself captivated by Carter's curiosity. "Well, we have just uncovered a lead on Miss Robin and have pinpointed her current location. I felt it necessary to inform you." "Oh, this news is rather unexpected. Where is she?" "In the East China Sea. An informant reported sighting her." "The East China Sea." Hubert furrowed his brow. Given his current location, it would take several months to reach Paradise, and if it were the East Sea, would it not require approximately half a year? Hubert inquired. "Is it possible for someone on your end to seek her out?" Carter responded with a wry smile. "It's futile. Over the years, we have uncovered numerous leads regarding her whereabouts, yet we have never managed to locate her. Thus, upon hearing news of her, you were the first person that came to my mind. Perhaps only you possess the ability to retrieve her. Is that so?" Hubert sighed. He indeed wished to search for Robin, yet the distance rendered him powerless. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he lifted his gaze, asking, "Do you know how long she typically remains in one place?" After a moment's hesitation, Carter replied, "It should be around a month, though sometimes it may vary, being a bit longer or shorter." A glimmer of determination sparkled in Hubert's eyes. "No, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. I shall approach her at once." "Are you truly going?" Carter exclaimed with surprise. "If you take action, success is virtually assured." Hubert did not elaborate further. After issuing a couple of commands, he ended the call. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Should he fail to find Robin this time, he could only wonder when the next chance would arise. Having kept Robin waiting for so long, he was determined not to let her slip away again. Holding the phone in his hand, Hubert remained silent for a while. After a moment, he turned his gaze towards Les and the others in the distance. "Les." With a single command, Les promptly approached upon hearing his name. "Do you have any instructions, my lord?" "I am about to depart from the Black Pearl. You will steer the ship diligently and ensure a safe arrival at the City of Seven Waters, where we shall rendezvous with the giant spirit." Les, taken aback, responded, "Wait. My lord, what are you planning? Wasn't it agreed that we would head straight to the giant spirit?" Hubert shook his head and replied, "I have pressing matters to attend to, but I shall not be away for long. By the time you arrive at the Colossus, I expect to have completed my tasks aboard the dragon." "Very well," Les mused, pondering the nature of the matter at hand. Since Hubert chose not to disclose it, it was evident he preferred to keep it to himself. After all, Lord Hubert had always been shrouded in mystery. "By the way, where is Lady Alvia? Is she accompanying you as well?" Hubert pondered for a moment and replied, "No, she will return with you." His journey to the East Sea was already time-sensitive. He was uncertain whether he could make it on schedule if he brought Olivia along. Thus, he relinquished the idea of taking her with him. Although he had just tasted the sweetness of love and should have been utterly enamored with Olivia, the pressing circumstances left him with no alternative. Hubert, having concluded his negotiations with Les, arrived at Alvia's chamber. At that moment, Alvia was still peacefully slumbering, seemingly murmuring something in her sleep. "Hubert, let us have a little baby," she whispered, entirely unaware of Hubert's impending departure. Hubert hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to awaken Olivia. It seemed rather impolite to depart without notice at such a time. Olivia stirred from her slumber, still in a daze, with a glistening droplet of saliva lingering at the corner of her mouth. Upon seeing Hubert before her, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she inquired, "What is it? Are we about to have a meal?" Hubert shook his head, his expression grave. Olivia seemed to sense something amiss. She straightened up in bed and inquired, "What is it? What has happened? I must leave for a while." Confused, Olivia paused for a moment, then panic washed over her face. What? Are you going to abandon me?" At that moment, Olivia was most dependent on Hubert, having traversed 2 decades into the future. She felt a profound sense of estrangement from the world around her. Only in Hubert's presence did she find solace. Moreover, having just shared an intimate moment with Hubert, his sudden announcement of departure left her feeling as though he were a cad who, after gaining her affection, turned his back on her. Hubert gazed at Olivia's expression and was immediately overwhelmed by a sense of guilt akin to abandoning one's family. He hastily clarified, "I have an urgent matter to attend to. I just spoke with Carter, and they have uncovered a lead on Robin. I must go to her at once." Upon hearing this was for Robin, Olivia exhaled a sigh of relief, yet the news of Hubert's impending departure left her with an undeniable sense of reluctance. At that moment, she truly did not wish to part from Hubert, not even for a fleeting second. She embraced him tightly, her body trembling slightly. Hubert remained silent, trusting that Olivia would comprehend his intentions. After a moment, reason ultimately triumphed over emotion for Olivia. She was no longer the naive little girl. She could discern the gravity of the situation. As she felt the grip around her waist gradually loosen, Hubert gently released her hand and spoke softly. "I must take my leave now. Time is of the essence." "Very well," she acquiesced. Hubert opened the window and leaped forth, transforming midair into a magnificent dragon. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared far into the distance. As he traveled, his form expanded, eventually surpassing even the size of the Black Pearl. He swiftly vanished into the sky. The crew on deck had never witnessed Hubert in this dragon form, enhanced by the powers of the great fruit, and they were taken aback. "Goodness, that size rivals Kaido himself," one exclaimed. "What are you talking about? Kaido is but a mere eel in comparison to Lord Hubert." Another chimed in. "I once thought Kaido was invincible, yet Lord Hubert proves to be far more formidable. With a leader like him, we shall dominate the seas." Les observed his crew swiftly adapting to the situation and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Time flew by as Hubert raced forward with unparalleled speed, the scenery blurring past him in a kaleidoscope of colors. After 20 continuous days, he finally reached the East Sea. Standing on a shore, he gazed at a distant island adorned with orange trees, feeling a wave of familiarity wash over him. Chapter 94. Nami's blood. Hubert had never visited Donghai before, and the only thing that seemed familiar to him was the scene from his previous life's original work. The quaint little town before him resembled the beloved Nami from the Straw Hat crew in that past existence. On the ship of his former life, Nami held the esteemed position of being the crew's top member and served as the navigator. It was Nami to whom Luffy first entrusted his straw hat. However, prior to boarding the ship, Nami's experiences were nothing short of tragic. From a young age, she had worked for the pirate Arlong on her small island, and her adoptive mother had been murdered. After much toil, she managed to save up 100 million berries, only to face the threat of it being stolen. Yet, none of this concerned Hubert. His purpose for coming this time was to search for Robin. According to Carter's information, Robin was last spotted in the vicinity of these waters. Where could she be? Hubert gazed at the distant isle, stroking his chin, pondering the reason behind Robin's presence here. Yet, he soon dismissed the thought. Hubert shook his head. Since he could not fathom the reasons, he decided to seek answers directly. Hubert leaped gracefully, soaring to another island adjacent to Orange Town. He deemed the likelihood of Robin visiting the impoverished town exceedingly slim. After half a month of tireless pursuit, he bore the marks of hardship. His attire was tattered, and his beard had grown unkempt. It had been far too long since he last laid eyes on Robin, and his disheveled appearance was hardly suitable for their reunion. Upon arriving at the island, he sought out the wealthiest shop, purchasing a pristine outfit, and then visited a barber to tidy up his unruly beard. His financial resources were quite ample, with a staggering 20 billion berries securely lodged within the system. Consequently, he employed several beggars, offering them a substantial reward of 500,000 berries for any leads on Robin's whereabouts. The beggars, having never encountered such a lucrative proposition, eagerly agreed. This exemplified Hubert's astuteness, while the Navy's apprehension tactics involved a troop of uniformed officers charging in. Causing their quarry to flee at the first sign of trouble, their efficiency was lamentably low. Even when utilizing CP9, their distinct appearance rendered them easily recognizable, making it challenging to catch anyone clever enough to evade capture. In contrast, Hubert harnessed the power of the masses, enlisting the aid of the streetwise beggars, which significantly enhanced his efficiency. After all, who would pay heed to a beggar? Having completed these arrangements, Hubert checked into the finest hotel on the island. This was not solely for his own indulgence. It was also a demonstration of his capability, assuring the beggars that he was a man of means who would never abscond without paying, thus invigorating their motivation. He himself was not idle. Although within the confines of his room, he activated the powers of the blossom fruit. His hands spread like an expansive net, gradually enveloping the entire island. As any information regarding Robin flowed into his consciousness. If Robin were indeed on this island, it would not be long before he uncovered a clue. Suddenly, after a brief respite in his lodgings, a firm knock echoed at the door. Hubert wore a look of perplexity. He had sensed the arrival of the visitor early on, thanks to the abilities bestowed upon him by the flower fruit. Standing at the door was a figure with cascading orange hair, a slender waist, and clad in nothing but a snug t-shirt that accentuated her form. A pair of enticing curves was evident, complemented by a pair of shorts that revealed alluring legs. Adorning her arm was an intriguing tattoo, which, far from detracting from her beauty, only added to her charm. The newcomer was none other than the mischievous thief, Nami. Hubert could hardly fathom why Nami had sought him out. After all, they had never crossed paths before. Was it merely due to his handsome appearance? That seemed unlikely. Nami was currently preoccupied with amassing berries, leaving her little time to indulge in handsome suitors. Ah, berries. Hubert seemed to have an epiphany, a faint smile gracing his lips as he willed the wooden door to open. Nami jumped slightly at the sight of the door swinging ajar, only to find it was empty within. It had opened seemingly of its own accord. This revelation caused her to hesitate, her resolve wavering. "Who is there? Come in," she called, her uncertainty palpable. Just as her thoughts began to drift, Hubert's voice suddenly echoed from inside, interrupting her reverie. After a moment's hesitation, Nami rationalized that perhaps the door had not properly closed and had swung open upon her knock. Summoning her courage, she stepped inside. Bang! The instant she crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind her with an unexpected force, startling her. It dawned on her that the door had indeed opened on its own. How could this be? Could the occupant within be some sort of monster? Her approach faltered, and she instinctively retreated, contemplating a hasty exit. Yet, the surreal nature of the situation left her uncertain of her ability to escape. Well, wasn't that a delightful little trick? The voice from the room seemed to read her thoughts. Magic? Nami's mind struggled to catch up. It's simply my trick of closing doors from afar. Did you not notice? What a pity. Relief washed over her as she managed a strained smile. I did see it. It's quite an impressive feat. Are you a magician? With that, she ventured further into the room. No, it's merely a small trick I learned. I find it rather amusing. Indeed, it is quite fascinating, Nami replied, her thoughts racing. Goodness, why perform magic on me like that? It nearly frightened me to death. Thank goodness I didn't turn tail and run. Losing face would have been minor compared to missing out on this golden opportunity. Her informant had noted that this individual wore the finest fabrics and craftsmanship, his attire valued at over 1 million belly. This was akin to risking her life at sea to con a band of pirates. Yet, he appeared rather unassuming, lacking any intimidating presence. Surely, this would pose little risk. He was a prime target, a wealthy fool. With no immediate objectives in sight, she decided to pursue him for a potential windfall. If successful, she would take a significant step toward her goal of 100 million belly. Thus, Nami had come forth. Not being on the seas, the methods typically employed against pirates would not apply. Instead, she resorted to a classic approach, the distraction technique. She understood that the affluent held their reputations in high regard. If she succeeded, her ambition of 100 million belly might be realized in one fell swoop. Even in failure, she could claim his clothes, ensuring a handsome profit of 1 million belly. Though Hubert remained oblivious to Nami's true intentions, he could surmise the general direction of her thoughts. As he observed her approach with a graceful gait, a look of intrigued curiosity graced his features. Nami reached the corner, extending one leg in a manner that revealed her snow-white thigh, as alluring as jade. She then leaned against the wall and emerged, her body undulating like a water serpent. Her gaze, fixed intently upon Hubert's eyes, was both captivating and seductive. However, upon noticing his unwavering stare, she felt a twinge of nervousness. Her previous endeavors had never encompassed such encounters. Her skills were honed for stealthy infiltrations and thievery from pirate crews. This marked her inaugural venture into such territory. Were it not for the informant's assurance that success could nearly guarantee the accumulation of 100 million berries, she would not have ventured here. The heat of Hubert's gaze sent a tremor through her, prompting her to inwardly chastise. Are all wealthy individuals so shameless? With a facade of professionalism, she replied, esteemed guest. I am a hotel attendant, here to inquire if you require any services. Oh, Hubert's expression shifted to one of amused interest. What services do you offer? Whatever you desire. I am capable of providing, she responded. Is it all services? Hubert's face broke into a mischievous grin. Nami's smile faltered slightly, revealing her discomfort with the exchange. Hubert's gaze was so piercing that it felt as though it stripped away her garments, revealing her very essence. She was on the verge of uttering a firm refusal and turning away, risking everything to pilfer the pirate's bounty. Yet, after years of anticipation, she could hardly contain her desire to amass 100 million berries to redeem Orange Town from Arlong's grasp. She could not leave. Nami spoke with great difficulty, yes. Hubert approached and directly took hold of Nami's delicate hand. Nami felt that Hubert's grip was strong and firm, entirely contrary to the fragile sensation she had anticipated. Hubert leaned close to her ear and inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Why didn't you say so earlier? It turns out you are a distinguished service provider." Nami felt a shiver run down her neck, causing goosebumps to rise. Upon hearing Hubert's words, she was compelled to retort, yet reflecting on her current actions, she realized they were far more humiliating than anything he could say. Consequently, she refrained from arguing back, suppressing the disdain that bubbled within her. It's all right. Just endure for now. Soon, I shall make him pay. Nami silently reassured herself. Hubert's hand had unknowingly ascended to her thigh, sending shivers across her skin. Once this deal was concluded, she would soon amass 100 million berries. Hold on. Nami silently urged herself. Hobart sensed her stiffness and chuckled. It seems, my dear lady, that you are rather inexperienced in your endeavors. Nami remained silent, her thoughts consumed with a desire for Hobart to act swiftly. Allowing her to call in her two companions waiting at the door, she envisioned them teaching Hobart a lesson, followed by extorting a substantial sum of money from him to amass 100 million berries. With that fortune, she would no longer be confined by the limitations of Orange Town. In that moment, she could finally pursue her true aspirations. What might those aspirations be? To sail the seas. She had a profound love for navigation, with a dream of becoming a skilled navigator. In her possession were several meticulously crafted nautical charts, far superior to those available on the market. She believed herself destined to be an exceptional navigator, rather than enduring the indignities of her current situation, where she was treated as a mere commodity for berries. Upon noticing Nami's silence, Hubert initially intended to tease her. However, gazing at her refreshing attire and her hesitant expression, a surge of passion ignited within him. As a proper 20-year-old young man, he found himself in the throes of youthful fervor. Just half a month prior, he had indulged in forbidden pleasures, leaving him with an insatiable desire. Yet, since that indulgence, he had not experienced such delights again, preoccupied with his journey. The pent-up fire within him became unbearable, culminating in an explosive outburst. He seized Nami and threw her onto the bed. She landed heavily on the floor, letting out a cry of pain. Although it stung, a flicker of joy ignited within her. This was the moment to summon help. She shouted, "Someone, help! I am being assaulted. A wealthy man is committing an affront against a defenseless woman." Hubert chuckled. "Oh, so you're indulging in roleplay? How amusing. I underestimated your prowess, for your acting is nothing short of divine." Nami shot him a scornful glance, incredulous that he believed this to be mere theatrics. "You can laugh now, but soon you shall weep." However, after a moment, an unsettling sensation washed over her. The individuals waiting outside had yet to enter, and instead, Hubert was advancing ever closer. As his figure loomed nearer, fear gripped her heart. "No, don't come any closer. I'm not involved in that. Indeed, your performance is commendable, far surpassing that of many professional actors," Hubert remarked, still smiling as he approached. When his hand clasped Nami's, a jolt coursed through her. A a stark contrast to her previous thoughts. Just moments ago, she regarded him as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter, with those outside poised to deliver a well-deserved lesson. Yet now, the lamb appeared to have transformed into a ravenous wolf, while she felt reduced to the status of a mere lamb. Panic set in as she began to struggle, flailing her arms wildly. Yet it was futile. Hubert's grip was unyielding, rendering her utterly immobile. Hubert's strength surpassed his own imagination by leaps and bounds. Amidst Hubert's laughter, she noticed that the curtains had been drawn, plunging the room into darkness. Despair enveloped her entirely. Outside the door, her two accomplices were ensnared by branches of unknown origin, trapped in the stairwell. Their mouths were forcibly silenced, rendering them incapable of speech, only able to emit muffled sounds. The following morning, Hubert arose, invigorated, and stretched his body while surveying the disheveled bed. Nami, having woken at some point, lay on the bed with vacant eyes, lost in her thoughts. Hubert is not the kind of man who turns his back on others after securing his own interests. He withdrew 500,000 berries from the system, a sum that could be deemed as price inflation. As he produced the berries, he suddenly noticed a splash of crimson on the bed. After a moment's contemplation, he took out another 500,000 berries, amassing a total of 1,000,000 berries, which he offered to Nami. However, the avaricious Nami did not accept it. Her eyes were vacant, aimlessly surveying her surroundings. She was bewildered, unable to comprehend how circumstances had spiraled into such disarray. Hubert gazed at Nami with a hint of sympathy. Originally, her plan to ensnare a wealthy fool, reaping millions or even tens of millions of berries without any investment, seemed foolproof. However, fate intervened with Hubert's arrival, leading to a disheartening outcome. She not only lost her resources, but also endured further misfortune. Had Hubert been in Nami's position, he would likely have been driven to despair. Now, do not dwell in anger. It is detrimental to your health. Wouldn't you agree, Nami? Upon hearing Hubert utter her name, she abruptly lifted her gaze, fixating intently on him. Do you know me? Chapter 94. Arlong. Hubert gazed at Nami, whose face was etched with disbelief, and smiled. Of course I am aware. The infamous pirate cat burglar, Nami. As a bounty hunter, how could I possibly remain ignorant of you? Nami's eyes burned with indignation as she retorted, You know me? Was that intentional just now? Hubert smiled silently. Nami added, So it was you who prevented my companions from coming in to rescue me? They merely dozed at the door for a while, and in the dead of night, I set them free. They dared not return. Hubert spoke with a hint of disdain in his voice. Is this truly the companion you have chosen? Knowing full well that your ally suffers within the confines of that room, yet you flee in fear. Nami scoffed in response. We merely joined forces by chance. They are not a true companion. Moreover, to rush headlong into danger, fully aware of one's inferiority, is an act reserved for the foolish. Hubert gazed at the chillingly smiling Nami, who inadvertently reminded him of the countless tribulations that Luffy would endure for her sake. In his unwavering devotion to Robin, Luffy even dared to confront the world government without a second thought. Thus, it is somewhat understandable that the once playful cat like Nami would eventually evolve into someone willing to sacrifice her life for her comrades. What are you staring at? Nami's voice was frigid. You have what you desire now. May I take my leave? Of course, Hubert replied without objection. Nami rose, unabashedly donning her attire before him. Once dressed, she strode toward the door, intent on departing. She had come to a realization that Hubert might indeed wield some form of sorcery rather than mere trickery. After all, he remained within the confines of the room while her two companions had been effortlessly defeated. It was evident that Hubert had maintained his presence without any connection to external events. As she approached the threshold, Hubert's voice suddenly broke the silence. By the way, as a bounty hunter, I am here to collect some rewards. Do you happen to know of any formidable pirates in the area that I could conveniently dispose of? Nami paused, her grip on the doorknob tightening with frustration. She harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the individual behind her, wishing fervently to flay him alive. At that moment, a tantalizing opportunity seemed to present itself. She could incite Hubert to confront Arlong. In her mind, Arlong was the most formidable pirate in these waters, wielding immense power and commanding a legion of minions. There was no one more formidable than Arlong. Should he engage, Hubert would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Though Hubert possessed an air of mystery, Nami was convinced he could not possibly contend with Arlong. Even if, hypothetically, Hubert proved to be exceptionally strong and vanquished Arlong, it would eradicate the oppressive weight that had long rested upon her shoulders. However, Nami mused that while Hubert's actions were reprehensible, having cost her innocence, they did not warrant death. She had initially approached him with ulterior motives, attempting to deceive him, and now that she had failed, it was only natural that she would incur some losses, albeit substantial ones. If Arlong were to eliminate Hubert, she would feel a twinge of guilt. She desired the opportunity to avenge herself and deliver a fitting punishment to Hubert. What's wrong? Nothing to say? Hubert's irritating voice cut through her thoughts once more. Nami hesitated momentarily before responding coldly. If you wish to find pirates, do so on your own. What do you want with me? With that, she twisted the doorknob and opened the door. You surprise me, Nami. Don't you want my assistance in dealing with Arlong? Nami's body pivoted sharply as she questioned him. Who exactly are you? Me? Haven't I already mentioned? I am merely a passing bounty hunter. A smile graced Hubert's lips, his demeanor remaining as gentle as ever. Yet, Nami was acutely aware that this individual was far from innocuous. This conclusion stemmed not only from his demeanor the previous night, but also from the unsettling knowledge he seemed to possess about her life. Regarding Arlong, aside from the members of the Arlong pirates and herself, she could not fathom who else might be privy to such information. Could it be that Arlong had divulged secrets? Contemplating this, her gaze towards Hubert grew increasingly vigilant. Was this man an accomplice of Arlong? Although the worlds of bounty hunters and pirates appeared irreconcilable, Nami, having drifted through life for so long, had witnessed much. What was a little collusion between pirates and bounty hunters? Pirates even conspired with the Navy. What is your connection to Arlong? Nami inquired. Hubert was taken aback, unsure of how he had become entangled with Aaron. Observing Nami's expression, which had shifted from one of indignation to one brimming with unrestrained hatred, he sensed there was no room for reconciliation. After a moment of contemplation, he began to grasp Nami's thoughts and chuckled softly, saying, I am a bounty hunter. How could I possibly be connected to Aaron? If there is any tenuous link to be made, it would be that I might apprehend him for a bounty. Nami, clearly unconvinced, retorted. Then how do you know about my connection to Aaron? A mysterious smile played upon Hubert's lips as he uttered, It's a secret. You need not concern yourself with the details. Simply tell me, do you wish for me to eliminate Aaron? Nami hesitated for a moment, contemplating the futility of being deceived by Hubert. Given his formidable strength, was she not akin to a mere toy in his hands? Finally, she inquired, Are you truly intent on capturing Aaron? Hubert descended from the ship, clad in a bathrobe. He pulled aside the curtains with a swift motion. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating him, and his profile seemed to radiate a luminous glow under its brilliance. After a protracted period of darkness, the sudden exposure to light caused Nami to instinctively shield her eyes, appearing somewhat disoriented. Perhaps, after all, bounty hunters are indeed tasked with capturing pirates, Hubert remarked casually. Below, the streets had already commenced their daily bustle, with vendors calling out to attract onlookers, while beggars surveyed the area, seemingly in search of something. Occasionally, one could spot a few members of the Navy, though they appeared as rotund and unwieldy as bloated pigs. Hubert chuckled. The East Sea is indeed intriguing. Can these rotund Navy personnel truly apprehend pirates? Nami, unfazed by Hubert's sarcasm, inquired, What must I sacrifice? Pardon? Hubert responded in astonishment. Why should you bear any burden? Arlong has caused suffering to so many. Why should it fall upon you? Nami found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Hubert remarked, However, since you are so eager to contribute, I propose that once I defeat Arlong, you shall become my navigator. What? Navigator? Nami expressed her astonishment. Indeed, do you not desire this? Nami regarded Hubert with a complex gaze, sensing a glimmer of hope. Despite the way this man had treated her the previous day, she found it difficult to harbor any resentment at that moment. Let it be, she finally replied, shaking her head. You are not a match for Arlong. His strength is formidable. You must understand that the power of a fishman is tenfold that of a human. Furthermore, Arlong's prowess is not his sole advantage. His influence is equally remarkable. It is said that he has a formidable elder brother on the Grand Line. Hubert remarked, I know the fellow you speak of. That rotund fishman, Jinbei. His strength is rather unimpressive, and as for Arlong, there is no need to elaborate. I have already told you, you are no match for him. Nami felt a twinge of irritation. You underestimate me, don't you? I am a bounty hunter from the Grand Line. Even the mightiest of the four emperors appear as mere minnows before me. Do I fear someone as inconsequential as Arlong? Naturally, Nami found it hard to believe Hubert's claims. Such formidable individuals were not ones she expected to encounter. Fine, do as you wish. If you seek your own demise, then so be it. With that, Nami turned to leave. This failure had taught her a lesson. She would never again engage in such foolish schemes as a honey trap. It was far more prudent to steal from pirates. As for Hubert, if he truly wished to confront Arlong, let him do so. If he were indeed capable of eliminating Arlong, she would no longer need to scrounge for berries. Just as she reached the door, she felt a hand encircle her waist. Hubert leaned beside her and said, "Your contemptuous demeanor greatly displeases me. Today, I must eliminate that fellow Aaron. So you may witness my prowess and fulfill your role as my navigator." Nami struggled, exclaiming, "Let me go. If you seek death, do so alone. Do not drag me into this." To Hubert, Nami's resistance bore no threat. With a gentle lift, he cradled her as one would a doll. Approaching the doorway, he commanded, "Let us proceed." In an instant, Nami found herself soaring through the air, carried aloft by Hubert. Having never encountered such a spectacle in her life, she was struck with fear, rendered motionless. Staring in astonishment at the wings sprouting from Hubert's back, she eventually managed to stammer, "Are you truly human?" Hubert gazed at Nami's expression with amusement and remarked, "Of course not. I am the great dragon. Today, I shall assist you in vanquishing that scoundrel Arlong, teaching him who the true dragon is. As for you, you shall become my dragon lady and bear me a clutch of dragon offspring." Though his words were initially uttered in jest, Nami, casting a glance at the fleeting scenery beneath her, found herself genuinely believing them. The prospect of becoming a dragon lady filled her with trepidation, yet upon reflecting on the events of the previous night, it no longer seemed so daunting. Instead, another thought ignited her excitement. If Hubert were indeed a true dragon, then defeating Arlong appeared to be well within reach. Arlong prided himself on being superior to the fishman race, claiming to possess strength tenfold that of a human. However, when compared to a dragon, he surely could not measure up, could he? With this thought, a glimmer of hope sparkled in Nami's eyes. Hubert chuckled, "What is the matter? That expression of yours suggests you're eager to become a dragon lady, doesn't he it? Have you already thought of names for the dragon babies? Who would think about such things?" Nami exclaimed loudly. The wind was fierce in the sky, and especially given Hubert's rapid pace, her voice barely carried. Yet, inexplicably, Hubert's soft-spoken words were crystal clear. "You can't possibly believe I'm a dragon, can you?" Hubert inquired. "Huh." Nami was taken aback. "No, are you not?" "Of course not. I am a perfectly ordinary human," he replied. Hubert spoke, revealing his sturdy muscles and showcasing his strength. Nami inquired, "How is that possible? How could humans possess wings?" "It must be the devil fruit." "Devil fruit?" Nami questioned, a hint of confusion in her voice. Living in the remote East Blue, she admitted she had yet to hear of such a thing. Hubert remarked, "The devil fruit is a unique type of fruit that grants ordinary individuals the power of a demon, yet the price to pay is the curse of the sea, rendering one unable to set foot in the ocean." The notion of demonic power left Nami utterly bewildered, as she found herself completely at a loss regarding Hubert's cryptic words. Hubert sighed and adopted a different approach to his explanation. "A single devil fruit costs no less than 100 million berries." "What?" After a brief silence, Nami exclaimed in astonishment, the force of her voice resonating painfully in Hubert's ears even amidst the air. 100 million berries? After all my hard work and the risks I have taken, I have yet to earn that much. How could a single fruit possibly be worth 100 million berries? This is inconceivable," Hubert remarked. "Yet this is the reality, and you must understand that this is merely the price of the most affordable devil fruit. There are those that can fetch as much as 5 billion. Nami, somewhat dazed, murmured to herself, "What kind of fruit could possibly be worth such an extravagant sum of berries?" Hubert chuckled, "There are several such fruits. Do you still think I cannot defeat Arlong?" Nami shook her head and replied, "Arlong is certainly no match for you. It's absurd. How could such an expensive fruit fail to conquer even someone like Arlong? The exorbitant price must have its justification. If all those berries combined couldn't even best Arlong, it would be a disservice to their worth." As they conversed, Hubert had already flown Nami to a particular hilltop. Upon gazing at the familiar island, Nami exclaimed in astonishment, "So soon? We were just talking, and I hardly noticed the journey." Yet, had she traveled by ship at her usual pace, it would have taken at least half a day. How could they arrive so swiftly after merely a brief conversation? "Of course, this is the power of the devil fruit," Hubert explained. Nami nodded in realization. Her spirit invigorated as she confidently stepped onto the island. "I shall lead the way." Hubert nodded and fell in step with her. From a distance, a group of fishermen pirates spotted the two. Hey, Nami, you've returned so soon. How much did you earn this time? And who is this young lad you brought back? Is he your lover? Well, it's good. The two of you can earn together. The pace will surely quicken. And soon enough, we can amass 100 million berries and attain our freedom. Hubert unsheathed the dark blade from its scabbard, cracking his neck as he declared, Go summon that fellow Aaron for me. I have a few words of wisdom to impart. The once jovial pirates widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that a mere human would dare utter such words in their presence. Young man, do you fully comprehend the gravity of your statement? Do you presume that brandishing a pitch-black dagger grants you the audacity to speak so boldly? That blade would struggle to slice through even the softest of melons. Clang. Hubert swung his long sword, unleashing a blade of energy that cleaved a massive boulder in two. Quickly, summon Aaron for me. I have no desire to repeat myself a third time. Chapter 95. Home. Aaron arrived promptly, having received the message, and approached Hubert. He cast a glance in the direction indicated by his subordinate, where the recently split boulder lay. The ability to sever such a substantial rock from a distance suggested that Hubert was indeed a formidable swordsman. Aaron, however, spoke without reservation, commenting candidly on the display. Yet, to seek trouble with someone of my caliber, is that not a touch presumptuous? Aaron felt little trepidation regarding Hubert's prowess. After all, the boulder he had split was hardly remarkable in size. While his subordinates might have been intimidated, the well-versed Aaron was not easily daunted. Swordsmen varied in strength. Cleaving such a modest stone clearly indicated Hubert was among the lesser ranks. It is worth noting that truly skilled swordsmen could slice through mountains with a single strike, creating gaping chasms in the very heavens. Upon seeing Arlong, Nami instinctively recoiled beside Hobart. Years of experience had firmly entrenched Arlong's invincible image in her mind. Hubert reached out and pulled Nami, who was trying to hide behind him, into view. Nami found herself in an awkward predicament, unsure whether to retreat or remain. Oh, Nami, is this the ally you have summoned? Do you truly believe you can defeat me with an inconsequential swordsman? Is that not a touch overly ambitious? Arlong remarked, narrowing his eyes as he noticed Nami. No, he is not someone I brought. He is a bounty hunter who insisted on my guidance, Nami replied, her gaze flickering as she feigned nonchalance. A bounty hunter? How utterly ludicrous. Who would have thought a bounty hunter would come knocking at my door? Ha ha ha. The initially concerned subordinates of Arlong joined in the laughter, emboldened by their leader's light-hearted demeanor. A mere bounty hunter, do you even know who we are? We are the esteemed fishmen of this region. If you kneel and bow before Lord Arlong now, he might just spare your life. Nami, how dare you bring someone here so carelessly? For that, you shall be punished. Let us raise your debt from 100 million belly to 150 million belly. Nami's face turned ashen upon hearing this. It was one thing to be insulted or struck, but to meddle with her money felt more painful than death itself. Instinctively, she glanced at Hubert. Hubert remained remarkably composed, which brought some solace to Nami's heart. Hurry up, if you don't make a move soon. I shall take matters into my own hands, Hubert yawned languidly. Arlong laughed maniacally. You little brat, you've got quite the audacity. I will soon make you realize that even a swordsman should not provoke a fishman. Who are these two? Arlong, why are you wasting so much time conversing with them? At that moment, a figure unexpectedly approached from the island. The newcomer was clad in a striking purple garment and donned a pair of framed glasses, exuding an air of both sensuality and intellect. Hubert was momentarily taken aback. Aaron turned around, his previously arrogant tone now imbued with respect. Miss Robin, please wait. I shall deal with this fool at once. With that, Aaron pivoted and charged directly at Hubert. In an instant, the shift from conversation to confrontation was striking. Although Aaron's demeanor suggested disdain for the swordsman, he approached with utmost caution. As Aaron launched a surprise attack, Hubert remained steadfast, unmoving. Meanwhile, Nami, witnessing the sudden onslaught, paled and stood frozen, uncertain of how to react. Bang! Aaron was sent hurtling backward at an astonishing speed, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a sizable crater in the muddy earth. Hubert maintained his previous stance, his position unchanged, and with a smile remarked, "What a fortuitous turn of events. I never imagined I would find you here, Robin." Robin, displaying a look of confusion, inquired, "Do you know me?" "Indeed. Though time has passed, and you may have nearly forgotten me, I shall never forget you. You are to be my destined crew member." Robin furrowed her brow, responding, "Destined crew member? Who are you?" "I am Hubert, the boy from 20 years ago. It has been a long time, Robin." Robin's pupils widened in shock. That's impossible. Hubert perished at the hands of the Navy 20 years ago. Didn't I inform you? I am very much alive. I possess a grand ship, as you can see. I apologize for the 2 decades of absence. I never anticipated such unforeseen events. Will you forgive me, dear Robin? Robin's expression flickered with intrigue as she questioned, how can you prove that you are Hubert? How else could I prove it? Did you not agree to join my ship 20 years ago? This is a secret known only to you. A contemplative expression crossed Robin's face, as if she were grappling with an internal struggle. Hubert did not disturb her. He simply awaited in silence. Meanwhile, 2 of his subordinates trembled as they rushed towards the deep pit where Arlong had fallen, hoping to retrieve their leader. However, as they peered into the humanoid pit, they were taken aback. Contrary to their expectations of finding him unconscious, Arlong was feigning death with his eyes wide open. Upon spotting them, he hastily gestured for them to remain discreet. From the recent confrontation, Arlong had discerned Hubert's formidable strength, which undoubtedly surpassed his own, perhaps even exceeding that of Jinbei. For the moment, he resolved to maintain his charade of death to diminish his presence and await a chance to escape. On another front, after a short while, Hubert sincerely inquired, "Well, Robin, do you forgive me?" Robin lifted her head and approached Hubert, responding with a radiant smile, "I might forgive you, if you can catch me." With that, to Nami's astonishment, her form gradually dissolved into a flurry of pink blossoms that danced upon the breeze. "What is this?" Nami murmured in disbelief as she grasped a petal, finding it smooth and luminous, akin to a genuine flower. "Is this magic?" She pondered aloud, then suddenly realized. This must be the effect of that devil fruit. Indeed, Hubert affirmed with a nod, and in response to Nami's astonished gaze, he too transformed into a cascade of flowers that scattered in the wind. At this moment, Robin had already settled into a small boat. With a wave of her hand, the powers of the flower fruit flourished. Everything aboard began to operate in an orderly fashion. Despite being the sole occupant of the vessel, it astonishingly began to navigate smoothly. Her expression remained composed as she gazed out at the sea, lost in contemplation. From the instant Hubert had sent Arlong flying, she had sensed something amiss and immediately employed her devil fruit abilities to create clones to buy herself some time. Hubert's words were met with her skepticism. She scarcely believed a single word he uttered, although the commitment to become a member of Hubert's crew seemed to be known only to the 2 of them. She had realized, 2 decades ago, that this matter had seemingly leaked, rendering it an unreliable basis for proof. Yet, after the passage of many years, hearing Hubert's name once more stirred a sense of nostalgia within her. She recalled the time when he, despite being younger than her, had cared for her like an older brother. With a wistful sigh, she murmured, "How wonderful it would be if you could change." "Who?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind her. The sound, though soft, sent shivers down her spine. She turned abruptly, only to behold Hubert's smiling face, unable to fathom. "How is this possible? Weren't you with alone?" A mysterious smile graced Hubert's face as he grasped Robin's shoulder, saying, "If you catch me, I shall forgive you." In her astonishment, Robin momentarily failed to notice the grip Hubert had on her shoulder. Her mind raced, pondering how Hubert had appeared by her side in an instant. Teleportation? Or perhaps a doppelganger? Within a fleeting moment, Robin had begun to piece together some clues. How could she escape? The ability to pinpoint her location instantaneously, even amidst her own conjured duplicates, suggested that this individual possessed remarkable insight. How, then, could she evade him? Observing Robin's intense concentration, Hubert felt a twinge of sympathy. The perils of her long-standing existence had honed her into a remarkably mature individual, though he pondered the extent of her suffering. He wrapped his arms around her head, bringing her back to the present. Robin, lost in thought, was momentarily stunned, uncertain of how to react. "Stop overthinking it, Sister Robin. I truly am Hubert. That day, I did not get the chance to enjoy the noodles you made before I was called away. My sincerest apologies. Would you be so kind as to prepare them for me once more?" Robin hesitated, wanting to push Hubert's hands away. This was a secret known only to the 2 of them. That day had begun as a joyful morning. She had received the long-coveted scholar's certification and wished to spend a delightful day with Hubert. With great enthusiasm, she prepared breakfast for him, knowing well that he adored her noodles. However, as she transitioned from the kitchen to the living room, Hubert had inexplicably vanished. At that moment, she felt a sense of grievance. Hubert's sudden departure had angered her, and she resolved to scold him when next they met. Little did she know, that moment would stretch into 2 decades. "Are you truly Hubert?" Robin questioned, struggling to believe it. Having been deceived in the past, she found it difficult to ascertain the authenticity of this revelation. Yet, in her heart, she sensed that escape was no longer an option. Hubert had no reason to deceive her. Hubert gently patted Robin's shoulder and bestowed a soft kiss on her forehead, saying, "Indeed, it is true. It has been a long time since we last met, dear Robin." The sea breeze caressed them as the boat, with its sails just unfurled by Robin, glided gracefully into the wind, drifting further away from the shore. The azure sky and the ocean melded into one, creating a vast expanse of cerulean beauty that enveloped the entire world. Hubert and Robin stood at the bow of the ship, embracing each other, with Robin's hand inexplicably resting upon Hubert's back, her body trembling slightly. "Hubert, Hubert," Robin murmured his name a couple of times before suddenly pushing him away. "Why did you leave without a word? 20 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 2 decades? I truly believed you were dead." As she spoke, her fist struck forcefully against Hubert's chest. Hubert allowed her to strike him, though it was not painful. A grimace of discomfort flickered across his face. "All right, enough," he said. "Did I not mention I had urgent matters to attend to? I will explain everything to you shortly." They were pursuing Robin, and Nami remained on the island. It was imperative to retrieve her now. After venting her frustrations, Robin calmed down and nodded, permitting Hubert to attend to his own affairs. Hubert returned to the island, where Arlong remained ensnared within the humanoid pit. His 2 underlings were present as well, all of them ensnared by delicate twigs that rendered them utterly immobile. These seemingly insignificant vines acted as chains forged from sea stone, utterly inescapable. Indeed, they were impervious to escape. Even Kaido could be restrained by such tendrils. Should Arlong and his companions manage to free themselves, it would be tantamount to Kaido feigning death beneath a mere slab of tofu. Hubert chuckled. "Oh, what has transpired? Are you not the esteemed fishman? How could you be so easily ensnared?" Beside him, Nami, visibly shaken, approached Hubert and lamented, "Why did you suddenly leave?" "I was nearly terrified to death." Just moments prior to Hubert's departure, Nami had been left bewildered, gazing at the awkward expressions on the faces of Kaido's 2 subordinates. Alone, she stood no chance against these imposing fishmen. At that moment, Arlong, sensing Hubert's absence, emerged from the pit, causing Nami's fright to escalate further. A silent agreement passed among Arlong and his companions. They resolved to seize Nami and interrogate her about Hubert's background. Should their inquiries prove fruitless, they could resort to using her as leverage, although they suspected their efforts might be in vain. After all, if Nami were truly allied with someone of Hubert's caliber, they would have long been out of the picture. They opted to proceed, pondering the potential effectiveness of their ploy. However, just as they were about to act, an unexpected surge of vines erupted from the shadows, ensnaring them completely. Their attempts to break free only tightened the bindings further, culminating in the predicament they now found themselves in. Hubert inquired, "Do you recall our previous agreement?" Nami, perplexed, responded, "Huh?" "The matter of becoming my navigator," Hubert reiterated. "Oh, certainly," she replied. Observing how effortlessly Hubert had vanquished the formidable Arlong, whom she had once deemed invincible, Nami found herself entirely trusting this individual before her. Moreover, she realized she had no means of resistance. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting the esteemed Nami as a subordinate, enhancing the ability of self-time mastery, and evolving it into dimensional control. Hubert was momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, he felt his strength dissipate like mist. His body seemed to begin floating, merging with the cosmos. Although his physical prowess had vanished, a profound power of order flooded his true essence. With a mere gesture, he summoned towering waves from the ocean. With a simple motion, the surface returned to tranquility. As he clenched his hand, Nami, Robin, and the distant Alvia sensed a transformation within themselves. As Hubert bestowed upon them the gift of eternal life, another wave of his hand seemed to rend the sky, and he led the astonished Nami and Robin through the rift. When they re-emerged, they found themselves upon a grand vessel. On board, Alvia sat composedly in a chair, engrossed in a newspaper, yet her gaze was not directed towards the East Sea. Carter and the others were efficiently managing various affairs, presenting the image of a formidable organization. Hobart chuckled and said, "Allow me to introduce my vessel. From now on, this shall also be your home." Chapter 96. The gigantic spirit. 20 years later, Nami gazed in awe at the ship, the likes of which she had never seen before, momentarily at a loss for words. Robin, however, exhibited little surprise. She had encountered this ship 2 decades prior. Back then, she had fled, and now, after 20 years, she found herself returning of her own volition. What an ironic twist of fate it was. Was it truly you who called me 20 years ago? Robin inquired. Hubert nodded, somewhat embarrassed, and said, these past 20 years have truly been arduous for you. I had intended to return and meet you once my affairs were concluded. But unforeseen circumstances arose, causing a delay of 2 decades. Robin gazed silently at Hubert and inquired, what events could possibly lead to a 2-decade delay? Hubert discerned a scrutinizing expression in her eyes, and he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Indeed, it is true that an ordinary incident would not cause such an extensive delay. Yet, I have genuinely lingered for a considerable time. Or rather, what appears to be 20 years for you is but a fleeting moment for me. Before Robin could respond, Nami, filled with curiosity, interjected, what do you mean? Is it possible for time to flow solely within our experience? Hubert sighed and remarked, indeed, I have traversed through time, directly arriving 20 years into the future. That is why I have been delayed for such a long period. I sincerely apologize, Sister Robin. How is that possible? How could such a thing occur? Nami questioned, her skepticism evident. Hubert gently ruffled Nami's hair and remarked, you know, this world is replete with absurdities. Robin, however, appeared contemplative. Having roamed these vast seas for 2 decades, she had garnered insights into some of the ocean's peculiar powers. If it were indeed a devil fruit ability, it might be plausible. Yet, was the capacity to traverse time not exceedingly extraordinary? Suddenly, a thought struck Robin, and she inquired, wait, if you traveled back directly, you should have reverted to a child. How could you possibly be in your 20s? To this, Hubert replied, after being transported here, I awakened the powers of a time-manipulating devil fruit, allowing me to control my age and assume my current form. Hubert did not conceal the truth. He spoke candidly. However, Robin took a few steps back, a look of wariness crossing his face. How could this be? Previously, your abilities were clearly of the natural plant type. Yet now you possess powers of the time domain. Hubert found himself momentarily speechless. This question was indeed difficult to articulate, and he believed his subordinates likely harbored similar confusions. It is a widely accepted fact upon the seas that a person can consume only a single devil fruit. How could one individual possess the capacity to wield multiple? After a moment of contemplation, Hubert resolved to demonstrate to the world. There is nothing more vivid than the insights gained through direct experience. Hubert's hand waved through the air, causing the space around him to warp. Robin felt an enchanting force enveloping her. She assumed that Hubert, exposed, was now enraged, prompting her to struggle, filled with regret. Why had she chosen to unmask this individual so openly? Would it not have been wiser to bide her time and escape at a more opportune moment? How had she become so foolish? Was it the involvement with Hubert that clouded her judgment? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she noticed Nami's gaze, filled with incredulity. Frowning, she pondered what Hubert had done to astonish Nami so profoundly, only to realize that Nami seemed to have grown considerably taller. No, it was not that Nami had grown. Rather, Hubert had grown considerably taller. From her perspective, she felt as though she only reached Hubert's knees. What have you done to me? Robin began, but was instantly taken aback. Her voice had transformed into a child's innocent timbre, a stark contrast to her previous mature tone. Realization dawned upon her as she glanced down at her hands. Indeed, the hands that had once borne the roughness of life on the road were now soft and delicate, resembling those of a child. Her formerly curvaceous figure had become flat, and her clothes hung loosely upon her frame, akin to a child who had donned adult attire. She lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. She was taken aback by Hubert's astonishing ability. It was perplexing, especially since he had previously exhibited entirely different powers. This was utterly illogical. Yet, the joy of this revelation was undeniable, for it confirmed that Hubert had not deceived her. He truly was the same companion from 20 years ago. Hubert suddenly lifted Robin from the ground and exclaimed, "So, Sister Robin, do you believe it now? It's been a while since I've seen you like this, and you truly are delightful." As he spoke, Hubert playfully pinched her cheek. Robin did not feel offended. After all, Hubert had often treated her this way in the past. However, Nami, observing from the side, felt a wave of embarrassment. She extended her small hands to grasp Hubert's large one, pushing him away as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Hurry and turn me back." Still in a state of shock, Nami stammered, Are you a monster? How could something like this happen?" Hubert chuckled. "Ha ha, I am your esteemed captain. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you wish to revert to childhood and experience it once more? Nami recoiled slightly and replied, No, thank you. Hubert merely intended to frighten her. He would never truly shrink her. With a wave of his hand, he sought to restore Robin to her former state. But his gesture halted mid-air as he contemplatively stroked his chin. Sister Robin, please maintain this form for a moment. I wish to introduce you to someone. Who? Robin inquired. You shall know upon meeting them, Hubert replied, guiding Robin towards the ship where the transformed Olivia awaited. Meanwhile, Nami was casually assigned to accompany another individual to meet Carter. Upon learning that this young navigator was brought by Hubert himself, Carter treated her with respect, personally escorting her to her accommodations. As Nami observed the bustling scene aboard the ship, she was reminded of a similar experience, feeling like a rustic villager stepping into the city. Olivia, catching sight of Hubert approaching from the horizon, smiled in anticipation. Just as she was about to inquire whether the peculiar changes in her body were the result of Hubert's doing, she noticed the child in his arms. Her expression momentarily faltered as she whispered, Robin? Hubert chuckled. Indeed, it's Robin. Your tone drew me in, otherwise I would have no idea how long it would take to see her again. Robin gazed at the mature woman before her, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where she had encountered her. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired, Are you the lady who stayed behind with the professors to protect the books during the demon-slaying order? Olivia fell silent, stepping forward in a daze, reaching out to caress Robin's cheek. As Robin felt the delicate warmth of the hand upon her face, a wave of comfort washed over her, accompanied by an indescribable sensation that lingered in her heart, a feeling reminiscent of the maternal touch described in books. It was akin to a gentle spring breeze. Robin, oh how I miss you. Wait, the timeline doesn't add up. Olivia murmured softly before suddenly releasing her grasp. Turning to Hubert, she exclaimed, We have traveled 20 years into the future. How could Robin still be a child? Did you fail to find her and instead brought someone who resembles her to console me? Robin stood frozen at the mention of the word mother, a term that felt distant and almost foreign. Her memories of her mother seemed to fade back to when she was merely 3 or 4 years old. The hazy figure she could barely recall had the semblance of a woman with white hair. Yet, why was her mother intertwined with Hubert? Their relationship appeared to be anything but ordinary. Hubert gazed at the somewhat apprehensive Olivia and smiled gently, saying, This is indeed Robin. I merely utilized my abilities to reduce her size, allowing you to glimpse her as a child. I thought that if she appeared as an adult, it might be difficult for you both to discern who is older, leading to an awkward situation, wouldn't it? After pondering for a moment, Olivia found some merit in Hubert's reasoning and inquired, Is that truly the case? Hobart nodded slightly and gently nudged Robin with his elbow, saying, Indeed. If you don't believe me, just ask her. Robin was taken aback, observing the hopeful expression on Olvia's face as she gazed at her, and an inexplicable feeling washed over her. In that moment, she found herself somewhat grateful to Hobart for shrinking her. Otherwise, the situation might have felt quite strange. She spoke. It is true, I am Nico Robin. However, in my memories, my mother left when I was very young. Upon hearing this, Olvia could no longer contain herself and rushed forward to embrace Robin, holding her tightly. I am so sorry, truly sorry, Robin. I did not stay to care for you, allowing you to endure a childhood devoid of maternal love. You must have suffered greatly, alone. Robin did not feel she had suffered much during her childhood, as Hobart had always taken excellent care of her. It was the later days of wandering alone that had been somewhat arduous. Nevertheless, sensing the profound guilt and love emanating from Olvia, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, instead silently relishing the warmth of Olvia's affection. Had this occurred a decade or so ago, she might have lamented why she had been abandoned. Yet, at this moment, she had traversed through so much. As Hobart had said, the question of who was older or younger between her and Olvia had become moot. Experience had taught her that certain matters could not be reconciled. Thus, she held no animosity towards Olvia. She simply felt a bit disoriented by the sudden presence of a mother. Hubert quietly withdrew as he observed the poignant reunion between mother and child, allowing them the space to connect. Stepping out of the room, he seized the opportunity to thoroughly admire the transformed Titan. Its once island-like silhouette had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. The vessel was now infused with steel, exuding an unmistakable cyberpunk aura. A designated docking alley had been established, filled with an array of ironclad ships. Each vessel bristled with weaponry, the imposing metallic barrels radiating a formidable aura. The power system had also been completely reconfigured, with jet conduits pervading the ship, ready to alter its course at a moment's notice. Hubert speculated that these jet conduits might even enable the colossal vessel to ascend into the skies. Aboard the ship, numerous grand edifices bustled with activity, teeming with people and vibrant commerce, all meticulously regulated, while the streets remained impeccably clean. At the heart of the ship lay an expansive training ground, where a multitude of individuals engaged in disciplined practice. Their movements were synchronized, each punch delivered with formidable vigor. Centrally located within the training area was an indoor facility, where another group was also undergoing training, albeit of an unconventional nature. One contingent was tasked with delivering strikes, while another sat on the ground, exhibiting remarkable resilience by allowing the blows to land upon them without evasion. Upon impact, a layer of darkness enveloped their skin, rendering them utterly unscathed by the assaults. Hubert nodded thoughtfully. The current giant spirit was indeed reminiscent of its namesake. He approached Carter's chamber, where Carter was engrossed in paperwork. The moment Hubert entered, Carter looked up, and upon recognizing him, he visibly relaxed. "Your mastery of observation hockey has improved remarkably," Hubert remarked. He had entered the room quietly, yet Carter had sensed his presence directly, an ability that nearly reached the level of a star. Carter scratched his head and chuckled. "Oh, you jest." Hubert chuckled, expressing his initial belief that managing such a vast vessel would consume a considerable amount of energy, leading to a decline in strength. To his surprise, Carter's prowess remained unexpectedly formidable. Stroking his graying hair, Carter remarked, "It is all thanks to Lord Hubert's guidance. Without it, I would not be where I am today. Moreover, managing the ship does not require much effort. You have already established the overarching direction, and I merely continue on the foundation you laid." Observing Carter's aged visage, Hubert felt a twinge of discomfort and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough of that. You have performed admirably over the years. This role as acting captain is truly well-deserved." Carter persistently shook his head, replying, No, I still have a long way to go. With your return, I can finally breathe easy. For years, I feared that my performance would not meet your expectations. Now that you are back, it is time for you to reclaim leadership of the Grassland Brigade." Hubert interjected, "It's all right. You are doing exceptionally well. Just continue as you are. I had been exhausted for quite some time, so this is a perfect moment for me to take a breather. By the way, you seem to be losing some hair. Do take good care of your health." Carter replied, "You carry on with your tasks. I shall go check on Jesse. He has certainly surprised me greatly over the years." Hubert recognized that the modifications aboard the vessel could not solely be attributed to Tom, the shipwright. Such a cyberpunk aesthetic necessitated the backing of a scientist. Undoubtedly, the scientist on board was led by Jesse. Card nodded in agreement, remarking, "Jesse has truly broadened my horizons over the years. Lord Hubert, your decision to bring him aboard was undoubtedly astute. However, one drawback is his relentless dedication. He is now bolder than I am." Ha, is that so? I shall pay him a visit. You may continue with your work." Hubert exited his door with a smile and made his way to Jesse's laboratory. He pressed the button that activated the metallic, futuristic ambience of the lab. Chapter 97, 2 decades later. Pushing open the door to the laboratory, he was greeted by the sight of a multitude of robotic entities diligently operating within the space, which was designed akin to a beehive. The robots buzzed about like industrious bees, tirelessly engaging in their tasks. The entire laboratory resembled a fortress of steel. Hubert was astonished, having never anticipated that Jesse's laboratory had advanced to such a remarkable stage. Indeed, without such technology, transforming the Titan into a futuristic battleship would have been impossible. The moment Hubert stepped into the laboratory, robots immediately detected his presence. He felt an unexpected sensation of weightlessness as the floor beneath him began to ascend like an elevator. He made no attempt to resist, allowing the robots to guide him. After a short while, he arrived at the topmost level. It was dimly lit, illuminated only by a faint light. Hubert recognized that light. It seemed to be the same one that once adorned the center of Jesse's laboratory. To his surprise, it still remained, revealing that Jesse was indeed a person of considerable sentiment. Hubert gazed towards the figure illuminated by the lights. It was a bald old man, his beard entirely white, clad in a white robe. This robe was familiar to Hubert, as it was the one he had previously arranged for Jesse, reminiscent of the attire worn by scientists in the films of his past life. Numerous tubes protruded from the old man's bald head. Connected to a massive receiver before him, presumably to control those robots. The robots transmitted the information they received through these tubes to Jesse, who in turn issued commands via the same means. This technology enabled Jesse to single-handedly manage the entire laboratory, overseeing all experiments personally. It must be said that such advanced technology far surpassed that of Earth in Hubert's previous life. However, one perplexing thought lingered in his mind. How could Jesse possess such an abundance of energy to simultaneously control so many robots? The sheer scale of the laboratory made the notion of one person managing it all rather daunting. Unable to contain his curiosity, Hubert inquired, "How are you able to control these robots simultaneously? Do you possess such vitality?" Jesse was momentarily taken aback, surprised at the first question from Hubert, after such a long separation, was this. Regaining his composure, he responded with a hint of pride, "This is indeed my magnum opus. It has been quite some time since we last met, Captain, and your discerning eye remains as sharp as ever." The voice that followed was emitted from the sound equipment beside him. "Long ago, I realized that a single individual's experience was insufficient. To elevate a group as vast as the Grassloop Corps, one person alone would be too feeble. Thus, I embarked on a quest to discover methods of multitasking. Such techniques were exceedingly elusive. Despite perusing numerous texts, none met my criteria. Eventually, I abandoned this line of thought and began my studies into the observation hockey. During my research, I experienced an epiphany that led me to forge an entirely new path in observation hockey, which I termed Crack God. This form of observation hockey is unlike any I have encountered in others. Its effect allows a person's consciousness to be divided into several parts, achieving true multitasking. At the onset of my training, I awakened the ability to multitask with 8 minds, a feat surpassing all my previous accomplishments combined. Through further cultivation, I can now manage a staggering 1,084 tasks simultaneously. All these robots are now under my control, thanks to this unique form of observation hockey. Upon hearing Jesse's words, Hubert experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, if one possesses the power of hockey, the possibilities are boundless. The observation hockey, upon reaching a certain level, reveals numerous branches. The conventional ability involves foreseeing an opponent's attack, while Inal exhibits a radar-like range of perception. The illustrious Usopp once employed an extraordinary long-range sensing ability, and Katakuri astonishingly possesses the foresight to predict the future. It is thus understandable that Jesse can multitask with such finesse. Nevertheless, Hubert could not help but exclaim, "Truly remarkable. Jesse, you are becoming increasingly formidable, a scientist rivaling even Vegapunk." However, upon mentioning Vegapunk, Jesse's tone abruptly darkened. "In comparison to Vegapunk, I am still a long way off." Hubert inwardly cursed the mention of Vegapunk, but, having brought it up, continued, "In these years, have you uncovered any news regarding Vegapunk?" Jesse opened his eyes, removed the tubes from his head, and shook his head, replying, "No, but it is highly probable that the Navy has concealed him." Hubert approached and gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Rest assured, the esteemed Navy scientist would never dare to harm him. Vegapunk will surely be unharmed." Jesse sighed and replied, "I hope so." The machines, which had been operating, came to a halt due to Jesse's lack of control, and the once bustling laboratory fell into a profound silence. Hubert remained silent, contemplating whether he should rescue Vegapunk and bring him to work for himself. No, it should not be termed as capturing. Rather, it would be an act of salvation from the clutches of the Navy. A scientist held in such high esteem by Jesse piqued Hubert's interest significantly. Meanwhile, Jesse was lost in thought. After a while, Hubert declared, "I shall certainly rescue him when I encounter him, rest assured." Jesse replied, "Thank you, Captain." Upon exiting Jesse's laboratory, Hubert made his way to Nami's quarters. At that moment, Nami sat in her room, gazing out of the window. The sea breeze wafted gently, with seabirds occasionally soaring by, and the sound of waves breaking in the distance. Yet, Nami felt no trepidation. It was unlikely that any wave could pose a threat to the Thousand Sunny. Apart from the fleet of the Thousand Sunny, several small wooden boats were moored along the shore. While referred to as small, they were quite substantial compared to other vessels traversing the vast ocean. These ships were among the finest in circulation today, albeit appearing somewhat modest when placed alongside the Thousand Sunny and its numerous subships. These boats had come to engage in trade with the Thousand Sunny, which functioned akin to a colossal island, necessitating interaction with the outside world to sustain its operations and exchange goods. As bounty hunters, The primary business of the Thousand Sunny was the eradication of pirates. Each day, countless individuals traveled great distances to enlist their services. Among the pirates, the Straw Hat crew was particularly despised. Prior to their emergence, there had been virtually no organized bounty hunters, and those that existed were scarcely formidable. The advent of the Straw Hat crew was nothing short of revolutionary, operating with a breadth of authority that rivaled even the Navy. Many pirates were apprehended, leaving the remainder to cower in submission, embodying a state of utter disgrace. Hubert approached Nami from behind, wrapping his arm around her waist. "Why don't we take a stroll to familiarize yourself with your future workplace?" Nami swiftly shrugged off Hubert's unwelcome advance, shooting him a glare as she retorted. "You and that Robin are a couple, yet you dare to act this way towards me? Aren't you afraid I might inform her?" Hubert chuckled softly, with Olivia also involved. Would he truly be afraid? Observing Hubert's nonchalant demeanor, Nami curled her lip and remarked, "Humph, scoundrel." Hubert remarked, "You have yet to respond to my inquiry. Why not take a stroll?" Nami, adjusting her demeanor, replied, "Did you not mention that your ship is in dire need of navigators? With such a grand vessel, could you truly be lacking in seafarers?" There was an unspoken thought lingering in Nami's mind. With a ship of such magnitude, equipped with an array of offensive and defensive apparatus, would the absence of navigators really pose a significant issue? Surely, one could simply steamroll through any obstacles encountered. Hubert smiled and remarked, "While I am not lacking for navigators, I am in dire need of a top-tier navigator. I believe you are more than capable of fulfilling this role. From now on, you shall be my exclusive navigator." Nami, perplexed, did not perceive any qualities within herself that would warrant Hubert's admiration. She was merely a thief who had yet to venture beyond the East Sea, lacking in notable skills or experience, which paled in comparison to others. Why would Hubert assert that she could become an exceptional navigator? Could it be that these were mere pretexts, concealing ulterior motives? Reflecting on Hubert's actions, Nami recalled scenes of affluent individuals indulging in the upkeep of their secretaries. She stepped back, regarding Hubert with caution, and declared, "No, I refuse to be kept. I wish to return to the East Sea. My sister is waiting for me." Hubert was taken aback and inquired, "When did I ever claim to offer maintenance? Is merely serving as my navigator considered as such? If that were the case, I would have quite a number of individuals to maintain." He continued, "Stop pretending. Is it not my allure that captivates you? Otherwise, why would you, an inexperienced novice, catch my eye so readily?" Nami, with unwavering determination, replied, "I wish to return to the East Blue, to Orange Town. If you eliminate Arlong, I can pay you in berries. Are you not bounty hunters? Consider it a business transaction, if you will." As she spoke, Nami recalled Hubert's formidable nature, and her tone softened somewhat, imbued with a hint of pleading. Hubert chuckled, "Oh, how you overthink. I genuinely admire your talent as a navigator. I have crafted numerous nautical charts, all of which I have perused. To achieve such a feat in that environment truly speaks to your extraordinary aptitude." As he spoke, Hubert pretended to reach into his bosom, but in reality, he utilized spatial displacement to retrieve the treasured charts from Nami's collection in the East Sea. "Look, I have even gathered these. I wonder if you still desire them." Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement as she seized the charts, eagerly examining them. While perusing, she gently caressed the paper and inquired, "You truly value my navigational skills? Indeed, you are destined to become an exceptional navigator." He replied, "Thank you." It had been a long time since anyone had acknowledged her dreams, and Nami felt a wave of emotion wash over her. "Do I need to offer something tangible in return for your gratitude?" Hubert's expression turned scrutinizing as he gazed at Nami's ample bosom. "You scoundrel! You only wish to possess my body." She yelled in fury, promptly ejecting Hubert from the room, though she refrained from mentioning their return to the East Sea. Stepping out of the room, Hubert touched his nose, sensing that Nami had warmed up to him considerably. Next, he sought the powerhouse aboard the ship. The Straw Hat pirates had endured for so long against the pirates largely due to his support. Otherwise, they would still fall short compared to the likes of Cater and the others. This individual was Kazan. At that moment, Kazan stood atop the highest point of the port, a solitary figure braving the biting cold winds, his clothing rustling in the breeze. He observed the ships trading below, ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of trouble, embodying the essence of a duty-bound, youthful idealist, a stark contrast to his original portrayal. In the original narrative, Kazan was steadfast in his burning justice, imbued with a profound sense of responsibility and youthful fervor. However, After the O'Hara incident, he experienced significant emotional turmoil, akin to a fracture in his moral compass. Subsequently, he fell into despair, causing his concept of justice to evolve from a fiery passion to a more lethargic interpretation. He became the greatest slacker among the Navy, second only to Kizaru. Yet, in this life, following the O'Hara incident, he directly confronted Sakazuki and defected from the Navy. Unburdened by the later pain and struggles, his sense of justice remained intact, still ablaze with fervor. In fact, during his extended encounters with pirates alongside the Straw Hat crew, his sense of justice became even more untainted than it had been within the Navy, drawing parallels to Akainu. The moment Hubert arrived on the rooftop, Kazan turned his head and, upon recognizing him, nodded and said, "Captain, it has been a long time." This remark caused Hubert to feel somewhat embarrassed. After having deceived Kazan into boarding the ship, he had only assigned him a single task before traversing time with Olivia to the present. In truth, their encounters could be counted on one hand. Yet Kazan had rendered invaluable assistance to the Straw Hat crew, proving to be of great help to Hubert. "How does it feel to be with the Straw Hat crew?" Hubert inquired. "Extremely well," Kazan replied, his eyes sparkling with vigor. "Choosing to join you was indeed the right decision. There is no place on this vast ocean more suited to me than here." Hubert could probably surmise the tasks that Kazan undertakes aboard the ship. It is likely that he serves as a force of might, dispatched to quell any disturbances caused by pirates. In instances of particularly troublesome adversaries, he is entrusted to lead a contingent for their eradication. Matters of management are primarily overseen by Carter and his associates. This arrangement pleases Carter and his team, for if Kazan were to wield his formidable strength while meddling in administrative affairs, it would complicate their responsibilities. Kazan himself finds great satisfaction in this setup, as it aligns seamlessly with his own sense of justice, devoid of unnecessary complications. He is content to act whenever justice calls upon him, without the burden of mundane tasks that often accompany naval duties. In his moments of leisure, he also has the opportunity to enhance his own strength. He believes that through the trials of recent days, he has surpassed Sakazuki, who remains ensnared by trivial matters. Should they face each other again, he intends to shatter Sakazuki's legs. Hubert remarked, "As long as you are content, it suffices. The progress of the Grass crew over these years owes much to your unwavering contributions, and I am indeed grateful for having brought you aboard." Kazan jested yet. "It was you who initially opposed my inclusion. It was Miss Olivia who granted her consent." Hubert was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, "It's all the same. However, you must be prepared. In the future, we may not only contend with pirates but also with your former employer." Chapter 97. Dinner. Kazan was momentarily stunned, only to realize whom Hubert referred to as his former employer. He shook his head and replied, "Having been away for so long, I no longer harbor any fondness for them. If I did, I would certainly want to have a serious confrontation with that fellow Akainu." Hubert harbored doubts regarding Kazan's ability to contend with Sakazuki. After all, despite having delivered a beating to Sakazuki previously, the latter had still managed to break one of Kazan's legs. Should Kazan now seek out Sakazuki, Hubert cast a concerned glance at Kazan's other leg. Hey, what does that look mean? Don't think I'm still the same person I was 20 years ago. If I confront Sakazuki now, I will break both of his legs." Hubert displayed a polite smile and nodded, saying, "Keep it up. I believe you can do it." Kazan replied, "Why does it feel so strange?" Hubert cast a glance at the bustling crowd below and patted Kazan on the shoulder, saying, "Give it your all. Before long, you shall have the opportunity to face Sakazuki. At that time, do not let me down." Kazan remained silent, yet silently resolved to showcase his strength to Hubert. When Hubert encountered Robin and Olivia once more, the night had already descended. Olivia cradled Robin in her arms as she emerged from the house, her demeanor radiating joy. Robin, however, wore a somewhat reluctant expression, yet did not resist. Upon seeing Hubert, Robin's gaze shifted to one of complexity. Meanwhile, Olivia joyfully dashed over, a sight Hubert had yet to witness. Her laughter was a stark contrast to the melancholic smiles she had often worn in the past. "How was your conversation with Robin?" Hubert inquired, his lips curling into a smile in response to Olivia's beaming countenance. "Quite splendid. Robin has blossomed into an exceptional scholar, surpassing even my own studies in many areas. She has traversed this path further than I have," Olivia replied, affectionately nuzzling her face against Robin's. Hubert found himself at a loss for words. After such a long separation, was this truly the topic of conversation between the two of you? What else could it be? Olivia inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Never mind. It is no wonder he is a scholar. Hubert was uncertain about how to engage in dialogue, as he had no expertise in this area. You are all present here, he noted. At that moment, Nami's voice resonated from behind them. Hubert heard the sound, and his heart raced. He certainly could not allow what Nami had done to reach Olivia's ears. It was not so much the fear of his intentions regarding a harem being uncovered, but rather the shame associated with taking advantage of someone in their vulnerable moment. Hubert forced a smile as he turned to Nami and asked, "What brings you here?" This was his exclusive dining hall, previously reserved for himself and Olivia. And now there was Robin as well. But why was Nami here? Nami glanced around and noticed only a few people present. She frowned and replied, "I asked the guy who showed me the way here, and he told me this is where we eat. Isn't this a dining area? A guide?" Although Hubert was unaware of who had led Nami here, he had already begun to speculate. Damn Carter, what ulterior motives did he have in bringing Nami along? In truth, Carter harbored no ulterior intentions. He merely thought that Hubert personally escorting a beautiful girl signified a special connection. Hubert, feeling helpless, remarked, "This is where we dine. Come and join me." With a mere thought, an additional pair of chopsticks and bowls appeared on the table. At this moment, Nami had sensed something amiss and waved her hand, saying, "Never mind, I shall dine elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Hubert let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to politely insist on their staying, Olivia interjected, "No worries, let's dine together." With that, she took Naime's hand and, without further ado, led her to the table, gently guiding her into a seat. Nami gazed at the enchanting beauty before her, then glanced at Hubert, deducing the nature of their connection. An inexplicable sense of melancholy welled up within her. Hubert, that scoundrel, how could he treat his wife in such a manner? And previously, he was with yet another beautiful woman, truly a wastrel. With this in mind, she pointed to Robin, nestled in Olivia's arms, and asked, "Is this your daughter?" "She is quite adorable." Upon mentioning Robin, a radiant smile blossomed on Olivia's face as she replied, "Indeed, I find her quite charming as well." "Is this child yours and Hubert's?" Nami inquired. Olivia's countenance flushed slightly as she responded, "No, we do not have children yet." Upon hearing this, Nami inexplicably felt a sense of relief and pressed on. "Then this is enough. I am not a child." "The person who returned with you before is me," Robin interjected, unable to contain herself. Discussing her in such a manner left her feeling somewhat disoriented. "Huh?" Nami was taken aback, then scrutinized Robin closely, beginning to sense familiarity. She had indeed witnessed Hubert shrink Robin before, but at that moment, she was astounded by Hubert's supernatural abilities and had not examined Robin closely. Moreover, even if she had, she would not have made that connection. And why was this silver-haired beauty Robin's mother? The relationship seemed so tangled, connecting it to Hubert's mention of traversing worlds. Nami couldn't help but glance at Olivia, wondering if she too had crossed over. Reflecting further, she recalled that Robin and Hubert had appeared as lovers. Yet now Olivia and Hubert seemed to share that same bond. A shiver ran down her spine. Was Hubert truly so perverse? Her gaze towards Hubert grew peculiar, and it extended to Robin and her mother as well. Robin, sensing the change in Nami's expression, felt a surge of anger within her. She too had noted the relationship between her mother and Hubert, which left her feeling perplexed. How is it possible that Hubert, who has been a childhood companion, is now with his own mother? How is she to navigate this perplexing situation? Only Olivia, blissfully unaware, is lost in the joy of reuniting with her daughter. Enough of this. Let us eat. Let us eat. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Hubert attempts to lighten the mood. With that, the group falls silent and begins to partake in their meal. The only sounds that remain are those of chewing, creating a somewhat stifling ambience. Suddenly, as Nami continues to eat, she proclaims, "I wish to return to the East Sea." Hubert pressed his hand against his forehead and, setting down his chopsticks, inquired, "Did we not agree earlier not to return? What has prompted this change of heart?" Nami replied earnestly, "It is not that I do not wish to return. Rather, I believe that to become an experienced navigator, one must embark on a personal voyage. I long to sail from the East Blue to here on my own. By then, I shall undoubtedly have transformed into an exceptional navigator." Of course, another reason for her desire to depart was her wish to escape and reflect on her future. Chapter 98. Returning to the East Blue. Upon hearing Nami's reasoning, Hubert hesitated momentarily. He found it difficult to refute her argument, especially with Olivia and Robin present, making it even more challenging to deny her request. After a brief contemplation, he conceded, "Very well, you do need experience. However, Your safety is paramount. We must ensure your protection first. He produced a peculiar fruit from his pocket, adorned with spiral patterns. Consume this. Once you do, there will be little in the ocean that can threaten you. If you wish to leave, few will be able to stop you. Robin raised an eyebrow. Having navigated the seas for so long, she had yet to encounter anyone bold enough to make such claims. Even with the existence of devil fruits, there were numerous varieties in these waters. It seemed rather presumptuous to assert such confidence. Nami, however, looked at the strange object in Hubert's hand with disdain and remarked, "If you don't want me to go, then simply say so. Why present me with a rotten fruit?" "What rotten fruit? This is a devil fruit," Hubert retorted, giving Nami a light slap on the head. "Enough of your chatter. Eat it." A devil fruit. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly the one valued at 100 million berries? Hubert elucidated, it is not merely valued at 100 million berries. Rather, it is the cheapest that holds such a worth. The devil fruit I bestow upon you is an exceedingly rare one, valued at no less than 1 billion berries. Without hesitation, Nami snatched the devil fruit from Hubert's grasp, grinning mischievously as she proclaimed, "Then I shall not hold back." With that, she promptly placed the fruit into her mouth. However, upon the first bite, she was overwhelmed by an atrocious taste, akin to that of excrement, causing her complexion to turn a shade of green as she suspected Hubert had deceived her, instinctively wanting to expel it. Yet, Hubert was quicker, swiftly covering her mouth. Nami struggled incessantly, attempting to break free, but Hubert lifted her chin and swallowed the devil fruit she had just bitten into, subsequently releasing his hold. Nami exhaled a sigh of relief, only to glare at Hubert with resentment. "You." Just as she uttered a single word, she felt an immense surge of power erupting within her, unstoppable like a tidal wave. In the next moment, electrical sparks began to illuminate her body, and she felt herself contorting. The transformation between electricity and her human form was instantaneous. Indeed, the fruit Hubert had administered to Nami was none other than the legendary thunder fruit, renowned as the most formidable of the Logia-type devil fruits. Observing Nami's futile attempts to master her new abilities, Hubert refrained from assisting her, seizing the opportunity for Olivia and the others to depart. As Robin glanced back at Nami's figure while leaving, she appeared somewhat astonished. Such power was unprecedented. This capacity, reminiscent of nature's sublime might, seemed familiar to her, as she had only witnessed it once before, embodied by one of the leaders involved in the O'Hara Demon Extermination Order, Kazan. After a brief moment, as her emotions settled, Robin's expression toward Hubert became increasingly intricate. Didn't Hubert mention that he had traversed here? Does that imply that he possessed such influence 2 decades ago? Why then? Has she heard not a whisper of it? She contemplated voicing her inquiry, but, casting a glance at Olivia, suppressed her urge to ask, with a hint of resentment. She directed a glance at Hubert, bitterly reflecting on how her childhood companion had indeed brought her numerous surprises. Upon this realization, she spoke up. "I believe I should embark on a voyage to the East Sea, to once again experience the trials of the Grand Line. It will surely aid in my maturation." "But how can that be?" Before Hubert could speak, Olivia interjected, seemingly realizing that her tone was overly harsh, acknowledging that her daughter was no longer a child. She softened her voice and said, "Robin, please don't go. It's been so difficult for us to reunite. Don't add to your mother's worries." Upon hearing Olivia's voice, Robin felt a twinge of discomfort. Her desire to venture to the East Sea stemmed from a wish to distance herself from her mother. Now, she found herself at a loss on how to navigate her feelings between Hubert and Olivia. With a melancholic gaze, her small eyes fixed on Hubert, seeking his response. Hubert, feeling somewhat guilty, withdrew his neck, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him, and he suggested, "How about this? Since both you and Nami wish to travel to the East Blue, why not go together?" Robin appeared somewhat reluctant. She was not keen on accompanying that Nami, as she always sensed that the bond between Nami and Hubert was rather extraordinary. Nevertheless, she acknowledged that it was certainly preferable to remaining aboard the Thousand Sunny. With a swift resolution, Robin replied, "Very well." Hubert clapped his hands and declared, "Very well, let us embark on a grand adventure in the East Sea together." Robin was taken aback. "Together? I thought it was just me and Nami." "Certainly not," Hubert replied with an air of certainty. "The abilities I bestowed upon Nami are sufficient for her own protection. But safeguarding you is a different matter entirely. For true security, my presence is essential." Robin, momentarily speechless, responded, "There's no need for that. I can ensure my own safety. I've been navigating the seas for quite some time now. However, Olivia interjected, I believe it would be quite delightful for us to explore the East Sea together. Hubert cast a puzzled glance at Olivia and inquired, why do you wish to go? I can accompany them just as well. Huh. Olivia was equally taken aback. Hubert leaned closer to her ear and said, I understand that you miss Robin. But it is evident that Robin is currently struggling to accept the sudden appearance of her mother. She needs some time to herself, and I will be there to comfort her. He gently patted Olivia's shoulder, assuring her, rest assured, I will return with a complete Robin. I will also provide her with the necessary emotional support, and by then, she should be ready to embrace you. Olivia hesitated momentarily. Was this truly Robin's perspective? Just moments ago, she had believed that her bond with Robin was flourishing. After a brief pause, Olivia responded, very well, I shall wait for you both here. Turning to Robin, she added, Robin, make sure to stay close to Hubert. Listen to what he says, avoid any dangerous situations, and prioritize your safety above all else. Observing Olivia's incessant chatter, Robin sighed. All right, Mom, I understand. I will heed your advice. A smile graced the corners of Hubert's mouth. Now that he and Robin were embarking on a journey to the East Sea alone, the possibilities for their endeavors had multiplied, alleviating the constant anxiety of whether Nami might inadvertently reveal their plans. With a subtle motion of his hand, Nami, entwined with his abilities, sensed an unexpected surge of control. Her formerly unruly powers softened, akin to a docile kitten. She effortlessly harnessed the formidable strength of the thunder fruit. Hubert remarked, it seems Nami has recovered. Let us proceed inside. Chapter 98, Returning to the East Sea. Hubert's current prowess allows him to reach the East Sea in mere moments. Having agreed to travel there, he wasted no time. After a meal, he promptly utilized his abilities to transport Robin and Nami to the East Sea, specifically to Nami's hometown of Orange Town. Meanwhile, Olivia remained on the giant spirit ship, sighing with unspoken words. She was somewhat reluctant to see Robin depart. Yet her daughter's resolute desire made it difficult for her to dissuade her. Robin had grown up, developing her own thoughts and aspirations. If only she were still a little girl. Upon arriving in Orange Town, Nami excitedly dashed towards her home, eager to inform the villagers of Arlong's demise. It had only been a day since Arlong's death, and the news had yet to reach this distant place. After all, communication in the current pirate world is still quite cumbersome. Nami wished for the villagers to hear this news at once. They had waited 10 years for it. Orange Town would finally be free. Hubert watched as Nami joyfully departed to announce the news of Arlong's demise in the village, a sly smile creeping across his lips. Dear Nami, you're celebrating rather prematurely. He cradled Robin in his arms and, in the blink of an eye, transported them to a lush orange grove. The trees were verdant and thriving, each laden with plump fruit that exuded an enticing fragrance. Hubert, transform me back at once. Robin, nestled in Hubert's embrace, felt surprisingly at ease, though the position incited a sense of embarrassment. Isn't this delightful, Robin? So utterly charming, Hubert remarked, playfully pinching her rosy cheek. Don't say such things. I refuse to remain like this. Revert me immediately. Robin protested, feeling increasingly self-conscious as Hubert's teasing continued, as if she had truly become a child again. Ha ha ha. Very well, very well. I shall turn you back, Hubert chuckled, noticing Robin's impatience. He complied with her request, muttering, Robin has grown up, hasn't she? As he observed her transformation into adulthood, Hubert cast a glance at her bosom and affirmed, Indeed, you have truly matured. Why are we not following Nami here? Robin inquired, wishing to divert the conversation from that topic. Just watch and see, Hubert replied with a mischievous grin, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he led Robin to a relatively open area. With a flick of his finger, the earth beneath them began to stir, revealing a hidden scene below. Glistening treasures of gold and silver sparkled within the unassuming pit, with heaps of berries piled high, some even showing signs of mold, suggesting they had been hidden for quite some time. At a glance, the trove was filled with valuable riches, easily amounting to several tens of millions of berries. Although Robin was no stranger to wealth, she couldn't help but express her astonishment. Where is this? Who could have hidden such an abundance of treasure here? Hubert did not respond, but instead remarked, Choose whatever you fancy. Robin remained still, her eyes darting about, and suddenly inquired, I see now. This must belong to Nami, correct? Hence, you ought to steer clear of her. Moreover, this place is abundant with orange trees. It seems we are still in Orange Town. This is indeed Nami's abode. And without a doubt, it serves as her little treasure trove. Over the years, Nami has risked everything to pilfer goods from various places, earning the ire of both pirates and the Navy, all for the sake of these treasures. Yet at this moment, these riches no longer belong to Nami. The instant Hubert opened the chest, they had already become his. Hubert nodded and remarked, "Sister Robin, after all these years, you remain as astute as ever." Ignoring the teasing tone in Hubert's voice, Robin joyfully approached the treasure, selecting a gem to adorn her hand. Who would have thought that Nami, despite her seemingly impoverished appearance, harbored such an abundance of riches? Indeed, Nami's attire was quite frugal, with scant fabric draping her form. One could only wonder if she felt the chill. Hubert contemplated, then scrutinized Robin from head to toe, curling his lips in disdain. Robin, clad in scant fabric, seemed to have little to display, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze. Robin lowered her head to check if there were any unsightly blemishes on her attire, but all she could see were two prominent peaks. She could only inquire, "Is something the matter? Do I have something dirty on me?" "No, it's just that you, Sister Robin, look quite beautiful," he replied. At his compliment, a subtle smile graced Robin's lips as she replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing special." With Robin having selected a gem, Hubert set about collecting the treasures. However, as he began his task, a voice erupted from the small wooden cottage beside the orange grove. "What are you doing? Stop right there." A figure dashed out of the house, sporting blue hair adorned with a red headband. Her arms and the upper part of her chest bore blue tattoos, a mark left by the Arlong pirates to soothe Nami. Clad in a tank top and trousers, she was barefoot, wearing flip-flops. This individual was none other than Nami's sister, Nojiko. In the original tale, she and Nami were both war orphans, adopted by Belmere. She had once cultivated oranges alongside Nami and later supported her sister in becoming a member of the Straw Hat crew, while she tended to Belmere's orange grove. As she emerged, Nojiko brandished a spear, her expression fierce, seemingly ready to engage Hubert in a battle to the death. "Put down what you have. That was obtained by Nami at great peril, the hope of our entire village. I will not allow anyone to take it away." Nojiko's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Hubert raised his hands, responding calmly, "There's no need to be so tense. You must be Nami's sister, Nojiko. I am her friend, and today, I am taking her treasures with her consent." "That's absurd," Nojiko shouted. "Nami would never have a friend like you, and she would certainly never allow anyone to take these items. You need to put them down and leave, or my spear will not hesitate to act." "Oh, Nami has been saving this money to redeem Orangetown from Arlong, hasn't she? But now that Arlong is dead, there is no need to concern ourselves with this money any longer, so she has entrusted it to me." "Arlong is dead? That is impossible. You must be fabricating stories." Nojiko, I have wonderful news. Arlong has been dealt with by another scoundrel. We are free now." Before Nojiko could finish her sentence, Nami's familiar voice grew closer, and she froze, involuntarily turning to glimpse the familiar figure behind her. Chapter 99. The theft of the ship. Nami approached, her face alight with excitement. But when she spotted Hubert, her expression faltered, and she stammered, What are you doing here?" Hubert chuckled with a hint of irony. "Why not call you a scoundrel?" Nami, slightly embarrassed, soon widened her eyes in astonishment as she beheld the gem in Robin's hand. This was an object she was intimately acquainted with. In fact, she was familiar with every piece of her treasure. "Isn't this my gem?" Upon uttering those words, she cast a startled glance behind Hubert and exclaimed in shock, You, how could you touch my treasure?" Hubert chuckled. "What treasure of yours? What I discover is rightfully mine." "Absolutely not. This has been my hard work accumulated over many years." Nami firmly objected. "Did you not promise me the reward for defeating Arlong? This is perfect." Nami paused, her head shaking like a pendulum. No, I am now part of your crew. It is only right that you assist me in vanquishing my foes, Captain." She deliberately elongated the word captain, hoping to evoke Hubert's compassion for his crew. Regrettably, Hubert remained unfazed, continuing to amass the treasure for himself. Nami's heart ached as she rushed forward, exclaiming, "Leave some for me." While grappling for the loot, she called out, "Nokigo, come help me. Don't let this scoundrel take it all." Nokigo, still bewildered by the situation, hurriedly approached upon hearing Nami's voice. However, the two young girls were no match for Hubert, and most of the treasure ended up in his possession, leaving Nami standing there, her eyes glistening with envy as she watched the gems in Robin's hands glimmer enticingly. A sudden thump echoed as Hubert's fist collided with her forehead. Enough already, you scoundrel. It's fortunate you didn't take everything. Now you even have your eyes set on Robin's share. Nami winced in pain, clutching her head, and retorted, that was rightfully mine. After this altercation, Nojiko discerned that Hubert was not an adversary. She grasped Nami, who was eager to charge at Hubert for a showdown, and inquired, Nami, are they your friends? Held back. Nami snorted in disdain, her expression suggesting that without Nojiko's intervention, Hubert would have already been knocked to the ground. I certainly do not have such despicable friends. Nami murmured softly. Hubert stepped forward to explain, greetings, I am now the captain of the ship, and Nami has taken on the role of navigator. Navigator? Nojiko responded with surprise. She was well aware of Nami's dream to become an exceptional navigator, but their freedom had previously been stifled by Arlong, which forced Nami to temporarily abandon that aspiration. It was astonishing to learn that Nami had truly become a navigator now. She regarded Nami with questioning eyes, seeking confirmation of Hubert's words. Reluctantly, Nami nodded and replied, I only agreed to become a navigator to repay him for defeating Arlong. Nojiko was taken aback by Nami's expression. Having grown up together, she could easily discern that Nami genuinely trusted Hubert. Otherwise, she would not have exhibited such vulnerability. Nami typically concealed her true feelings with a facade of friendliness, never allowing herself to show such sentimentality. After a moment, Nojiko smiled with relief. It appeared that Nami had indeed found a commendable captain. By the way, Nojiko, as Nami's sister, you are left without family on the island now that she has departed. Would you care to join us at sea? Nojiko, taken aback by the suggestion, hesitated. Is that possible? Certainly, came the enthusiastic reply. Nami felt a surge of excitement. She had been worried about the loneliness of being aboard without familiar company. If Nojiko were to join, she would have someone to converse with. Just as she was about to persuade Nojiko to agree, Nami hesitated. No, there was Hubert, a man with a wife who had violated her trust. Bringing Nojiko aboard could very well endanger her. Realizing this, Nami quickly exclaimed, no, wait. Orange Town is not yet completely safe. We still need Nojiko's protection. Hubert reassured. Rest assured, after Arlong's demise, no one cares about this place. Moreover, I can dispatch some subordinates to maintain watch. Orange Town is quite safe. No, it must be Nojiko. Nami's impassioned outburst left the others momentarily stunned. Nojiko observed her fervor and replied, very well, I shall remain here. Venturing out to sea is Nami's dream, not mine. With Arlong's oppression now lifted, living a tranquil life is also quite appealing. Hubert expressed his regret, stating, very well, however, for the sake of safety, I shall dispatch some personnel to ensure your protection. There's no need for such trouble. I can manage on my own, as my mother has taught me some combat techniques. Nojiko firmly declined. It would be prudent to send a few individuals, especially since Orange Town has recently faced calamity. Rebuilding its prosperity necessitates assistance. All right then, Nojiko conceded. Realizing that such support was impossible to refuse, for this was not merely her affair, but a matter concerning the entire Orange Town. After reaching an agreement, Hubert promptly contacted Carter to arrange for a team to be dispatched. Following this, Nami led Nojiko into a room, the contents of their discussion remaining a mystery. Upon their emergence, Nojiko regarded Hubert with an unusual expression, as if to convey her surprise at discovering his true nature. This left Hubert feeling rather awkward. Surely, Nami wouldn't have divulged the incident, he pondered anxiously. Nojiko's gaze rendered Hubert increasingly uncomfortable. He hastily pulled Robin and the others away from Orange Town, as if escaping. In his hurried departure, Hubert had not brought a vessel with him. He had initially intended to return and fetch a boat for temporary use. However, he soon spotted a ship adorned with the flag of piracy, gliding slowly in the distance. Hoberton chuckled, exclaiming, what a fortuitous moment. Akin to a pillow being offered when one is drowsy. Though this vessel may be modest in size, it is just sufficient for the three of us. We could even capture a pirate and earn some bounty. Nami, however, expressed her concerns, saying, this small ship might capsize with even a slightly larger wave. Having traversed the Grand Line, I have witnessed the outrageousness of its waves. Such a fragile craft would shatter upon the slightest impact. Hubert chuckled. Aren't you aspiring to be an exceptional navigator? It is precisely such a vessel that presents a challenge. Noticing Nami's lingering concern, Hubert gently patted her head and reassured her. Rest assured, with me around, I shall never allow the ship to be wrecked. Feeling the warmth of the large hand that swept over her head, Nami recalled Hubert's formidable strength, which alleviated her worries considerably. With a resigned sigh, she replied, "All right then, let's go with this ship." Synopsis: the system equips the magma fruit, the ice fruit, and the lightning fruit. The young Hubert, while casually dispatching the approaching pirates, pondered upon the rewards that emerged from their defeat. Another dark fruit? With so many fruits, how am I ever to utilize them all?